The doctor moved his stethoscope away from the child's chest while glancing at the test reports before him. The data was very clear. Unfortunately, it's a non-type 2 inflammation type of severe asthma. What does that mean for him? The child's mother asked as she gripped the child's hand harder. It's a chronic type of asthma that doesn't respond well to drugs or steroids. Unfortunately, it seems to be particularly severe in his case. His lungs are crippled and he'll need to take regular nebulizations just to lead a semblance of a normal life. She shook when she heard that. As for the boy, he didn't understand a word of what was being said, but his mother's somber anxiety had trickled into him. He felt his throat choking up as tears welled up, threatening to spill despite his furious endurance. His breathing grew more agitated and labored as the conversation progressed, and his mother's despair grew more palpable. He felt like he was trekking a mountain. He felt like he was being snuffed by a pillow. He felt as though the air was growing thinner. "Mom," he desperately gasped as he began crying. "John," she held his face in her hands. He could feel her fear through her quivering palms. "I need 5 milligrams of albuterol stat." The doctor immediately paged. "Calm down, son." The doctor calmly coaxed immediately after. "Take a deep breath, everything is okay." He was lying. The boy didn't know how he knew, but he knew in his heart that the man was lying. His vision grew red as he felt his mind blurring. "Mom," he whispered as he struggled to hold on to her. The last thing he heard before he lost consciousness was his mother screaming his name. John woke up with a jerk, breathing heavily and coarsely, drenched in sweat. It took him only a moment to remember. Tusk, the same nightmare flashback. The worst kind of nightmares were the realest ones. He'd rather have the stereotypical free falling off a building nightmare, but nope, he would relive the worst day of his life. The day he was diagnosed with severe chronic asthma, a curse that crippled his dreams and passions, shackling his body. The things I would have accomplished if it wasn't for this goddamn disease he managed to choke out, while still gasping for air. Sports, exercise, travel, treks, and of course, what he yearned for most. Martial arts. John Falcon was a lover of martial arts. Ever since he laid his eyes on Enter the Dragon, the first martial arts movie he had ever watched, he could never get over how amazing they were. How could he? The way they moved enraptured him, their stances, their checks, their footwork, grapples, and of course, their strikes. He'd spent his entire life dedicated to them, albeit not in a way that one would expect a lover of martial arts would. He was born with severe asthma, preventing him from ever engaging in any physically intensive activities, martial arts included. So instead of practicing them, he decided to dedicate his life to learning about them. If he could not study martial arts as a practitioner, he would do so as a scientist. By the age of 25, he had obtained a bachelor's degree in physics and a diploma in human anatomy, and a minor degree in statistics and probability. Armed with the knowledge of these 3 fields as his foundation, he spent all his time performing research on martial arts and combat sports. He would perform surveys, studies, and experiments on different martial arts, and gather data on several variables and attributes on them, and draw conclusions as well as hypotheses based on them, before publishing them in respected peer-reviewed journals. As the advent of MMA and UFC truly arose as a major industry, with a large market for combat sports entertainment at the birth of the 21st century, his work became the foundation for modern MMA. The sudden rise in the significance of martial arts in the 21st century was a dream come true to John. He built upon to publish research that would become the bread and butter of combat sports. And then he died. At the age of 59, his already compromised lungs collapsed, and he passed away a peaceful death. He'd spent his entire life dedicating his heart and soul to the one thing he loved, and died loving it, while still cursing the shackles that prevented him from truly embodying it. Yet this was not the end. John stirred as he felt a strange sensation enveloping him. Didn't I die? John wasn't sure what was happening, but he was relatively certain he was to die when he last felt his consciousness slipping in the hospital, his last sight being that of hastened doctors injecting him with something or the other. I guess not, but what the fuck did they wrap me in? A jelly-coated condom. He could barely move, yet could feel that he was in a fetal position though. I'm going to sue these motherfuckers so hard. There is no way this falls within ethical practice. Can't they just let me chill in peace for fuck's sake? He cursed. Just then, he felt a force pushing onto him. It seemingly pushed down on his butt, attempting to push him through what seemed to be an opening of some sorts. At this point, he was positive that something was definitely off. He was just far too bewildered and frightened to even attempt making heads or tails of this situation. A few seconds later, he felt his body being forced out of an opening, and that's when he panicked, calling for help. "Wah!" was what actually escaped his mouth. Did I just cry? He opened his eyes, only to behold a giant woman holding him. No, she's not giant. I'm the one who's small. He barely managed to glance with his stubbornly half-closed eyes at his clenched folded tiny arms, horrified. Quick, treat her. Her breathing is dangerously shallow and pupils are dilated. What ensued was a long session of attempting to stabilize his biological mother's condition. The presumed doctors and nurses all diligently performed variety of actions with great determination, but alas, to no avail. Slowly but surely her eyes lost their light, yet they never once turned away from John. Time of death, 1742. John didn't understand the language they spoke, but he understood what had happened. Although he still half believed this was some hallucination, he felt a pang of grief even as his consciousness drifted away. Fuck me. Please let this be a Drea. Alas, fate deigned to ignore his wish, yet again. He woke up later that evening in a daze, yet he needed only one moment to know that that was no hallucination. He really was reborn as a baby, despite how absurd the notion seemed to him. He was in a rather small medical room, waddled in a thick towel in a wooden cradle. The room had windows on opposite sides of the room, one leading outside and the other to the corridor, where he could see nurses and doctors walking through occasionally through the gaps in cradle. He glanced around only to realize he was not alone. There were several other babies just like him in their own cradles. An incubation room, he sighed. He hadn't the faintest idea where he was, but judging from the foreign language they spoke in, as well as the difference in clothing and even architecture, he was far, far away from the US. It's not just that, the technological level of this place is really low. Incubation rooms like this are filled with devices that monitor babies' vitals. Furthermore, there was no electronic technology when they delivered me either. Even this room doesn't have any lights, just lamps. That being said, the lamps were strange. The source of light was not fire, which flickered, whereas the lamp's light did not waver. It most certainly wasn't electricity. In fact, as far as he could tell, there was no electricity in the room at all. It really was a bewildering notion to someone from the 21st century. Was there really a nation with such primitive technology? John wasn't sure. This is insane. This shouldn't be fucking possible. What the fuck is happening? Assuming he was reborn, he didn't know if he was even reborn in the 21st century. What if he was reborn in a dystopian future, or the past? No, wait, is this even Earth? He didn't know yet, but he would find out sooner or later, assuming he had anything resembling a life he used to have. These experiences had shattered his subjective worldview of reality. Only time would tell what his new one would end up looking like. He braced himself, in fear and partially with a tinge of excitement, for his future to unfold. It had been nearly a month since John had been reborn, and not much had changed since then. His days were spent mostly in his cradle, which drove him mad with boredom. The novelty of being reborn had long passed. Hospital personnel would feed him, bathe, and change his diaper, the latter of which was humiliating for a grown old man. Still, he enjoyed this feeling of youth. The feeling of inhaling massive amounts of air, invigorating every single cell in his body, was truly addictive. He felt as if he was overflowing with limitless energy that he urged to expend. His mind felt fresh, and his body felt comfortable. He would often spend his days trying to move around as much as he could within his cradle, but his body was far too weak to do much at this stage. He would often spend time contemplating his future and gathering as much information about anything he could. He'd even learnt his own name in the process. The nurse always addressed him with Rui. A strange name, but one he was beginning to get used to. As for his surroundings, he'd already noted several oddities about this place. For starters, the race of the humans he'd come across was unclear. There was no skin color that seemed to be the norm. Both men and women ranged from light skin to dark. But this wasn't the strange part. The strange part was their hair. Are they coloring it? Does this country have a fad or something? He had seen hair of almost every primary and even secondary color. Red, blue, yellow, green, purple, blonde, silver, pink, etc. This was a rather shocking sight to a man from a world of mostly black, blonde, and little red hair. In fact, he had come across only one person with black hair himself. He was accustomed to this since he had black hair in his previous life as well. Yet it seems black hair was not only not the norm, but also exceedingly rare. Of all the countless people that had walked past the corridor in the past month, he hadn't seen a single person with black hair. The second equally strange thing he had noticed were the eyes. People's eyes' color was all over the place. Just like with hair, he found a spectrum of every single color except, yet again, his own eye color, black. Both his eyes and hair were pitch black, something that was strange too, as if they sucked the light out of the world. He suspected that these traits were rare, perhaps even ominous based on the fearful, perhaps even disdainful glances that some people would throw at him. I hope that isn't the case, he sighed. In any case, this world definitely isn't Earth. There were no races with such hair and eyes. Just then, the door opened, and he glanced at the nurse who was assigned to him. She was accompanied by a blonde-haired woman who looked to be in her late 30s, wearing something that resembled a fusion between a gown and a traditional yukata. The nurse lifted and passed him to her as they conversed, though he wasn't sure he understood what they were conversing about. The blonde-haired woman played with and smiled at him while occasionally asking the nurse questions. 10 minutes later, after she seemed to sign some paperwork, she left the hospital with him. Figured this day would come. 1 month in a hospital is way too much. He mused to himself, but he welcomed the change. Finally, he could learn more about this world. He glanced around and took in the environment. The first thing he noticed was that technology was most strange. It was primitive compared to the 21st century on Earth, but it was esoteric and didn't seem to match the historical technological progression of humanity on Earth. Their lighting sources were still a mystery to him. Their medicine was also strange. They used strange concoctions and apparatuses while tending to him. He had no frame of reference for them because he couldn't recall any such equivalent in Earth's history. There's something very different about this world, that's for sure. A minority of people carried belongings in makeshift bags made from cloth. It seemed only a larger majority used handbags or other carrying articles. The sense of fashion was strange. It was a mix of middle-age Western and Eastern clothing. It seemed both men and women wore clothing that generally enveloped their entire body. This was generally a trend that existed prior to the Industrial Revolution that allowed for the production of clothing articles with a more sophisticated and difficult production process. This would suggest that their technology was low, but the architecture of buildings was rather pristine considering most of them were residences or small-time shops, not something he would expect from medieval Earth. These oddities threw him off. He wasn't sure how to evaluate their technological prowess. The weather was beautiful. The sun shone bright, yet the presence of adequate number of clouds shielded the surface from much of its wrath. Cool winds blew, rustling the leaves and cherry blossoms of trees and grass that populated the sidewalks. It was truly a picturesque sight to Rui, a sight that could seldom be found on modern Earth. The stone roads were populated with bustling citizens buzzing between what seemed to be a flea market of domestic goods and services set up in small stalls or shops. Just as he was admiring and absorbing his surroundings, the blonde-haired woman waved her hand and called out to a man pulling a rickshaw. She quickly got on with Rui after exchanging a few words with the rickshaw puller before he started pulling them away at a brisk walking pace. An economical occupation with a low barrier of entry. He noted there were plenty of traveling rickshaws he spotted as they crisscrossed through the town. They traveled further and further away from the bustling populated markets, before soon they reached a house with a huge fence before they got off. Rui noticed that the blonde-haired woman paid him off with what looked to be a bronze coin. The coins are remarkably intricate. How can their most common and universal currency be so sophisticated without electricity? Maybe I really have underestimated this place. The house was a little worn down. The paint had significantly worn off, and the building was chipped and cracked at multiple areas, albeit small enough to not be dangerous. Still, the garden was surrounding the house seemed well maintained, and all in all it painted a homely image. The blonde-haired woman carried Rui to the entrance before knocking. Yes, a young red-haired woman opened the door slightly, only to beam in joy as her eyes fell on the woman holding him. Mother Lashara. Lashara is her name? Rui wondered. Alice. Lashara smiled back. Welcome back. Alice replied before turning to Rui with a curious expression. So this is him. The black-haired, black-eyed baby that no orphanage accepted for a whole month. Yes, the poor child has been alone during the most tender moments of his life. I couldn't help myself after seeing how cute he was. Alice cooed and cuddled at him before taking him in and showing him off to the others. So this is where I'll be living from now on, eh? Rui pondered. I can get used to this. Say Anne. Alice smiled at Rui holding a spoon of porridge near his mouth. It had been 11 months since Rui had been born. He had grown accustomed to the mundane albeit pleasant life that he had come to be living for the past 10 months. Still, although he had very few tribulations as an 11-month-old, he would notice that the state of the orphanage was not what his comfortable life would lead him to think it was. Life was hard. The 21st century had the highest quality of life in the history of Earth, and only got better and better every year due to growth in technology. But this was a world in its Middle Ages. Even basic necessities that he took for granted on Earth, such as easy access to food, shelter, and security, were difficult to obtain, and even harder to maintain for the lowest of the middle class and lower. The risks and consequences of failing were much harsher too. He could tell that the financial state of the orphanage was poor. The condition of the orphanage left some to be desired. He wasn't sure where the orphanage managed to scrape the necessary money to sustain itself, but he was sure it was far from easy. Orphanages were a non-profit organization. They usually made their ends meet by donations, or in rare cases subsidies, though clearly this orphanage struggled with those. The sisters would often forego eating meals so that the children of the orphanage could eat fully. He could sense the anxiety hidden behind their smiling facades when they fed the hungry children. Sighed to feed a helpless, worthless baby like me. They sacrifice much, they endure much. He couldn't help but feel guilty. As an adult mentally, Rui was able to learn languages much quicker through active learning. He quickly remembered everybody's names first, followed by basic greetings, words he came across most, such as food and eat, before making his way across a large portion of the common language. He could form basic coherent sentences by 10 months and had grown more comfortable and fluent with them by 11 months. The orphanage considered him a genius, after all. What baby could speak so well before it even turned 1 year old? For now, he indulged himself in the food his body needed to grow up strong. How's the porridge, Rui? Is it tasty? I added extra pepper just as you wanted. Alice smiled as she fed him another spoon. It's really tasty, sister, Rui replied with as much sincerity as he could fake. In truth, he hated porridge. As someone from the middle class of a first-world country, he was accustomed to much better food than porridge. But this was something Alice had personally made for him. With a lot of love and care, he did not dare hurt her feelings out of his privileged lifestyle. Besides, he did need to eat. Nutrition was most important for a child his age, and malnutrition could screw him forever in the worst-case scenario. This was not something he could tolerate, as someone who suffered from poor health for a lifetime. As a former chronic asthma patient, the feeling of air gushing into his lungs and invigorating every cell in his body was addictively satisfying. That also means I can practice martial arts in this world, he reminded himself excitedly. Ever since he was reborn, he realized that the fact that his body did not seem to be hindered by any health ailments meant he could do all sorts of things he never could before, with the number one activity on his list being martial arts. Fuck yes, this is by far the most exciting part of being reborn. He couldn't wait until he was old enough to start practicing martial arts. Alice, the squire you called to clear the fallen tree trunk blocking the back exit, is here. Karin, another caretaker of the orphanage, informed. Squire, Rui inquisitively inquired. He'd never heard anyone mention that phrase so far. Ah, you don't know yet. Well, would you like to come and see? Alice put down the bowl of porridge and gestured at him to follow, which he did out of curiosity. The man waiting outside the house was extremely tall and ridiculously buff. He wore what looked to be a gi, something that resembled training uniforms, but his muscles could not be hidden despite his loose baggy clothing. His head was partially clean-shaved, while his remaining hair was neatly braided in a single long ponytail. Wait a second. Rui's eyes lit up. Is this a martial artist? Ah, it's over there. Alice guided him to the back where a huge tree trunk had fallen and blocked the gate. I see, then please take several steps away. The man nodded at the sight before taking a martial arts stance. He'd stood before the fallen tree before putting his left foot forward and his right leg back. He folded and brought his left arm forward, with his forearm perpendicular to the ground and his fist pointing to the sky. It was a common stance for launching a straight right in most martial arts, yet it seemed as though the man intended to use it to clear the tree. Rui's eyes flew wide open at this sight. What is he tree? Floating tiger fist style, roaring impact, the man whispered. What followed next shocked Rui from head to toe. Every cell in his body froze as if they each wished to witness the miracle that had followed. He didn't think anything could surprise him anymore, but he was wrong. This was merely the beginning. The man's body disappeared. Rui could only see a haze as he began his movements, and it completely vanished in his vision as the man twisted his core to generate enough torque while driving all that momentum into his fist. The next thing Rui heard was a huge shockwave that hit him with a mild force even at a distance of more than 10 meters away, and a large thud followed by the sound of crumbling wood. The shockwave had lifted up dust and sawdust that prevented him from seeing the immediate consequences of the strike, yet once it settled, his shock escalated. The tree trunk was reduced to bits. The man damn near pulverized that huge tree trunk with a single punch. The man turned and glanced at Rui and Alice, unperturbed. Anything else? Lashara sighed as she finished working on the accounts of the Quarrier orphanage. Money was tough this month. An orphanage had many expenditures, the most taxing of them being food. It wasn't easy to obtain enough money to feed 16 children and 6 adults. Although 5 of the 6 adults earned money, they barely made enough for everybody. This was despite the tax waivers that orphanages received from the government and the few donations that the orphanage occasionally received from benevolent rich patrons. Their monthly expenditure included food, clothes, as children were constantly growing, and with 16 of them something or the other was always outgrown every month. Sanitation supplies, the discounted tax, maintenance, and several other individually small needs and indulgences that culminated in a daunting monthly expenditure. The Quarrier orphanage had been founded by her 23 years ago. Back then she was the only caretaker, and she had taken in 5 children back then. Generally, families looking to adopt went to larger and more famous orphanages rather than smaller ones like her own, so the 5 children she took in had never been adopted. She raised them like her own children. Lashara spent all her time at the orphanage, whereas the 5 caretakers had part-times that allowed them to sustain the orphanage. Usually they had anywhere between 14-16 children. This was their utmost limit given the orphanage's accommodation and financial capacity, as well as the caretaker-to-child ratio. Though families preferred to adopt younger children, below the age of 1 normally, so most of the older kids remained in the orphanage. They would be home tutored in their early years by Lashara mainly. She would teach them basic law, geography, history, mathematics, and the absolute bare basics of economics and politics. She did her best to instill the foundational knowledge that all were expected to have as well as the things all adults ought to know. Although she was no learned academic, over the span of 23 years, she had become a master of teaching the basics. The ladies Alice, Myra, and Karin worked part-time in kitchens, restaurants, at wealthier residences as cooks, waitresses, maids, babysitters, and jobs of those sorts. The men Depp and Kenta worked in manual labor jobs, rickshaw pullers most of the time, albeit in winter they preferred to get into mining. Together, the 5 earned a majority of the monthly income the orphanage received. Lashara loved each one of them from the bottom of her heart. Without them, she would have to shut down the orphanage, the mere thought of which made her heart ache. Things were hard, but because she had such loving children, she could overcome these tribulations. Things had got even harder since the orphanage took Rui in. A newborn infant required constant attention and supervision. This put an even greater burden on them, but Lashara did not regret her decision. She felt a great amount of heartbroken pity when her sister, who worked as a nurse in the hospital, informed her of a black-haired, black-eyes orphan baby who had not been accepted by even a single orphanage. Black hair and eyes were exceedingly rare and were ominous, and it is said that those born with these traits could bring great ruin or fortune to the entire world. Thankfully, Lashara never bought into that nonsense, and neither did most people, but the superstitious fear of bad omens still remained. To Lashara, it was just a bunch of made-up nonsense that had no doubt made the otherwise perfectly normal and ordinary children born with these traits go through a harder life. Of course, Lashara was not blind to the fact that Rui was far from a normal child. In her eyes, he was a prodigious genius beyond fathoming. He spoke his first word at the age of 2 months, shocking all the adults around him, and his vocabulary and speech increased dramatically until he could speak like a 4-year-old even before he hit the age of 1. Furthermore, his temperament was truly unbelievable. He very rarely cried, and even then only shedding a few tears reluctantly when he got hurt badly. He was calm and patient, something Lashara thought to be impossible in an infant. It would be quite intimidating to her if it wasn't for the fact that Rui was a truly wonderful baby. He was kind, affectionate, and above all else truly adorable. She was sure he would be a heartbreaker when he grew up. She sighed as she shut the accounts book and put aside her abacus when, boom, a sudden loud noise startled her. She walked down the corridor towards the back of the orphanage where the noise had come from. Ah, the squire, I see. She peered through a window at the crumbled wood and sawdust rubble. Yet another expense, but we didn't have much of a choice. Chopping it down ourselves would take too much time and energy, and the back exit is regularly used for receiving supplies because the storage room is closest to it. A storm had knocked down a brittle dead tree, leading to all these complications. Fortunately, martial squires were quick, making their services worth every bronze coin of their service. A martial squire was one of 6 realms, or ranks, of martial artists who were part of a union known as the Martial Union, which offered any and all services that employed martial art. The orphanage had commissioned manual labor from a martial squire, through the union, though only in rare occasions. She noticed Rui by Alice's side as she paid the squire the fees for his labor. Particularly, she noticed the gaping awe and admiration he expressed at the squire. It was almost impossible to miss anyway, especially coming from a child like Rui, who was generally quite reserved and passive in his emotional expression. Foo, I wonder if he'll strive to become a martial artist. Rui spent the rest of the day pestering each and every single adult about what he had just seen, after 8 hours of incessant interrogation. He tucked himself into his bed for the night, yet he was far too excited to ever fall asleep. It had taken him a while to understand enough to just barely satisfy his foremost layer of burning curiosity. After all, his vocabulary was still quite imperfect. He pestered the adults until he was able to comprehend their nuanced answers. It was quite tiring, but he managed to obtain answers for his most burning questions. After the rigorous interrogation, he'd spent time assimilating and organizing everything he'd learned. Martial arts, or martial art as they called it, was real. It was not only real, but it was extremely powerful too. Martial artists were extremely powerful, capable of extremely superhuman feats like the one he had witnessed. Across the country, and perhaps even the continent, martial artists were divided into 6 realms, which were basically ranks: martial apprentice, martial squire, martial senior, martial master, martial sage, and finally martial transcendent. Each realm was far more powerful than the last, but none of the adults knew anything more specific than that. If a martial squire, who was only the second strongest of 6 realms, was this strong, then how much stronger were the higher ranks? He wondered with giddy excitement. This revelation was truly by far the most soul-staggering experience he had ever made. Even the shock of being reborn was tame and rather boring in comparison. He quickly dismissed these thoughts before revising the rest of what he learned. Martial art could apparently be traced to a little over 500 years ago. Martial artists grew stronger and stronger in every country. Furthermore, their numbers increased as time passed, until the martial artist population grew large enough for associations known as martial unions formed in every country. Martial unions were basically liaisons between customers of martial art services and the martial artists themselves. It served as a connection between the demand in the consumer market for services like bodyguarding, assaults, manual labor, as well as more covert operations like sabotage, infiltration, espionage, surveillance, assassinations, etc. Even niche occupations like tutelage were within the purview of the union, according to Kenta, who once was an aspiring martial artist. The martial union was an organization with a vested interest in the propagation of martial artists, so it had taken measures to ensure there would be a healthy influx of fresh-blood martial artists, such as the Martial Academy. The martial academies apparently were meritocratic institutions founded, managed, and staffed by the martial union. Not to mention, these institutions trained aspiring martial artists till the martial squire stage primarily. Furthermore, according to Depp, the academies had a hefty yearly tuition fee. After all, tutelage from martial seniors was a privilege to aspiring martial artists that would otherwise be difficult to obtain. Yet the high tuition fees were not a barrier. Thankfully, the martial union was cognizant enough to recognize that a large majority of talents would simply be buried due to their low economic class. Thus, the martial academies offered a scholarship program that allowed aspiring martial candidates to incur the fees as debt and repay the debt after they graduate from the academy. The scholarship program was essentially an investment with no guaranteed returns. After all, if a scholarship student failed to graduate, then the debt would never be repaid. But ultimately, this policy allowed the martial academies, and by extension the martial union, to maximize the number of martial artists, their highest interest and goal. The financial losses were rather trivial in comparison to the economic might of an international union. Furthermore, the scholarships were given based on merit, so the losses were minimized. The moment Rui learned about the martial academies, he had already made up his mind about his future. His motivation for it was extremely high. He couldn't wait. He would get into an academy one way or another, scholarship or not. He had already formulated potential solutions, but he lacked far too much information to flesh them out. "What are you thinking about?" a child's voice called out to him. Rui glanced in the direction it came from. "Not much, Farian," Rui responded. Farian was one of the boys at the orphanage. Rui is thinking about martial art, isn't he? A girl beside himself smirked mischievously. He spent the whole day asking all the adults about martial art. This was Nina, one of the older girls at the orphanage. In the past 10 months, Rui had familiarized himself with all the children in the orphanage. Although due to the age gap, both mental and physical, he had a harder time bonding with them as much as he would have liked to, but he did spend time with them nonetheless. Children like Farian and Nina would take more time to spend time with Rui and babysit him whenever the adults were busy to make their lives easier. "Do you want to become a martial artist?" Rui, a 13-year-old boy reading a book, asked him. Rui's eyes sparkled. "I'm going to become the best," Rui declared. "Then you'll have trained hard." The boy smiled, closing his book. "Martial artists train very hard to get their hands on superhuman power. Are you willing to do what it takes?" "I was born for it," Julian Rui replied without a shadow of doubt or hesitation. It wasn't literal, though, for he had no idea why or even how he was reborn, but he suspected that there was some reason. If there was a reason, what other reason could there be? The children chatted more until Depp told them all to put out the lights and go to sleep. To Rui's surprise, he fell asleep quickly. He was quite exhausted after a whole day of excitement. "All right, let's begin," Farian said, glancing at Rui. Rui nodded. It had been 7 years since Rui had been reborn in this world. Ever since he learnt about martial art in the academy, he'd already begun preparing for them, doing everything he possibly could. The minimum age necessary to enroll into the academy was 13 adolescents. As for his preparation, he had been unable to gather much specific information. The martial academies kept a bit of a tight lid on the nature of the entrance exam. However, there were simple deductions to be made based on the available information at hand. For starters, the entrance exam being open to only ages between 13 and 18 implied that the martial arts skill level requirements of the exam were not too onerous. 13-18 was a very young age group. It was simply impossible for an overwhelming majority of adolescents of this age group to be proficient in martial art. After all, hiring a long-term tutor from the union was very expensive, something only the rich could afford, and even then they would not be able to master any more than the foundations. However, considering the age limit being 18, it could be inferred that the exam would not be centered around martial proficiency. That left only a few possibilities. Thankfully, Rui was a former martial art and combat sport researcher. He was well aware of the predictors and determinant variables of a successful fighting career. It wasn't even that difficult to figure out, really. The two biggest predictors of success were talent and drive. Talent in the context of martial art would mean the measure of innate, natural, physical, and performance attributes. This would include health, physical attributes like raw strength, speed, agility, reflexes, durability, flexibility, and stamina, as well as performative capabilities like balance, analysis, and judgment, body-eye coordination, alertness, etc. While these could most certainly be trained even within the window of 13 and 18, he was certain the impact of training would not be to the degree that experienced martial art trainers of academy would be unable to evaluate raw talent. Rui was relatively certain he was not talented, unfortunately. His health and physical attributes were just barely average. He wasn't gifted with a godly body with unparalleled physical prowess, but he wasn't crippled with a severe chronic disease either, like in his last life. He was just average in terms of talent. The problem was his performative attributes. He was rather bad in this area, and there was mainly one reason for this. For starters, there was the mismatch between his mind and body. His mind had grown extremely accustomed to his former body on Earth. He was lean, thin, and quite tall with a weak physique. The physical attributes mass distribution of his previous body were drastically different from that of his current body. His mind constantly treated his body like it was his old one and not his new one. This was because of muscle memory. Furthermore, his mind was that of an adult, and despite the developing brain of his young body, it was extremely difficult to completely erase 59 years of ingrained muscle memory in order to make way for new muscle memory for his new body. Certainly wouldn't happen anytime soon. That was why he had been training his performative attributes as much as possible so that they could from go bad to, at the very least, average, ideally as high as possible. He had begun training his balance and body-eye coordination, alertness as much as possible outside of basic physical training. It was the middle of the winter. Rui had gathered Farian, Horatio, and Mika, 3 adults, to the frozen lake to help him with balance training. He was standing on the frozen river 1 meter away from the bank. The training was simple playing catch. The 3 boys would stand on land and play catch with Rui. They would throw balls at him one at a time. Rui was to catch the ball perfectly on slippery ice and toss it back, all without slipping or falling. It was only after 2 years of training that his sense of balance improved enough that he could begin playing catch, which required far greater balance, since Rui would need to catch the ball and stop its momentum without ever losing balance, and throw it back without shifting his center of gravity. "Yeah, I'm ready," Rui responded to Farian. Farian nodded before throwing a ball at him, before Rui got caught and returned it. Horatio and Micah followed one after the other, throwing balls at Rui from different directions. It was a whole 1 minute of rapid back and forths before Rui slipped and fell on his ass. "That was your longest record so far," Micah noted. Rui nodded. "All right, let's continue." Horatio sighed. "Are you sure this is worth all the effort? You're not cut out for martial art, you know. It's especially a waste of your genius-level intellect. You could become a scholar like Julian, did you know? I already told you, I'm not interested in becoming a scholar. I'll become a martial artist or nothing at all." Yes, he sighed. Not everyone thought Rui's ambition was a good idea, of course. It was not easy to become a martial artist, although a great many people aspired to become one. Ultimately, a whopping 99% of them failed to become martial squires. It was an extremely difficult ambition to fulfill. Rui breathed deeply, readying himself. He couldn't do it in his previous life, but this time for sure he would become a martial artist. Continue. Rui burped, putting down his bowl and patting his inflated stomach. "That's bad manners, Rui." Lashara gently reprimanded him. "My bad, I'm just completely full." He apologized before getting up. He washed his used utensils and vessels and put it in the cupboard. Hee. Myra smirked from across the kitchen. "I knew you would be absolutely famished after that ice balance training you always do in the winters. Today, we managed to get some good steak at a low price." Myra was the head cook of the orphanage. She was in charge of all matter related to the kitchen. "Sweet, do you need help with the rest of the utensils?" Rui sked. "Nah, there isn't much left. You must be tired, so why don't you get some sleep? Good night." He headed towards the study before picking up a book. The study had numerous books on various subjects that Lashara would refer to while teaching. From these books, Rui had managed to learn about the world he was reborn in. Thankfully, he'd spent the last 6 years learning the script to read and write, and he had become very proficient with language, far more so than a normal 7-year-old. He'd read up on history, geography, and civics with some guidance from Lashara to answer some of the questions he had had for a long time. The country he was born in was known as the Kandria Empire, named after the royal Kandrian family whose ancestor founded the empire. The The country bordered the Namgung Ocean. It was long and narrow in shape, extending from north to south, with nearly half of the borders facing the ocean. The other half was partially bordered by the three closest countries, the Sekigahara Confederate to its south, Republic of Gordo to its north, and Britannia Empire to its west, and large forests that occupied the gaps between the countries. Another important piece of information he had got his hands on was that the Kandrian Empire paid annual tributes to all three of its neighboring nations. For some reason, unfortunately, the exact details of the international deliberations was not exactly well known. All four nations were part of the Panama continent, the one and only known continent on planet Gaia. The Panama continent was gigantic, littered with nearly 100 countries of all sorts, with various cultures, socio-economic structures, and governments. Strangely enough, although each country had its own language, there was an international common language known as Sanskrit, created and propagated by the countries to facilitate greater international trade in accordance to the Panama Linguistic Treaty ratified 80 years ago. The treaty was highly effective, as the language barrier was the greatest barrier between connections and exchanges. I've only learnt the Kandrian dialect, though, Rui noted. Another curious piece of information he learned about was that the fauna and flora of the Panama continent was, frankly, ridiculous. There were plants with all kinds of exotic substances that served as raw materials and ingredients in various types of products, the most prominent application being potions. Potions granted incredible effects such as healing, stamina recovery, temporary mental and physical augmentation of various sorts. These potions allowed ordinary humans to match the superhuman prowess of even martial artists. This was something Rui found absurd when he learned, but that wasn't even everything. The fauna was even more bizarre. For one, there were intelligent species outside of humanity. This came as a shock to someone from Earth, where only one known intelligent species existed. The fauna was much less restrained and resembled the prehistoric age of dinosaurs. Despite nearly 100 nations established on the Panama continent, roughly 35% of the continent's land was uncolonized natural habitats that was occupied by incredible species with immense power. One of the reasons humanity had not yet completely colonized the Panama was because they simply could not. The animal species were no pushovers. They were able to easily match the humans' paltry applications of gunpowder, potions, and large-scale siege weapons. It could be said that they would have long hunted humanity to oblivion if not for the existence of martial artists. A significant portion of the commissions that the martial unions of the Panama continent was related to the beasts, one way or another. Rui was incredibly intrigued by these strange and fantastical species, but they weren't immediately relevant to him at the moment. He was more concerned with things that affected him more immediately. Within the Kandrian Empire, Rui lived in the northernmost region with the harshest winter's mancha. Sighed to land into the region of the harshest weather of all the 11 states. Rui shook his head. He shouldn't think this way. He was blessed with a loving family in the Quarrier orphanage in this region. Kandria had a capitalistic free market, and as expected there was a great economic divide between people. Its governmental system was a monarchy, as he would expect from nations in this age of development. The Kandrian emperor had many wives, and even more children. Each one of them was a potential heir to the throne. Apparently, it was Kandrian protocol for the emperor to test all the princes and princesses in a manner of his own discretion, before declaring one of them as the emperor or empress when his life was coming to an end. Apparently, the current Emperor Rael Vicandria was already quite old, and the royal selection would most certainly occur sooner or later. Rui wasn't well aware of the nuances of Kandrian politics, and frankly, he would rather not be involved at all if he could avoid it. The royal selection sounded like a chaotic mess of a phenomenon. Even on Earth, he merely kept himself informed on the state of affairs in a superficial manner, and for the most part ignored politics. He would probably care even less once he became martial artist, not getting involved at all, directly or indirectly, or at least so he hoped. The information he was most concerned about was that of the Kandrian martial academies. It turned out there were 16 academies in the country. One of them was located in Mancha. Rui intended to aim for the Mansion branch. In the past 6 years, he had deigned to do a more thorough investigation into the entrance exam. However, the Martial Academy was quite secretive about its entrance exams. The union did not want every applicant to be able to prepare targeted solutions that made their job of evaluating their talent and drive more difficult. They went so far as to almost completely change the exam every year so as to diminish the impact of the leaked information from recalcitrant failed applicants every year. The only thing Rui learnt was that there were multiple rounds each year, and the exam invigilators changed each year as well. The difficulty of the exams was exceedingly high, Furthermore, it was said that a small number of applicants died every year, while a greater proportion were greatly hurt. This was unexpected when I'd learned about it. I was hoping to make targeted training regimes that could allow me to overcome these tests. Rui sighed. Having dedicated his life to research into martial arts and combat sports, Rui was an expert in evaluating the physical and performative attributes necessary for any particular activity and setting up targeted training regimes that would most efficiently facilitate the growth of the athlete's ability to complete said physical activity. I'll just have to stick to what I'm already doing, I guess, he mused. Rui, it's time to sleep, Lashara said, standing at the doorway. All right, Mom. Rui replied. All the children treated Lashara as their mother. Rui was no different. All of them had been raised by her. She was indeed a mother-like figure to all of them, the adults included. Later on, having changed into the medieval equivalent of pajamas, he lay in bed contemplating what he ought to do tomorrow. Cardio early in the mornings 1 hour, then 20 reps of squats, crunches, push-ups, pull-ups, and chest dips, 3 reps of plank variations, all until lunch. Rest followed by balance training at the lake till evening, followed by basic body conditioning and tempering. This was actually a relatively simple and mild training regime, but that was because he was only 7 years old. His body was still growing, especially his bones. Stressing them too much would be quite detrimental in the long run. He planned to increase his exercise load as he got older. I should be decently well built by the time I'm done. The next day he followed through with his early morning jog. He would generally begin at the orphanage jog to the city and come back before the rush hour begins, but today he was a bit late, so he was navigating through the earliest bustle of the day. In one hand he had a carry bag with the milk that Myra had requested him to purchase from the market. Tusk, it's already so busy, Rui tutted, as he was forced to slow down. He couldn't really just jog past a crowd of adults twice as large as him. He was forced to take a detour through an alley and skip through the crowd. I didn't want to break my run. Maybe I should jog a little extra, but Myra did say she wanted the milk, so he suddenly felt 2 arms grabbing around him, one to prevent him from screaming and the other to carry him away. Black hair and black eyes, that's rare. This one can sell for a fortune. He heard a burly voice. Oh, he even has some change, good bonus, he said as he scoured through Rui's pocket. Fuck. I'm actually being kidnapped. Rui began to panic. He wasn't sure what he was supposed to do as the man began carrying him away. I need get away, but his grip is too strong. Rui began to brainstorm. Brute force was out of the question. He needed the man to loosen his grip, otherwise he would have no chance of escaping. Think, how do I create an opportunity to escape? He wasn't sure. The man's burly hand was wrapped tightly over his mouth and nose to prevent him from making noise. But that gave him an idea. He decided to let his body go slack, acting as if he'd suffocated. Tusk. The man put Rui down for a second to take a good look to ensure his goods was all right. Yet just as he did, Rui jammed his thumb into his kidnapper's eyes and got up to run away as far as he could, even as the man screamed in pain, cradling his eye. Pain of having his eye jabbed brought the man to a halt, buying Rui only a few seconds of time. The man got up quickly and chased after Rui with a closed eye. I just need to reach a populated area. He won't get away with a public child crime. Unfortunately, he couldn't get back to the market the way he came. The burly man was in the way and he most certainly would have been caught. He just needed to reach people, but unfortunately, he'd reached a dead end instead. Fuck, I need to go on, ohehe. Too bad you couldn't get away, little boy. The man threw Rui a disgusting smile. In that moment, Rui felt despair and true fear. His legs began to shake and he almost peed himself. Rui forced himself to take a fighting stance, but the man walked over and, ignoring Rui's meager struggles, grabbed Rui by the neck, forcing him down. Rui thought about screaming, but when he opened his mouth, nothing came out. Let's have you choke for real, he whispered, even as his grin grew wider. Rui froze in terror. He's going to kill me, Rui panicked. His heart was beating hard and fast, struggling to give Rui the power he needed, but Rui was too afraid to use it. It's no use, I'm too weak. He knew this, giving up. I'm not just weak, I'm pathetic, just as his vision was turning red. Thud. The man's grip slacked and his arms let go of his neck, and Rui's body contorted as he gasped and inhaled for air before turning around. What the fuck just happened? What he saw shocked him. The man was dead, lying on the ground. What was even more shocking was the cause of death. The top of his head was dented and broken in. There was another man standing behind him with a fist midair. To attempt to snuff the life of an innocent child is the greatest of sins one can commit. The man said, scorning at the corpse. His eyes turned to Rui. Are you all right, my child? He was naive. He had underestimated what it meant to be a warrior. This wasn't a movie or an anime, this was real life. He would have died on the spot if his savior was too late. Rui thought he could just train and become a warrior, but he had severely underestimated the temperament and resolve needed to fight with his life on the line. How could he, a former denizen of the 21st century, understand? He had never fought in his life, ever. He didn't understand just how strong the primal fear of death was ingrained into one's soul. Martial artists weren't decorative and aesthetical artists whose jobs were to look cool. They were warriors, assassins, protectors, hunters, pioneers. They were people who fought every day with their lives on the line. They tread up the martial path knowing that every step could very easily be their last. Did he possess such resolve? That day had made the answer clear. He did not. He was unworthy of being a warrior, a martial artist. You're wrong, said the man who saved him. He walked over and sat beside him, patting his head. His gesture was warm and gentle, but his hand was heavy and rough like a boulder. Kid, you want to be a martial artist, correct? Rui nodded. He was still choked with emotions. Of course you do. There is no other reason a kid your age would put yourself through the training that you have, he noted. Do you think yourself unworthy of being a warrior because of the fear and despair you felt? It was as if the man could read Rui's heart. Rui nodded, reluctantly. The man smiled in response. Indeed, you were quite pathetic, not gonna lie. You quivered in fear and despair as you were pushed into the ground. The words tore a hole in Rui's heart. But whether or not you're worthy of being a warrior, my child, depends on what you do from here on out. He turned to Rui, who met his gaze in return. There isn't a single soul who hasn't felt crippling fear and despair. Even the strongest of martial artists who can split the earth with a finger have experienced what you have. What separates the strong from the weak is whether or not one overcomes that fear and strives forward. Rui clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Tell me, boy, will you succumb to your fear? Never, never again. Rui swore even as tears of frustration, shame and anger poured out of his eyes. Every muscle in his body went taut. He felt as if every cell in his body stood united as he ingrained his oath into each and every single one of them. I will never let fear and despair get the best of me again. The man, he smiled as he glanced at the fire in the young boy's eyes. I'm just doing my duty. The man got up, patted Rui's head one last time and walked away. Stay safe, boy. I'd like to see you become a warrior. You have what it takes. Rui nodded before bowing down one last time. He made his way to the market before returning down the path home. I forgot to ask his name. He ran into Farian on the way back home, explaining what had happened, leaving Farian in shock. Things only got worse when he reached back home. All the adult caretakers would not stop fawning over him and constantly patting and hugging him, partially to reaffirm his well-being and also to soothe their anxiety. Lashara went so far as to almost ban him from leaving the orphanage out of paranoia, but he managed to get her to change her mind about that, albeit not completely. Rui had to stay within the vicinity of the orphanage, or be under supervision if he wanted to go further. He had no choice but to acquiesce with great reluctance. He decided to skip the training for the rest of the day and hang out with his brothers and sisters. He wanted a change of pace. Have you finally decided to join us in playing cards, Rui? Horatio asked as he made space for Rui. In the past 7 years, he'd forged unbreakable bonds with each of the orphanage members. He enjoyed spending time with the grumpy Farian, the mischievous Nina, the pragmatic Horatio, the reserved Micah, and the intelligent Julian. When Rui first joined the orphanage, the adults ignored the silly superstitions surrounding his hair and eyes, and children quickly followed suit largely due to their ignorance, expressing adoration about how cute he was. The past 7 years had caused him to develop a great amount of affection for each of them, and the orphanage as a whole. Almost to the point he'd rather stay with them than leave to become a martial artist. Almost, but still not enough, he mused. His renewed will and determination after that morning's incident would not allow him to not become a martial artist. He just felt a tinge of sadness that it would eventually drive him away from his family. The academy not only took care of housing and food, but mandated its students to stay in the academy dormitories. The martial path was one that required discipline, which could only be fully enforced if the academy regulated the students' lives from dawn to dusk. Even once he graduated, he suspected he would have to spend long hours, days, and maybe even weeks away from his family. He would most certainly grow a little distant from them. It was inevitable. Although he would always love them, prolonged periods of separation would likely dampen his emotions. He was not a very social person. Even in his previous life, his parents died early, and since then he had never forged a single significant relationship or even friendship. I'll make the most of these times then, for the next 6 years, then I'll have to leave them. It was a shame to Rui. He quickly shook away these thoughts before getting invested in the game. Have you taken your identification? Yes. Have you taken some energy drinks? Yes. Have you double-checked the timings? Yes. Have you? Enough, Mom. I have everything in place. Don't worry. Rui reprimanded exasperatedly. Lashara was notoriously overprotective. The martial entrance exam was notoriously difficult and dangerous. Lashara had warned Rui over and over that it could be disastrous, but she knew Rui had been preparing for this day for a long time. His resolve was quite unshakable. She knew her words would have no effect. Rather than antagonizing him and earn his ire, she decided to give him her blessings. 6 years had passed since the kidnapping incident. Rui was now 13 years old. The time for the martial arts entrance exam had come. It was quite unnerving to Rui, even though he had been mentally preparing himself for this day for a long time. No, it was because he'd been preparing for this day for a long time that he was nervous. He breathed deeply, trying to calm his racing heart down as he prepared his pouch with some basic essentials. "Let me travel with you there, Rui," Julian smiled. He had managed to graduate from the Kandrian Institute of Sciences and was accepted into the institute as an apprentice scholar under a prestigious scholar in the Research and Development Department. Lashara hugged him one last time and kissed him on the head. "Be safe, don't push yourself too far, okay?" she told him. A tinge of anxiety rippled across her face. "Yeah, don't worry, Mom, I'll be fine." After receiving well wishes from the whole of the Quarrier orphanage, he bid them farewell and set out with Julian on a rickshaw. Nervous, surprisingly not as much as just a while ago. Being supported by my family puts me at ease, even though the significance or difficulty of the exam hasn't changed at all. I'm glad to hear that. Julian smiled. "I'm going to be honest with you. I truly never did expect that your drive to become a martial artist would be this strong." Rui didn't know how to respond. Children undergo a lot of phases as they grow. This is universally true for almost everybody. I say almost true because I've only ever come across one exception. Julian turned to Rui with scrutinizing eyes. Born with hitherto unheard of prodigious genius-level intelligence, having mastered 2 languages, mathematics and sciences at an extraordinarily young age, yet you've never changed at all, Rui. Julian continued. "It's pretty absurd. Your temperament was also unchanging and mature well beyond your age. Your cognitive capabilities only grew exponentially sharper as you grew older." Rui knew what he was talking about. A human being's brain stopped developing at the age of 25. This was the age at which their cognitive capabilities reached a peak. Rui, however, inherited the cognitive capabilities of his previous brain, stacked on top of the growing cognition of his adolescent brain. It was as if he possessed the sum of the IQs of both John Falcon and Rui Quarrier. This was one of the biggest advantages of being reborn with your mind intact. His already grown mind received the advantage of growing even more for a second time. All of this data points to the conclusion that you're an adult in a child's body. Julian continued. Rui turned his head and met his gaze before smirking. "You don't actually believe that, do you?" "No." Julian shrugged, smiling. "It's not impossible, nothing is, but it's too absurd." Heh. Inwardly Rui sweating. He had no idea why he was reincarnated, though he suspected there was a reason behind it. He was pretty scared that his secret would come out when Julian began talking about Rui. To think that this guy had been scrutinizing and analyzing Rui for the past 13 years and correctly hypothesized the actual truth, as expected of an actual genius. They bantered for a long time until the rickshaw had reached its destination. "Well then, good luck, Rui. I'll be heading to the KIS from here. One last thing." Rui turned to face Julian as he got off. "Even if you were someone else reborn in a child's body, I would still love you as my brother." Julian smiled warmly. "Go on, Rui, fulfill your dream." Rui smiled back. "I sure as hell will." And with that, the 2 brothers split paths. Rui turned to face the mansion branch of the Kandrian Martial Academy. There were many rickshaws and even many chariots littered outside the academy. There were many thousands of adolescent boys, and even a decent proportion of girls accumulating inside the gigantic facility. Gigantic was an understatement. The only reason he wasn't too shocked was because he had demanded to see the academy at least once before. Still, it was an incredible sight. Just the mere sight of it forcefully inspired ambition from within one's heart. This is it. The Kandrian Martial Academy was a multi-section set of facilities that revolved around one primary facility that served as the main facility for training. It was fortified by a huge wall made from stones and cement that circled around the academy for many kilometers on end. The sheer prestige of this academy alone drove more than 1 million aspiring martial artists to apply for the entrance exam. As Rui entered the academy, having passed the huge gates after showing his ID to the gate security, he took a good look at the competitors, who were heading towards the designated exam center. "They're almost all older than me," Rui noted. "Most of the adolescents taking the exam seem to be 16 and above. I guess it's somewhat rare for a 13-year-old to participate," Rui said as he received a numbered tag upon reaching the facility, serving as his applicant ID. The exam center was even bigger than one would think from afar. Within the facility was a huge crowd of applicants. The mood was tense, although there were martial artists serving as assistant invigilators to prevent the outbreak of violence. Just standing in the room with thousands of others put faint pressure on Rui. A cursory glance at the crowd revealed a lot of information about his competition. Most of them have trained their body, though not as much as I have. Yet a lot of them are inherently physically superior to I am. I'm only making up for a lack of talent compared to the strongest applicants. The age gap definitely favors them significantly too. Rui smiled. "Not that I give a fuck. I'm going to crack this exam no matter what." Just then, a strong, loud voice echoed across the facility from atop the stage near the opposite end of the room to the entrance. "Welcome to the 106th annual entrance exam of the Martial Academy." A man who looked to be in his 50s spoke. He had a long salt and pepper beard and a bald head. He wore luxurious robes over a simple martial art uniform that spoke to his position within the academy. The most distinctive feature about him was the most intangible one: the weight of his presence. Rui could feel it. Every single applicant could feel it. They all even realized they experienced the same pressure when everyone began stiffening up or showing other signs of anxiety, fear, and discomfort. "He's not even doing anything special." Rui smiled nervously as he began sweating. He just gave the most generic and simple welcome. "I am Master Aronian, a martial master and the headmaster of the Kandrian Martial Academy. I will also be serving as your head examiner and invigilator." He continued, ignoring the applicant's reactions. "So this is a martial master. Incredible. This is fucking amazing." Rui grew more and more excited. How could he not? The man was more hundreds of meters away, and his lungs were powerful enough to talk loudly enough without any aid. He was that far away, yet his presence alone was so heavy that Rui felt as if he was staring a bloodthirsty, man-eating tiger in the eyes point blank. He could kill us all in under a second if he wanted. Rui's instincts told him. The exam will have 3 rounds. Each of the 3 rounds will require you to complete 1 or more tasks. The exact conditions and stipulations of passing and failure may be left to the discretion of the individual invigilators evaluating your performance for the 3rd round particularly. The 1st round and 2nd round, however, are objective. So the criteria for passing the 3rd round is not objective. That may make things tricky. Different invigilators may measure your capabilities differently, but why is the 1st and 2nd round different? We will begin the 1st round shortly. Master Aronian said, raising his hand. Immediately, thousands of martial artists entered the facility and got onto the stage with boxes, followed by 100 distinguished-looking martial artists. They have a heavy presence, though not as severe as that of Master Aronian. Martial seniors maybe. It makes sense. Master Aronian isn't going to administer the test personally. We applicants are not worth his time. Once the 100 seniors had finished spreading out on the gigantic stage, and their assistants finished setting up a simple-looking table with boxes behind them and railing leading down the steps from them, Master Aronian continued. The test will now begin. Within each of the large boxes placed on the table are the passes for the 2nd round of the exam. Your objective is very simple. You must walk over to the martial senior standing in front of each box, shake their hand, and request them for a pass, all rapidly within 10 seconds. Master Aronian paused for a second, indulging himself in a smile. Those who can complete the aforementioned objective will receive a pass to the 2nd round. Those who cannot will irrevocably fail the 1st round as well as the exam altogether. Good luck. He walked away, having completed his duty. Rui was gobsmacked. He could sense that each and every single applicant save a small minority were just as confused as he was. He, like a lot of others, decided to wait it out and see what happened. There was obviously more to this than met the eye. Rui watched with great scrutiny as the first applicant walked up the stairs to the stage through the railings, but just as he reached the stage, he froze. Why did he stop? Rui glanced at the martial senior that the applicant was facing before realizing what had happened. Bloodlust. Rui sensed the emotion the powerful senior was practically radiating. In fact, all the seniors had begun doing just that. The applicants at the front of the queue had frozen in fear, unable to approach the martial senior. 10 seconds later, the martial squires assisting the martial senior began declaring applicants' failures. Applicant 504 failed. Applicant 10,756 failed. Applicant 65,784 failed. Applicant 45,786 failed. Applicant 37 failed. I see. I get it now. Rui realized. The 1st round was a test of fortitude and resolve. Martial seniors were exploiting evolutionary neurology and psychology to evaluate the applicants. All sentient life had evolved to evaluate danger, risks, and threat. This was an evolutionary psychogenetic trait that allowed for species in ecosystems to survive. It was a well-documented phenomenon of evolutionary biology in his previous life. This included even the smallest of animals like insects to the most powerful of dragons and phoenixes that existed in this world. All of them were able to evaluate danger subconsciously from observation and intuition. Based on how high the danger was evaluated to be subconsciously, their minds would experience a proportional amount of fear. The 1st round of the exam utilized this neuropsychological phenomenon in testing the applicants. The seniors were not literally radiating some magical energy field that induced fear. They were merely exploiting the candidate's instinctual, subconscious danger evaluation to induce crippling fear in the applicants. This was a piece of cake for the martial seniors, considering the applicants were basically kids. In fact, they even held back their bloodlust and didn't seem to go overboard. They needed to see how far each applicant could be pushed. Specifically, they're testing our resolve and our determination. 1 million applicants applied every year. Each of them was driven by different motivations: glory, money, prestige, ambition, power, duty, etc. The first round tested the strength of the applicant's determination to become a martial artist. The martial journey was an incredibly arduous and dangerous journey. If the applicants could not overcome this simple obstacle, they were wholly unfit to become martial artists. They would fail to reach even the martial squire stage. This test, I've undergone this test before, Rui remembered. The kidnapping incident was somewhat similar to this test, and he failed that test miserably. He'd sworn he never would fail ever again. This time for sure. Applicant 11,234 Kana Rankar, pass, Rui heard as he took a good look at the first applicant to pass the test and head out the exit with a pass. To his surprise, the kid was short, about as short as him. Whoa, to think a kid my age would pass this test, Rui noted, impressed. He decided to wait his turn until the queue shortened and most of the applicants failed. To think the first round alone would be this cutthroat, Rui mused. Though it was to be expected to some degree. More than 1 million applicants applied to the entrance exam every year on average. There were only 16 institutes with what should be around a carrying and training capacity of no more than 1,000 or 2 each. If the already existing students were factored in, that would yield an acceptance rate of around 1%, meaning the 3 rounds of the exam had to somehow whittle away 99% of all applicants. With that stipulation in mind, this brutal filtering made a lot of sense. That also means that each martial artist was effectively the most talented as well as the most determined and resolved of their generation. Rui's respect and admiration for martial artists went up. He quietly observed the ongoing ordeal for quite a while, specifically observing those who passed the test. He was quite a distance, so he wasn't able to discern their characteristics, but in general they had an air of solidity in them. They were people who had enough determination to overcome their primal fear of death. The question is whether I'll join them or not, Rui wondered. Yet for some strange reason, he wasn't as nervous as he was when he'd woken up that morning. Weird, I was nervous back at the orphanage, but I feel serene now. Shouldn't it be the other way around? The first round will be ending soon. We urge those who haven't attempted the round yet to do so before the time limit ends. You will not be allowed to appear for the round once the time is up. That prompted Rui forward. He saw multiple empty queues as all the riff-raff left with deflated spirits. Maybe it's because I know. He walked forward nonchalantly, climbing the stairs step by step, maintaining eye contact with the senior who would be evaluating his performance. Once he reached the top of the stairs, he stopped. He felt as if the air was prickling his skin, urging him to stop. He felt as if the ground had begun to incline upwards, denying him entry. He felt as if the world itself barricaded his path forward while instinctual fear shackled him back. What a horrifying feeling. So this is the bloodlust of a senior. It's millions, if not billions of times scarier than the man who nearly choked me to death. He looked down at his quivering fingers. It was almost as if his body had begun fearing it of its own volition. He clenched his fists as if to forcefully imbue courage in them before walking forward at a steady pace. Maybe it's because I know, he reached the senior, that this isn't enough to curb me. He glared at the senior with defiance, even as his jaw clattered. His legs felt like they were turning to jelly. His limbs felt like an electric current ran through them. But he pushed forward, going so far as to crush his tongue to combat the fear. I will become a martial artist. Before bowing to show respect, defiance could be tolerated, but disrespect would not. Rising back up, he calmed down as his expression returned to neutral. Senior, may I have a pass to the second round? The man stared deeply into Rui's pitch-black eyes before breaking into a smile. Of course, he acquiesced, handing Rui a piece of paper that, written on it, was a declaration of his right to appear for the second round of the 106th Kandrian Martial Academy entrance exam. Applicant 30,947 Rui Quarrier, pass. With that, Rui made his way to the exit at the end of the stage, heading down the path indicated by signs until he reached a facility. Within it, of course, were the applicants who passed the first round. There's still like a few thousand of them, Rui inwardly tutted. He'd hoped there would be fewer, resulting in lesser competition. He knew that the real competition would start from here. All the people who made it to the second round were built different from the wannabes. Everyone in the room eyed each other, knowing exactly this. Rui drew a fair bit of attention himself because of his youth and his pitch-black hair and eyes, though he didn't care too much. It was something he had long grown used to. The training room they were in was rather strange. It was basically a giant hemisphere. There were also several panels located all across the hemisphere, as if they were meant to serve as hatches from which things could be dropped into the training facility. That's eerie. The training hall confused him because he couldn't understand why it had such strange architecture. It couldn't be easy to engineer and construct a facility with such a strange shape. It was also rather inconvenient in a variety of ways, since it covered a lot of area on the ground, but the net volume PF the building was rather low in comparison to other conventional multi-story buildings. So why on earth would the Academy bother going out of its way to construct something of this sort? It probably has something to with the exam, Rui suspected, though he wasn't entirely sure. If this was the case, though, there were multiple possible reasons for architecture he could come up with. Suddenly, Rui felt a familiar pressure interrupting his thoughts. He knew who it was before even confirming with his own eyes. Congratulations on passing the first round of the entrance exam, Master Aronian said, walking towards the applicants. The fact that you stand here before me is proof that within each one of you lies a burning desire to become a martial artist, yet that is not enough. Will cannot alter your fate all by itself. It needs power. You need power. The only question I have for each one of you is, his eyes sharpened, do you have power? His tone weighed on them. The answer to that question would decide the outcome of the exam. The second round will soon begin. Even as he said that, Rui could see assistants bringing out thousands of boxes. Something to do with the second round, no doubt. Rui noted as they finished bringing everything they needed seemingly. Your performance in the second round will be graded by points. Master Aronian continued. Those of you whose number of points are lower than that of the average will fail this round. As for the actual test itself, all of you will be locked in this training hall with bouncing slimes. Bouncing slimes are a species of slimes that hunt animals, humans included, in dungeons by slamming into them repeatedly by bouncing in enclosed spaces. These slimes will be released in here with all of you, and they will hunt to kill you. Blocking or parrying a slime while incurring minimal damage will earn you 1 point, dodging a slime will earn you 2 points, and killing a slime will earn you 5 points. This is not what I expected. I pictured a more straightforward testing of physical and performative attributes. There's more important information and rules, so please pay attention. Firstly, the number of slimes in the training room at any point in time will be maintained at 100. That's a fuck ton. Secondly, you are prohibited from entering a 2-meter radius of your fellow applicants. Every violation of this rule will cost you 5 points. Makes sense, it prohibits uncontrolled violence between the applicants. Thirdly, you will be required to wear a special weighted suit at all times. Master Aronian explained as the assistants took out said suits from the boxes and began offering them to the applicants. These suits are quite heavy and will strain and hinder your body, allowing us to evaluate your capability more objectively. The weight in these suits come from an extremely dense and heavy liquid present in the outer layer of the suit. You will not be allowed to remove these suits during the exam, Master Aronian warned. Wait, so we have to block and dodge 100 bouncing slimes that hunt humans while wearing these heavy suits? Rui was stunned. Yet even as fear crept into his heart, a nervous smile broke onto his face. Fourthly, you may not be within 10 meters of the walls of this exam center. Tusk, that kills an obvious strategy. And the final and most important rule, once the second round begins, it will stop only after the first applicant among you dies. All the applicants in the room froze, Rui included. Master Aronian just increased the stakes. Even though the probability of them being the one to die was low, just knowing that one of them would inevitably die made the air macabre. All of you will be required to sign a consent form in order to appear for this round and the next. You will be unable to withdraw from the exam once it has begun, so please make up your minds carefully. Good luck. The second round will begin in half an hour, so this is why the exam is known to kill a few applicants every year, Rui realized. This year, at least 16 applicants will die because each of the 16 branches of the Kandrian Martial Academy is holding the exam. I'm going to have to give this round my absolute best. As Rui put on his suit, he noted how strange the fabric was. Extremely elastic, yet it doesn't exert a high restorative spring force despite large amounts of strain in its thickness. I don't think even Earth had such a remarkable material. Every substance had something called a Young's modulus. It was a property that described how much stress was needed to strain a certain material or substance. The suits that were provided had an exceptionally low modulus, allowing to be stretched with great ease. After he and many other applicants put the suit on, one of the assistant invigilators inserted something into the suit from an opening in the back that instantly added great weight to the suit, while simultaneously began shifting its center of mass. The drastic shifts in center of mass and gravity made both Rui and most other contestants fall, losing their balance. I see. This isn't just meant to hinder our movements, it's meant to hinder our balance as well. Master Aronian had mentioned that the extra weight came from an extremely dense liquid in the outer layer of the suit. Liquids did not have a defined shape, allowing them to flow within the suit every time Rui tilted it. Furthermore, Rui's movements were hindered by the inertia of the liquid, reducing his agility. This is no joke. This will be quite difficult to handle. Rui gritted. His balance wasn't bad, but with a dense liquid flowing around inside the suit, he had a hard time getting his bearing. He spent the remaining 20 minutes testing how much the suit hindered his movements. It deviates my movements roughly 20%. Looking around, he noticed that the other applicants didn't have an easy time adapting to the suit. most of them had to perform every movement with caution. It seems they're doing their best to get used to its feel as quickly as possible before the exam begins. How crude, he tutted. Rui had already prepared a set of tactics to make the most efficient use of his body under the current circumstances. He'd made use of the rotational and fluid dynamics he'd learnt thoroughly in his last life. Because of the extra torque caused by uneven distribution of the liquid every time I bend, I need to reduce the degree to which I tilt or bend my body. I've already determined that my legs can't handle full body motions due to the pre-existing torque of my body. In addition to the extra torque caused by the liquid, I need to reduce the net torque acting on my body by ensuring I don't tilt or bend as much as I normally do. Doing this will keep the balance and distribution of liquid in the suit even and uniform. This was a very fancy and technical way of saying, I'll trip if I bend too much, so I should stay steady. This might sound like common sense, but the difference was that Rui had determined at exactly what angle of tilting and bending did the torque become too much. Due to his physics background, he could clearly estimate and extrapolate whether or not a certain maneuver was safe and what the likelihood of losing his balance was. I'm not talented. I wasn't born with great strength, speed, or durability, or exceptional balance and flexibility or body-eye coordination, but I have the wealth of knowledge of a lifetime and a mind growing past its ordinary limits. I won't succumb to this challenge. The assistant invigilators quickly vacated the room, leaving the applicants alone. All of them had been informed the exam would begin the moment the doors shut closed. They'd maintained several meters distance from each other with their guards up and their alertness at max, eyeing the gigantic dome ceilings and its many closed hatches. The tension was palpable. Everyone knew that the carelessness could end up meaning a slow and painful death. With the doors closed, they could rely on nobody but themselves to survive and pass this round. Suddenly, a squeaking sound shook everyone as they directed their gaze to its source. The hatch at the top of the dome in the center had opened, yet nothing came out. This is unnerving. I'd rather they just begin, Rui complained. A transparent blob appeared through the hole. Hear it come. His thoughts were interrupted as 99 other hatches opened simultaneously, and a bouncing slime appeared out of each one of them. Oh fuck me, it was difficult to fully appreciate the difficulty of tasks you've never attempted. Only after the 100 bouncing slimes appeared did Rui understand the gravity of the second round. Yet despite all that, he had the audacity to smile. No, not just smile, but grin like a madman. All 100 bouncing slimes dashed off towards the unwitting applicants, and what followed was the most chaotic experience Rui has ever undergone. Bouncing slimes doing as promised bouncing, and applicants doing as expected getting bounced at. Rui had already been hit multiple times. Damn, this fucking hurts. Rui cursed a slime rammed into his ribs. They were as large as soccer balls, meaning their force somewhat concentrated. He shook it off and concentrated. He had already made several plans. He just wanted as few of his competitors to catch on. The biggest obstacle here is the fact that the attacks are omnidirectional. They can come from anywhere. With our limited field of vision, it is impossible to see them all. In that case, he turned to the closest applicant to him, who was also 13. This was by no accident. Rui had already known that the AoE nature of the ordeal would make it difficult to avoid getting hit. He had decided to team up with an applicant and watch each other's backs and call every attack heading their way that they saw. He intentionally chose to be near a young applicant like himself. The odds of them agreeing to team up was much higher with a younger applicant, who would also be disadvantaged against older applicants. But before he could say a word to the applicant, he spoke to Rui of his own volition. Hey, wanna team up? Rui was taken aback. Not bad. The fact that he was able to realize the merits in this alone means he's worth teaming up with. Rui nodded before they both faced their backs to each other, and the effect was noticeable quickly. Although they didn't dodge all the attacks from their blind spots, they did so at a higher rate than when they were relying on themselves. Still, Rui was getting hit more often than he didn't. Thank God getting hit doesn't give you negative points, otherwise probably not a single person here would score above 0. But this isn't enough. Right now, his performance wasn't really exceptional compared to the others. He needed to ensure he passed this round. In order to that, he needed to dodge more. Though he didn't have a concrete plan yet, he had already made several astute observations. I had only suspected it initially, but these slimes cannot seem to control their trajectories. Their trajectories were too random and inefficient. They really did bounce around like a non-living super bouncy ball. Specifically, their bounces obey the laws of motion and reflection far too much. This implies that the only thing determining their trajectories are the initial launch and the laws of physics. If they were manipulating their directions, their bouncing would most certainly not be consistent with kinematical predictions of their trajectories. Rui grinned. It's one thing if they could control their motion after the initial launch, but if their trajectories are driven by physics, then they can be predicted it. Of course, this was not a perfect solution. First of all, predicting all the slimes was absolutely impossible. He couldn't even see more than half of them because the rest was in his blind spot. Furthermore, predicting a large number of slimes, even if not all, required an extreme amount of focus, which would almost certainly tire him out. He wasn't sure he would be able to predict the ones he could clearly see, but he had to try. Don't react after they bounce in your direction. React before they bounce. The laws of reflection are extremely simple. The reflected trajectory and incident trajectory will be in the same plane, and the angle of incidence will be equal to the angle of reflection. It's extremely simple to verify whether or not a ball will bounce in your direction. The problem is the number. I need to maintain realistic goal. I can forget about those in my periphery vision, but I should be able to manage the balls in my primary parafoval vision. He decided to ignore the slimes in the extremes of his vision, clenching his body and protecting the sides of his head with his hands, focusing only on the slimes he could clearly see. But unlike the other applicants, he wasn't looking at the balls that had already bounced off the dome ceiling. He was looking at the ones that had yet to, quickly confirming or denying their future trajectories. He also reduced his movements to a minimum to make his task of observation easier. Suddenly, Duck Rui warned his partner. His partner crouched, but the slime came a split second later than he had expected. He was surprised Rui had managed to give him such an early warning. The same thing happened over and over, until he realized Rui hadn't fallen down or grimaced in pain in the past 20 minutes. He was dodging all the slimes from that came from the front and back, while permanently using his arms as shields to minimize damage from attacks from the side. Interesting, his physical capability doesn't seem to be too high, but he's dodging them almost as good as I am. Furthermore, that hair and eyes of his, could he also be a genius? The boy wondered. An hour and 12 minutes had passed since the second round had begun. Rui had grown more and more comfortable in his task of dodging, although it was still very taxing on him. The delays in reaction time, wastage in movements had decreased, albeit not by much. The real problem was no longer how to dodge, but how long he could dodge. His stamina had been well honed in the past 13 years, but ultimately he was 13 years old. His body was not blessed with great amounts of energy, and there was a limit to how much he could have trained as a prepubescent child, and a limit to the impact that the training would have prior to puberty. Huff huff. He wiped sweat from his forehead. He was sweating so much that it was starting to hinder his vision. Can you keep going? His partner asked nonchalantly. Tusk, this brat. How on earth is he not tired? Furthermore, he rarely gets hit. He calls out slimes impeccably. He's accomplishing this through sheer field of vision, agility, reflexes, and crazy maneuvering. This kid is a fucking genius. Are you rubbing your stamina in my face? Rui barely managed to spit out a retort, narrowly avoiding a slime. Heth, maybe. Duck, he warned. Unfortunately, Rui couldn't do so in time, and the slime grazed his shoulder. Fuck, he grimaced. Yet the worst part is that the hit had diverted his attention, preventing him from reacting in time to another slime that was about to hit his head. He braced himself, waiting for the impact. And he waited, yet it never came. Opening his eyes only revealed a martial squire standing in front of him, the slime nowhere to be seen. He protected me, but why? He wondered, dazed. Wait, is the exam. He knitted his eyebrows. Looking around, he saw a similar sight in all directions. The martial artists had intervened with their remarkable physical prowess. The second round is now complete. Your results will be tallied and ranked within an hour. Master Aronian's voice echoed through the facility. That means someone just died. Rui searched the facility before his eyes caught the sight of a young boy's corpse being covered and carried away. Sigh, that could have been me, he thought before dismissing the thought. In the meantime, the assistant invigilators will provide you with stamina, nutritional and healing potions, and any other medical aid you may need. The third round will begin only after the results of the second round are published. Master Aronian continued, rattling of a few more instructions. You okay? Rui's partner walked over to him, giving him a hand. I'm Kane, by the way, Kane Arankar. Rui Quarrier. Rui replied nonchalantly. Kane threw him an odd, curious look, something on my face. Rui raised an eyebrow. Well, that's just not the reaction I get when I tell people my name. It's a bit refreshing, actually. Kane chuckled wryly. You're from a famous family. Yeah, my dad is a martial sage, and my family has produced many renowned martial sages and masters in the past. That sounds cool. No wonder you aced the exam. You're practically born to be a martial artist. Rui complimented, only to receive melancholic, helpless sigh in response. He could tell he'd touched a nerve, but he wasn't sure what. I think you're pretty good too. They chatted lightly as they consumed several potions that healed their wounds and bruises while restoring their stamina. Rui had never actually consumed a potion in his life, though he had long learned of them. Potions were not something that the lower economic classes could afford, especially not an orphanage trying to fund itself. He'd never had the opportunity to try one. What surprised him the most was that potions were merely stored in liquid form. In order to be effectively consumed, they needed to be inhaled. That makes sense. I guess it's just a little counterintuitive to me since potions in fiction are always drunk. However, it would be impossible for potions that are drunk to be effective immediately, of course. Digestion is a long process. Whereas compounds directly inhaled reach cells extremely quickly because they're diffused into blood that carries them to every cell in the body, allowing them to be effective immediately. Furthermore, potions being drunk would be subjected to a number of chemical reactions that cannot be predicted, controlled, and accounted for. It's a poorly constrained means of administration of a complex compound, especially if organic in nature. Interesting, I wonder how these potions work. Did they have such high technology that they had synthesized nanobots that could enter the blood through the airway, allowing it to perform all kinds of operations on the entirety of the human body on a cellular level? It was practically impossible. Nanotechnology was the absolute pinnacle of material science and engineering. How could a world have mastered such technology when they hadn't even discovered electricity? Their scientific progression is low, and their engineering clearly leaves much to be desired, yet they can do things that even cutting-edge tech from Earth can't. This indicates that their technical prowess and understanding of this world isn't high. However, what is special is the world itself. The capabilities of their technology comes from the supernatural but powerful resources that can be obtained, the powerful flora, fauna, and the bizarre nature of this world. This explains the oddities I've noticed throughout my second life. The lighting technology that relies on plants that glow, the communication technology that relies on supernatural creatures and phenomena, the remarkably intricate architecture and engineering that no doubt relies on something similar, and the medical technology that relies on a vast variety of supernatural phenomena and life forms. Most fascinating indeed. Kane noticed Rui's engrossed interest in the potions they were delivered. "Have you never consumed a potion before?" he asked, tilting his head with a surprised expression. "Yes, this is my first time. It's fascinating. How come you've never had a potion before?" he continued, confusion creeping into his expression. Rui turned his head, throwing him a puzzled glance. "I thought he was intelligent based on how quickly he decided to team up, but is this kid actually an airhead? Because they cost 3 silvers. And Rui looked at him with disbelief. "And I can't afford to spend that much money on a product that can only be used once." O'Kane responded, feeling embarrassed and even guilty. He was used to drinking several potions of several kinds provided to him every day. He wasn't even making fun of me. He just seems to be so rich he has no frame of reference what normal looks like. This kid must come from serious money. Rui sighed. He decided to ignore it, continuing to banter with the kid. Just then, the assistant invigilators had appeared pushing a tall rolling board with a sheet of paper. "It's here." The results of the second round, Rui tensed. The results had arrived, and immediately a crowd had formed around the board. Fortunately, the notice board tall and the rankings were boldened so that the crowd would not be able to block others from reading them. Rui and Kane had already gone closer to get a better look, so the results are ranked in ascending order of points, those with the highest points at the top. Each ranking has name, ID, points, and whether they passed or failed, Rui noted. The board had also mentioned the average number of points per applicant, which in this case was 347 points. He began searching for his name rigorously. There were thousands of names, so this would take a while. The problem was he was reaching the end of the passed section. He still hadn't found his name. "Damn it, hey, found your name. You passed," Kane told him. Rui jerked. "Where is it?" "Whoa, chill, it's right there, see?" Kane pointed towards at the top of the first section. "See, you got ranked 9th, he told Rui blankly. Rui stood there gaping as he beheld his ranking. He thought Kane was trolling him when he said 9th, but unless his eyes were also trolling him, it was the truth. "What?" he mumbled in disbelief. He'd scored 706 points, putting him above 99% of his competitors. But how? Rui was confused. Even after he teamed up with Kane, and even after he applied his tactics, he still got hit more than half the time. Less than 50% was generally a horrible score according to his academic sensibilities, but apparently the exam was so difficult for everybody that even this low score was quite remarkable. Rui sighed, trying to rein in his shock. "Hey man, don't feel bad, 9th isn't a bad rank." Kane comforted him with him consoling smile. "Cheer up, okay." Rui stared at him with a slack jaw. "This kid, what's your rank?" Rui took the precaution of asking before he decided how to retort. 4th. Kane replied with a relieved tone. Rui threw him a shocked look before quickly verifying his rank. "Amazing, this kid is something special, all right. But why don't you look happier, though? Father said that if I didn't get into the top 5, my playtime would be replaced with more training, so I just barely made the cut." He replied with a tinge of relief and defiance. "Seems being part of a famous martial family comes with its own fair share of tribulations. I trained out of my own free will." How could someone force a child to train so rigorously? Rui wondered. Another thing he noted was that Kane implied his father already knew what the test was, as well as about the evaluation method and passing criteria. "I see. Sounds rough," Rui offered. "It's a pain in the ass." Rui turned back to the board once more. From what he could see, roughly 60 to 70% of the applicants had failed. All around him, applicants seemed to be either relieved or disappointed. Large droves of applicants exited the facility until a much smaller population remained, having their wounds tended to or simply waiting for the third and final round. Rui glanced around at those who had passed and remained in the facility. These applicants were both determined and resolved enough to pass the first round, as well as talented and skillful enough to pass the second round. These guys are the real deal. They possess both the drive and qualifications to become martial artists. Everyone in the room could sense that too. Each one of them could see that everybody else was not ordinary. Rui once more drew eyes towards him than usual, not just because of his odd hair and eyes, but more so due to his ID, which belonged to the top 10. There were many who had looked for those applicants that managed to get into the top 10. After all, depending on what the third round ended up being, it could be of great help remembering the most dangerous applicants in here. Congratulations on passing the second round of the martial entrance exam. Before I divulge details of the third round, each of you will be provided with a badge with your score from the second round. You may not cover or store the badge. The third round is similar to the second round in that your objective is to obtain as many points as possible. The means by which you acquire points, however, will be different. It's very simple. The number of points you possess by the end of the round will be equal to the sum of the points of all badges in your possession. A spark of understanding flashed through the applicants. You may accumulate points by obtaining the badges of your fellow applicants through any means whatsoever. Once again, your goal is to accumulate points. Only half of you will pass the exam. You will be evaluated on your performance. So basically, the final round will be a battle royale. Rui quickly realized this was bad for him. The people who scored the highest will become the biggest targets, obviously. They're the ones with badges of the highest score. Among the top 10, I'm almost certainly the weakest in actual combat. I have no formal training in martial art whatsoever. My experience in combat is negligible. My physical prowess is inferior to all other applicants, Kane included. The only combat training Rui had done in the past 3 years was basic kickboxing practice. For punching and jabbing, he would put himself through standard boxing training from earth bag work, slip bad, pad work, etc. These were common boxing training exercises. Of course, he didn't have actual equipment. He had to be a little clever and resourceful. He'd used rice bags and place bag equipment, cloth-wrapped think planks of wood nailed to trees, etc. But he did this only so that he could familiar himself with the sensation of striking. It was by no means actual experience or even substitute for sparring. This is going to be genuinely rough. I'm going to become a complete target. I can forget about trying to get other applicants' badges. I don't need them anyway with my high score. I need to everything I can to ensure that my badge doesn't get stolen. Rui could already feel the attention of his competitors on him. Man, they're gonna come after us, Kane said nonchalantly. Rui had forgotten about his acquaintance. He had been too absorbed in the imminent ordeal awaiting him. Kane was also his age, furthermore. He had more points than Rui, so he was a more attractive target, but having more points meant he would be harder to beat. Ultimately, both their young ages meant they would be more alluring as targets. You sound confident, Rui noted. Yeah, the low rankers should be easy enough, but the high rankers are strong. I don't know if I can take their badges easily. The fact that that was what was on his mind means he's not worried about losing his badge at all. Rui sighed helplessly. He wasn't as confident as Kane. His lack of experience was not something that could be overcome easily. The most important rule of the third round is that the round will end when half the number of applicants lose a badge. With that, the explanation of the third round is over. We will begin the third round soon. Good luck. Rui narrowed his eyes. That rule is good and bad news. The bad news is that my attackers will be more aggressive now that there is a limit to the number of times a badge can be stolen. The good news is that I just need to hold out until the half the applicants lose a badge, which will likely happen quicker because I probably will last longer than the lower-ranked applicants, Rui concluded. My attackers will probably be mid or low-ranked applicants. The higher-ranked applicants have no need to target each other at all. Retaining their high scores alone will ensure they pass the exam. If they do bother stealing badges, they will likely target low-mid rankers who they will easily be able to defeat. Rui continued analyzing. Another important thing to note is that the fact that the goal is retain and obtain badges means that physical prowess isn't the only variable. Everyone has blind spots, regardless of how strong you are, and how strongly the badge seems to stick to your body. You could lose it simply by being a little careless. Kane nonchalantly hummed as Rui furiously evaluated his predicament and what course of action he ought to take. What makes you so confident you'll be able to retain your badge by the end? Rui asked. That's because I'm already a martial apprentice, Kane responded. To think this guy is already a martial artist. No wonder he managed to secure rank 4 despite being much younger than the top 3 rankers. I don't compare to him. What exactly does it mean to be a martial apprentice? Rui asked out of curiosity. Well, Dad said a martial apprentice is someone who has mastered the foundations of the fields of martial arts and discovered their martial path and manifested their soul. Fields, martial path, manifesting the soul, Rui asked, confused. Fields are like the fundamental different aspects of martial arts: offense, defense, supplementary, and maneuvering. These are the four primary fields that every single martial art must possess. Without offense, you can never win. Without defense, you will always lose. And without maneuvering and supplementation, you will not be able to use offense and defense in harmony. All martial arts need varying degrees of all four, no matter how little. And the martial path is basically the journey of cultivating and creating your own martial art. Wait, what do you mean by your own martial art? Rui inquired, puzzled. Kane threw him a confused look at that question. Literally that your own martial art. Wait, you're telling me every martial artist has their own martial art that no other martial artist in the world has? Kane nodded in response. Yep, Father said that martial art is a reflection of people's very core, their very souls. Since every single human being in the world is different, every single person will end up having a unique martial art. That's also what I meant by manifesting the soul. It means you've discovered your martial art. It's a metaphorical thing my father kept telling me. It's a pretty confusing way of saying it if you ask me. Kane shrugged. This was shocking to Rui. The notion that martial art was entirely personal and subjective and unique to every single martial artist was shocking. On Earth, there were a small number of martial arts that people learnt and combined, but to think that on Gia, every single martial artist developed their own unique martial art was shocking, and also incredibly exciting. Rui fell in love with the concept of personal unique martial art that were metaphorical manifestations of one's soul. It was just so romantic. I wonder how my martial art will end up looking. A manifestation of my soul, eh? I've always enjoyed all martial arts on Earth. They were all fun and interesting, putting aside their effectivity. I also enjoy striking and grappling combat equally. I can't really picture how my martial art will end up looking. So what is your martial art like thus far? Rui asked curiously. I only reached the martial apprentice stage a little over a year ago, so I haven't developed it too much, but it will end up being a maneuvering-centric martial art. I see. So that's why you were avoiding the bouncing slimes that well. Kane nodded in response. Just before Rui could continue asking more questions, Master Aronian declared the third round begun. The third round will begin the moment the doors shut close after I exit the facility. Good luck. The moment he said, the applicants immediately put distance between each other and took a stance, waiting for the round to begin. And with that, Master Aronian sauntered out of the room with lavish dignity, and as soon as the door shut close, chaos wreaked havoc. This is the final round. I'll hold on to this badge, even if it kills me. Rui and Kane leapt back as several applicants immediately began targeting them. Tusk fucking scavengers. Rui cursed still, he wasn't able to suppress a grin. This was the first time he would be fighting. The first one to throw a punch looked to be around 15 years old male. His form was terrible and his strike was practically telegraphed. Rui managed to dodge it while throwing a strike to his opponent's nose, aiming his middle knuckle at the tip. Thwack Tusk, it was slightly off target. But it was close enough. The nose was a particularly vulnerable spot. Getting struck there extremely hard caused pain and disorientation. Rui was resolved to land another strike while his opponent had openings. He threw a fully winded kick straight to his opponent's testicles, leaving him in agonizing pain. Rui, on the other hand, was ecstatic. Yes, my first combat victory, he celebrated before. Bam! A powerful kick assailed him from the side, slamming into his arm. Arg! The ambusher rushed forward to grab his badge, when suddenly... Not so quickly. Kane intercepted with a high kick that landed precisely on the applicant's chin, cleanly knocking him out. You okay? He asked Rui, helping him up. Yeah, Rui groaned. Tusk, I was too careless. I need to be more alert. I would have lost my badge if not for Kane. Rui scolded himself. I know, it's just that it would be a shame if you didn't enter the academy. It hasn't been long, but you're fun to spend time with. He threw Rui an awkward smile. Rui snorted mirthfully in response. I owe you one, don't worry about it, but don't get the wrong idea though. I can't help you much. Back then I was in a really sweet spot to knock him out, so it was easy. But this round will be hard. I can protect myself, but not you. Yeah, I know. I did not join this exam hoping someone would protect me. Rui steeled his gaze at the applicants that had begun to approach them. Their goal is my badge, but they need to reach within arm's length in order to take it. The key is to not let them get that close to me. I'll need to rely on kicks, Rui decided. It was also a conclusion that Kane himself came to. Rui had absolutely no sense of time. He had absolutely no idea how much time had passed at all. It could have been a few minutes, an hour, a few hours. Heck, maybe it had been a few days. Certainly feels like it has. His tactics were not as effective as he had hoped they would be. For one, although kicks can be used to maintain distance, that's because their range exceeds that of punches or jabs. But I'm only 13 years old. My legs aren't really much bigger than the arms of my targeters due to the age gap. This was a problem because they could potentially rob his badge while avoiding a kick. They had come close multiple times, far too close for comfort. Secondly, kicks have range and power, but lower flexibility and greater demand for balance than punches, because you're balancing on one leg while shifting your center of mass greatly as a consequence of generating greater force. If someone gets super close while avoiding a kick, it's extremely difficult to combat effectively because it's difficult to stop the ongoing momentum and motion of your body in the middle of a kick. And also because your body is balancing on one leg, it takes much more effort not to lose balance in such a scenario. This meant that if someone dodged a full-powered, max-range kick while moving closer to the person kicking, then the person performing the kick was practically screwed. At the very least, this was true at the martial apprentice or below level of skill. This further implied that Rui had to throw very light kicks. He could not afford to throw kicks that made it difficult to counter any misses, but lighter kicks generally had shorter range and power, thus it did not deter the targeters from attempting to close the distance. Rui had, of course, attempted to alleviate the problem. He attempted to do so by ensuring the burden of his weight was being supported and maintained by only one of his two legs at any point in time. This allowed him to throw kicks quicker. The reason was because, normally, every time he chose to kick with a certain leg, he had to remove all of his body weight from that leg, the kicking leg, and shift onto the other leg, the supporting leg. This had to be done, and only then after could he launch a kick without losing balance. However, by permanently keeping his weight on one leg, he did not have to waste time shifting his weight every time. Thus, he had reduced the time period needed to throw light kicks. Furthermore, he had reduced the recovery time needed to defend properly should one of his kicks fail. These tactics and solutions were not revolutionary, nor were they extremely effective, but together they were able to allow Rui to barely hang on to his badge without losing it. Kane is doing much better than I am. Kane's maneuvering was truly amazing to Rui. Watching him move gave Rui the impression that his body was weightless. He has an extremely high muscle mass to body mass ratio. He's able to move his with great ease because that. He was able to narrowly avoid jabs and grabs, while simultaneously setting up attacks that exploited his targeters' openings. This seemed to be relevant what Kane mentioned to Rui about his martial art prior to the start of the round. So this is a martial art. It's still in the earliest stage, but it's still amazing. From what Rui could see, Kane's maneuvering prowess came from both his exceptional muscle mass to body mass ratio, but also because of how light his body was. These two factors combined gave him extremely high agility and speed. But that isn't the only cause. Rui could see that his dodges were extremely efficient. He moved as little as he could to avoid, or at least mitigate the effectivity of the strike while setting up strikes of his own with his dodging motion. For example, if someone aimed a strike as his head, he would bend backward while simultaneously launching a straight high kick, while increasing its power and range by torque generated by bending backwards. He cleanly knocked out one of his targeters this way and even took his badge. Just as Rui was admiring Kane's prowess, he heard a female voice call out to him. "You're an interesting one, aren't you, Rui Quarrier?" Rui glanced at the person who called out to him as his eyes widened in shock. The silver-haired girl had many badges pinned all over her body. He couldn't even count all of them. Just how many people did she defeat? It's not too much of a surprise that the direct disciple of Sage Arankar made it to the third round with a high rank while still performing well at the age of 13, although still very impressive. She smiled while throwing a gaze at Kane. But it's odd some no-name commoner 13-year-old boy lasted this long, and even flourish. Rui heightened his alertness. He recognized her. Faye Dullahan, she seemed to be 16 years old. She was ranked number 2 in the previous round. He'd memorized her face when she collected her badge. "You flatter me, I just barely made it here all this way. Even now I almost lost my badge many times." She gazed into his sharp eyes, taking note of his ominous hair and eyes. Suddenly, bam! Rui barely managed to block a heavy palm attack with a guard. She's fast, and more importantly, what the fuck was with that power? His arms were throbbing with pain. "Not bad, you blocked that well," she noted as she continued attacking him. "I don't see why someone like yourself would need my badge." Rui managed to squeeze out, "Oh, I don't care for your badge, you can keep it," she responded innocently even as she pummeled him. Kane had noticed her predicament, but was too preoccupied. Furthermore, he did not think he could defeat Faye. She was too strong, it was too risky. She was the direct disciple of Sage Dullahan, her grandmother, who was an acquaintance of his father. "Damn, hang in there, Rui, the round should be close to over," Kane pleaded. It had been nearly half an hour since the round had begun and many applicants had lost their badges. He just hoped Rui would be able to avoid losing his badge before the round was over. Rui was bruised immensely. In a short time, she had inflicted more damage on him than even an hour of the second round had. Her speed is lower than Kane's, but not by much, but her power is far greater. Rui had observed that she was only striking him by the base of her palms, reinforced by the radius and ulna bones which constituted the forearm. It makes sense, her hands are small, palming would be more effective than punching. She wasn't particularly muscular, but her strikes delivered great force. From Rui could see there were multiple reasons. Her arm is tough and rough. She's conditioned her entire arm. Rui grimaced as he endured her onslaught. Conditioning, broadly speaking, was a set of procedures or action performed by a martial artist in order to increase durability, toughness, hardness, and pain endurance of the parts of the body the conditioning was performed on, usually over a long period of time. Harder and tougher strikes inflicted more damage because they made the collision between the strike and the target increasingly inelastic. This was a scientific way of saying harder and tougher strikes hurt more than softer and weaker strikes. If one were to get hit by a beach ball thrown very hard, one would not get hurt. But what if one were to get hit by a steel ball that weighs the same as the beach ball and was thrown at the same speed? One would most certainly get hurt. The reason was because of the difference in their collision. The beach ball hit was an elastic collision where the energy of the ball did not get converted into damage, whereas the steel ball hit was an inelastic collision, where the kinetic energy of the ball would get converted into damage inflicted onto the target. That's not the only reason this hurts, though. She's using her power efficiently, and every power uses her body weight, Rui noted, even though it hurt a lot. The sheer brilliance of her combat made him, a martial arts combat sport junkie, extremely excited. Faye continued her onslaught with an intrigued expression. She noticed something strange. He's smiling. It was faint. Furthermore, it was hard to discern through his grimaces, but she could just barely detect excitement under all of it. Haha, he's enjoying this. He's an interesting. Thwack, she froze in surprise. Rui had just dropped his guard, crouched and rushed into her strike, allowing her palm attack to strike the top of his head hard. The sheer force by she had thrown the palm as well as conditioned toughness had caused a wound at the top of his head that had begun bleeding. However, he'd ignored the wound and dashed towards her waist, grabbing onto her thighs. I have you now, he screamed as he pushed her upper half while pulling her lower half. A takedown. This was what Rui had aimed for. He had not made this decision lightly. Prior, Rui made several astute observations. She's throwing straight palms and nothing else. It's likely because while palms are good at delivering impacts, they have very little inherent variation because other types of trajectories require too much flexibility to be used regularly. It's also because she's holding back against me a bit. Another thing is that every strike she throws is close to max power from what I can tell. She's twisting her body, drawing power from her core and her legs. This delivers great power, but it must be difficult for her to counter if someone avoids it. Problem was, Rui didn't know how to avoid her strikes fully. She has too much speed. Furthermore, palms have a wider range of effect than fists. Dodging a fast, wide strike like that requires preparation that she will definitely notice. I cannot take her by surprise if she notices, thus dodging and then closing the range is impossible. That leaves only one strategy, but it's a gamble. Dodging fast and wide strike required premeditated movements that would tip her off on his intentions, but allowing her to hit him did not. If he could simply rush in, endure the strike, not get knocked out by it, then he could attempt a takedown and grapple with her. But what are my chances of not getting seriously wounded by her attack without a guard? Non-existent. He would definitely get hurt. Worst case scenario, he would just get knocked out. But he didn't really have any other choice. If I continue taking these palms, I'm doomed. This is risky, but it's better than certain defeat. He waited for a strike that had been aimed high. When it came, he dropped his guard and dashed to her legs, pretending the strike aimed at him did not exist. But it did, and it grazed a streak of skin and a little flesh off the top of his head, causing bleeding instantly. Fuck that HURTS, but he endured. Rui rushed in, grabbing her legs. He had fulfilled the plan. The question is whether the plan was good or not. He had few options in the first place. He could continue taking her attacks as she pummeled him to oblivion. He could run away even though she was faster than him and could attack his back and head. Or he could take a gamble that was risky and still very difficult, even if it succeeded. He had to choose the lesser of three evils. Did he choose correctly? Abandoning a guard and haphazardly dashing for a takedown mid-strike was a very dangerous thing too. He could have easily been knocked out, or he could have completely avoided the strike if he was skilled and experienced. The only reason the strike didn't knock him out was because Faye had been caught off guard, thus her reaction time was a little greater than normal. She wasn't able to adjust the trajectory to strike him in time. Yes, now I can grapple her. This way her body conditioning won't really be too much of a deal. Furthermore, the mechanism by which her strikes were so powerful also cannot be applied to wrestling. I could potentially beat... Bam! Rui spat out blood and immediately fell unconscious at her feet. Phoo, to think he managed to almost get me. If it wasn't for 1-inch palm, I might have had some difficulty. Faye mumbled, her palm facing upside down at waist level. Faye's 1-inch palm was an attack that allowed her to strike with maximum power in extremely close ranges. This was abnormal because it was difficult to leverage the power of the core and legs in such a position. Usually, greater power required greater space. However, what Fei used was a principle that was simply known as outer convergence. Outer convergence allowed the user to use their full raw power in any position by stacking, summing and converging the torque generated by all primary muscle groups to increase the power of a strike. There was a popular analogy used to understand what this meant in the martial academy. A child throwing ball at an adult would likely not hurt the adult. But what if the child was sitting on a horse that was running at top speed? Then the ball would possess the speed generated by the child and the horse. It would be moving very fast and would hurt an adult. But what if the horse was running on top of a giant dragon that itself was moving at 10 times the speed of the horse? Then the ball thrown would possess the sum of the speeds given to it by the child, the horse as well as the dragon stacked together. The thrown ball would be extremely powerful. This was because the power generated by three sources had been constructively accumulated and stacked together into one attack. This was exactly what the principal outer convergence was about. The different muscle groups in the body were like the dragon, the horse, and the child. The fist, or palm in this case, was like the ball being thrown. Outer convergence allowed the user to transfer the power to the strike in exactly this manner, accumulating and summing torque and force from all across the body additively and converging it into the strike. It was theoretically possible to do so in any position, but Fei had not mastered outer convergence to that degree yet. Still, being able to use flow accumulation at all in the form of the 1-inch palm was what allowed her to crush Rui's gamble instantly. Rui had failed miserably. He chose wrong. Still, if it had been 99.9% of the applicants here, they would have probably lost. Fei mused. Rui Quarrier, how interesting. I hope you pass the exam. You do seem worthy of being a martial artist, she bade him before leaving. His badge was stolen the moment she walked away. Rui opened eyes in a daze, unsure where he was. An unfamiliar ceiling. Only then did his memories kick in. Wait, what happened to the third round? I remember I was fighting Fei. Applicant Rui Quarrier, you're awake. A voice called out to him. You're currently in the medical wing of the Martial Academy. You fell unconscious during the third round of the entrance exam. Your wounds have been completely treated, so you may leave after gathering your belongings. A nurse of the academy. He noted her medical uniform. Damn, so it's over. Fei must have done something to me. I can't really recall what happened after I dashed for a takedown. He cursed. What about the results of the exam? You will be notified by the Martial Academy of the results of your exam within a few days. Rui sharpened his eyes. A few days? It shouldn't take that long since the criteria for passing or failing was simple. I probably had 0 points by the time the round ended, and 0 is most certainly below the average number of points. Is there a badge among my belongings? Rui asked nervously, just to verify. The nurse turned to face him. No, there was no badge on your person when the third round ended. I see. Deep grief and frustration assailed his mind. He'd spent practically his entire life preparing for this exam. He'd given the exam his everything, all for a complete failure. How long has it been since I was knocked out? Around 5 hours. Rui jerked his head towards her. Damn, I need to get back home soon or everyone will be worried. He changed back into his clothes from the medical garb he woke up wearing before bidding the nurse gratitude and leaving. On the way back home, he had a lot to think about. Fei, she was at a martial apprentice level too, probably, just like Kane. She was the reason he failed. She attacked him on a whim and beat the living shit out of him for amusement. Yet Rui felt no resentment towards her. Instead, he felt a tinge of excitement and anticipation building up. When will I become that strong? I can't wait. He would have been much more excited on any other day, but he found it hard to get excited right after failing the exam. 12 years. That's how long he'd invested. He'd spent those years doing his absolute best. It was not an exaggeration to say that Rui had done absolutely everything humanly possible to pass the exam. If it was anybody else, they would have likely not accomplished as much as he did with what he had. This was because of the sheer expertise, knowledge, and experience surrounding martial arts and combat sport. There were very few people with as much unadulterated raw love for martial arts and combat sports as much as Rui had, but it wasn't enough. The sky was dark, the edges of the sunset were dipping below the horizon. He'd spent nearly half the day away from home, yet Rui was in no hurry. He was walking home peacefully in a nonchalant manner, contemplating what had occurred throughout the entire day. The first round weeded out a majority of the applicants, around 90% or so. The second round got rid of 70%, and the third round got rid of precisely half. That left around a little over 1% of the applications. Such was the tiny proportion of applicants that managed to pass the exam. Furthermore, even among the applicants who passed the exam, only a small proportion of them reached the Martial Squire stage. It was a brutal ordeal, one Rui had almost overcome. Sigh, I wonder if Kane passed. He probably did. He hoped so, at least. Although he hadn't even known the kid for even a day, he was cool. Furthermore, he helped Rui out, a debt Rui promised he would pay back. Fei definitely passed too. There was no doubt about this either. He was pretty sure she was either extremely rich or she was family of an extremely powerful martial artist, or both. He sighed. He didn't regret being born in the Courier orphanage, but there were undeniably benefits that he missed being born in a lower class of the economy. Still, I'd stick to the orphanage if given a choice. He smiled warmly as he thought about his family in the orphanage. The pain of being separated from them was not something he wanted to voluntarily put himself through. As his mind wandered, he kept trudging through. He was in a very dull mood, but he didn't feel regret at the very least. I gave it my all. He shrugged. What more could a person do? Besides, although he was almost certainly done for, the official judgment had not been released yet, so who knew? Anything was possible. Rui stopped walking as he reached the gate to the orphanage. He almost didn't want to go inside. He didn't want to be in the center of attention while he was still saturated with shame and frustration. The problem is with me, not them. They'll console and encourage me. Rui sighed before entering. The door opened before he reached it, and Farian could already tell what had happened based on Rui's expression. Don't worry about it. Come in, dinner's ready, he said before gesturing Rui inside. Rui smirked slightly. It was a very Farian way of consoling people. He was not someone who would bear his thoughts and emotions directly, but would still convey what he wanted to. His words just then roughly translated to, I know you didn't achieve what you wanted to. I know it sucks, but for now come and spend time with the family you love. We're here for you. Yeah, I'll do that. He scratched his head walking in. I'm back. Lashara looked to be full of pure relief. Out of all those in the Courier orphanage, she cared more for his well-being and life than his first attempt at the martial entrance exam. She'd scanned his body top to bottom, an embarrassing ordeal for a 13-year-old, but even more so for a 72-year-old. But he allowed her to do it. He owed her that much at least, after ignoring years of overprotectiveness to eventually attempt the martial entrance exam. Of course, his wounds had all been treated by the medical department, so there was nothing to fear, but did that deter Lashara? Heh, looks like Mom might even force you to sleep beside her out of anxiety. Nina smirked. Anything but that. I haven't done that in 6 years. Rui complained. Well, how did it go? Julian asked despite already knowing the answer. I failed in the final round. Rui sighed in response. Shame, don't worry, you can try again next year. The fact that you made it to the final round in itself is actually quite remarkable. But how do you know you failed if the official announcement isn't out yet? He was aware that the martial academies sent official letters stamped with the seal of the Kandrian Martial Union, declaring admission of the candidates who were accepted as students while setting up an appointment with the candidate and/or with the guardian. The objective of the round was specified, and I perfectly failed to meet it. There's no way I passed. I see. Well, don't worry about it. Let's start eating. Master Aronian had just finished grading the final round of the entrance exam. Only 567 applicants had passed the entrance exam in the Kandrian branch this year. As the appointed head invigilator of this year, he was given full discretion regarding the exam, and as long as he didn't go overboard, he could do whatever he wanted. Normally, he considered this duty a dull chore, but this year's applicants were interesting, to say the least. The top-level talent in this year's batch is impressive. There's Kane Arankar, son of Sage Damien Arankar. Based on his performances, his overall skill and combat capability was at the martial apprentice level. Extremely impressive that he managed to discover his martial path at the age of 13, a genius with unknown potential. What is interesting is how vastly different his martial art seems to be from that of Sage Arankar. Sage Arankar's Devil Fury Fist is a striking martial art that heavily emphasized on raw power and durability at the cost of speed and maneuvering. Although I didn't particularly expect Kane to go down the exact same path, it's a little strange he chose the exact opposite. Kane had chosen a martial art with a strong focus on speed, agility, and evasive maneuvering at the cost of a powerful body. Martial arts are manifestations of the soul, in a sense. For Kane to have focused on evasiveness and chosen a completely different path from the Arankar family tradition, I wonder how this bodes for Arankar household. Although there was nothing concrete, Master Aronian could smell friction between Kane and Sage Arankar. Well, it's none of my business. Another applicant he was interested in was Faye Dullahan, yet another descendant of a sage. 2 of them in a single year is quite rare. She also was worthy of her status in his eyes. She consistently dominated the rankings with ease. What particularly impressed Master Aronian was the fact that she managed to learn how to use outer convergence. Although he could tell she hadn't mastered yet, the fact that she managed to use a high-end apprentice-level technique was rather impressive. He couldn't wait to see where her martial journey would take her. Then, of course, is him, Master Aronian said, looking at a sheer with a picture of a 15-year-old boy on it. The boy had long, messy white hair and unnervingly wide blood-red eyes with a wild grin on his face. Rank number 1, Nell. He wasn't even a commoner, he was below that. From what the admissions department of the Martial Academy had learned about him from their background check was that he was a child who was raised by animals till the age of 3, when he was discovered and rescued by humans. Although he eventually adjusted to living like a human by the age of 15, he still retained the savagery and ferocity he had obtained living with beasts. He was territorial, cruel to the weak, and seemed to have obtained a strong urge for physical conflict. Master Aronian even suspected he got off of it, considering he actually killed several applicants in the entrance exam with expressions of unadulterated, almost innocent joy and pleasure. He hadn't studied martial arts even a little bit, but he signed up for the martial academy anyway, and he was monstrously strong. In the second round, he was the one contestant who didn't get hit by a slime at all. He successfully dodged or destroyed every slime. Faye had challenged him towards the end of the third round, but unfortunately for Master Aronian, the round ended before the fight could reach a conclusion. I regret making the third round so short, he sighed. He wasn't entirely sure which one would have definitely won had the fight continued, but he knew it would be extremely close. The two contestants were nigh equal. What particular impressed Master Aronian about Nell was his ferocity and tenacity. Nell grew up in the lowest strata of society in the poorest and most dangerous of districts. He had a lifetime of experience of not just sparring or training, but fighting for his life every day. He had a shockingly unpredictable, unconventional fighting style stacked atop a body blessed with high physical attributes and powerful senses and instincts. He was an outlier, a beast. Using his unparalleled senses and reflexes, he was able to dodge or destroy all slimes from all angles. This was something Faye, despite her age and pedigree, could not replicate. And finally, there is him. Master Aronian glanced at Rui's profile. Rui was much of a deviant as Nell was in Master Aronian's eyes, 13 years old. No formal martial arts training, well above average physical attributes as a result of training considering his age but not too much of note by itself. Average physical performative attributes too, slightly above average skill, but again, nothing special. Though the fact that an untalented child like him fact that he reached this level, without formal training speaks of great determination and hard work. Still, this was not the most shocking part about Rui. What is truly impressive was his mind. He's an unparalleled genius. He did not make that statement lightly, no martial master would, despite possessing unremarkable physical and physical performative attributes at the age of 13. He managed to score above 700 in the second round and secured rank number 9. Furthermore, he did this purely tactically with absolutely no other attribute contributing majorly. He observed the slimes, drew hypotheses and conclusions regarding the slimes and the exam itself, tested the hypotheses to confirm or deny them, before devising a set of tactics aimed at fulfilling the objective to the highest degree possible, centered around predicting the trajectory of the slimes rather than reacting to them. This was an instance of analytical and tactical ingenuity, as well as sheer processing capacity, absolutely unheard of in an applicant, let alone one as young as Rui, according to the martial exam library. Usually only highly experienced martial artists who were also inherently intelligent could accomplish such feats. Unfortunately, he lost his badge to Faye, but he still held out longer and acted better than likely anybody else would have with what he had. Not even Nell pushed Faye far enough to hastily use her 1-inch palm against her will. Master Aronian thought quite highly of Rui, on par with the aforementioned geniuses, even though Rui would have undoubtedly lost to them in a fight. None of the other applicants had held Master Aronian's interests. Although they were all mildly different and some even unusual, it was nothing that Master Aronian, an experienced invigilator and teacher, had not seen many times. He set aside the profiles in his hand and had begun stamping on the letters of acceptance and rejection with the official Kandrian Martial Academy stamp. The seal pattern on the stamp was extremely intricate, and even the materials it was crafted from were from high-grade esoteric bestial matter obtained from powerful beasts. Forging a counterfeit was actually extremely difficult. Furthermore, the ink itself was a compound derived from esoteric flora. It absorbed light of all colors, and thus was an absolute pitch black that did not shine or reflect any light. These were means by which credibility and reliability were ensured. Just then, he came across Rui's letter. The decision, of course, had already been made. It could not be changed now. He just wondered if it was too hasty. Well, what's done is done. I'm interested to see what you do from here, Rui Quarrier. Rui was lying on his bed the next morning. He had been contemplating about his path forward from here on out. The official announcement hasn't come yet, but I should forget about it. What I ought to do is eradicate the cause of my failure. He was doing fine until he fought Faye, but what caused that loss? Well, he was outclassed physically and technically in skill. She was on a whole other level. He still didn't even know what she did to him in their fight. The last thing he recalled was dashing towards the lower half of her body for a takedown, grabbing her, and then the lights went out for him and he woke in a medical facility later on. She knocked me out, obviously. The question is how. He wasn't sure how. He was especially confused on how she managed to generate such raw power when caught off guard, mid-strike with her whole body still in motion in the failed strike, at point-blank range. Was such a thing even possible? With Earth's martial arts, that was impossible. No MMA or UFC fighter would ever be able to generate such absurd amount of power, enough to instantly knock someone out like that at point-blank range. But she did how? This served as a little reminder that he knew too little about the martial art in this world. On Earth, both humans and martial arts had hard limits. But as he had witnessed 12 years ago, neither humans nor martial art had hard limits like this. The laws of physics were somehow still the same, as he'd noticed. This world obeyed the three laws of motion, Newton's law of gravitation, rotational mechanics, kinematics, Euclid's axioms, etc. Yet somehow, the limits that the universe and Gaia had placed on humans seemed to simply not exist. He wasn't sure if this was something could ever be investigated through scientific induction, the scientific method, but did he care? Still, it begged the question he hadn't answered yet. How did she knock him out so quickly? He didn't know, and it didn't seem like he could figure out either. Someday I'll reach that level. I'll reach it and far surpass it. He leapt up from his bed with renewed vigor. I'll work even harder and definitely pass the exam next year. You passed the exam. Rui tilted his head towards a boisterous Alice running towards him. You, PASSED, exam, she screamed, shaking him back and forth. Rui couldn't understand. Is this her way of cheering me up? Alice's cheeriness was always abnormal, but this is something else even for her. Your letter came. She shoved a paper into his chest. It says you passed the exam, huh? Rui squinted his eyes in skepticism as he looked at the letter. He choked when he read the letter. Greetings, Mr. Quarrier. We are pleased to inform and congratulate you have passed the Kandrian Martial Entrance Exam and have been accepted into the Kandrian Martial Academy. We have evaluated you as a student candidate of our academy thoroughly, and you have indeed demonstrated that you are more deserving of a seat in our academy than your peers. We write to you to do more than just congratulate you. We invite you to the official induction in the Kandrian Martial Academy on the 36th autumn at 1400. There are important matters such as the rules and regulations, fees structure, payment method and structure, scholarships, housing and food amenities, schedules and academic year structure, and other facilities and amenities will be presented in great detail. You may consult with our staff on any inquiries you have after. You will also receive your student identification and uniform. It is an extremely important and necessary meeting, so please make sure to attend it. If you cannot, then please make sure to book an appointment with our staff prior to the start of the academic year on the 66th autumn. And lastly, this letter serves as the official invitation to the induction. Please bring it with you along with identification. Rui memorized the relevant information as he read every single word with great scrutiny. We look forward to meeting you. With sincere regards, the admission department of the Kandrian Martial Academy. The letter ended after rambling on for a while about details, but the important part had already been conveyed. I'm accepted, he asserted, chuckling. I'm accepted. The realization had finally struck his core. He began guffawing uncontrollably until he grew embarrassed enough to stop. But how did I pass? I lost my badge, and the objective was to retain and accumulate badges and points. I objectively failed that task. I'm definitely going to find out how I didn't fail in the induction. Right, but still I got in after all. Yes, Rue, I can't wait to begin, RUIHM. Sigh, you were so engrossed you didn't even hear us. Alice said with tired helplessness. Oh, I didn't notice you guys here, sorry. Rui said as he realized a lot of people had gathered around him. He was scolded by the adults for being so self-absorbed, but ultimately everyone congratulated him. It was a well-known fact within the orphanage that Rui dreamt of becoming a martial artist. Congratulations, Rui, you made it. Julian smiled at him. I have to say I am extremely surprised. I thought the chances of you passing the exam at the age of 13 were practically negligible. Still, the fact that you made it through despite your low odds is the strongest testament to your sheer determination and perseverance. If it's you, you'll be able to tread the martial path to the very end. Julian smiled warmly. Hindsight is 20/20, they say, Rui retorted playfully. That's a mean thing to say in response. A week rolled by and the induction ceremony of the Kandrian Academy had arrived. The event was held in the morning on the 36th winter, which would be the 6th of October on Earth. There were multiple calendar systems used on the Panama continent, but the most universal one was the calendar of systems. The year was divided into 365 days, just like on Earth, but the days were not grouped into months. Instead, they were grouped into seasons. The 36th winter referred to the 36th day of the winter season. This was one of the many differences in the cultures between Earth and Gaia. It had taken Rui a while before he got used to them completely. Come on, Julian, we might be late, Rui urged. Julian threw him a helpless sigh. We already resolved to leave a whopping half an hour early in anticipation of traffic. Leaving any earlier would be silly, he told Rui. It's rare to see such a childish side of him. All right, fine, but don't waste any more time. Rui relented. Yes. The reason Julian accompanied him was because all applicants below the age of adulthood of 16 needed to be accompanied by a guardian, or an adult who would serve as an acting guardian. Lashara had requested Julian to accompany Rui as the acting guardian, and in order to aid Rui in the induction. By the time they reached, they were, as perfectly predicted, half an hour early. See, we're this early and you wanted to be even earlier. Julian poked at Rui. Hey man, better safe than sorry. Rui yawned. Sleepy? Not at all. You stayed awake all night excited about the induction, didn't you? Julian sighed. He really did think Rui's childishness manifested when it came to his passion and love for martial art. They followed the directions to the induction hall after showing their ID and invites to the guards at the gate. The induction hall was a large facility that seemed to be explicitly designed for presentations of this sort. On the outside, it was large and ostentatious in its architecture, clearly designed to grab attention and demand admiration from its beholders. On the inside, there was a large stage with a podium upon it at the opposite end of the hall. The hall actually descended downwards as one moved forward, with the stage being the lowest in elevation. It had a wide carrying capacity, clearly designed to accommodate the large number of new students and guardians that attended the induction every year. Truly, an extravagant hall that does the prestige of the Martial Arts Academy justice. Julian sighed in admiration. What held Rui's attention, however, was not the hall itself but its inhabitants. So these guys are my batch mates, eh? Indeed, I hope you make a lot friends. I didn't come here to make friends. Rui shrugged. Yes, but it doesn't hurt to make a few. Good friends can have overall positive impact on your life, maybe even on your martial art. It was possible, Rui supposed. Speaking of which, didn't you make a friend in the exam? I knew him for a few hours at most. He's an acquaintance at most. Rui said before feeling guilty. Kane had saved him in the third round. Does that make us friends? Rui wasn't sure. In his past life, he had never made any friends. His disease and the nature of his career simply prevented him from making any. He'd also developed a relatively asocial attitude due to that. True enough, I suppose. The accepted students were all strong. Rui could feel it. He wasn't sure he could beat most of them in a fight. Even though he was in the top 10 of the second round, he didn't let it get to his head and bloat his ego. His success in that round was a rather niche outcome and wasn't something that spoke to his overall combat ability. Ultimately, he was younger, weaker, and less experienced than pretty much every single other student in his batch. The only other kid my age was Kane, and he was a fucking genius who was personally trained by a martial fucking sage. I'd have to have my head deep up my ass in order to think I'm comparable to him, just because our ranks were somewhat close in the second round. Rui clenched his fist. It doesn't matter how strong I am currently, I have a lifetime ahead of me. This is what the Martial Academy is for, after all. He couldn't wait for the academic year begin. He intended to grind and train like a madman under the tutelage of the martial seniors of the academy. Just then, Rui saw a figure board the podium. Master Aronian surveyed his audience, sweeping his gaze across them. Students of the Martial Academy. This time, allow me to welcome you all to the Kandrian Martial Academy not as aspirants, but as members. Each and every single one of you belongs within the walls of this academy. You have overcome tribulations as well as your peers and proved without a shadow of a doubt that you belong here. Be proud of how far you've come, yet be cognizant of how much you have left to traverse. He spoke calmly with sagely dignity. Today, we aim to inform you about the everything you need to know and ought to know about the Martial Academy. Without further ado, I invite our Honorable Chancellor Calux Hain to begin the presentation. A strapping younger man walked onto the stage as an applause ensued. Master Aronian shook his hand before deferring the podium to him and walking off the stage. He smiled before cutting straight to the chase. The purview of this presentation is to provide you with an overall understanding of how the Academy functions. I shall broadly be going over several categories of topics: the educational services the Martial Academy offers to its students, the responsibilities and entitlements that students possess, the fees structure and means of payment, and finally, the future that lies beyond the Academy. The primary service that the Academy provides to its students is, simply speaking, the tools necessary to allow students to reach the martial squire realm. The curriculum is not set in stone universally, beyond the bare foundations. The martial path is a deeply personal journey that cannot be universalized, yet the conditions necessary to become a martial apprentice and then a martial squire are defined. The Martial Academy possesses a vast library of techniques and skills that can freely be explored by students in order to discover their martial path before pursuing it. The Martial Academy offers the tutelage of highly qualified and experienced martial seniors who have all guided countless students into discovering their martial path and aided them in their journey down it. We offer a variety of highly refined training regimes and facilities for all physical and performative attributes relevant to martial art. Simply put, the Kandrian Martial Academy is a paradise for those who strive to become martial artists. As he began rattling about the details, Rui pondered about his words. I see, so in order to reach the martial apprentice stage and discover your martial path, one must explore different types of martial art techniques, skills, and forms, eh? That makes sense. After all, how else can one figure out what kind of martial art they want to pursue? In that case, having a library of techniques and skills definitely makes life far easier. Hell, is it even possible to become a martial apprentice without such resources? Regardless, just based off this alone, the academy was already worth every ounce of his time. He probably wouldn't be able to reach the martial apprentice stage any other way. I'm not like Cain, after all. Without the academy, I'll never be able to obtain these learning resources. The sheer amount of resources the academy dedicated giving its students the most optimal education possible was mind-boggling to Rui. His astonishment only escalated as every time the chancellor presented yet another ostentatious facility that targetedly trained one particular physical or performative attribute or a foundational skill of some kind. Is it really worth it to spend so much on us students? I've heard that only 10% of students reach the martial squire stage. Is it really worth it to spend such a large amount of capital into nurturing less than 100 martial squires every year? He wasn't sure. He lacked too much information on the interests and decisions of the union. Perhaps there were several concrete economic and political incentives to increasing the number of martial artists than just money. Perhaps he would learn of these reasons once he jumped up the totem pole of the martial union. I should stop focusing on abstract, irrelevant matters and focus on things have a more direct impact on me. Rui shook his head. In addition to the facilities, amenities, and services I've just gone over, there exists the possibility of being tutored by a martial master. Of course, this is a decision that is entirely of their own discretion and volition. There are no guarantees, promises, or stipulations regarding this. There have been several years back-to-back where not a single student was chosen by the martial masters of the academy, and conversely, there have been years where a plethora of students were accepted by various masters. On average, a few students are accepted every year. The benefits, of course, cannot be overstated. In addition to extremely high-quality tutelage, martial masters can allow disciples to obtain opportunities that other students cannot. With the vast authority they possess, they can easily circumvent the restrictions and barriers blockading resources, knowledge, events, etc. Rui grew excited when he heard that. The prospects of being tutored by a martial master was incredibly exciting. Their prowess was known to be extraordinarily high, and unless one was their direct descendant, the prospect of one being accepted as a disciple by one was extremely low. Martial masters were very powerful, influential, and naturally wealthy. It was difficult to earn their tutelage services even with a small fortune. Ideally, a master ends up offering me tutelage once I become a martial apprentice. The problem is the low probability, as well as the difference in criterias that master evaluate potential disciples with. Every master must be looking for something different in the students. The only thing that can be inferred is that they are likely looking for unique traits. After all, it wouldn't make sense if what they were looking for could be abundantly found in every student. If that were the case, being accepted as a student would be a trivial and easy matter. Thus, it could be inferred that the likelihood of being accepted as a disciple of a master was greater the more unique one was. So now, the question is whether I'm unique enough. Rui scratched his head. Well, I'm reincarnated. That's something I'm relatively certain no other student can claim to be. But revealing that is asking to be burned to the stake as an alien. Even if they didn't believe me, they'd at least conclude I have screws loose in my head. Nothing about this option is a desirable outcome. The problem was that Rui wasn't sure he was all that unique in practice. The martial entrance exam had shown him that. Sure, my scientific background and research experience in martial arts and combat sports allows me to pull a few tricks like I did in the second round of the martial exam, but that's it. That's not too big a deal. It allowed me to cope with the difference in prowess between me and the other applicants. But is that something that would warrant the attention of a martial master? Rui didn't think so. Another thing that likely influences their criterion is compatibility of martial arts. I highly doubt a martial master with a defensive martial art would take in a student with an offensive or maneuvering-oriented martial art, no matter how brilliant that student was. That made sense. Why would a martial master bother with things that weren't their specialty? That also implies that the students that do get chosen are probably our martial apprentices. Assuming they choose students with compatible and similar martial arts, then only those who have discovered and chosen their martial art are eligible to be chosen. That meant that the best thing Rui could do to be eligible was to reach martial apprentice. He highly doubted whether or not martial masters bothered with students below that rank. Students who hadn't broken into the martial apprentice rank weren't even martial artists. They simply weren't worth the time and attention of such august figures. So ultimately, neither my goal nor my decisions have changed. I just need to become a martial artist worthy of their attention. Far easier said than done, Rui realized, but he wasn't going to let that stop him. And that about wraps up the first segment of our presentation. Chancellor Calix concluded, smiling. I'll be moving on to the rights and privileges and responsibilities of students. As an introduction, allow me to inform you about the goal and interest we sought to achieve when the Academy framed the current iteration of rules and regulations, as well as rights and privileges of students. We wish to create an environment where students can dedicate their time and energy into developing and pursuing their martial art without unnecessary burdens, hindrances, or restrictions. The framework of rules and regulations is centered around the goal of preventing students from hindering and obstructing themselves or other students through undesirable practices. The guidelines we present are aimed at helping the students adopt the right mindset and temperament needed to become successful martial artists. We have a rigorous student evaluation system that measures misdemeanors as defined by the Penal Code of the Kandrian Martial Academy's rules and regulations. The consequences for too many misdemeanors will straightforwardly be expulsion. The Academy seeks to retain only those students that have the drive to become martial artists. Another thing that I will go into is, of course, most of the students who managed to crack the exams were usually all those who strongly wished to become martial artists. Otherwise, they would not have passed even the first round. Yet there was a smaller proportion of students who managed to pass the exam without possessing a pure drive to become a martial artist. The strong penalties for misdemeanors and violations were amended into the rules and regulations of the Academy for this very reason. Etc. All of this is, of course, merely the philosophy and principle driving the rules and privileges students possess, not the actual rules and privileges themselves. You will all be provided with a rulebook when you leave. I strongly encourage all students and all guardians to read them thoroughly, he said as he held up a copy of the rule book. That book is thick as fuck. Rui groaned inwardly. Heh, looks like you'll have a lot of reading to do when we get back home, Rui. Julian chuckled mirthfully. Tell me about it. Can I ask you to read it and then give me an abridged version of it? Don't load your work off of others, young man, Julian said while playfully karate chopping Rui. This is part of the process. Rui sighed still. He was glad to see that the rules were taken seriously and were seriously enforced. Back on Earth, bullying was rampant because schools simply lacked the faculties by which it could enforce them. Teachers couldn't be bothered with bullying unless it was too far. They simply weren't paid enough. A lot of kids suffered from antagonization, particularly amongst the teenagers. They couldn't rely on the teachers. And if they decided to take matters into their own hands, the situation would escalate and the conflict would be intense enough for the school to be involved. In such cases, victims almost always were punished for escalating, while bullies received punishment to a lesser degree, or in some cases none at all. I have no fucking interest in dealing with that nonsense for a second time. Rui clenched his fist in anger. He had been bullied in middle school and high school. He was a weak and scrawny kid who would start gasping for air every time he grew tense. After all, one of the major driving forces for his motivation for martial arts back on Earth was because he admired the strength that martial artists possessed. They could fight for themselves, no matter who, no matter what. That's so cool, Rui recalled thinking as a child in his previous life. Of course, as he grew up, so did his love and passion for martial arts and combat sports. What was once a childish infatuation for the aesthetics and exaggerated strength matured into an intellectual passion, causing him to go down the path of becoming a researcher of martial arts and combat sports. Putting that aside, it seems I won't be re-experiencing that one more time in this academy, assuming this chancellor isn't talking out of his ass. Rui threw a skeptical glance at him. It was the induction ceremony of the academy, after all. What chancellor would talk shit about their academy on this day? If anything, it was possible he was just covering up the true state of the academy with vague, flowery lies that were merely meant to dress up the academy. This wasn't an uncommon phenomenon in his previous life either. Well, to be fair, he did just describe an intricate student evaluation system. It would be one hell foe a lie if he blatantly fabricated all of that. Usually when representatives of institutions lie about the state of affairs, they're vague and ambiguous, but he's been nothing but detailed, elaborate and precise, even now. Rui noted while listening to Chancellor Calix's words carefully. Well, the only thing I can do either way is wait and see. He would find out what the academy was like himself soon enough. He took careful mental notes of the extensive presentation on the rules and regulations, the rights and privileges, and the means by which they were enforced. This brings us to the final segment, the future that lies beyond the academy. Chancellor Calix continued. The academy, as you all know, is owned and funded by the Kandrian Martial Union. The union invests in students in order to maintain a fresh supply of martial artists. Part of the reason for this is, of course, to compensate for the martial artists that perish in missions. Part of it, it seems there's more to it, just as I suspected. Once you graduate, you can immediately register with the Kandrian Martial Union. The union has a flexible contract system. Graduates with higher capabilities as measured by the academy will receive more favorable contracts in regards to the commission cost cut you receive. Your performance in the academy will impact the contract you negotiate with the union. Chancellor Callux smiled. Interesting, I guess the contract you negotiate revolves around how much utility you provide to the union. The higher the utility you provide, the more lucrative the contract you can negotiate. Martial squires probably can't negotiate that lucrative a contract with the union and would probably have to settle with lower commission cuts. From this, it could be inferred that higher realms of martial artists would easily be able to negotiate higher commission, cut rates, higher proportions of the money paid for the mission. Martial squires probably receive 50% of the money paid for a mission that they completed, or something in that range. It's likely that the higher you go, the greater the cut percentage of the money paid for the mission you get. And these are the means and ways by which your time in the academy can influence your contract in the union. Chancellor Callux concluded. This brings us to an end to the primary presentation of the induction ceremony. As I'm sure you've realized, the goal of this short presentation was not to cover every shred of information that is relevant in any way to your studentship at our academy, but to give you a broad understanding of our system, norms, policies, and regulations. The details are far too many to be able to possibly fit within a single presentation, nor are they worth diving into rigorously in a single presentation. Of course, that doesn't mean they are not important, nor does it mean we won't address them. Our admission department is fully equipped to address your inquiries and doubts of any kind once the induction ceremony is over. Chancellor Callux smiled. Honors student, that must be the student that ranked number 1 in the entire exam. Rui mused curiously. He was indeed curious about what the number 1 student was like, especially so since this student was evaluated to be higher than Cain and Faye by the examiners. Messy silvery white hair, shockingly red eyes, and undignified and a carelessly nonchalant saunter. These were the traits that stood out from the honors student Nell. The applause even died down with how remarkably lacking the adolescent boy seemed to be in the most common etiquette that encompassed all human interaction. Apathy and disdain oozed out from his demeanor. He had the bearing and mien of a wild animal. This is the kid that beat all of us. Rui wanted to laugh. It was too amusing. The bright light illuminating the stage only intensified his scowl. By the time he reached the stage, Chancellor Callux was sweating. Welcome, Nell. I look forward to your speech, he courteously said, despite himself away from the megaphone. And where's your speech copy? Don't have it. Don't have it. Surely you jest. Nell ignored the man and took his place in front of the megaphone-like device. Listen closely, motherfuckers, he instructed. He said something about no violence, but I don't give a fuck. I'ma fuck y'all up. I ain't playing. I'm about to fuck all y'all motherfucking asses up. He grinned. The crowd was unamused. Who the fuck you think you are, kid? Let's take this outside little brat. Acting all tough just 'cause you won number 1, the crowd heckled him. What was once a dignified gathering was beginning to disintegrate into a chaotic mess. There's no need to go outside, old man, I'm right fucking here. Nell spread his arms. What? You scared? You a little bitch? Ha ha. He taunted, putting a foot atop the megaphone stand. The name's Nell, and I'm here to let you all know that each of you so-called students ain't fucking shit. Y'all lil pusses who ain't got the balls to beat me. I'll dominate each and every single one of you anytime, anywhere, anyhow, and anywho. I'll spank your asses like the little children you are. Come at me, motherfucking wusses, he said with a disgustingly smug, wide grin. He walked away, flipping the bird at the audience. Yet despite how crude the provocation attempt was, it didn't fail completely. Rui gets sense hostility emanating from his fellow batch mates. Is that even allowed? He laughed. He wasn't sure. But it was a breath of fresh air to him, in all honesty. The kid was interesting. Still, what Rui was more interested in than his antics was his combat prowess. He ranked number 1 in the second round too, from what I remember. It would be cool to see him fight and check out what he's made of. I wonder who'd win in a fight between him and Faye. He couldn't know until he saw Nell fight seriously, and Faye too. He was positive she'd held back against him, and he still had no idea how she knocked him out. All in good time. Are you sure we shouldn't intervene, headmaster? Chancellor Callux wanted to puke. He felt his lifespan reducing every time Nell tried to provoke a fight. He hasn't violated any rules thus far. Master Aronian sipped some tea peacefully. His calm and serene demeanor, despite Nell's disruption, boggled Chancellor Callux. It gave him almost as much anxiety as Nell himself did. That's because not insulting your fellow batch mates is basic common sense. It's not in the rules because it's an obvious norm. He facepalmed himself. Master Aronian chuckled at Callux's expense, amused by the turn of events. He threw a glance at Nell. Where others might have seen a dangerous, savage beast in human skin with a maniacal temperament, he only saw an excited little chick throwing tantrums, eager to pick fights. This year's batch will be interesting. He stroked his beard in a sagely manner while observing Nell's antics. He's finally done. That felt like forever. Calix exclaimed as he saw Nell walking down the podium, flipping the middle finger to the audience. Relief sparked across his face only to be replaced with anxiety as he realized it was his turn next to follow up after that catastrophe of an honors student speech. "Can I resign?" he mirthfully asked. "Sure, go give that speech first." Calix steeled himself while putting on his standard diplomatic, courteous smile before walking down the stage, leaving Master Aronian chuckling at his expense. As Calix commenced the closing speech of the induction ceremony, Master Aronian threw a glance at the crowd from the guest chambers, spotting several students he was looking for. Nell, Faye, Kane, and Rui, among others. This year's batch will definitely be interesting. What a wild card, Rui thought to himself as he exited the presentation hall with Julian. It's a little worrisome that you're going to be attending the Martial Academy in the same batch as him. Be wary of the boy, Julian advised. Will do. I doubt he'd go out of his way to bully a 13-year-old child, though. You never know. Rui didn't think the probability of him running into Nell was high. The training and grouping system were not like they were on Earth, where batchmates were of the same age and entered the schooling system in the same year. Since the martial path varied drastically from person to person, it made little sense to just thoughtlessly toss people of the same age into the same category. People developed their martial art at different rates. People like Kane were far ahead of other students despite being much younger. It made little sense to treat them the same and train them the same. Furthermore, since martial art was so drastically unique and personal, different people required different trainings. It made little sense for one to be tossed into the same training regime. A large portion of their academic time would also be exploration of one's volition. Self-training and self-learning were part of the journey, just as Rui was contemplating about the nuances of his academic curriculum. "Rui, I'm glad you made it," Kane called out to him. His green eyes wide with delight, he jogged over to Rui. "Hey man, it's been a while," Rui offered in return, smiling. "Yeah, it has." Rui glanced at his guardian escort, a middle-aged man with neatly combed hair and a well-groomed attire. He wore lavish clothes which, while not enough to draw a lot of attention, indicated he wasn't just some small assistant. Rui noted a crest-like symbol embroidered onto his formal clothing, one identical to that of Kane's. "A family crest, eh? Tell me, how did you pass?" Kane inquired curiously. "I know I saw someone taking your badge. I have no idea. I was just as surprised as you when I received the letter of admission. That's strange, but still, who cares? You passed. We can hang together now." Kane grinned. "Yeah, thankfully I was lucky enough to have passed." Suddenly a voice called out to him. It wasn't luck, Rui Quarrier. Rui didn't even need to turn around to see who called out. He recognized her voice instantly. "Faye," he said. She was alone. As an adult, she did not need a guardian. She wore what Rui could swear was a fake smile. It was a perfect, inscrutable mask that hid her emotions remarkably well, preventing those around her from getting a read on her. Rui narrowed his eyes, clenching his fist as his expression turned stern. He was not a vindictive person. Rather than pursuing something as dumb as revenge for getting knocked out by her, he would rather make the best out of that experience and grow strong enough to never let it happen again. As long as he didn't suffer an immoral injustice, he was used to looking forward. Still, he could not look fondly at a person who basically bullied others for fun. "What do you want?" "My, you sound a little hostile. Tends to happen when people knock me out for amusement. It would be one thing if you attacked me for my badge. It's another thing to torment others for fun. I don't like people like that. Technically, that's self-defense. I didn't intend to knock you out, merely spar with you till Nell was free, but you were strong enough to force me to go all out." She shrugged. "That's sophistry, you know." Rui sighed in exasperation. Faye's eyes twinkled. "Regardless, you passed of your own merit. The Martial Academy's admission department is not incompetent. I lost my badge. That's 0 points for me, clearly below the average. I failed in the criteria for passing." Faye giggled softly. "Who said the points had anything to do with the criterion?" Rui threw her a confused look. "Master Aronian said so." Master Aronian, she continued, said that the criterion was up to their discretion. He never said the fulfillment of the objective was a guaranteed pass, nor did he said failing the objective was a fail. Rui glanced at her, unamused. Technically, she was right. Master Aronian's phrasing did indeed match what she said, from what he remembered. Still, if an objective is provided with the goal of evaluating the applicants, wasn't it obvious that the outcome of your attempt would be relevant to your evaluation? "You're splitting hairs again," he retorted. The outcome of the badges was frankly irrelevant from the very start. The examiners merely wished to throw the applicants into conflict with each other and evaluate their performance given their circumstances. She explained, "You were a target for applicants from the very start, yet you managed to retain your badge almost till the very end despite being younger, and thus weaker than most other applicants. You accomplished this through resourceful tactics. Although you did lose your badge, you lost your badge to me, the strongest applicant. And even then your performance against me was quite impressive, all things considered. All these data points factored into the admission department's evaluation of you. Rui threw a skeptical expression at her. So she attacked him knowing his performance against her would do him good rather than bad. Seemed convenient. You seem awfully informed about matters that should be classified within the academy. How could you possibly know all this? She has a martial sage for a grandmother, Kane interjected. There's nothing the academy can keep hidden from a martial sage. She must have gotten a ton of information and used that to her advantage. Rui could hear a bit of spite in his tone. Faye threw him a courteous smile in response. My, it's been a while, young Master Kane. Wish it had been a bit longer, not gonna lie. Kane scowled. Is it just me or do I hear a bit of resentment in your voice? Ah, are you perhaps jealous that I played with Rui here instead of you in the exam? You must be at that age, after all. Kane, being the teenager that he was, took her bait. Rui put a hand on his shoulder, pulling him back. Calm down, Kane, he advised, before throwing an exasperated glance at Faye. She's egging him on and she enjoys it. Rui mused helplessly. These two clearly have some history. There's no way such passive hostility springs out of nowhere. Is it because of their prides as descendants of martial sages? Kane never struck me as the proud type, and Faye seems to be half trolling, though I can't make out a damn thing about her under that mask. Still, the conversation had confirmed his suspicions that she was from a martial family. That partly explained her great combat prowess. She didn't strike him as a genius like Kane was. Kane has raw talent and limitless potential, but her prowess strikes me more as the product of maddening training and willpower and sheer experience. Even if he wasn't particularly fond of her facade of a temperament, he had to acknowledge and respect the sheer drive with which she reached her current level of power. Let's chill, guys. He tried alleviating the prickly atmosphere. He wasn't sure what the deal between these two was, but he'd rather it didn't escalate. Rui was still pondering about Faye's words earlier. They made more and more sense in hindsight. I do recall Master Aronian saying the criteria was left to their discretion, but I didn't think the criteria would be so independent of the outcome of the objective. Rui didn't think the decision to accept it could have been too easy. The outcome likely still mattered to some extent. Maybe there was some degree of a controversy within the union. He shrugged. He couldn't possibly know and probably never would. And frankly, he had no interest either. He glanced at Faye before asking her something that had been bugging him for a while. How did you knock me out? He really wanted to know what she'd done. I struck you with my palm. She smiled at him. How did you strike me hard enough to knock me out in that position and range? He squinted his eyes in confusion. I can't go around revealing my trump cards so easily, now can I? Faye threw a mischievous smile at him. It's a technique called outer convergence. It's a technique that allows you to gather power from all over your body into a single strike. It allows you to strike with a great amount of power, above your weight class, from practically any position if fully mastered. Kane explained. Rui's eyes flew wide open, while Faye's eyes narrowed, throwing a subtle, yet sharp glare at Kane, who basked in her hostility with a smug grin. It sparked another bout of bickering provoked by Faye. But Rui couldn't be bothered by their tantrums. Gathering power from all across the body into a single strike. That's normally impossible, except in a perfectly suited position allowing you to leverage torque from all muscle groups. It's interesting she could accumulate and summate torque from muscle groups all across the body in that position. It seems like a much more advanced version of the one-inch punch back on Earth. The one-inch punch was an iconic strike that worked similarly to how Kane described outer convergence. Obviously, Rui knew absolutely everything fathomable there was to fathom about the one-inch punch. The reason he failed to realize that Faye had hit him with a one-inch punch was because it made no sense to him, a person from Earth. It was true that the one-inch punch was a good demonstration of the channeling and convergence of power. It was also flashy and cool. Except the one-inch punch was useless in actual fights. It was completely unpractical and worthless to launch strikes from 1 inch away, which is why no MMA UFC fighter did that. Whereas outer convergence allowed Faye to perform feats that would be physically impossible on Earth. Martial art, techniques, and skills in this universe and world are not limited the way they were on Earth. Well, duh. Rui had known this ever since he saw a martial artist destroy a massive tree trunk with a single punch. But back then it was all veiled in mystery. Seeing exactly how they defied the laws of physics was shocking to him. It's almost as if the world is warping in and of itself, conspiring to allow techniques and skills such as this to surpass their limits. The laws of physics seemed to be just so ever slightly different such that his scientific background was relevant, while still different enough to allow such phenomena to occur. That was, of course, still speculation. He didn't dive deeper into the profound ontological gripes to be had between the differences of this world and his own. Frankly, he didn't care to. It wasn't his main interest. He put the issue at rest, for now. How do you know about the technique, Kane? Have you also learnt it? Rui asked. I haven't. It's not particularly relevant to the direction in which I'm developing my martial art. I know of it because it's a somewhat common technique in offensive striking-oriented martial arts. I've come across it before several times. It's hard to deal with. It made sense. Outer convergence certainly seemed to be a technique that was aimed at maximizing offense at the cost of maneuvering. This would run contrary to what Rui knew about Kane's martial art. So the fact that you use outer convergence means your martial art is probably centered around offense, right? He asked Faye. My martial art is indeed a short-range, striking-oriented offensive martial art. Short range because of the palm-centric offensive style, right? Faye nodded in return, smiling. Within the domain of close-quarters combat, kicking length was treated long range, punching length was treated as mid-range, and elbowing-kneeing range was treated as short range. Faye's striking style fell just short of mid-range CQC close-quarters combat, thus being short range. Speaking of personal martial art, I wonder what yours will end up looking like. Faye told him with a hint of curiosity on her face. I'd observed you for quite a while during the third round. You never particularly demonstrated an affinity for any one particular domain, range, or technique, she continued. From what I can see, you've been dedicating at least a large portion of your life to preparing for your martial path. It's rather odd you haven't developed affinities. Usually, signs of one's martial art can be seen to at least some degree even prior to the martial apprentice stage. Rui shrugged. I'm not particularly drawn into any one particular style of fighting. I might become an all-rounder. Interesting, all-rounder styles are obviously more flexible than specialized styles, so that is a good choice, Kane pointed out. Indeed, but there are also downsides to all-rounder styles. All-rounder styles have a greater variety of types of approaches in a fight, however. This means that the analysis and judgment needed to accurately choose the most efficient and effective choice is much more difficult. The greater the variety of choices, the harder it is to choose correctly. Furthermore, the longer it takes to choose. This is the downside to all-rounder styles, Rui continued. On Earth, of course, the benefits that all-rounder styles, like the generic MMA fighting style, brought to the table surpassed the benefits brought by specialized styles. The empirical data was clear. Fighters who hyper-specialized lost in a UFC MMA setting, which was the closest thing to real combat. Pure strikers were unable to deal with grapplers once the grapplers closed in point blank. Pure grapplers were unable to cope with ranged nature of striking that prevented pure grapplers from reaching point blank, not without getting severely hurt or knocked out. However, this was not Earth. This was Gaia. The martial art in this world was vastly different from that of the martial arts on Earth. This meant that things that shackled the fighters of Earth did not exist in this world. Faye and Kane threw him an odd look. Do you disagree with what I said? Rui raised an eyebrow to their reaction. No, Kane mumbled. I agree with it. I think it's a nuanced take, but it's something I heard from my grandmother. It's odd to hear that from someone with no formal training. She stared at him with a hint of puzzlement. It's just weird because sometimes you seem clueless about basic martial art, but the next second turn into an expert. Kane laughed awkwardly. Rui shrugged. He, of course, knew the truth. He appeared clueless sometimes because he genuinely was clueless. Martial art was greatly different from martial arts in many ways, yet they shared many underlying traits on a broader scale for a large portion of his expertise to be relevant. Things that were completely alien to Earth, such as techniques like outer convergence, he was ignorant about. But the general advantages and disadvantages of styles and the determinant variables that determine the outcome between two different styles and approaches did not change. Here he was an unparalleled theoretical expert on these topics, the likes of which he doubted anybody, but the most experienced masters and sages could rival. Still, he didn't let it get to his head. Fact of the matter was that he was ignorant. He had a lot of learning to do before he could hold himself as an expert on the field like he did in his previous life. And that would take a long time. Not that he minded, the journey was half the destination. Every time he entertained thought of his martial path, he would grow excited from the bottom of his heart. Well, as long as you know, Kane shrugged. For what it's worth, I do think an all-rounder style would suit you more than a hyper-specialized style, especially because of your resourceful and tactical approach. But that means you'll have to become a jack of all trades, but a master of none. I'm fine with that. The greater versatility and flexibility are worth the trade, Rui replied. This he was sure of. Rui often likened combat sports with artistry. There were several parallels between them. A good painting was born of three things: the necessary tools, the artist's proficiency with those tools, and the manner in which the artist applied his tools and proficiency to paint the vision he sought after. Another analogy that Rui had conceived was that of a surgery. A perfect surgery most certainly needed the appropriate tools and instruments, as well as a surgeon who was proficient in using those tools, and also a surgeon who knew what operations needed to be performed in order to obtain the desired outcome. Combat and martial art were no different, in a way. The tools of a fighter were that of his body, his limbs, his torso, his head, and every cell in his body. The higher the quality of the tools, the more that could be accomplished with them. Obtaining high-quality tools was the foundation of martial art. A powerful, capable body was fundamental to the framework of combat in both Gia and Earth. Next, the proficiency of those tools was analogous to the techniques employed in combat. These techniques were nothing more than means and ways to operate the body in order to efficiently and effectively accomplish a set of tasks and actions. This encompassed both accuracy and precision of movements. And finally, the application of the tools and techniques, using the right move at the right time, an extremely important aspect of combat. What did it matter if one possessed the body of a god and the movements of a machine if one used the absolute worst move at any given time? It didn't. Such a person would lose to another with bad tools and techniques, but great application. Currently, Rui was closer to the latter. A lifetime of research into mid-combat analysis and judgment, a lifetime of research into probability of success of tactics applied in various scenarios with carefully constrained and controlled variables. This was something of immense utility, and Gia and Rui possessed it in spades. This was why he was likely to pick an all-rounder martial art. They were more versatile and flexible compared to other martial art. Their only downside was that they were very tactically intensive, meaning, of the three aspects of combat mentioned prior, tools, proficiency, and application. All-rounder styles required much higher quality of application compared to other styles. Thus, it was very suited to Rui, whose strongest advantage was his tactical application. The reasoning behind his decision was certainly a bizarre outlier. There was no way to train tactical application the same way one's body and technique could be trained. Tactical application was something that usually came with a vast amount of experience, real experience. It required fighting, and more fighting, and even more fighting. The quality of one's application of techniques was mostly combination of intelligence and experience. This was why Rui was suited to it. His brain was still developing, and would continue to do so until the age of 25, meaning his mind would be growing sharper and sharper for a second time. And although he lacked practical experience, which would no doubt hinder him in the short run, his theoretical foundations and knowledge were simply out of this world. Rui suspected that whatever his martial art would end up looking like, he would probably be unlike any other all-rounder in the world. Though he still wasn't able to accurately extrapolate what this would look like exactly. Rui. Julian interrupted his train of thought while approaching the trio. He had distanced himself from them when they approached Rui, not wanting to awkwardly be part of a conversation he clearly had no place in. He'd instead given them space and taken the liberty to read up on the Academy information booklet the admission department had been providing to students and their guardians at free of cost. Ideally, he'd want to allow Rui to spend time with fellow students for as long as possible, but you really ought to read up and clarify any doubts you have sooner than later, Rui. You won't get another chance until the academic year begins. True, Rui concurred before facing Kane and Faye. Sure, no problem, see you later. We should hang out in my place sometime. Kane replied, earning a nod from Rui. I'll be looking forward to meeting you once our academic year begins. Faye bade courteously. The two of them waved Rui off before setting out in the opposite directions, as though they did not want to spend any extra time with each other. What's with those two? Rui couldn't help but wonder at this point. You have some interesting friends. Julian noted, throwing Rui a wry smile, but they don't seem to get along with each other for some reason. Yeah, it's strange. They're acquaintances, probably because they both are direct family of martial sages. Rui shrugged. They must have some history together. Anyway, let's go now, Julian said as he led the way down a long, large, and ostentatious corridor. The decor was so extravagant that Rui couldn't help but wonder whether he was in at a school or the royal palace. Gold, platinum, silver streaked across the decor. The architecture was so unnecessarily extra, it made Rui wonder about the actual purpose. It's almost like the Martial Academy. No, the Martial Union is making a statement to all students who traverse its academy. It was one thing to rub in its prestige with facilities and amenities that had actual utility. It was another to spend resources on something so vain. It's almost like they're purposely competing with royal standards. He'd once seen what royal extravagance looked like when he saw the mansion royal premises from afar a few years back. Maybe they're competing with the royal family. This was random, pure speculation on Rui's part, but he didn't think that two separate entities with vast amounts of economic and militaristic power within a single nation would get along with each other. Not that I know anything about politics. He knew the bare basics back on Earth, and only the bare basis because he didn't bother with politics ever. He'd never voted even a single time in his entire life. Democratic or Republican government, what practical day-to-day impact did it have on his life? Ultimately, ambitious rich power mongers engaged in a squabble for more power and more money, most of which came at the cost of the poorest and most disenfranchised class of people of society. Back on Earth, he hadn't even wanted to even dip his toes in this quagmire of modern society. Fortunately, he made enough money to not be affected much regardless of how much the political landscape changed. His income was upper middle class, and he led a frugal and liability-less life. With that much money, he did not need to give a shit and could engage in the things he cared about most, combat research. Though maybe I should care for the politics in this world to some degree. The reason was simple: the existence, as well as the impact of martial art. One did not need to be a political pundit to see that martial art made a huge impact on political considerations. Just the very existence of martial art was enough proof. It was highly likely the world would look extremely different if it weren't for martial art. As an aspiring martial artist and a lover of martial art, impact of politics in Gia would likely have a much greater impact on him, should he succeed in becoming a martial artist, than it did back on Earth. After all, back on Earth he was nobody, just another cog among another 320 million or so Americans. But as a martial artist, he would be part of militaristically elite 1%. Rui was not arrogant, but martial artists impacted politics much more so than other citizens. They were walking fully autonomous armies. There was no way such power would not get mixed up in a political muck with or without their consent, as long as they lived in a society. If that is the case, I should be careful. I should also be more informed on the current political climate. In the future, Rui shrugged. Making vague and generic precautious plans was the best he could do. He lacked too much information and too much power to even bother with anything more. Looks like we're here, Julian told him. They'd arrived at a large reception hall-looking room. Fancy as always, Rui noted. The room was filled with an array of counters with staff on one side and students on the other side, clarifying their doubts. There's an empty spot there, let's go, Julian gestured. They occupied the seats opposite to an empty counter as a staff member greeted them. How may I help you? There's several things I'd like to learn more about, but specifically, I was hoping you could tell me more about the scholarship program. Rui replied, this was the most important matter to him presently. He needed to qualify to get a scholarship. In order to that, he needed to learn more about it. The staff member nodded in response before replying, absolutely. The scholarship program was set up to help students who are unable to afford the hefty tuition, housing, and other fees that end up accumulating to a rather hefty amount per academic background. You can incur the fees as debt and repay it back when you become a martial artist. The information booklet provided specifies a specific mode of payment, correct? Can you tell us more about it? Indeed. Let me give you a brief overview about the contracting system of the martial union before I speak about scholarship debt repayment. Once you graduate from the academy as a martial squire, you will be negotiating a contract with the martial union that describes the payment structure rates you will receive your payment with, in exchange for completing missions commissioned to the martial union by customers. So, for example, one common contract offered by the union is the commission cut contract, more commonly known as the royalty contract. You will receive a specific proportion of the commission fees paid by customers for a mission. Something like, say, 40%. So if a customer commissions a bodyguard mission for 100 silvers, for example, then you'll receive 40 silvers and the remaining 60 go to the martial union. In this case, if you have scholarship debt, then you may repay that debt by taking a 20% lower royalty contract. He continued. The royalty contract is only one type of contract that the union offers, but going in depth into the contracting system is not necessary. The point is, no matter what kind of contract structure you negotiate with the martial union when you register, your debt will be accounted for in the contract, and you'll sign a contract that effectively reduced your income until your debt is paid. Interesting. The scholarship debt was repaid directly to the martial union. This made sense since the Martial Academy was owned, staffed, and even funded by the martial union. What interested Rui was how sophisticated the economic framework seemed to be. It wasn't something he would have expected, but it was remarkably realistic, grounded, and pragmatic. The functioning of the union, the academies and martial artists in relation to each other, was quite rational, and not of the vague, ambiguous system one would normally encounter in fictional fantasy settings. What happens to these debt contracts once it's been fully paid? This was an important matter to Rui. The debt contracts include a condition and agreement of termination of the contract once the debt has been fully paid, of course. No need to worry about anything on that front. What is the typical time period needed for a martial squire to repay their incurred debt through these debt contracts? The information booklet does not mention anything about the interest rate. Julian inquired. It was quite possible that the debt incurred would be so high, and the interest would be so overwhelming that it would take martial squires half their life to pay back their debt. Signing an exploitative contract that would haunt you for decades was a truly horrific possibility that Julian was determined to not allow happen to Rui. The reason the information booklet does not mention an interest rate is because we do not charge an interest rate. The interest to be paid is the principal amount incurred as debt. Rui narrowed his eyes. This meant that the scholarships weren't a system meant to farm larger amounts of money through snowballed debt of hapless victims. On first glance, it seemed like plain philanthropy, but Rui was certain that this wasn't the case. It seems the Martial Union's interest in maintaining a constant fresh influx of new martial artists was stronger than I'd suspected. This was quite the sweet deal for students like himself, if true. The Martial Academy was basically willing to make losses in order to ensure a greater number of martial artists successfully graduate. As for the first question you asked me, the man continued. It generally takes graduates several years of work with the general debt contract to fully repay their debt and renegotiate a standard contract with the union, though there are some who manage to repay it within 6 months, while those who fail to repay it for one reason or the other, typically due to low rates of mission completion, crippling injuries, or death. It all depends on what kind of occupation you take and what kind of competences you possess. I also noticed that collaterals are not a necessary condition for being eligible to scholarship debt, Julian pointed out. Indeed, the kind of students who usually need a scholarship never have any collateral in our experience, the man replied. So the academy just readily offers scholarships to all students who are unable to pay the fees, Rui asked with a confused expression. This was honestly too good to be true. Yes, however, you will need to provide a financial statement. We do not permit students who possess the financial security to pay the fees to enter based on a scholarship. This was easy enough. Rui had already verified that there was absolutely no way in hell the orphanage had the funds necessary to foot the bill of the fees. Then, from what you have clarified, as well as the information available in the guidebook, Rui here is fully eligible to apply for and receive a scholarship, Julian noted. There are no problems as long as you have the documents at hand. You can submit an application for a scholarship for student Rui Courier. While Julian began the process, Rui was left to his own thoughts. Part of the reason the martial entrance exam was this difficult was probably because they wanted to a high degree of certainty that the students that end up passing and applying for a scholarship are worth the money invested. Rui suspected that part of the reason the Martial Union was so liberal with their scholarship policy is because the fact that the students applying managed to pass the exam meant there was already a somewhat high degree of confidence that a decently large enough proportion of students who passed the exam and applied for a scholarship would likely graduate. Otherwise, such liberalism didn't make sense. Some financial losses were fine as long as the yield of martial artists were high enough. These were likely long-term investments into the growth and development of the Martial Union. Thus, it made sense that the martial exam was served as not just a test for whether people were worthy of becoming a martial artist, but also as a filter that weeded out as many incompetent applicants that would be no more than bad investments and money drains that would sap away the funds of the Martial Union. Especially the first round, people who lacked the resolve and determination, the type of people who least deserve a scholarship, would have been filtered out. They wouldn't reduce the pool of potential martial artists pointlessly unless the detriments of doing so drastically outweighed the incentives. Unless he found himself a master martial artist independently of the Martial Academy, he had no hope. And the notion of Rui being accepted as a martial artist outside of the Martial Academy was absurdly ridiculous. I have a higher chance of becoming a martial artist by myself. Rui yawned as he faced the azure sky. Tired? Julian asked. Yeah, that took fucking hours, Rui replied. Indeed, still, it was interesting. Rui couldn't argue with that. No, it was a severe understatement. After they'd applied for a scholarship, they'd gone on to clarify their doubts regarding the curriculum of the academy. The academy first began with a more thorough and in-depth evaluation of the students' martial proficiency in various fields, much more so than even the martial entrance exam, apparently, makes sense given that the entrance exam did not specifically test for martial proficiency. It tested resolve in the first round and general physical capability in the next 2 rounds. The evaluation exam was different. It performed detailed measurements of a student's capabilities in various fields, and the results of the evaluation exam would decide the curriculum for each student. The student would then undergo that curriculum until they reach a satisfactory level of general combat proficiency. This was the first step needed to reach the martial apprentice realm. This stage was also known as the foundation stage. It was allegedly the most important stage, without which the martial path could not be tread upon. This was to allow both the senior instructors and students to measure their progress at occasional intervals. It also gave a lot of students sparring experience that a large proportion lacked. It was not easy to get controlled and monitored sparring experience unless you were rich. Unlike in the previous stage, the senior instructors would take less of a teacher role and more of an aid-mentor role in the exploration stage. They were mandated to not be overbearing on students of this stage, but rather encouraged them to be open-minded and inquisitive, to help them explore the length and breadth of martial art, and help them take the very final step needed to become a martial apprentice discovering their martial path. Seems freedom is necessary for the exploration stage, Rui mused. The exploration stage required to students to freely explore a variety of techniques above the bare basics mastered in the foundation stage. The idea was that with enough exploration and introspection, the students would discover the direction they wanted to develop their martial path in, the martial path. Once the martial path was discovered, the exploration stage would end. The foundation and exploration stages were the two stages aimed at getting students to enter the apprentice realm. Rui was equally for excited both stages. The entrance exam had exposed his glaring flaws and shortcomings. His martial proficiency was subpar. He had a lot to learn, far too much. He barely managed to pass the exam relying on tactics, but that was not a sustainable strategy. He needed to get strong if he wanted to become a legit martial artist. He wanted to become strong. The foundation and exploration stage sounded like absolutely perfect to Rui, who looked forward to simply immersing himself in his love for martial art without any other considerations of any kind. He had been starving for exactly this for the past 12 years. It's a shame I wasn't able to learn what comes after. It's a bit strange there being this secretive when I'm already guaranteed to be a student. The only answer was that they did not want to give out unnecessary information prematurely. Perhaps the answers to his questions were partially confidential, sensitive, or dangerous to their interests. It wasn't implausible. Higher realm martial artists were practically considered national treasures. It would make sense that the Union and Academy would take a hard stance on all information regarding these assets. Anything that could diminish their safety or contribute to their harm was strongly regulated by the Union by the looks of it. That's one hell of a VIP treatment they got going on there. This one of the secondary aspects of being a martial artist, particularly a high realm one, that Rui was looking forward to one day, who didn't like to be held in high esteem. In his previous life, he was just a researcher. And although his work did have an impact on an entire industry, ultimately, he himself was not that prominent outside of certain academic circles. In comparison, a high-realm martial artist could impact an entire nation. The path to reaching a high realm as a martial artist is extremely difficult, Julian reminded. It took him only a glance at Rui's dreamy expression to more or less gauge his thoughts. Let a man dream. Rui shook his head. What man? Julian shrugged mirthfully. I only see a child who needed an adult to accompany him on his first day to school. It was a provocation, and it worked. The two bantered as they rode a rickshaw back home. So what's the martial academy like? A young girl asked with curiosity. How many times have you asked that question, Rita? Rui sighed helplessly. Oh, come on, just tell, Rita insisted. Puh. After dinner, focus on your food. I see you've barely eaten anything. Myra interjected. Aw, Rita pouted. All of them had gathered in the dining room. Lashara had made it a point to ensure everybody eats together. Every day, dinner would begin only after everybody was in the dining room, ready at their tables, probably to strengthen the sense of kinship between us, Rui mused, and it worked. Blood-related or not, eating together always conveyed a sense of togetherness like no other group activity. It really hammered in the idea that they actually were family. This was one of the many reasons Rui had grown deeply fond of the Quarrier Orphanage. Rui glanced around. In the past 13 years, the Quarrier Orphanage had grown tremendously, as many of the adolescents from 13 years ago had grown up and decided to remain with the orphanage. Even those who had gotten married and shifted away from orphanage among the second generation still supported it when they could afford to. Farian, Horatio, and Micah were now full-fledged adults that had got into manual labor, while women like Nina worked in restaurants and bars. Together, along with the first generation of adults of the orphanage, Lashara was able to adopt and care for children with a much lesser burden. One source of income that truly helped the Quarrier Orphanage was that of Julian's. Despite obtaining a prestigious position in the Kandrian Institute of Sciences as an apprentice scholar in the Research and Development Department, he never forgot his roots. He still resided with the home he grew up with, and aided the family that had put a roof over his head and food in his belly and given him love and care when he was alone in this world. He had obtained a middle-class occupation, allowing him to pay back everything he believed he owed to the orphanage. Rui intended to do the same. He had no intention of living elsewhere. What was the point? He had a loving family. There was no need of going through the extra expenses of getting his own place, only to live a lonely life. Once I start working as a martial squire, I'll give all the income I don't need to the Quarrier Orphanage. Even on Earth, Rui had led a frugal life. He didn't even bother owning his own place. He lived in an apartment. He tossed all his income into the bank where it rotted for several decades until his health deteriorated drastically near the end. Still, this life was different. He still hadn't learnt as much as he'd like about martial artist occupations. He wasn't sure how much of his income would be needed for his occupation. Maybe martial artists used gear like armor, knives, swords. Or maybe they needed a large amount of funds for the learning and training resources needed to grow stronger. After all, he highly doubted that the martial union was unable to provide any aid to lower-ranked martial artists. It's possible they even had a monopoly on the learning resources and exchanged them for particular services, thus incentivizing martial artists to always remain loyal and associated with the union. Well, all of this isn't relevant at the moment. He had to first become a martial squire and graduate from the academy before he could even think about the details of working as a martial artist. You said the academy would begin in 30 days, right? Nina inquired. Yeah, you'll be staying in the academy the entire time, Rui nodded. That's a shame. Nina shrugged. Don't worry. Rui reassured. They have breaks in between. I'll definitely come back during the breaks. How often are they? Lashara asked, hoping they are frequent as possible. Seasonally. The first break after the start of the academic year will be the spring break, right around the spring festival, according to the information guidebook. Rui explained. I see, Lashara sighed. It wasn't as much as she'd hoped, but still better than the worst-case scenario. How long will the breaks be? Around 5 days or so. He responded. That's it, Horatio grumbled. Rui shrugged. That's it, yeah, can't do anything about the rules. The reason for the shorter break was due probably to ensure the students' discipline wasn't broken due to extensively long breaks. On the other hand, it's nice they're letting you out during the spring festival, meeting you after so long, and having you with us to celebrate it will make the festival even more special. That's true. Rui smiled melancholically. Now he had gotten his hands on the academic calendar, he knew that he would see his family much less frequently, a meager 4 times his year. It's a shame I can't live here once the academic year begins. Rui sighed inwardly. Ideally, he would have liked to stay at home and commute to school daily. This was a norm for students his age in most schooling systems on Earth. He wasn't fond of being ripped apart from his family, though the significance of the martial academies was admittedly higher than schooling systems back on Earth. Still, you'll be leaving in a week, Alice muttered on the verge of tears. Don't worry, Alice, I'll always come back. You're my precious big sister after all, Rui assured with a smile. Oh, you. She rushed to hug him, overwhelmed with emotion. The gesture triggered yet another round of affection and fawning, which Rui duly received and reciprocated. As the sole cause for their emotion, he did not dare complain about this. It wasn't as though people hadn't left the orphanage before, but this was indeed the first time that someone as young as him was leaving the orphanage for as long as he was. On one hand, they were happy for him. On the other, they would miss him dearly. All right, I'm headed out, Rui said as he jogged out the main door of the orphanage. Be careful, don't get lost, Lashara warned. Rui stuck a thumbs up even as he put distance between himself and the orphanage. I wonder what his place looks like. Kane had invited him over to his house before they'd left the academy in the induction ceremony. This was a new experience to Rui, even though he albeit knew that this was a regular phenomenon on Earth. His disease had prevented him from rendezvous in his previous life back on Earth. Severe chronic asthma was a disease that made even simple relatively light tasks like traveling to a friend's house pretty difficult, not that he's had any friends back in his childhood anyway. It's probably an ostentatious mansion, Rui speculated. Kane's home was pretty much in the center of town of Hadjin, the town of which the Quarrier orphanage was more or less in the outskirts of. Rui planned to jog a portion of the way where he was supposed to rendezvous with a servant of the Arankar family who would escort him to the Arankar household. As he traveled, his surroundings grew increasingly populated and developed. The Quarrier orphanage was situated in a somewhat more remote location closer to the open fields where crops were grown. However, as he traveled further into the town, the population density and infrastructure of the town grew immensely. The presence of a martial academy was a blessing to the town. It drew in a lot of people from all over the empire, specifically amongst the youth every year. The martial academies were a boost to economic prosperity, after all. Each academy needed a huge amount of labor and resources for maintenance alone. There was a large number of suppliers and manufacturers who had set shop in the town, who supplied the academy with the needed goods and supplies. There were many people who migrated to the town and ended up being employed by the academy, and many a youth who migrated to the town looking to attempt and hopefully pass the annual martial entrance exam. The martial entrance exam was held during winter, during which traveling between states would be much harder after all. Many non-native applicants would travel to the town much in advance. In this way, the Martial Academy empowered both the supplier and consumer market. It was far from an exaggeration to that the economy of the town of Hadjin would collapse overnight without the academy. The disappearance of the academy would mean a large portion of the demand for goods and supplies would decrease drastically, causing excess supply of goods in the local market, reducing the prices of goods significantly. Smaller suppliers, business and retailers would be unable to stay afloat and would be forced to migrate to other parts of the empire. A large proportion of the locals who were employed by the academy, or aiming for it, would also be instantly unemployed and would likely migrate. After a brief period of chaotic flux, the GDP of the town would most be reduced by a significant portion, without a doubt. This must be one of the ways the Martial Union maintains political and economic power. Putting aside the direct authority and capital they possess, the sheer passive impact and necessity of the Academy's Act of the Union has on society is immense. Rui mused as he reached his rendezvous point. Master Quarrier, I presume, a voice behind him inquired. Rui turned to meet the man. He wore simple but lavish clothing with a crest of the Arankar family embroidered over the left chest area. Yeah, Rui Quarrier. He responded in affirmation. Are you here to pick me up? Indeed, please come this way. He gestured to a horse-pulled carriage. A carriage, my first time. It was indeed his first time in either of his lives. He wasn't particularly excited, though. As someone who'd spent a lifetime in a world of cars, bikes, subways, planes, etc., a carriage wasn't that big a deal. It was, frankly, nothing note. Still, Rui played the part of a poor orphan and got all excited at the prospect of the privilege of riding a horse carriage. Woo-oh, a horse carriage. He cooed as convincingly as he could, suppressing the embarrassment that arose within him. Please make yourself comfortable, he said, opening the door and gesturing inside at the posh, luxurious seats within. How long will it take us to get there? Rui inquired. No more than 20 minutes, he replied. Longer than I expected. Rui noted. Well, if it was any shorter than sending a carriage would be kinda pointless, although there is the matter of verification of my identity. Kane had explained that invited guests were usually provided with a letter of invitation to enter the premises, but he didn't have any at hand since Kane had invited him on the spot without any prior planning. Well, he didn't know whether I'd even passed or not. The invitation was quite spontaneous after all. Rui mused as he felt a sense of anticipation. Normal kids invited each other to play games. Kane had invited Rui for sparring, and Rui accepted in a heartbeat. In fact, had Kane invited Rui over to play cards, Rui would definitely refuse the invitation with some excuse or the other. Traveling all this way and spending a whole day at someone's place for cards, just the mere thought of wasting time like that with only 1 month for the academy to start made Rui laugh. But sparring was a different thing. Rui had very little experience. At this stage, he was thirsty for experience. This was the one thing that he could not use his expertise in martial arts and combat sport training. Combat experience was irreplaceable. It was supreme. He looked forward to gaining as much as he could. Furthermore, from someone like Kane, who was a far superior fighter than Rui was. How exciting. Rui, glad you're here. Kane waved as Rui took in the majesty of the Arankar household. Kane's home somewhat resembled a Western palace of sorts from the Middle Ages. It was lavish and luxurious, yet the decor and aesthetics were not ostentatious. It was as if the owner did not care for superficial beauty. Come on in, Kane told him. Rui followed him as he took in the visage of the mansion. Yeah, this kid is loaded, Rui affirmed. There were servants of all kinds scattered across the premises, all engaged in one task or another. Gardeners meticulously maintaining the beautiful garden, maids and butlers tending to one task or another. That's a huge door. What's the point of having a door this big? Rui wondered. One could walk on stilts and still comfortably enter. You have a big place, man, Rui told him. Yet too big if you ask me. Kane shrugged. Is your family around? Rui asked. Some of my siblings, my mom, my stepmoms. Your mom and your stepmoms. Rui tilted his head. My dad is polygamous. Kane briefly replied. It didn't seem like a pleasant topic for him. I see. Rui dropped the topic. He regretted asking. But he was caught off guard. He didn't know about other countries, but at the very least the Kandrian Empire had a culture of monogamy. Even on Earth, most nations and cultures were strongly monogamous, at least in the 21st century. Kane had expressed hostility towards his father prior. Maybe this had something to do with it. My father isn't around, that's why I invited you around this time. Kane told him. Let's go. You don't mind starting immediately, right? No problem. Rui smirked. It was a silly question. Rui would, in fact, mind had they sat around sipping tea making small talk. All right, this way, just then. Kane, a mature female voice called out to him. Kane paused, turning towards the direction of the voice reluctantly. Yes, mother, I was told you called over a peasant of a boy. It seems I was told correctly. Are you going to waste time playing around? She reprimanded him sternly and coldly. Did she just call me a plebeian to my face? Rui mused. He was a little caught off guard by the woman's unrepenting rudeness. Kane's life must suck with a mom like her. I'm starting to see why he doesn't seem to like this place. He's a friend. Kane sternly told her off. We're not playing around, we're going to be training. Train with the instructors your father has hired. I train with them every day. Sparring with others will give me a wider range of experience, which will ultimately help me grow stronger in the long run, he retorted. His mother begrudgingly accepted that explanation after instructing Kane to work hard. Hey man. Kane turned to Rui, bowing his head in shame and guilt. I'm sorry she insulted you. You don't need to apologize for other people's actions and words. I appreciate the sentiment, but it's not your fault. This is why I wanted to begin our sparring session with you as soon as you arrived. He muttered in frustration. She never interrupts sparring and training sessions. This way I could have avoided running into her. Why not train and spar away from your house? Kane sighed as his expression soured. I'm not allowed to leave the household unless permitted, Kane told him. Rui jerked his head back in a double take as he glanced at Kane in shock. You can't leave the household for anything. Like at all? Kane shook his head. Nope, not at all. Playing, nope. Walks, no way. Fresh air. We have huge open training areas and tons of balconies and even a gigantic terrace. Rui gazed at Kane with a visible discomfort. Damn, he managed to squeeze out. Yeah, Kane sighed. This is why I can't wait for the academy to begin. I'm surprised your family allowed you to go in the first place. They didn't. It took me literal fucking years of lobbying to be allowed. Ultimately, my dad, who is also an academy graduate, reluctantly relented. I see. The academy is something the Martial Union has invested heavily in a huge amount of resources and funds over a long period of time, making it an absolutely ideal and optimal place for nurturing martial squires. Even for a martial sage like my father, it's not easy to compensate for everything it provides by himself. This was the key point that convinced him, but he set a bunch of conditions. Conditions. I had one chance, and that was when I turned 13, and I had to make it into the top 5 overall. I see. Rui recalled Kane telling him the latter during the second round of the entrance exam. We're here, Kane told him, opening a door to a gigantic facility. Inside was one of the most aesthetically pleasing sights that a martial arts combat sports junkie like Rui had seen in the entirety of his second life. A huge wide area, divided into several sections. In one section, there were what appeared to be a vast variety of bodybuilding and exercise equipment. Rui could see the equivalent of bench presses, treadmills, a variety of weights like dumbbells and plates, squat racks, barbells, cables and pulleys, pull-up and calisthenic bars, etc. In another section was martial arts training equipment of a huge assortment boards, a large amount of dummies for various striking maneuvers and combos as well as throws and holds. There were punching bags of various sizes, each meant for different purposes. Further off, there were many sections of area that seemed to be each dedicated to training specific attributes or skills: awareness, sensory capabilities, endurance, balance, dynamic flexibility. One that particularly caught his eyes was a circular section with a bunch of bags attached to ropes to the ceiling above. The bags themselves were attached to the ceiling. From what Rui could tell, this was dynamic evasive maneuvering practice. One was supposed to stand in the center while dodging the released bags. That reminds an awful lot of the second round. Rui gestured towards that area. Kane smirked. That's my favorite training. No wonder you aced the second round. Rui laughed. He looked forward to spending time here. Kane shrugged. It's really fun. I often get scolded because I ignore other forms of training in favor of doing this. Anyways, let's warm up. Start with cardio. Sure. Kane nodded. They head over to a set of machines that resembled treadmills. How does this work? Do we have to run on our own? Rui inquired. The treadmill is powered by a slime. Kane explained. A slime? Rui tilted his head in confusion. Yeah, within the cylindrical panel, there is a species of slime that rotates when pressure is applied to it. Kane pointed. You can adjust the pressure the slime experiences by adjusting this knob, he said, twisting a knob in front of him. I see. It's a dial that can control how much pressure is exerted on the slim. Rui mused as he adjusted the speed to a comfortable jog. This was yet another example of technology in this world mimicking that of the technology in the 21st century of Earth, not through excellent engineering or highly sophisticated applications of science, but through the remarkable features exclusive to this reality. The extraordinary inorganic resources that could be mined and extracted from the land, the variety of the supernatural flora and fauna, and the esoteric phenomena they offered together allowed this world to achieve things that would otherwise be well beyond their capabilities. Furthermore, in several areas, it even allowed them to surpass Earth. The potions he had consumed in the academy after the second round of the entrance exam healed his wounds completely, while also restoring his stamina entirely in a short period of time. This was something no technology on Earth could replicate. This is pretty amazing, Rui said. It's pretty normal though. Kane threw him a confused look. Anyways, that's enough cardio. My muscles have warmed up. Let's stretch for a round before we begin. It was a well-known fact on Earth and on Gaia that stretching before heavy exercise or any physically intensive activity was a must. There were several benefits it provided, and several detriments that were associated with not stretching. The most basic benefit was, of course, maintaining and increasing range of motion. Muscles were bound together by web-like sticky tissue called fasciae. This connective tissue bound muscles and restricted their elasticity. Regular stretching was needed to prevent them from building up. Range of motion was not the only benefit, of course. Flexibility was highly relevant to multiple physical attributes: power and speed. The amount of kinetic energy the body could generate depended on the physical acceleration due to muscular power, and the distance over which that acceleration could be maintained. Low flexibility inevitably meant the effective distance over which muscles could accelerate was limited, because low flexibility meant muscles could not stretch. If they could not stretch, then the net energy they generate was very limited. Stretching exercise also prevented loss of muscular tissue. During exercise, muscular tissue collapsed at much lower rates when stretched before being put through intensive workouts. It also increased blood circulation, which ultimately increased the net output of the human body. Reducing fatigue, stress, tension, and risk of injury were also some of the more prominent benefits among others. Furthermore, static flexibility exercises are not energy-intensive. You can obtain a lot of benefits with very little physical effort, so much so that even an asthmatic patient like himself could manage to stretch daily as long as it was slowly paced. Flexibility exercises were an absolute must in the field of martial arts and combat sports. Rui himself had published several papers demonstrating the correlation between the probability of a KO victory and flexibility. "All right, that should be enough," Kane said. Rui nodded in affirmation as he lifted himself from a split. Splits were the pinnacle of flexibility when it came to combat sports. They were at the perfect level where flexibility was optimal, not too little to smother and suppress one's own power and acceleration, but not too little to prevent dislocation of joints. It had taken Rui 2 years to achieve a split after he began a tad earnest rigorous exercise at the age of 5. Normally splits could be achieved earlier, but given the delicate and fragile bones and muscles his body had at the time, stressing them too much for an earlier result would be more detrimental in the long run. "We can spar there." Kane pointed to a matted section. "No leaving the area. We can start slow and light rolling after moving on to light half-contact sparring. Once we've gotten comfortable, we can move on to full-contact geared sparring and maybe some conditional or free-form sparring. Whatever works for you. Let me know if you don't entirely know the differences between some of them." Kane explained patiently. Rolling was the primary form of wrestling practice and sparring in Brazilian jiu-jitsu. It was a good of breaking the ice in regards to jiu-jitsu maneuvers and honing them. Back on Earth, half-contact and full-contact sparring were two popular and distinct types of sparring introduced by the ITF, the International Federation of Taekwondo. Concepts such as conditional sparring and free-form sparring were well-established forms of sparring used in all MMA gyms in the 21st century of Earth. He was not just familiar with them, but an irrevocable expert. Rui was glad some of the more colloquial knowledge he possessed was of use on Gia. "We can start with some light rolling, sure, but I'd rather move on to some heavy positional grappling, if you don't mind. My experience in full-contact grappling is paltry compared to my striking practice. It's a lot harder to practice grappling by yourself than striking. After that, I don't mind half-contact and full-contact sparring either, though free form is my preference, you see." Kane stared at him. "Pie." Rui tilted his head under his stare. Nothing. I'm just surprised because you seem to be extremely familiar with different sparring forms and their purposes." "Familiar? I probably know more about them than you ever will." Rui mused. This was not an exaggeration. Well, I read about them in a book about martial art when I was a kid. I see. Well, that's all the more better." Kane took his position on the mat. "Let's begin." Rui crouched a little, aligning his right foot behind his left foot. He balled his fists and brought them up in a guard. "Yeah," he grinned. "Let's get this show on the road." The two shifted around the mat, maintaining distance. This was a common practice even on Earth. By constantly shifting your balance and weight across both your legs, it became more difficult to predict your opponent's movements. It was a simple but an extremely practical tactic. "He's not coming," Rui noted. "Well, his martial art is centered around evasive maneuvering." Rui thought for a moment before making up his mind. "If he's not coming, I'll go for him." He dashed towards Kane, throwing light jabs at him. The strikes had very little torque and weight behind them, making it easier to launch more of them in rapid succession. Kane grinned, swerving and bobbing his head to avoid the higher strikes. For him, avoiding strikes to the head was more practical. The neck was a flexible juncture and evasiveness was his forte. "How about a body strike then?" Rui shot a mid-range straight right punch at Kane's abdomen. Bam. Kane had blocked it with a solid guard. The two put some distance between each other. "Thought your martial art was centered around evasiveness." Rui huffed. "It's not practical to dodge every single attack in some cases. Blocking is just irrefutably the only correct choice." Kane shrugged. That made sense. One could not win a fight purely through evasiveness. This time, Rui closed the distance slowly. They both shifted around, feeling each other out, testing and gauging each other's reactions. Once Rui reached kicking range, he threw a light roundhouse kick at Kane's abdomen, only to cleanly miss as Kane effortlessly dodged the attack. Figured, roundhouse kicks take too much time to land. It's easy for someone with his mobility to avoid them. Rui mused as he threw a few light jabs, most of which were dodged. He attempted to throw a straight kick to Kane's chin, only for Kane to dodge while simultaneously closing the distance. Bam! Kane landed a jab to Rui's abdomen. Tusk. Rui grimaced. It was very difficult for Rui to land a clean strike on him. Kane was not only extremely slippery, but was very good at exploiting slim openings to squiggle his way in and land some strikes. He's strong, Rui huffed, but he wasn't done yet. He closed the gap between him and Kane, but this time he didn't bother trying to land a strike at the earliest opportunity. Instead, he kept his left arm up as a guard while preparing his right arm for a strong jab. Kane, thus far, hadn't aggressed a single attack of his own volition. His only strike was a counter. His plan is to let me initiate an offense and land attacks while or after evading my own. This was Kane's element. He dodged attacks while simultaneously setting up counters, but it was not without flaws. Such a strategy requires a lot of space. Evasive maneuvering, in general, required space. Much more so than most other fields of martial art. The lesser the space, the lesser the evasion. Thankfully, leaving the ring is not allowed. Rui planned to exploit this. By cornering Kane while simultaneously reaching extremely close range, his odds of landing a strike were much higher. The reasons were simple. Reaching the edge would mean Kane wouldn't be able to evade strikes easily due to the lack of space, and the closer Rui was to him, the harder it was to avoid a strike. Avoiding a fast super close range strike with very little space seemed to be difficult even for Kane. He could have no choice but to launch a strike in order to avoid this. Kane glanced backward as he realized the boundary was at his heel. Rui had been making a few sweeping attacks launched in such a way that the ideal way to avoid them was simply to step back. But in a closed area, there was a limit to the number of times this could be performed before reaching the boundary. Rui rushed forward, swinging his fist abruptly, prompting Kane bent backwards while launching a sharp straight high kick in the heat of the moment. Whoosh! Where Rui's head should have been, there was naught but nothing. Kane's eyes widened in surprise. "I've seen that before, Kane." Rui grinned, cleanly avoiding that strike. A simple push was all it took to throw Kane out of the ring. In that bent position, with a kick mid-air and the boundary but an inch away, not even Kane could seem to muster the power or the balance to avoid a ring out. "First round goes to me." Rui grinned smugly, offering Kane a hand. Kane smiled wryly. "Sure, but that's the only round you're winning today." "Ha," Rui laughed. "You weren't using a single technique, were you? Heh. So you noticed. Of course, you were moving like a freaking viper in the exam. I had trouble keeping my eyes on you." "In comparison, you were moving like a lazy cat just now," Rui retorted. Kane threw a competitive smile at Rui in response. They quickly took their positions, shuffling and shifting. Rui was more than happy to rehash the same tactic again. "If it ain't broke, don't fix it," Rui chanted. Just as he cornered Kane and launched a strike, Kane vanished, just as Rui gathered his bearings. Bam! A brutal impact landed on the back of his head, pushing him past the boundary that he had cornered Kane with prior. "Fuck," Rui grimaced in pain, turning around in confusion. What he saw shocked him. Kane upside down on a handstand and had launched a kick down on Rui's head with his leg. Kane flipped back over to his feet with a smug grin. "Did you really think I would fall for the same tactic again? Evasion isn't limited to two-dimensional maneuvering, you know." Rui grinned in awe. "Did he really flip into a handstand to avoid my strike while simultaneously launching a kick to the back of my head to push me over the boundary I had cornered him into?" Rui had underestimated him. Kane was far nimbler and more mobile than he had imagined. Such acrobatic maneuvering made his evasion that much more formidable. "You're really something else, you know," Rui complimented, getting back into the ring. "Heh, you haven't seen anything just yet. I was barely using half my full power." Kane cracked his knuckles, boasting a smiling with a hint of sadism in it. The third bout began, and this time Kane made the first move. "He's coming." Rui tensed in alertness. Kane exhaled and suddenly, taking his first step, he blurred. In an instant he accelerated to top speed, moving so fast that he crossed the distance in a moment. Bam! Rui barely managed to intercept Kane's punch with hastily cobbled guard. Fast, his speed before was basically child's play. Rui haphazardly threw a punch at him, hoping to catch him off guard, but Kane attacked in such a way that the strike would naturally be avoided by the attacking motion. Attacking in a manner that naturally avoids the attack of your opponent, this was Kane was doing. Bam! Kane managed to slip an attack through Rui's guard. Damn, this is different from before. Before he was evading first while countering a slip second later. But right now he's perfectly choosing an attack such that the attacking motion naturally avoided Rui's attack. Rui realized. For example, a jump kick naturally avoided a leg sweep. A leg sweep naturally dodged a jump kick. Kicks possessed greater range than punches thus, if well timed, they could be used to avoid punches by hitting the opponent first. Dealing with anti-cadence is difficult, isn't it? Especially considering you're a newbie. Rui got up, taking up another stance. "You haven't mastered it yet, right?" He could feel Kane's choices weren't entirely optimal. Kane shrugged. "I learnt it a few months ago. It's also one of those foundational techniques in counter-offensive maneuvering that doesn't have an upper limit. You just get better and better at it with experience. That made sense to Rui. Anti-cadence was a technique that relied on judgment, which grew with experience. Analysis and judgment were Rui's strong suits. Among all the techniques he had seen, he was most interested in anti-cadence. It had a lot of synergy with Rui's affinities and interests. How'd you cross the distance between us so quickly? Kane was moving at a speed that should be way above what someone of his physical stature should be capable of moving like. Oh, that's another apprentice-level maneuvering technique called parallel walk. Parallel walk. Yeah, normally people walk and run by twisting their upper body and swinging their arms in the opposite direction to the legs, right? This was true. At a young age, humans naturally developed the habit of walking with their arms swinging opposite to that of their legs. This was because it was the most natural way to maintain balance by countering the torque generated by the legs. Parallel walk is a technique where you run with your arms and upper body swinging in line with and parallel to your legs. It's a technique that allows you to run faster. Rui's eyes widened. This made sense. Twisting your upper body and swinging your arms required a lot of energy. All of that energy was being wasted in maintaining balance. Parallel walk seemed to be a technique where one moved with their arms moving in the same direction as their legs. This avoided the immense waste of energy that occurred with the twisting of the upper half of the body. All the energy that would otherwise be wasted with twisting the upper half would now be directed into the legs and be converted into speed, thus allowing the user to run at significantly higher speeds. It feels really weird when you learn it. Balance is maintained in a totally different way after all, so it takes a while to get used to it. But once you do get used it, you move at way faster speeds way easier. I'm telling you, it was a blessing to my martial art. Kane explained. Rui nodded. It made sense. In truth, this wasn't the first he'd heard of this concept. Back on Earth, there was a Japanese form of walking and running known as Namba Aruki or Namba walking. Namba walking was the running style of the express runners during the Edo period, whose job it was to run messages quickly and efficiently between Edo and the other provinces. Usually they would travel in pairs, one having a pole with a box or package on the end, and another that had a pole with a lantern on it inscribed with the character's official business. I just didn't think it was legit, but it seems that at the very least it's legit in this world. Can you teach it to me? Rui asked. I'm not qualified to. The training process isn't as straightforward as it seems. I had a martial senior monitoring my training, and he put me through a ton of training that I didn't really understand. Half-assed erroneous training is worse than no training, trust me. Kane replied, earning a downcast expression from Rui. Don't worry though, he consoled. I told you this is an apprentice-level technique for maneuvering, right? That means you absolutely can learn this in the academy as long as you reach apprentice level. Rui's expression lit up. Yet another reason to look forward to the academy. He strongly looked forward to the day he learnt this technique in the academy. How many apprentice maneuvering techniques are there? Oh, there are tons of apprentice-level techniques. That being said, each field has a set of basic apprentice-level techniques. These are the easiest techniques to learn that help a brand new martial apprentice grow, accustomed to apprentice-level techniques. After all, the transition from foundational techniques to apprentice-level techniques can be tough. It took me a whole month before I could even get used to it. Kane sighed, recalling a painful memory. To answer your question though, as far as pure maneuvering goes, there's 4. Parallel walk is one of them, meant for physical travel. There's one for combat speed, combat agility, travel agility, etc., Kane explained. Are each of the apprentice-level techniques as effective and as powerful as the techniques you showed me? Rui asked. Just around, yeah, Kane replied. All right then. Rui stood up, taking a position within the ring. Can you show me the rest? Sure thing. Kane grinned, taking up a stance. They clashed with each other for a few hours after round. Kane demonstrated the prowess of a martial apprentice, mopping the floor with Rui over and over. Not only did he overwhelmingly pummel Rui, but he also defeated Rui in many different ways. So this what happens when he uses his foundational and apprentice-level skill. It's overwhelming. Rui, though, as Kane floored him yet another time. Kane had beat him many a time by now, but Rui only grew more and more ecstatic, much to Kane's confusion. Let's stop here for today, Kane told Rui, earning a nod of affirmation in response. Yeah, no need to push ourselves too far in a single session. They were both extraordinarily exhausted. You know, you seem like you enjoy losing. Kane told him. What makes you say that? Well, I beat you a lot, yet if anybody were to look at us, they'd assume you were the winner given how much more satisfied you seem. That's because I am satisfied. I learnt and experienced a ton of new things. The losses are trivial in comparison, Rui explained. I felt this before, but your passion for martial art is, how do I say it, pure, Rui echoed. Yeah, of all the martial artists I've known, all of them had one reason or the other to become a martial artist. Power, glory, prestige, status, money, and stuff like that, you know. But your joy for martial art feels clean. He seemed to have trouble articulating his impression, but Rui didn't press him despite that. Ultimately, he was merely a 13-year-old child. Accurately and precisely enunciating his feelings was not something Rui expected of him. You really enjoy martial art, don't you? Kane asked. Yes, Rui replied unhesitatingly. That sounds amazing. I've never enjoyed martial art. It's always been, how do I say it, a shackle, but it's also my only tool to break through that shackle. I don't know if that makes sense. Kane explained uncomfortably. Rui could tell he was being candid. I think it does, he replied. From what little Rui had seen of Kane's life, it seemed as though martial art shackled Kane, but was indeed also his only hope breaking through those shackles. Being born as the son of a martial sage, as well gifted with prodigious talent for martial art, probably put a huge burden on him. From what Rui had seen of Kane's mother, it was likely that the entirety of Kane's family had massive expectations of him. These expectations seemed to be a shackle. His family probably put him through rigorous martial art training from a young age, so much so that he reached the martial apprentice realm even before entering the academy. They didn't allow him to even leave his damn house of his own free will. His life was basically a prison. Freedom must be something of his wildest dreams. But you know, Kane turned to Rui with a mirthful grin. When I'm with you, martial art doesn't seem all that bad. Rui smirked. Well then why don't I come hang out more often if that's okay with you? That sounds great. Maybe we can spar and train every day. That sounded perfect to Rui. He desperately wanted some real combat practice and training. So far, training with Kane was probably the most fruitful thing he had done in his second life. Sure, sounds great, Rui replied. Though some days it's best if you don't. Oh, why so? Rui inquired. Because my father will be around. Kane explained. You saw how my mother was. My father is far more overbearing and unpleasant. I see. You sure have it rough, man. Kane sighed. You must be excited for the martial academy, eh? Oh man, you have no idea. I can't wait to live in a different place. How excited are you? Extremely. I've been waiting nearly 12 years for this. Kane threw him an odd look. What? Rui responded to his reaction. You're the same age as me, right? Yeah, then how have you been waiting for 12 years? Rui scratched his head awkwardly. I probably miscounted, haha. Anyways, I should probably head home. I'm fucking exhausted and bruised up. Rui changed the topic. Wait, have some potions before you go, Kane offered. Wait, why not? Kane furrowed his brows in confusion. Potions are valuable one-time products, man. They're not cups of tea that you offer to guests. Rui laughed. They're far too expensive for me to accept them. Don't worry about stuff like that. We have more potions than we know what to do with. Seriously, I'm good. No, you have to, Kane insisted. Rui threw him a helpless glance. Fine, Kane rattled off some instructions to a servant as they exited a facility. You want to take a shower? Kane offered. They have showers here. Rui pondered. Nah, I'm good. If I leave any later, I'll worry the folks back home. They bantered until a servant returned with 4 vials. 2 of them were red, while the other 2 were blue. A healing potion for your bruises and an energy potion for your stamina, Kane offered. Rui grasped them, taking a closer look at them. It's always boggled me how amazing potions are. To think they can heal and rejuvenate you in such a short period of time, truly amazing. That's pretty average for potions, you know, Kane told him. Average? Rui asked, perplexed. Yeah, these potions aren't even the best of their types. These are just standard post-training potions around here, though they are far better than what you had at the academy. Damn, so there's even better stuff, huh? Yeah, I don't know the details, but I heard the highest grade healing potions can heal extremely lethal injuries, even if the patient is on the verge of death. On the verge of death? That's insane. That's not all they can do, though. There are potions that can give permanent enhancements to your body significantly in many ways, albeit rare. There are also potions that can significantly increase your lifespan. What? Potions that could bring you back from the brink of death, enhance your abilities permanently, increase your lifespan. These were all truly unfathomable phenomena to Rui. It really broadened his perspective on the limits of the esoteric materialistic nature of this world that seemed to have no limits whatsoever. None of those are common, though. They are extremely rare, so much so that they would be considered national treasures. My father said that even life-prolonging potions were extremely difficult to obtain even for him, apparently. Kane told him. No, regardless of rarity, a potion that can prolong life should be impossible. Aging is an inevitable process that occurs due to processes occurring on a molecular level within our body. Aging was primarily caused by the faulty DNA replication during cellular division and replacement. Every time a new cell in the body is born, the DNA it inherited from its parent cell contained tiny new flaws and new gaps. This happened every time cells divided and were replicated. Over a lifetime, these flaws and gaps accumulate in the DNA across the body before one thing or the other eventually leads to a fatal cause of death. The fact that a potion can stall this inevitable process means that some esoteric compound within the potion is influencing our body universally on a molecular level. He had to once again reevaluate the esoteric technology of this world. Basic healing and stamina recovery were one thing. healing from the brink of death, augmentation, and longevity were whole other ball games. He still found Kane's words incredibly difficult to process. That isn't it, potions are used a lot in medicine too, you know. Kane added, oblivious of the fact that the impact of such an unremarkable statement was rather paltry in comparison to the thundering revelations he had unleashed upon Rui prior. Are the permanent body-augmenting potions you mentioned prior available on the market? Probably not. Otherwise, I would have definitely gotten my hands on them. But I haven't, unfortunately. Only temporary enhancement ones exist. Don't quote me on that, though. I just know general stuff. Kane replied, I see, that's a shame. Rui could gain a huge boost if he had one of those. Well, potions can help you grow stronger otherwise too, you know. Oh yeah, how so? Rui asked curiously. Well, just the rejuvenation potion and healing potions alone increase your ability to train like crazy. Honestly, I can't imagine training without them. I wouldn't be as strong as I am today. Kane explained. True, you could train for far longer, far more intensively with these potions than without. Yeah, you can be damn well sure a major proportion of the freshmen in our batch also relied on them for training, so that they could grow much stronger and more skilled than if they didn't. No wonder I felt outpowered among them, Rui mused. It's also why your performance was quite impressive. When you told me you've never consumed one, I was genuinely surprised. You must have done an absurd amount of training from an extremely young age. I can't tell him I've basically been training my entire life, Rui mused. Every physically intensive activity translated into training as long as it was measured, structured, and disciplined. Even though he began actually training exercises at the age of 5, he still carefully exercised his body in various physical and performative attributes. He went from barely average in terms of physical talent to well above average in regards to physical attributes such as strength, speed and agility, durability, flexibility, etc. The biggest problem was his performative attributes such as balance and body-eye coordination. The mismatch between the muscle memory of his previous life and his new body significantly hindered him. Overwriting 59 years of muscle memory took him an immense amount of time, until he had finally reached an average standard. It's probably also why Faye was particularly impressed and interested in you. You managed to accomplish a lot despite possessing none of the learning, training, and growing resources that almost all other freshmen had, at the age of 13 no less. I wonder how strong I would be if I had access to rejuvenation and recovery potions my entire life. Rui sighed. He wasn't one to grow overtly jealous and envious. As severely diseased person in his previous life, he had long learnt that it was toxic and unproductive, but even he had to sigh when he realized what he had missed out on. You'd be a monster. Honestly, it's pretty impressive you are where you are. Your body is honed incredibly well, all things considered. Your performative attributes are pretty meh though. I'd suggest ramping up on training them. We have tons of training equipment meant specifically for those, so feel free to use them. It was a truly tempting offer. As resourceful Rui was, actual targeted training equipment was far more effective and efficient. Yep, you get a supply of them during your stay at the academy. Sweet, I was worried I'd be missing out then. Don't underestimate the academies, they have huge funding. A lot of that goes into training resources, which inevitably include potions. Of course, they won't be as good as the ones we have here. True, glad to hear that. You also get potions that rejuvenate your mind like a good night's sleep. That's one of the things I regularly use in my training regime. Kane casually dropped yet another bombshell. How many hours have you trained daily across your entire life? Rui wanted to smack Kane over the head, abstaining only because Kane would probably dodge. Such a shame. On average, I train for 17 hours a day. Kane replied. What? Rui questioned him with palpable disbelief. I mean, it's not that hard with the 3 potions I mentioned earlier: healing, physical rejuvenation, and mental rejuvenation. Physical and mental rejuvenation potions. Yeah, physical rejuvenation invigorates the body, mental rejuvenation invigorates the brain so that you don't need sleep. These are the 2 types of rejuvenation potions. Does that mean if you had limitless mental rejuvenation, you would never need to sleep? Rui asked with wonder. Yeah, right, Kane scoffed. The potion's effectivity drops with each consecutive usage. Its effectivity returns to 100% once I sleep naturally. I see, that's still extremely useful though. It's like buying more time. True. How many potions do you take before the potion's effectivity reduces to 0? Usually I can go about 3 to 4 days before I need to sleep naturally. That was lower than Rui hoped. Don't get carried away. There's known risks to consuming mental rejuvenation potions on a regular basis. Oh, it rejuvenates the brain. But psychologically, staying awake for much longer periods is detrimental to the mind. Your mind is not designed nor used to receiving such large amounts of information for so long continuously without a break. Your brain may be fine, but your psyche will be strained. There runs the risk of losing your sanity if you push it. At least that's what my supervisors told me. Kane shrugged. Damn, that makes sense. Just like every other part of the body, the mind had also evolved through natural selection in a particular way. In order for it to maintain its optimal state, it needed to be carefully subjected to only what it was evolved to handle, and not beyond that. Do you monitor yourself with the mental rejuvenation potions? Heck no, Kane grumbled. My training supervisors carefully regulate my mental rejuvenation potion intake. They do some checkups before giving me the potions I'm allowing to consume, while also giving me a schedule for their consumption. Sounds like it may be dangerous to do that stuff by yourself. I dunno, but probably yeah. Don't worry though, the Academy also has a capable and established medical department that handles this kind of stuff. There are supervisors there that ensure students don't push themselves beyond their limits. This also comes from the funding I mentioned before. I see. You sure know a lot about the Academy, huh? Of course I do, Kane replied emphatically. I've been eyeing the Academy for almost 5 years now. You have no idea how badly I'm looking forward to it. I've done a fuck ton of research on it. Rui chuckled in response. He could sense Kane's enthusiasm was just as strong as his, though their motivations differed immensely. He was glad they shared a strong interest. I'm looking forward to training with you in the Academy. Same, but we probably won't be able to hang out as much initially. Kane sighed melancholically. Why not? Well, I'm already a martial apprentice. I'll be directly heading into the training stages they have planned out for martial apprentices to help them reach martial squire. I haven't even been told the criteria needed to become a martial squire. Even father said it was far too early for that, apparently. I see, well, we can hang out in our free times and breaks then. Rui consoled. Sai, we'll have to stick to that, I guess. By the way, the fact that you're a martial apprentice stage means you've already completed the foundation and exploration stages, right? Yeah, what's the name of the stage after one becomes a martial apprentice? Rui asked out of curiosity. It's called the expansion stage. I see, that's a cool name. What exactly do you do in this stage? Well, once you discover your martial path, the only thing left to do is tread down it. You have to begin expanding your martial art, or so I was told. Expanding. As in adding more techniques and skills to your martial art. Yeah, you gain access to apprentice-level techniques from where you can explore, learn, and add those techniques to your martial art repository. Interesting. So this when the actual construction of your martial art begins, huh? That sounds incredibly fun. Rui was dying to be able to get his hands on the apprentice-level techniques that Kane mentioned. Techniques like outer convergence, parallel step, anti-cadence were all extremely exciting techniques that were incredibly effective. It would be a while before he could learn them though, unfortunately. How long did it take for you to complete the foundation stage? Rui asked, out curiosity. Half a year or so, Kane replied. How does that compare to the average? Rui asked, scratching his head. He figured it was likely well below average, considering Kane was a genius. I dunno, hey, don't look at me like that. He reprimanded embarrassedly as Rui gave him a blank stare. One moment he sounded extremely knowledgeable, the next he sounded clueless. Is the foundation stage difficult? Well, I had to train a fuck ton, it was quite tiring. The foundational techniques I learnt in the foundation and exploration stage were really easy though. Rui pondered. Were the foundational techniques actually easy, or was Kane just being too much of a genius here? He wasn't sure. They chatted for a while after consuming their potions, before Rui decided to take his leave. You sure you don't want to have you dropped off? Kane asked once more. Yeah, I'm good. I'm full of energy anyway. I don't mind getting back home on foot. Rui reassured. He didn't want to indulge in Kane's hospitality anymore, although he was growing to really liking the kid they had only met thrice. Rui wasn't comfortable feeling so indebted to someone he had met recently, and only a handful of times. Rui fell into a deep thought walking back, having bade Kane goodbye. He had a lot to think about, having learnt and experienced many things. The martial academy, the prowess of potions, and most importantly the prowess of apprentice-level martial art techniques. Such a fruitful visit, perhaps I should hang around him more. Rui folded the last of his clothes into a large cloth bag. He had checked and rechecked, making sure he had all the sets of clothes he needed. 5 sets of undergarments, as well as general-purpose clothes. He packed in all of his necessities and belongings carefully, ensuring they would all fit in once he folded and tied the cloth down. This world did have the equivalent of suitcases, but they were a bit on the expensive side. Rui had declined the offer of being bought one by the orphanage. He wasn't profligate by any stretch. What was the point of wasting precious money when there was a perfectly apt and cheap alternative? Thankfully, for the same reason he had few belongings. His luggage ended up being conveniently light and small. The day has finally come, Rui mused to himself. Nearly a month had passed since the induction ceremony. The long-awaited and sought start of the Rui's first academic year was the very next day. Tomorrow, Rui would leave the Quarrier Orphanage and head to the mansion branch of the Kandrian Martial Academy, where he would stay until he became a martial squire, or, God forbid, was expelled. Not that Rui had any intention of getting expelled. In the past month, he had memorized the rules of the academy quite well. He was determined to not give them even the tiniest hole that could be conceived as a violation of the rules. Rui, it's dinner time, Myra called out. Yeah, I'll be there in a second. He replied, having tied up his makeshift cloth bag and put it on his bed. He sauntered into the dining room, pausing. Everyone had already gathered at the tables. Even the utensils and food was in place, yet they all waited for Rui to take his place. There were 18 children and 14 adults, far more than usual. Many former members of the orphanage during Rui's time, who had moved out and started their own family, were also present. These were people who had formed strong bonds with Rui as he'd grown up, having known Rui practically his entire life. They'd taken time away from their families to be present to send Rui off. The sight evoked emotion. It made his inevitable departure much more painful. Oh, looks like the star of tonight's celebration is here. Nina smirked, offering him the seat at the head of the table. He sure kept us waiting. Farian grumbled, putting on a grumpy facade. Now he has a big day tomorrow with plenty of preparation. Cut him some slack, will you? Alice chided. Come on, Rui. Julian smiled, coaxing Rui. Let's eat. The entire room conveyed their love for him in their own way, welcoming him. He smiled and took his seat without a word. He was choked with emotion. He didn't trust himself to not burst down sobbing if he opened his mouth. He didn't want to ruin the mood with sorrow. The adults began serving, which in itself took a while. Myra had planned a feast for this day, the last day Rui would live with them for quite a while. He indulged himself with food and love as dinner proceeded with boisterous energy. There was many a reunion. The mood was extremely high. Watching everyone hit him hard. This was what he was foregoing. Was it really worth it? It wasn't as if he hadn't thought about this before. The answer was always the same too. Yet today of all days he found it hard to reaffirm it. Don't look so sad, Rui. Julian consoled with a serene smile. I know exactly how you feel. After all, I felt the same way when I left for the Kandrian Institute of Sciences. Julian had spent 2 years in the Kandrian Institute of Sciences for a higher education at the age of 16, before graduating and being accepted as an apprentice scholar. It's painful to be separated from your family, but your life is your life, Rui. You need to live it. You owe that to yourself. Yeah. Don't worry, we'll be seeing you during the season breaks and to congratulate when you successfully graduate as a martial artist. Julian consoled. Yeah, cheer up, Rui, don't look so down. Alice refilled his plate with another large serving. He obliged as much as he could. Alice really did serve him far too much. He looked down at the large pile of meat and rice that occupied his plate, sighing in resignation. I hope eating this much won't make me ill on the first day of the academy. He hoped the academy had some potions that could instantly fix indigestion. It wasn't too much to ask considering the miracles that potions were capable of. Still, he appreciated it, even if it were ill-advised on the stomach. The food was truly extravagant. The orphanage had pulled all stops for this celebration and farewell party of his. He ate his food as he engaged with various people who came to speak with him. As the star of the dinner and the focus of the night, many people, children and adult alike, were interested in conversing with him. After a while he excused himself for some fresh air, heading out into the balcony. He wasn't accustomed to dealing with this much food or people, certainly not simultaneously. It's like they're trying to cram all the home-cooked food and family I'll be missing in my time in the academy in one night. He mused, burping a bit to free up some space in his bloated belly. We haven't even got to dessert yet. Thankfully, Rui believed in the saying that dessert went to the heart. He rarely had multiple course meals. It was something that orphanage could not afford to do, at least on even an occasional basis. Well, all said and done, I ought to enjoy it while it lasts. Rui relented. He returned to the dining room. All right, Mom, I think it's time to let me go or I'll be late, Rui advised. Lashara ignored him, hugging him tightly, swaying him in her arms. Rui had an awkward expression on his face, unsure of when he would be released from her smothering bear hug of motherly love. She released him before patting his head, apparently satisfied yet melancholic. Don't push yourself too hard, okay? Make sure you get as much sleep and food needed to be healthy, she advised. Rui nodded in response. Her bidding was different from the others, who told him they were proud of him and told him to work hard. Although Lashara was most certainly proud of him, at this moment her overprotectiveness was much more dominant. In her eyes, although Rui was very intelligent, he was still a tender 13-year-old with no experience, living by himself for the first time, being separated from his family. Don't worry, Mom, I'll be fine, he reassured. He glanced at all the people behind her, the adults and children of the orphanage, bidding all of them goodbye before heading towards the town of Hajin. His nerves were angsty and on edge. This was much more nerve-wracking than the martial entrance exam. He inhaled deeply, exhaling slowly in order to calm his prickly racing heart. The orphanage was far from the core of the town. It was quite far away from the establishment and population of the town. Thus, the journey to the martial academy was close to 2 hours away, on foot. Considering he was carrying luggage, traveling there on foot was not something he wanted to do. He instead opted to walk to the closest district while catching a rickshaw there to the martial academy. Although rickshaws were not unheard of in the region of the orphanage, they were exceedingly rare. What was the point of offering transportation to people in a place with very few people? No rickshaw puller was stupid enough to bother going away from the town's heartland. Ah, there we are. Rui spotted the district. Even as he entered it, he already spotted a few rickshaws. He quickly boarded one after haggling a price. It wasn't cheap considering the distance, so he ended up shortening the trip a bit, resolving to walk the remaining distance. Having boarded the rickshaw, he immersed himself in his thoughts, thinking about his course of action. The information guide he received when at the investiture ceremony had already laid out instructions for freshmen in the academy. Once he reached the academy, he was to join the other freshmen in a designated hall. Once all the freshmen had gathered, the academy would conduct the evaluation exam, which would then serve as the basis upon which the individualized curriculum of the foundation stage. Once that was concluded, the freshmen would be given the rest of the day off. They would be shown to their dorm rooms where they could spend the rest of the day as they wished. They could relax and recuperate or mingle with the other freshmen. They could even train or visit the academy library. There was even a tour offered by the academy that day for students who wanted to explore the academy. All in all, it was an extremely exciting day for Rui. Time passed as he grew absorbed in his daydreams about what the academy would be like, until the rickshaw finally stopped, having reached the destination. Rui broke out of his stupor, glancing around, realizing where he was. "We've finally reached Ha," Rui asked, reaching for his coin pouch. He got off after paying the rickshaw puller the agreed sum of 10 copper coins, before heading towards the Martial Academy. He glanced at his timepiece. Thankfully, he wouldn't be late. He would actually be quite early. He had left well before the academic day began out of paranoia of being late. This was the central district of the town of Hajin. It was also adjacent to the Martial Academy, which was its own huge district, basically. The Martial Academy was enormous. Even its fort walls could be seen from kilometers away. All Rui had to do was walk in its direction. The town of Hajin was far busier than any other. The reason, of course, was without a doubt the opening of the Martial Academy and the commencement of a new academic year. This was a national phenomenon annually. The Martial Academies were one of a kind. There were only 16 of them, and all of them were owned by the Martial Union. It was simply impossible for any other private organization to set up even semi-decent learning institute of its own. The martial academies were bastions of the knowledge inherited from countless martial artists of the past and the present. How could anybody rival that? The only entity that could perhaps rival that was royal family. As the rulers of the nation, they had access to wealth and resources surpassing even the mighty Martial Union. Yet there were no such royal institutes, for reasons Rui was completely unaware of. Maybe creating an academy was detrimental to their interests. Rui shook his head, casting away pointless thoughts. He often would find himself drifting away into all of the supernatural things related to this world, especially things related to martial art. Just as he centered and focused himself, the gates of the Martial Academy had come into view. The crowd and traffic in the vicinity of the Martial Academy was extremely dense and chaotic. This was not unexpected. The huge influx of applicants and their family guardians would inevitably escalate the already densely populated area and district as a whole. Rui pushed through the crowd, reaching for the gates. The security seemed to be beefed up, with several more guards on patrol. He quickly procured his student ID provided to him in the investiture ceremony. He would not be able to enter the academy without it. When the guards halted him as he approached them, Rui Quarrier, he identified himself, holding his ID card. "I'm a student of the Martial Academy." He stuffed his ID card back into his pouch, walking past the gates. If it weren't for the signs placed at the side of the path, guiding freshmen to the hall, he wouldn't know where to go. He glanced around, looking at his fellow freshmen. Most of them were carrying rolling suitcases that resembled the kind that were predominantly used on Earth. Rich kids, Rui mused. There was very few who carried around a simple cloth makeshift carabag like he did. This must have something to do with the fact that the richer you are, the more training and growth resources you have access to. Back on Earth, your talent and work ethic mattered more than how much money you had when it came to the combat sports industry. Although funds and resources were no doubt relevant, above a certain point, they began mattering less and less. As long as one had good trainers and even a basic gym, there really wasn't too much money could do beyond that without an exorbitant amount. Your drive and hard work paid off much more than fancy equipment, but that wasn't the case in this world, as Kane had enlightened him. He soon arrived at the designated waiting hall where other freshmen had gathered. It took him less than a minute to find Kane. "Hey man," Kane greeted. "Sup?" Rui nodded. In the past month, Rui had spent nearly every day hanging out with Kane. They had quickly grown closer to each other. Rui glanced around as they noticed a ton of eyes on them. The freshmen around them were clearly wary and conscious of the two of them. It wasn't until Rui caught one of them stealing a glance at the Arankar emblem on Kane's clothes that Rui understood. The Arankar household holds a lot of weight for sure. Ignore M, it's pretty normal. Kane blankly said, "It is. Yeah, once they realize where I'm from, they either stay away from me or start kissing my ass." Kane helplessly replied, "Sounds rough. It is. You're one of the few people I've met who didn't care." "I appreciate that." Rui shrugged. "I appreciate you not caring about my eyes and hair," he replied as he caught someone eyeing his hair. This was another thing they had in common. They didn't have to worry about such nonsense when they hung out with each other. As they waited for whatever it is that was supposed to happen after everyone arrived, Rui took a closer at his surroundings. Firstly, he noticed that most of the freshmen seemed to be around 16 to 18 years old. In fact, as far as he could see, there wasn't a single freshman as young as them. This was probably another reason for the attention they were drawing. There were a few guards situated along the perimeter of the hall, likely to prevent any conflicts that could possibly arise between the freshmen. "Well, hello you two, we meet again," a feminine voice called out to them. Rui didn't even need to turn around to know who it was. Faye. He looked at her with a complicated expression. He wasn't a vindictive person. He partook in the second round knowing full well that there was a great chance he might have got hurt and knocked out. He was young and he was an attractive, yet weak target. He still took part in the second round despite all these risks. He consented to all of this. Naturally, he would not lose his mind in resentment and anger if he lost. What fool participates in a fighting competition fully aware of the risks, only to grow extremely resentful and angry when those risks occur? She did not violate the rules. Furthermore, she attacked countless other applicants too. Rui wasn't unique. Furthermore, she had revealed that she attacked him knowing he would likely pass because of how well he did, even if he got knocked out. She wasn't trying to ruin his chances, or so she claimed. However, he wasn't fond of her personality. From what little he interacted with her, she seemed like an unpleasant person. She seemed like a fickle shit-stirrer, whose words and earnestness he couldn't trust. Talking to her was a tiring exercise, and he'd rather just avoid it altogether. "Tusk, go away. Who asked you to go out of your way to bother us?" Kane had much fewer compunctions with rudeness than Rui did. His background probably had something to do with that. While Rui was still wary of people with a lot of power, Kane had just as much as she did. Rui noticed that they had thoroughly become the center of attention. "Can I not just greet my fellow freshmen? We're part of the same batch, are we not? Besides, I didn't necessarily come to speak with you, Kane." She smiled innocently. "I came to spite you. If it weren't for Rui here, who would bother talking to you? How were you hoping I came here for you? You must be at that age after all." Kane gritted his teeth. "You. All right, let's chill, guys." Rui interrupted with exasperation. If he did not stop it here, it would probably be too late. He glared at Faye. He didn't like her temperament. Just he was about retort, a voice interrupted them. "Do you enjoy picking on a bunch of brats so much, Faye?" A monotonous voice called out to her. A girl called out. She had short blue hair and red eyes and an expression that lacked energy. I'm not picking on Wa." The blue-haired girl grabbed her by the collar and pulled her away, interrupting what she knew would be a tiring word salad of an excuse. "Sorry for the disturbance," she called out, meeting Rui's eyes for a split second. Rui vaguely recognized her. She ranked 5 in the second round right after Kane. "Good riddance," Kane spat. "She's annoying, but your dislike for her seems to go beyond irritation." Rui replied, remembering the investiture ceremony. "My mother loves her. She's constantly comparing me to her and rubbing everything she does in my face for literally years now." Kane's eyebrows knitted in anger. "Oh, look how dedicated to her family's prestige Faye is." Or, "Oh, look how responsible and proactive she is to the family. You should be more like her," and shit like that. See, that explained it. Just as Kane recounted his grievances, the doors on the other end of the room opened and a Marshal Senior walked through. Rui could instantly tell what realm he was in through the weight of his presence. The students immediately took of their belongings while receiving name tags. It's a bit weird that they're doing the evaluation exam as the first thing on the first day of the academy. Rui murmured with a confused expression. "There's a reason for it," Kane replied back with a soft voice. "Oh. Do tell, it's related to our dormitory segregation." Rui threw him a curious look. "The academy has different dormitory sections across the campus." Kane explained. "We're not all going to be put in the same dormitory just because we're in the same academic batch. One dormitory section is near the apprentice training section of facilities and apprentice martial libraries." "I see," Rui understood. "So those of us at the martial apprentice level will be put in the apprentice dormitories while those below, like me, will be put together elsewhere," he said glumly. He led them through a series off corridors until they reached a giant open facility. The facility was riddled with familiar-looking training equipment. This was a sight that Rui found comforting. Right, this is how a physical evaluation exam should be. The martial entrance exam was obtuse. He coaxed himself. The evaluation exam has 2 stages: physical evaluation and performative evaluation. The senior informed. "The first stage will begin now. This exam will impact your curriculum as well as the rest of your time in the academy," he stated with a stern voice. "Give it your absolute best." Rui grinned. He was ready. The physical evaluation began shortly. Senior Tarakov began with basic stamina evaluation. Stamina was not only the foundation of martial art, but all physically intensive activities. He gathered up all the freshmen and assigned them to treadmill and had them all begin simultaneously at an identical speed. The freshmen were even provided with potions at the start to eliminate the variable of fatigue from travel and other preparation for the martial academy's first day. Rui tried to minimize his movements and energy expenditure while inhaling and exhaling at measure intervals. Maintaining a constant but low consumption of energy allowed one to last longer than a higher consumption of energy. This also minimized the build-up and accumulation of lactic acid in the muscles, which was the cause of muscle pain and soreness that one experienced from overstressing. Behind each freshman was an evaluator that made notes, carefully observing and scrutinizing the freshmen they were assigned to. The data they provided would impact the freshmen significantly, so they were very careful about their documentation. In 90 minutes, most of the freshmen had stepped off due to overwhelming exhaustion. The pace of the treadmill was not low. It was set at a medium jogging pace. Soon enough, Rui followed suit, laying flat on the ground, drenched in sweat. Kane followed as well 13 minutes later. It couldn't be helped. They were 13. The biggest difference between 18 and 13-year-olds was stamina. Kane compensated for it with training and growth resources, while Rui had compensated for it for a lifetime of training with cutting-edge research on stamina building. Rui's performative attributes were hindered initially because of mismatched muscle memories, which took him a long time to overcome. His physical attributes were well above average. Huff, huff, they panted as they were provided with stamina potions, which they immediately inhaled. Phew, Rui stretched his invigorated limbs. It never fails to amaze me how useful this is both to us and the evaluators. Now we can move on to the performative stage immediately. Kane nodded before shrugging. Well, not immediately. There's still those 4. It had been a while since both of them dropped off. Many had followed suit after them, but there were still 4 students who were going. Nell and Faye are to be expected. Kane continued. Miliana is also pretty unsurprising, he said, pointing at the blue-haired girl they'd met earlier. Rui had recognized her from the second round of the entrance exam, but he'd forgotten her name. You know her? He asked Kane. Sure, she's the daughter of a martial master. She's pretty good, Kane replied. Dalen is pretty good too. He gestured towards the 4th freshman, another top 10 ranker that Rui vaguely recognized. Rui turned to Kane with a hint of dismay. What? Kane retorted. How do you know all of the top rankers from the exam personally? Through our parents. We generally accompany our parents who are part of this community-ish group. Occasionally we spar. I don't know those 2 as well as I do Faye, though. Say Dullahan and my father are extremely close. I see. Rui sighed helplessly. This was the power of connections. Just being the child of a martial sage meant Rui would regularly run into big shots and titans of the martial world. Then again, his dad is among the biggest of big shots. Maybe Kane even views them as bootlickers. Rui mused. Just then, he'd noticed both Faye and Dalen had gotten off too. Damn, Faye actually didn't last as long as Nell and Miliana, huh? Kane nodded. It makes sense. Her martial art focuses on relentless, powerful offense, designed to pummel her opponent down as quickly as possible. It's not a martial art that is conducive to stamina. She's probably not as accustomed to maintaining a low output of energy over longer periods of time due to that. Rui agreed. Yeah, on the other hand, Miliana is also a martial apprentice, but her martial art is stamina-oriented. She drags and prolongs the battle immensely. Her stamina is incredible. The longer the battle goes, the more her opponent is at a disadvantage. Kane explained. Interesting. Rui's eyes glinted with curiosity and excitement. I wonder how she'll do against Faye in the next stage. Who knows? Kane shrugged. It's a matter of compatibility. She did better than Faye here because this test is centered around evaluation. She'll most certainly do worser than Faye when we reach the performative stage based on their performances and what you told me. Rui analyzed, engrossed in the matter. His background helped him in this matter. He continued. Based on this, it can be hypothesized that Miliana has a low quick twitch to slow twitch muscle fiber ratio, whereas Faye likely has a high quick twitch to slow twitch muscle fiber ratio. That would certainly explain the differences in their metabolisms, which woo. Dude, Kane stared at him with confused expression. What are you even talking about? That broke Rui out of his reverie. Ah, well, you see, it's just some random thoughts that hit me. He fumbled, scratching his head. Damn, I lost awareness of my surroundings thinking about this. He had a hard time controlling his curiosity and attention. They were fueled by his immense love and passion for martial art, and the flames just grew stronger, feeding on any topic they could find. This topic was one such thing. You really are a weirdo, Kane commented before turning back to them. Haha, Rui laughed awkwardly. Time went on as they bantered and chit-chatted for quite some time after, until finally one of the 2 remaining freshmen jumped off, collapsing to her knees. Huff, huff, Miliana turned back looking at Nell. She couldn't see even a hint of exhaustion on his face. Here she was, a specialist dedicated to stamina, exhausted to the point of visual disorientation, and this boy was running like it was nothing. Unfathomable, you monster. A hint of shock colored her otherwise impassive expression and reserved demeanor. Faye rushed over to Miliana with a potion already prepared. You okay? She asked, with a rarely visible hint of concern for her friend. Yes, she squeezed out amidst her panting, just exhausted. Faye turned to Nell, who was still jogging. She could see palpable boredom in his demeanor. He hadn't broken the slightest bit of a sweat. It's clear this was nowhere near his limit. Just how many hours has it been? Faye wondered. She wasn't surprised that Nell bested her in stamina. It was not her forte, but she didn't think the difference would be so drastic. Neither the second nor the third round hadn't been enough to push either of them to the limits of their stamina, so it hadn't struck her tenacious he was. Rui and Kane were quite shocked at both their performances, but especially Nell's. Is such a thing even possible? Has he consumed an enhancing potion? Rui pondered. He turned to Kane. Do you know him? Is he part of a martial family? He asked, looking for a possible explanation. Kane shook his head. Never seen him before the entrance exam. He doesn't seem to be a martial apprentice with a stamina-oriented martial art either. Rui nodded. Although he wasn't familiar with apprentice-level techniques yet, it didn't seem like Nell was using some advanced technique that minimized consumption of energy like Miliana seemed to be. His running form was lazy and sloppy. This really seemed to be a matter of raw stamina. He's probably either consumed an enhancement potion like you suggest or, Kane murmured, or he was born with a body that surpasses human limits. Rui's eyes widened. Is that even possible? Kane nodded. I've heard of it, that's all. Rui turned back to Nell, who had now been coaxed by Senior Terekov to get off the treadmill. It seems Nell's tenacity had surpassed the Marshal Senior's patience, not that it was a big deal with the absurd stamina he showed. Rui observed the senior's reaction to Nell's performance. He seemed more exasperated than surprised or shocked. Guess even this ridiculous performance isn't a big deal to Marshal Seniors. There was a small break once the stamina evaluation test ended. Rui and Kane chit-chatted and bantered, while the contestants who passed after them recuperated with stamina potions. Once all the freshmen gathered having fully recovered, Senior Terekov spoke to them about the upcoming tests. The next part of the physical evaluation will be centered around muscular power. You'll have your weight measured before you perform a series of muscle-intensive activities with the training equipment in this facility. He explained. Your performance will be weighted in regards to your weight, age, and sex for the actual evaluation. Rui nodded. It made sense to evaluate physical strength in regards to weight, age, and sex, rather than measure muscular power in a vacuum. The former was a more reliable onlook into whether their muscular power was optimal or not. The latter was just worthless. In fact, on Earth, the norm for empirical data included far more variables and parameters than just those three. Hormonal levels, muscle mass to body mass ratio, bone density, and other metabolic variables were accounted for when gathering data. Weight, age, and sex were just the bare minimum. The following tests went quickly and smoothly. The students were put through rigorous weight-lifting exercises, with and without weights giving the evaluators a diverse data set. The following tests of the physical evaluation tested a variety of physical parameters and attributes like speed, agility, reaction time, and reflexes, as well as flexibility and durability. Within an hour, the physical evaluation ended. The next stage, as mentioned prior, is the performative evaluation, Senior Terekov explained. This stage has multiple tests entered around body-eye coordination, a relatively large attribute with many sub-attributes as well as other parameters like balance, spatial awareness, analysis, and judgment, etc. Rui performed worse off in this stage than he did in the prior, relatively speaking. It couldn't be helped. He started out with a huge handicap of mismatched muscle memory, which took many years to correct. If not for that, he would probably have performed as good as Kane did. Maybe even better, he sighed inwardly. All in all, his performance in the performative evaluation was unremarkable, his designated evaluator concluded. That was until they reached the analysis and judgment test. He's not even an apprentice, Senior Terekov murmured to himself with a surprised expression. He looked at Rui with a scrutinizing gaze. This is the correct way to do it, right? Rui asked awkwardly. The test multi-staged test that began with an IQ test before moving on to more applied deduction evaluations. The freshmen were put in tests with certain conditions to be fulfilled in order to pass. However, the conditions were such that they could not be accomplished by physical or martial prowess. Be it capturing species of bats that were too agile to be captured, unless the limitations and weaknesses of echolocation were appropriately exploited, using the behavioral tendencies of creatures to manipulate them in specified ways to fulfill the conditions, or deducing the location of required items from the surroundings. All of these tests evaluated different aspects of analysis and judgment. This was a broad performative attribute could not be evaluated with a single test, after all. However, Rui aced them all. He even passed the final stage, the only one that did. The final stage was an almost impossible test meant to ascertain the limits of even extremely intelligent students who passed all prior tests. The freshmen were each tossed into a stuffy room with booby traps that would launch projectiles on you. Furthermore, the triggers for the trap was everything. Every step you took triggered the projectiles. That alone was hellishly difficult, but the actual condition for victory was to kill bouncing slimes. It was practically impossible. How did you? Kane asked after he witnessed Rui's performance. Rui glanced at him and shrugged. I ignored the slime and tanked its damage initially. It was too difficult to try and brute force. I instead paid attention to the booby traps. The projectiles of the trap weren't impossibly fast. I could probably take a step out of the way narrowly before they hit me. Yet I was unable to dodge them initially. They hit me even after I moved, almost as if they knew the direction I was moving in. The question was how, Rui asked them, before explaining. The possibility of a separate sensory and targeting system could be excluded. The traps were unable to account for three-dimensional motion. The success of ducking and jumping was oddly high, albeit not enough. This strongly denied the presence of a separate targeting system. It was much more likely that the targeting system was connected to the triggers, Rui deduced. Occam's razor dictates that the simplest possibility was the likeliest. It was quite likely that the system extrapolated the direction of evasion through the direction made by connecting my steps on the ground with a line. Once I verified this, it was easier to avoid the traps. I could simply walk in a direction perpendicular to the direction drawn out by my steps. Once I grew comfortable with it, it was time to kill the slime. Using a combination of my own attack as well as manipulating the traps by stepping in a certain way together, I was able to hit the slime with the instated booby traps. Took me a while though. Rui shrugged, ending his explanation. Kane and others who were listening to his explanation stared at him with open jaws. Kane turned to another student who was close to them with a confused expression. Did you understand? The poor boy shook his head. It took a while for the people around him to overcome their incredulity. Most of them had felt hopeless in the face of the final test. Not only were the bouncing slimes of a much higher grade than those of the entrance exam, because the average freshman was far more capable than the average applicant, but the traps in combination were too overwhelming to be overcome with speed and power or even technique. It was a test only those at the pinnacle of the martial apprentice realm could overcome, or those with high enough analysis and judgment to deduce the only possible strategy that could help them overcome the test. The tactical intelligence test was the final test in the performative evaluation stage. With it, the evaluation exam had ended. What surprised Rui was how quickly the results came, and their dormitories were set. The freshmen all received a key and directions to their dorm rooms. Room number 256, and I have a roommate. This wasn't surprise as this was covered by the information booklet. He looked at the name, Kara Mullion. He was surprised that the academy put male and female students together in the same room. Were they not afraid of putting a bunch of hormonal teenagers in the same room as the opposite sex? No, if something that simple can distract them, they probably would not have passed the first stage. And if it does, then what chance do they have to become a martial squire? He even suspected the academy used this to evaluate the work ethic and motivation of students. Once he reached his room, he immediately dropped his bag and dived into a bed. The room was decently spacious. Its lavishness and extravagance were purposely reduced significantly. The martial academy was not a vacation at a paradise. The rooms were designed modestly to prevent students from developing the wrong mindset. Still, the rooms were spacious enough for a decent living standard. Each room was divided into two sections by a wall connected by a spacious opening. Each side had a decently big bed, a table with two chairs, a shelf, a cupboard with drawers, and enough windows for healthy air circulation and sunlight. The decor was once again sparse. Just as he scrutinized the room, a girl with short brown hair walked in, dropping a suitcase on her side as she made eye contact with Rui. You must be Kara. Rui smiled warmly, trying to start off on a good note for his roommate. I'm Rui Quarrier, nice to meet you. She glanced at him, curtly nodding before going about her business. Not one of many words I see. He noted before minding his own business if she didn't want to build a relationship, he was perfectly fine with that. He laid his belongings in the room before heading to the toilet to take a bath and freshen up. Potions could restore stamina, but they did not get rid of sweat and dust. Later that day, he decided to meet up with Kane to explore the academy. He didn't bother going with a guide. He'd memorized the general layout, and he was sure Kane remembered every detail. It was much more without a stranger butting in. I believe it was just around the corner here, as he peeked into a corridor, looking for the apprentice dormitory, when suddenly... What the fuck did you say? Rui jerked around towards the source of the commotion. He saw a tall, burly boy holding, to his surprise, Nell by the collar. The boy was about to throw a punch at Nell when a heavy presence suddenly put pressure on them. Aggressing violence is against the rules. An even bigger man caught the punch with 2 fingers, a martial squire. Rui's eyes twinkled. This presence wasn't as heavy as Senior Tarakov's, but the squire expressed cold disregard for the boy. It was more distressing than Senior Tarakov's, who limited his impact on the students to not affect their performance. He insulted my mother. The boy complained despite his fear. Speech is not regulated by the rules. You can say anything to each other, however you may not escalate conflicts to violence. The squire insisted, putting even more pressure on the hapless boy. Nell, on the other hand, disregarded the pressure, as his entire face warped into a provocative, contemptuous sneer at the boy, enraging him even further. Jesus, that expression is so nasty. No wonder that boy couldn't resist the urge to punch him, Rui mused, laughing inwardly. Nell was over the top, but Rui found his antics incredibly amusing. He's an even bigger shit-stirrer than Faye is. Good lord, I hope those two don't run into each other. That's chaos that this world is not ready to withstand. He could tell Nell had provoked that boy on purpose. Judging from what that boy said, it was likely that Nell said something incredibly nasty about his mother, provoking him to grab him by the collar and launch an attack so that the martial squire who was on patrol duty would intervene and reprimand him. So he isn't just an idiot. He clearly knows what he's doing and he's good at it. That's scary. Rui shook his head helplessly, resolving to stay away from the kid, leaving to look for the apprentice dormitory. You want to fight? Nell asked after the squire had left, throwing a wide grin at the furious boy. Then challenge me officially if you have the balls. We can settle whether your cow of a mother should have aborted you or not. He shrugged exaggeratedly. Rui stopped as his ears pricked, turning around to look at the scene. The Martial Academy penalized violence, but did have a system where students could challenge each other and fight in a more controlled setting. The Martial Academy wasn't stupid, gathering students who were resolved to walk the martial path in one place and telling them not to fight was unrealistic. These kids no doubt had strong personalities and egos. It was just unhealthy and unconducive to their interests to repress physical conflicts completely, so they left means by which it could be monitored and controlled so that it didn't escalate. Deal. The boy screeched. He was so angry he couldn't even articulate anything else. This is interesting. Rui grinned. So you're telling me Nell provoked a guy into challenging him? Kane asked curiously. Yeah, I was looking for the apprentice dormitory and coincidentally ran into them. Rui explained. Soon after the commotion Nell caused, Rui had managed to find Kane in the apprentice dormitory. He told Kane about duel he'd heard issued on his way. Do you know who the other guy was? What about the details? Kane asked. Nah, Rui shook his head. They left before I could learn any of that. And well, we can find out anyway. How so? Rui asked curiously. Official duels need to be registered at least one day prior. If they've already registered it, it will be added to the timetable of the apprentice sparring facility. Kane explained. That's convenient. Rui nodded. As expected of the academy expert. Let's look at it while we visit the sparring facility in our tour. Sure thing. They bantered a bit before setting out. The academy was truly vast. It was comparable to a small town. Rui and Kane could spend the whole day and would still not be able to tour it in its entirety. Still, they intended to cover as much ground as they could. They set out with the information guidebooks the Academy had provided them in the investiture ceremony, mapping out a quick touring route. The Academy grouped its facilities and other infrastructure in regards to their utility to the students. The outermost layer was dedicated to students in the foundational and exploration stages of the academic curriculum. The inner layer was dedicated to martial apprentices. Unfortunately, Rui discovered that students like him, colloquially referred to as novices, were not allowed into a majority of the facilities of the inner section. They sure are harsh. Rui sighed as a guard denied him access into a training facility in the inner section. Kane hadn't been aware of this since the information wasn't covered in the guidebook for some reason. They have a strong lockdown on information that doesn't need to be disclosed. Kane said, I'm already a martial apprentice and I still don't know the conditions needed to become a martial squire. Shame. Well, let's stick to exploring the outer section. Rui resigned. The outer section was much bigger than the inner section. After all, there are a lot of novices like Vess, far more so than the number of martial apprentices. Thus, the resources and space dedicated to nurturing them was far greater than those dedicated to martial apprentices. Rui and Kane first ran into a physical training wing of the outer section. The physical training wing had a huge number of facilities dedicated to martial bodybuilding. The sheer variety in the training equipment, regimes, and exercises was truly amazing. It surpassed even what Kane had access to when he was in the foundational stage. Whoa, Kane murmured as they inspected the area. As expected of the academy, Rui nodded. He wouldn't be surprised if he was told that the facility had targeted training for every single muscle and bone in the human body. In fact, that probably was the case. The wing was partially populated with students working out. What Rui noticed quickly, however, was that these students weren't part of the freshman batch that he was part of. They were their seniors who had joined at least a year prior, if not more. They were engaged in various training regimes or exercises in various small groups. Furthermore, each group was monitored by a supervisor. They're not martial artists, though. Kane noted their presence was that of ordinary humans. The academy would not bother wasting the time of martial squires on novices who haven't even crossed the foundational stage. Rui shook his head. It didn't take a genius to figure that out. Martial squires made the bulk of the martial force of any nation. They were too precious to be wasted supervising a bunch of brats who hadn't even mastered the basics of basics. Ultimately, this was a low-skilled, low-output occupation that was better done by less important personnel. It's quite likely the apprentice training facilities will be overseen by martial squires and martial seniors. Rui mused, a hint of envy coloring his tone. Kane shrugged. He merely pointed a curiosity. He had been mentored by a retired martial master. Being mentored by squires or seniors wasn't exciting. On extremely rare occasions, his father had personally overlooked his training. But that wasn't a pleasant memory for him. Instead, it was even the driving force for his desire to escape his home and join the academy. They shrugged and moved on to the performative training wing, which was much bigger in comparison to the facility prior. It was also much more interesting to Rui. There were numerous sections dedicated to different performative attributes. A lot of them resembled things he'd see in Chinese martial arts movies. Interesting stuff. Rui murmured as they took in a balance training facility. Even performative attributes like balance didn't seem to have a single facility dedicated to it. Instead, there were multiple facilities dedicated to different aspects of balance. This one should be related to kinetic balance, Rui mused to himself. There was a difference between maintaining balance during motion and maintaining balance while still. Although correlated, these two were not the same. It was possible to have good static balance while having bad dynamic and kinetic balance, and vice versa. Thus, it became necessary to treat balance as a multivariate equation rather than a singular attribute where training and improvement was concerned. Body-eye coordination training was even vaster than balance, though this was within Rui's expectations. At least balance could be cleanly divided into only a handful different types. Body-eye coordination, however, was much more complicated. In theory, every muscle's coordination with the brain could be treated separately, creating a huge number of different subdivisions within body-eye coordination. This reflected in the sheer variety of training regimes and exercises that students were put through. Amazing. Rui couldn't contain his excitement. This was what he wanted. This was what he longed for. The sheer amount of resources and funds that the academy would be investing in Rui far surpassed what he could do by himself. This was why he had joined the academy. I can't wait to begin training, he exclaimed. Kane wasn't nearly as enthusiastic as Rui was about the training facilities. Although his father couldn't single-handedly match the academy, the economic and political capital of a martial sage could not be underestimated. Although the scale of the infrastructure and facilities of the martial academy was much bigger than what he was accustomed to, the quality of the training was not inferior. Instead, what truly excited Kane was the very prospect of living independently from his family. Not being under the shadow of his father, not being under the pressuring gaze of his mother, the hateful, envious eyes of his siblings, step-siblings and step-parents was far more invigorating and delightful than he had ever imagined. He was finally free. This was in sharp contrast to Rui, who still felt a tinge of sadness leaving his family. Furthermore, Rui himself was not that excited living with a roommate. This was an all-too-common phenomenon in his previous life. Who's your roommate? Rui asked as they returned from their tour. Martial apprentices have their own lodgings. Kane replied, so I live alone, not that I'm complaining. Being truly alone feels better than I ever imagined. Rui smiled as he listened to Kane extol the greatness of the apprentice dormitories. Before long, they bid each other good evening and went their separate ways. The day was long, but Rui was truly tired mentally, even if not physically. He bade Kara good night only to, once again, receive a curt nod in response, before decking himself into his bed and falling asleep. The next day was an exciting one. He excitedly wore the academy uniform provided to novices like him before heading to the General Assembly Hall. There were several important things due to happen today. The first was the personalized and customized training curriculum due to be handed out to all novices. This was the main purpose of the evaluation exam. To detect the strengths and weaknesses of freshmen and to create a training program for each one of them designed to eliminate their weaknesses and secondarily to bolster their strengths, to create a strong foundation for their martial path. Rui quickly headed to the assembly hall and took his place among the gathered students, organized in multiple lines. Once the supervisors confirmed that all the students had gathered, they began calling out names of the students gathered one by one, before handing out small booklets to each student. These booklets contained all the details relevant to their training curriculum. Rui gazed at this little book with intense reverence. These will dictate your training regimes of the foundational stage of your curriculum. These booklets contain the training regimes you will be subjected to, as well as the location and time period for each regime. Coordinate with Academy Information Guidebook all of you possess and ensure you're never late. Tardiness will not be tolerated and will be punished. Furthermore, the supervisor continued rattling out instructions and guidelines before dismissing the students. The foundational stage is the most important part of your martial paths. It serves as the foundation upon which everything else is built. I hope each and every one of you will sincerely dedicate yourselves to it. With that said, you're dismissed. He nodded before leaving the facility. Rui quickly went through his training regime. As much as he wanted to sit down and pore through every detail of his training curriculum guide, he noticed that he had a training session immediately. Core building, Rui nodded. An important aspect of martial art, indeed. He quickly scurried over to the physical training section. Inside, many freshmen had gathered already, and the chief supervisor was keeping a close eye on the wall clock. All right, it's time. Form lines and stand in attention, he instructed. They quickly adhered to his instructions as he continued. Core building is an important part of martial art. For those who aren't aware, the core refers to the set of muscles in your mid and lower abdomen. He explained, patting his gut and lower back. There isn't a single martial art in existence that can function without the core. It is absolutely vital. Thus, core building is considered to be one of the most important aspects of physical training. He provided all the students with small pamphlets that provided more detailed information on the core muscles. Of course, Rui didn't bother delving much into it. With his background and work, he probably knew more about the core muscles of the human body than anybody else in the entirety of the whole planet. And with that said, we'll begin right away. We'll start with more elementary and static exercises such as plank and bridge variations, before moving on to simpler dynamic exercises like dead bugs and sit-ups. Once that's done, we'll begin with exercises that require equipment. Palloff presses, landmine rotations, renegade rows, pikes, and ob rollouts also. He rattled out more exercises and details of the sets, durations, and methodology. Rui immediately began following his instructions diligently, though inwardly he had some gripes about the training regime. This isn't the most optimal means of training, though it's not bad. Back on Earth, research had already shown that the relentless, no pain, no gain training regimes were not the most optimal and efficient means making gains. It was a somewhat outdated, albeit popular means of training. At the very least, serious athletes would never train such a haphazard way. It was much more efficient to first take detailed data of the subject's metabolic parameters before carefully designing a training regime that would yield the maximum number of gains for a certain amount of effort. He put aside those thoughts while he began his planks. These, like most exercises, needed focus and concentration. It was inefficient to let your mind wander while exercising and training, not to mention dangerous. Furthermore, thinking about whether it was optimal or not was useless. After all, he couldn't change his training regime. He was merely a novice in the foundational stage. He was expected to adhere to all instructions provided by the academy. The next several hours were filled with grueling effort. With only 30-second break between exercises, Rui was truly pushed to his limits. Core building required strong perseverance. There was no other field of training that targeted as many muscles simultaneously as core building did. Furthermore, the supervisors were unforgivingly relentless and brutal in their pushing. The presence of healing and energy potions destroyed all excuses that students attempted to hide behind. It was hellish. Yet among all of them, only one of them had a slight tinge of ecstasy on his face. This is great. Although I compensated as much as I could with resourcefulness and clever tricks, you can't really beat the real deal. The potions alone make me vastly more productive than I could have been by myself. He enthusiastically engaged in the exercises prescribed by the supervisors. His schedule was packed with exercises. He had only a bit of free time for meals, and a few hours to himself by the end of the day. He only got to take a good look at his curriculum and evaluation during lunch. He was too busy prior. As expected, a significant majority of my training is centered around my physical performative attributes, he mused to himself. His physical attributes were rather impressive, well above average for his age. He was quite close to Kane as far as raw statistics were concerned. Although Kane had far superior training and growing resources, Rui largely compensated for that with a lifetime of training and much better training methodology. His physical performative attributes like balance, body-eye coordination, and spatial awareness weren't as good. If it weren't for his mismatched muscle memory, he might have been as good as Kane even in that regard, but alas, he couldn't have his cake and eat it. However, his mental performative attributes like analysis, judgment, and tactical ingenuity were absurd by the Martial Academy standards. Unbeknownst to him, his performance in this attribute was the single greatest performance in the century-long history of the Martial Academy. His IQ score was the highest ever recorded in their database, and he was the only one to have ever passed the final test of the intelligence evaluation test. Furthermore, he completed ridiculously quickly than the Academy thought possible for a 13-year-old novice. Geniuses like Nell born with a godly body were truly rare, but not unheard of. Every decade tended to have someone with Nell's physical prowess. The Academy was quite impressed, but it still fell within their predictions. However, Rui broke their model for the limits of the human mind. In their eyes, his mind was unfathomable, and it had reflected in his curriculum. He was the only student in the history of the Academy to not be given even the slightest bit of mental performative training. He only had a monthly evaluation of his intelligence, and even this was a bit outside of their general policy. The Academy wanted to gather more data on this unheard-of phenomenon. It had generated a lot of interest and excitement within many wings of the Academy. Rui, however, was blissfully unaware of the shock his performance had generated. He lacked context and vital information. Furthermore, he lacked an outsider perspective on himself. He was no doubt aware of his performance being high, even highest among the freshmen who had participated. However, that was as far he thought it went. He thought he was just another yearly topper of the mental performative attribute evaluation. Every year had one, so not too shocking. The rest of my day is centered around performative training. Rui nodded. He was not dismayed by this. He needed physical performative training badly. Unlike physical training, it was much more difficult to train physical performative attributes without training resources. The training for these parameters were much more complicated and nuanced. He could finally erase his greatest weakness. "Hey man," Kane interrupted his reverie. "Sorry for being late." "No problem," Rui responded. Got caught up in exploring the martial apprentice library. Unlike him, Kane was not mandated to engage in training. He spent his days browsing the martial academy's techniques, looking for techniques study and potentially add to his martial art. Kane nodded. "The library of techniques is far, far larger than what my household provided to me when I became a martial apprentice. There are tons of amazing techniques." "That sounds incredible," Rui replied with a hint of envy. He couldn't wait to become a martial apprentice. The more Kane extolled his experience, the stronger Rui's hunger to experience it himself grew. "As much as I'd tell you all about the techniques I came across in detail, I can't," Kane told him with an apologetic demeanor. "I had to sign an oath that I wouldn't disclose this knowledge to anybody else during my stay in the Academy." Rui sighed. He had anticipated this would be the case after having witnessed the Academy's propensity to control information. He would never learn anything the Academy deemed unnecessary for him to know. The only way to learn more is to grow stronger, huh? Rui murmured to himself. Nothing, just thinking about what you told me. By the way, are you ready for today?" Kane grinned. "Today? Yeah, Nell's duel with Felix is today." Rui had almost forgotten about the duel. He had been so caught up in his own matters, he'd filtered out of everything external away. They had discovered the time and location of the duel during their tour the day before. The boy who'd challenged Nell was Felix Heracles, someone Kane recognized. His mother was a retired martial master. Learning that had provided more context to the conflict he'd come across yesterday. His mother was likely a source of pride to him, whereas her retirement might have been a touchy subject to him. Nell had viciously attacked Felix on his possible insecurities with nasty, but successfully provocative insults, resulting in that violent backlash of a reaction. "Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to it." Rui couldn't wait to see Nell in action. "Fu," Rui exhaled as he raised his hands and crouched his body, bending his knees. At a distance, there were numerous cylindrical tubes stacked parallelly pointed at him. This was part of the hand-eye coordination training he was subject to. Bang, bang, bang. The machine shot 3 balls at Rui. He swiftly launched his hands, reaching for the balls, hoping to catch some of them. "You missed. Repeat," his supervisor instructed sternly. Rui crouched into a ready position once again, heightening his senses and putting his body on edge. Bang, bang, bang. He'd already given up on trying to catch all 3 of them. It was clearly too much for him. For now, he tried catching just one of them. It was only after diverting his attention on one of the balls that he finally succeeded in catching it, much to his delight. "Better," his instructor nodded. "Focus on what you can do. With enough practice and hard work, you'll grow to be able to do more." "Yes, sir," Rui nodded. He found the body-eye coordination training the hardest. He was undoubtedly the worst among all the novices. The combination of him being the youngest and the most challenged in this regard made his performance in contrast to his peers. If it had been any other student his age with his performance, this most certainly would have affected them negatively, but Rui took it in stride. He could feel as though he'd grown stronger. This feeling triggered euphoria, which only pushed him to be trained even more intensely. Of course, this was merely a sensation, not real. It was impossible for a novice to grow that fast. Rui estimated in 90 days' time, he would be able to observe significant improvements. Once again, his instructor instructed. Rui nodded, getting into his stance. He was determined to perform just a bit better than before. Slow and steady won the race. The rest of the day was a series of training sessions, one after another. Rui jumped around different types body-eye coordination training sessions until he received a break at the end of the day. Rui sighed as he refreshed himself with a bath, washing away the seat and dirt that a whole day worth of training had accumulated. He quickly dried himself up before putting on some casual clothing. He intended to hang out with Kane and watch the duel between Nell and Felix. Rui's eyes spotted Kara fiddling with what looked like an insignia as he headed to the door, which she promptly hid with a sharp look directed at Rui. Rui ignored her gaze with a mild sigh. As reserved as ever, I see. He shrugged inwardly. He would not bother interacting with someone who clearly had a problem with social interaction. He quickly headed to the apprentice dormitory and tagged Kane along to the apprentice sparring center. I'm fortunate to be able to witness this match at all. Rui shook his head. True, Kane nodded. If both of them were martial apprentices, you would likely have not been here for this. Martial apprentices had a lot of freedom in the academy, meaning they could register duel for any time of the day they wanted. Rui only had a small window of freedom every day where he could travel to the apprentice sparring facility to witness duels. He would miss all duels that didn't happen during his break period. The reason he was able to catch the duel between Nell and Felix wasn't because of luck, but because one of the two of them was the same as him, a novice student. This wasn't unusual. What surprised Rui was that student was not Felix. The novice student was Nell. I was really surprised to learn that Nell wasn't a martial apprentice. Rui murmured. Yeah, but the condition to become a martial apprentice isn't related to combat prowess. It's related to your martial foundation and your martial path, Kane explained. Nell is extremely formidable, but not because of his martial prowess, his skill and technique. Rather, his power comes from his ridiculous physical prowess. Rui nodded. He'd seen Nell in several performative training sessions, much to his and everyone else's shock. If he's this strong without even being a martial apprentice, Rui pondered, then he'll probably be the strongest martial apprentice when he does become one. Kane completed. We'll be able to learn more about his combat prowess in this duel. Rui noted. Do you know how strong Felix is? Yeah, I didn't know he'd become a martial apprentice, to be honest. Kane admitted. We'd met 6 months ago, back when I just turned into a martial apprentice, and he was still in the exploration stage back then, so he must have turned into an apprentice somewhat recently, Rui concluded. Furthermore, if you only knew him in his exploration stage, then he hadn't discovered his martial path back then, correct? Kane nodded. Yeah, I'm rather curious about what his martial art is about. They made their way to the apprentice sparring center, bantering lightly. They immediately noticed a huge crowd once they reached the facility. Kane whistled. That's a lot of people. It is the first duel of our batch, after all. Also, it's a duel with the novice topper and a martial apprentice. It would be weird if it didn't gather this kind of interest. Kane nodded with an intrigued expression. He was quite curious about the fight himself, just then. The two of you are here as well, a voice said to them. Kane's enthuse immediately fell, recognizing that voice instantly. Rui sighed as well. Yeah, he responded lightly. Any thoughts on who's going to win? Faye asked them both, particularly Kane, since they both were acquaintances of Felix. Kane shrugged, resigned that she wasn't going anywhere soon. Unless Felix experienced a massive growth spike, he probably can't win. Faye nodded. But he challenged Nell despite observing his performance in the entrance exam and evaluation exam. That likely means he's confident to some degree. It all depends on how rational he was when he challenged Nell. Rui shook his head in response. I was there when it happened. Trust me, the guy looked like he was about burst a vein. Faye turned to the sparring ring. Then we'll just have to see how much of his decision was rational and how much was emotional, I guess. Heh, you didn't chicken out. Nell grinned. I'm going to beat you to a pulp. Felix retorted with suppressed anger. Put your money where your mouth is, motherfucker. Nell emphasized the barb. Felix gritted his teeth, choosing to remain silent. A referee soon had both fighters take their positions, bow and take their stance. Interesting, Rui murmured as he saw Felix's stance. Felix had brought his left leg forward and raised hands to shoulder height, squatting low until his head dipped to chest level. He's a wrestler, Rui immediately concluded. This was a very common wrestling stance, for good reason too. This stance allowed wrestlers to launch takedowns and shoots to close the distance and turn it into a full-contact grappling match. The squat allowed them to rush at their opponent's lower abdomen. This was known as a shoot, and the arms were positioned to be able to grab their opponents to prevent them from opening up distance or maintain their balance. Faye nodded. If he succeeds in turning the fight into a full-contact fight, then he might win. Nell's stance was a bit strange. He squatted just a bit and left his arms loose, dangling above the ground. His demeanor was relaxed. He had an expression of lazy confidence. Ready, and start. The referee began the match. Immediately Felix leapt at Nell, with his arms open, a common shoot maneuver. Just as Felix was about to grab the stationary Nell, he jumped and landed on Felix's head, balancing on one foot nonchalantly, hands in his pocket. Felix immediately lashed at Nell's legs, hoping to throw him down, but not before Nell effortlessly somersaulted off, landing behind him. The force of that maneuver had pushed Felix to his knees, while Nell glanced at him with lazy boredom. "Is that the best you could do?" he yawned. Felix snarled in rage, throwing all his momentum into a fast, powerful lunge. To his surprise, he actually caught Nell with ease. The latter had not moved, merely staring him in the eye with boredom. "Letting me get a hold on you, I'll make you regret your arrogance," Felix vowed, humiliated. He had decided to go all out. He decided to use the strongest apprentice-level finisher move he'd learnt thus far, the reverse whip. He grabbed Nell from the back, lifted his body, and swung him all the way behind his back, landing Nell on his head. Boom. A huge noise was born from the impact. There was even a gust of wind with the sheer amount of power Felix had generated. "That was clean. I got him." Felix was ecstatic. The reverse whip was a German suplex, however its power was greatly amplified. The technique directed, accumulated, and converged power from every muscle in the body. It was quite similar to outer convergence, the technique that Faye had used against Rui. The same principle, different application. Felix got up with an elated expression. He had defended his mother's honor. "Not bad. That hurt way more than I expected, you know." Felix froze as a voice behind said, "There's no way." He turned around with fear in his eyes. Nell cracked his neck, getting up. "Yeah," he continued. "You're way fucking better than I thought you'd be, not gonna lie." He got back into his loose squat stance. "Since you showed me that awesome move, it's only fair that I return that favor." He grinned, growing more excited. "Wouldn't you agree?" Felix stared at him with a horrified expression. "You bam." One moment Nell was 3 meters away from Felix. The next moment his arm had already burrowed itself in Felix's abdomen, contorting his guts. "Fast," Kane exclaimed. He could achieve that speed himself, but only after combining parallel walk and a few other apprentice-level techniques. Nell, on the other hand, just ran to Felix without using any techniques. Felix crumbled like a broken puppet, unable to breathe. Nell had struck his diaphragm, momentarily incapacitating him. He gasped for air like a fish out of water, a trail of blood trickling out of his mouth amidst the saliva. Nell sighed, his demeanor grew lethargic, and he lost all his excitement at the sight. "We were having so much fun. You just had to go and cut it short, oh well." He shrugged before throwing a glance at the dumbstruck referee, who immediately ended the match upon the prompt. Nell walked out of the ring, ignoring the crowd that split to make way for him, heading to the door. "Ah, you," he recognized Faye. "You're the one from the entrance exam. You were awesome." His eyes lit up through his long, messy, silvery hair. "You want to continue what we couldn't back then. My, enthusiastic, aren't you?" Faye giggled. "I was free back then. I don't have the time to play around with yet another cocky brat," she said, playfully rubbing Kane's green hair, which Kane promptly swatted off, glaring at her. Nell stared at her listlessly, meeting Kane's and Rui's eyes before retorting. "HMPH, you scared bitch." Bold words from a boy who hasn't even reached martial apprentice. She returned his hostility. "You're not worth my time anymore. I'm the heir of the Dullahan family. My time is more important than you realize." Her eyes and smile turned icier by the second. The tension was high. "If you're that busy, then stop harassing us every time you see us," Kane grumbled, causing Faye to burst into laughter. Nell watched the two bickering expressionlessly before leaving wordlessly. "You and I will fight, whether you like it or not," before leaving the facility. Rui had been silent the entire time, staring off into space with an intense expression. "He's a jerk, isn't he?" Kane poked at him. Rui didn't respond. "You good, bro?" Kane jabbed him in the ribs. "Ow, what is your problem, dude?" Rui jerked out of his reverie, glaring at Kane. "Are you thinking about what Nell said?" he asked, probing Rui. "What did Nell say?" Kane stared at him. "Wait a second." Rui turned towards the ring in confusion. "Felix and Nell were just on the ring a moment ago. Where did they go? Was that also an apprentice-level technique? The fight was amazing, but this is even more so." Rui's expression intensified. "Were you zoned out this whole time thinking about the fight?" Faye asked hesitatingly. "Forget about him, he's a weirdo." Kane shook his head. "Hey, that's mean." Rui protested. "I was just thinking about it for half a second." Kane facepalmed himself while Faye burst out laughing. "What just happened?" Rui murmured at that scene, scratching his head. The medical supervisor squinted her eyes as she glanced at the medical report in front of her. Is there a problem, doctor?" Rui asked with a hint of anxiety, seated on the other side of the table. The doctor's expression was not reassuring. The administration of the potion, as well as the monitoring of the student's condition, was an extremely important duty that came along with it, and it was a duty that the medical department fulfilled. Overdosing on rejuvenation potions could lead to brain damage and induced mental disorders. It could potentially be fatal, and the academy had set up an extremely strict protocol system to ensure that it did not inadvertently cripple their students. That would be a catastrophe. The medical department was to conduct medical tests to decide whether students were fit to consume rejuvenation potions. as well as the quantity and potency. Rui had just completed one of the daily routine of tests and was currently present before a designated doctor who was evaluating them. She ignored Rui's question and flipped back and forth between the pages in confusion, before finally looking up to Rui. You have consumed 3 rejuvenation potions, 1 per day, continuously, correct, yes. She glanced back at the data with even greater confusion, before shaking her head. I'm afraid there's an error in the tests. You'll have to redo the medical tests immediately. Rui's apprehension increased upon hearing that. He asked cautiously, Is there an issue with my health, doctor? No, not an issue with you. It's just that the data suggests that you're fit to consume more potions successively. However, it is a well-established medical fact that 13-year-olds cannot consume 3 potions to skip sleep 3 times without detrimental and severe symptoms. The purpose of these daily tests is to verify the limits of each student based on their individual medical results, so that we can ensure they don't go over these limits. She explained as she wrote up the test prescriptions on her prescription bills. Rui nodded before repeating himself. So does it say I'm fine or not fine? The results indicate that you can go on without sleep for a few more days with a few more rejuvenation potions. However, this is a medical impossibility. She shook her head. It's quite likely that a human error was made somewhere in the medical or documentation process, or just a false positive. It would be dangerous to prescribe another rejuvenation potion to you, since this data is clearly false. 13-year-old subconscious mind is too underdeveloped and immature to possibly withstand more without severe backlash. Rui's eyes widened as a realization dawned him. Under normal circumstances, this was a very reasonable analysis on her part. Mistakes and errors were not uncommon when it came to medical tests even on Earth. It was medical practice to re-prescribe tests when an unlikely and improbable result occurred, just to be safe. However, he had another explanation. What if? The reason I can consume more potions than normal 13-year-olds is because my subconscious mind is not that of a 13-year-old, but that of a 72-year-old. He pondered in wonder. The implications were massive. It meant that he could train for far longer than his peers. He would have no need for sleep and could spend most of his life in the academy training. His rate of growth would skyrocket compared to his peers. He could train day and night for many times longer than they could. Rui grew incredibly excited at that thought, but this was just speculation. He had no proof. He didn't want to get too ahead of yourself. He enthusiastically urged the doctor to schedule the test to occur as soon as possible, much to her surprise. Thankfully, the academy was quick and efficient. Within an hour, the doctor had the results of the new tests in her hands. What? She ran her eyes over the report, flummoxed, glancing up at Rui once in a while. Are you feeling okay after 3 days of rejuvenating potions? She asked him after a while of silence. I'm feeling fine, doctor. She sighed, putting the documents on her table. All right then, as per protocol, you'll be assigned the required amount of dosage. So that means I'm truly able to go on for longer than other my age. She nodded reluctantly. I don't really understand how, but aberrations are not unheard of though this is new. It seems your subconscious mind is strong beyond its age. Quite odd. She looked at him curiously. Haha, I wonder why. Inwardly, Rui was joyful beyond words. The greater the number of mental rejuvenation potions he could take implied the greater the number of hours he could train every week. He was almost 7 times as old as a 13-year-old. If the time period was linearly dependent on mental age, then his nighttime training could also be almost 7 times as much. He intended to go all out with training with the help of these potions. Just how much faster am I going to stronger? He wondered with giddy ecstasy. In the short term, it would not be too impactful. After a longer amount of time, the accumulated extra time would be substantial. Rui's heart began pumping madly as he thought of catching up to Kane sooner than he had initially hoped to. Maybe even before they graduate the academy. The head start Kane had on him would naturally grow less and less meaningful and impactful over time. But with the help of the potions, he could accelerate the process. His heart began pumping wildly as he felt the urge to dedicate every ounce of his time awake to training and growing stronger. Just you wait, I'm going to grow stronger unlike anything you guys have ever seen, he inwardly declared. 3 months had passed since the duel between Nell and Felix. Rui had already mostly transitioned into basic martial art practice from physical and performative training. The martial path could be likened to building a big tower. A tall tower required extremely strong foundations, otherwise it would crumble. In this case, the tower had not 1, but 2 layers of foundations. The first was the physical foundation. This was honing and tempering the body so that it became fit to perform martial art optimally. This was the training that Rui had undergone since the academy began. The second was the martial foundation. Every martial artist had to learn the basics of all fields. Even a pure striker martial artist had to learn the basics of grappling and wrestling. Even a pure wrestler had to learn striking. This was to give them basic experience in all forms of conventional combat. After all, you never get to choose your opponent when you're in the field completing a martial mission. The martial foundation allowed martial artists to gain bare basic proficiency in all fields. Only after mastering these two fields could the process of constructing and building one's own martial art begin. Normally, reaching this stage would take years. Just the physical training alone would take a year. But recently, rumors and tales of a boy who was already into the martial foundation stage had spread through the academy. It was said that the boy was a demon. He would train for many, many days continuously, with only shortest of mandatory breaks halting his training. This absurd training schedule allowed him to soar through what would otherwise be a long, arduous process, allowing him to accomplish progress at close to record-breaking speeds. He had also decided to take the leeway in training in the most efficient way possible in his extra time as much as he could. Rui breathed in deeply, taking a stance. He nodded at his opponent, a student he was paired up against. Sparring sessions were regular for students who had reached the martial foundation stage. It was the best way to hone what they had learnt and know how to apply it. The sparring training system was rather simple. Half of the students in the sparring training would enter a ring and would be challenged, be assigned to fight other students. They would remain on the mat and constantly fight until they lost, when they would then be replaved by the student who just defeated them. The boy took a simple guarded stance, shifting about before launching himself at Rui, before throwing a kick from mid-range. The kick was rather quick and sharp, which made it harder to exploit. However, to his surprise, Rui closed the distance and caught his thigh in an arm lock before driving forward and pushing the boy off balance, throwing him off his one leg. Bam. Rui mercilessly threw a full-powered kick to the boy's chin while he was down, knocking him out. In his previous life, this would be dangerous and unacceptable for a spar. However, his instructors encouraged them to go all out. The presence of healing potions eliminated all risks. The Martial Academy wanted its students to experience real, full-on unrestricted combat, not some highly safe and restricted exchange. The Martial Academy was grooming its students to one-day fight with their lives on the line, with a real possibility of death when they became martial squires. In order to shape up competent martial artists, they would need to get used to the feeling of pain, battering, exhaustion. Only after experiencing things like these that they would regularly experience in the field would they not falter in the field due to inexperience. Rui exhaled as the paramedics of a medical team quickly moved the unconscious boy off the platform, preparing himself for the next match. The girl who succeeded him kept her distance from him warily. Rui had already defeated several students quickly. Not coming, well, something needs to happen, he mused as he started shifting, slowly closing the distance. When he reached CQC range, close quarters combat range, she threw a jab at his face. It was quick but light. She was hoping to startle him before launching a full-powered punch, but Rui had ducked even as she began the jab, throwing a straight punch to her abdomen, impacting her diaphragm. She hunched down, gasping for air, but Rui had already launched his knee to her face. Bam. She fell back flat on the ground, rolling as she cradled her bleeding nose. The supervisor signaled the end of the match. Rui closed his eyes, focusing on his breathing, ignoring the attention of his peers. Rui had only recently joined the martial foundation stage. How could he be so good? The key was in applying some of the research in his past. In the later half of his life, Rui had already begun dedicating himself into creating the most optimal fighting style possible. Although many of the popular styles were all tried and tested, things that had withstood competition and proved they were viable, Rui was a bit of an idealist at heart. Be water, my friend. Empty your mind. Be formless, shapeless like water. You put water into a cup, it becomes the cup. You put water into a bottle, it becomes the bottle. You put it into a teapot, it becomes the teapot. Now water can flow or it can crash. Be water, my friend. These words he'd heard in his childhood from his greatest idol, Bruce Lee, were once merely awe-inspiring words, yet feeding upon years of successful research, they had grown and molded into his life's ambition. Was it possible to develop a viable fighting style that could adapt to all fighting styles? Was it possible to train someone to use this style? And most importantly, even if creating such a fictitious hypothetical martial art was possible, would it, in practice, in the cold real world, succeed? Would it surpass the existing mixed martial arts foundation? I have to try, I want to, John Falcon had thought to himself. He had already begun the process of gathering a research team and acquiring research funds. He was going to go all out. It would take a long time to develop such a fighting style. But alas, come age 57, his asthma had escalated. He was forced into permanent medical supervision and near-bedridden restrictions. He could not push his lungs any further. He didn't give up. In the age of 2022, communication technology made it possible for him to engage in research by coordinating with his staff from afar. He pushed himself as much as he could, but that only hastened the inevitable. At age 59, he passed away, failing to fulfill his ambition. He was close. There was only one final hurdle left, but fate would not allow it. Rui exhaled solemnly as he tapped off, walking out of the arena in exhaustion. The final obstacle he had left in his previous life was making the martial art viable and practical in real life, developing a training program that allowed human beings to learn this incredibly difficult fighting style. Rui had only applied a handful of principles of the fighting style he'd developed. He had only applied the very foundations of it. It was possible to predict what a person would do based on evaluating several parameters. The earliest prototype algorithm he had developed involved reading an opponent's center of gravity and range to predict what they would do. There were several rules that constrained human fighting. Firstly, humans subconsciously maintained balance at all time. Their weight had to be equally divided, otherwise they would fall. It was like removing a card from the bottom of a house of cards. The entire thing would crumble due to unsupported and unbalanced weight. Secondly, for an attack to land, it had to be within range. No one ever launched an attack out of range. This was common sense, thus range could be used to judge their intentions. This, in combination with the fact that humans had 4 limbs, meant it was possible to predict what they would probably do to some degree. Against his earlier opponent, the boy that Rui had knocked out, the boy had rushed in immediately. He had paused at kicking range from Rui. This already told Rui that he was not going to punch. Punches were too short to hit him from kicking distance. That left a kick from one of the legs. Secondly, the boy had shifted his weight onto his left leg before the attack, meaning that leg could not be moved because otherwise balance would blatantly be destroyed and he would fall, violating the first rule. This implied he was going to launch a kick with his right leg. Of course, Rui didn't know whether the kick would be high, mid, low, or whether it would be a roundhouse or a straight, but that didn't matter all too much. Knowing that the boy would be launching a right kick was enough. He immediately closed the distance as the kick was being launched. Kicks were only dangerous past the knee. They grew much weaker above the knee. Once Rui reached the thigh, the match was already over. Against the girl whose nose he'd broken, Rui had noticed that her weight was evenly distributed as he approached her, meaning the likelihood of a kick was low. She would lose balance. Thus that only left her arms. In this regard, she could only really throw a straight punch with her right fist, which was behind, or with her left fist, which was the closest. However, in order to throw a punch with her distant right fist, she would need to close the distance by shifting her weight, which she wasn't doing. This left her left fist, but he had no idea what she would do with it. However, statistically, in his previous life, that fighter rarely threw an uppercut with their guarding forearm. Thus, he immediately crouched to waist level and dashed while preparing a straight punch to her gut, which ended up allowing him to win easily after. Thus, by evaluating range and balance, he could act in a way that was remarkably optimal. However, this was not a flawless method. In fact, it was quite flawed and limited. This model could not account for more complicated maneuvering. Furthermore, there were several ways to launch attacks with an unbalanced frame. The model had a hard time accounting for higher-level fakes and feints. Ultimately, it would fail in the long run. It was too flawed, but it did serve as a foundation for things that came after. Rui muttered after consuming a physical rejuvenation potion. He didn't know what his martial art would end up looking like, but he intended to make use of every ounce of research he had engaged in his previous life. Using bits and pieces from his previous life gave him an advantage over other martial artists. I can't wait to discover my martial path, he thought for the umpteenth time. Master Aronian went flipped through a document with keen interest. As a retired veteran martial master, there was very little he hadn't seen. It wasn't easy to genuinely gather his interest these days. The freshman every year often brought him a few intriguing cases, but ultimately it wasn't too new. Recently, though, he'd found something that genuinely elicited surprise from him. How was it possible for a freshman 13-year-old novice to consume many mental rejuvenation potions days on end without any adverse effects altogether? He carefully pored through the data on the documents. Rui's psychological constitution was unreal. He had simply never seen anything quite like it. He was truly curious to see how Rui would grow in the future. Rui concentrated on the scene before him, seated in the apprentice sparring center. There were multiple students among the gathered on a ring, and at the center was an older woman who looked to be in her 40s. Just gazing at her exerted a heavy presence on him. He glanced around at those who had surrounded her. Among them were familiar faces: Cain, Faye, Miliana, and Felix. The martial apprentices were engaged in some training with a martial squire instructor. She had instructed all of them to attack simultaneously. The air was tense, yet the woman was entirely calm and composed. The other students were stiff in comparison. "Come," she calmly instructed. For a heavy moment nothing happened, yet the very next the apprentices lashed at her. Faye was the closest to her. She quickly closed the distance before launching a barrage of palm attacks. Each palm was incredibly swift and heavy, such that blasts of air accompanied her every movement. Rui gaped at the sight. Each attack reminded Rui of the wall breach explosives that SWAT teams used in his previous life to enter targeted building and facilities. She really was holding back immensely against me, Rui murmured. If she had used this against him in the third round, he would have long broken his arms before he ever had a chance to counter her. Yet even before the explosive might of her barrage, the martial squire was wholly unperturbed. She raised her hands and cleanly redirected and blocked all of Faye's attacks with an almost lethargic expression. Before Faye could even muster a reaction, the martial squire swiftly threw a light but incredibly fast leg sweep, which cleanly knocked Faye off her feet and onto her knees. Suddenly, the martial squire was surrounded by 3 more apprentices. One of them seemed to have a kicking martial art, while the other 2 seemed to be grapplers. 2 grapplers locked her limbs in order to allow the third one to launch his strongest attack onto her. But she merely lifted the 2 holding her and used them as a shield to block the kick, before swiftly kicking him in turn, sending him bouncing away like a beach ball. Suddenly, a figure swiftly dashed towards her from her blind spot, hoping to slip past her awareness. "Kane," Rui observed, yet she turned to meet eyes with him just as he got within striking range, sending a shiver down his spine. "Agile, aren't you?" she murmured, almost bored. What happened next was so fast that even Kane was almost unable to process it. She grabbed him and flipped him over her shoulder so fast he saw nothing but the world blur before hitting the ground. This made Rui truly gasp. Kane got out, Kane of all people. She dealt with all their attacks individually and simultaneously with relative ease. An hour later, every single apprentice was flat on the ground. They were all exhausted and bruised. Yet the martial squire only looked like she had done some light exercise. This sight made Rui feel small. Even a single one of those martial apprentices would be able to bully him with ease, yet so many of them together got bullied by a martial squire. He had begun to feel just a bit confident in the power that he had accrued, but that had already deflated entirely. Rui sighed. "How long will it take before I reach that level?" he wondered pensively. He had taken the time to take a break to observe the group sparring session between the apprentices and the martial squire that Kane told him was scheduled to take place. Normally, instructors would not permit novices to take unscheduled breaks, but every instructor knew that Rui was not a slacker. The absurd, hellish schedule that Rui put him through left even the strictest and harshest of instructors absolutely dumbfounded. When Rui told them the reason, they immediately permitted it. He had already earned the respect of his instructors. They were confident that someone of his work ethic would not slack off. "Hey man, are you okay?" Rui asked Kane after the squire left the facility, having finished instructing the students on their shortcomings and flaws. Kane sighed, stretching his arms. "Yeah, I'm fine. It's not that he hadn't sparred with martial squire before. It's just that they were usually gentle and respectful out of consideration of his status as the son of a martial sage." The squire instructors in the academy didn't care. The academy was extremely strict on no blatant partiality. The martial academies were not institutions that could be bullied by a martial sage. After all, they were extensions of the entire martial union, and the grandmaster of all martial academies was a position that was currently occupied by a renowned martial sage. "I'm not used to having the shit kicked out of me all that much, especially with my fellow peers," Kane muttered. Rui had now entered the exploration stage. The foundation stage had honed his physical, performative, and martial prowess. His body was honed to an incredibly high degree. His muscles were powerful but still flexible and mobile. His bones were dense and hardened. His skin and flesh were tough and rigid. This was in sharp contrast to his leaner, softer, and weaker physique prior to entering the academy. He had now obtained a body worthy of taking the first step towards discovering his martial path. His performative capabilities, which were previously average, had now reached a more than satisfactory stage. His martial prowess was quite impressive for a 14-year-old who had just reached the exploration stage. As an explorer, the colloquial title used to refer to novices of the exploration stage, a lot of changes had occurred to his curriculum. His training schedule would no longer be mandated by the academy. He was given access to the Exploration Martial Library for free exploration of novice martial art techniques. However, what surprised him was that, although physical training was not mandated, the academy did mandate a handful of theoretical seminars. This was not mentioned in the guidebook, so he was caught off guard. Apparently, the academy deemed it necessary to inform and educate the students on various matters while they were still in the exploration stage, not yet having discovered their martial path. He understood their intentions. It was best to have general cognizance and a basic awareness of the martial realm, the world and industry of martial art, before they chose to join it. This would likely allow them to make more informed decisions. Rui skimmed through a textbook on the martial union. The information provided in it was more detailed and specific than the general, vague, and unreliable rumors he was otherwise used to running into. "Interesting," he murmured as he digested the information. The first section of the textbook was the history of martial artists, as well as the Kandrian martial union all the way up to its current iteration and its socio-political and economical footing and role in the current state of affairs of the Kandrian Empire. Martial artists, as a distinguishable class of warriors, could be traced to nearly 500 years ago, as far as credible official records went. The current martial artist realm ranking system did not exist back then, but historians and anthropologists of the martial union estimate that the peak martial artists of that era were no more than martial apprentices, at the very most. Though again, this wasn't entirely clear due to insufficient data. What was clear was that the emergence of martial artists broke a dent in the long-established age-old mechanics of power dynamics of the human species. Prior to the emergence of martial artists, the Panama continent was riddled with strife and war. Large, stable countries, as a concept, didn't exist. There were smaller settlements of humans, typically the size of the average modern town of the Kandrian Empire. These tiny kingdoms were in constant conflict to monopolize territory, resources, capital, and manpower. The rulers of these tiny sovereign states monopolized and maintained political power very differently than the models that existed back then. The state of technology more than 500 years ago was paltry and rudimentary compared to how far it had progressed today. Martial artists did not exist back then, thus the power and significance of individual people was negligible. Rulers maintained political power externally against their enemy sovereign states by capitalizing greater manpower and raising great armies of great numbers to deter war, and maintained political power inwardly through a combination of incentives and detriments. Much like Earth, Rui mused to himself. Back on Earth, the impact of a single person was extremely limited. Individual power was inferior to the power of many. As long as the power of the majority was harnessed and capitalized by rulers, individuals did not matter. This had also been the case for most sovereign states prior to the age of martial art. However, that changed with the emergence of martial artists. At first, it wasn't overwhelming. It tilted the scales of power just a bit. Martial apprentices were powerful, but not enough to take down an entire sovereign state by themselves. They weren't entirely too much of a threat, thus it did not evoke extreme reactions from ruling parties. Instead, rulers grew greedy and tried to monopolize and capitalize the emergent power of martial art. Here was a new variable that could change the game and tilt the existing power dynamics in the favor of sovereign states that attempted to try to own martial artists per se. They used incentives and disincentives to manipulate martial artists who, as powerful as they were, in the front of social and economical benefits, were powerless individually. Nearly a century had passed by as sovereign states perfected the art of handling powerful martial artists fully, exploiting and manipulating them. The martial apprentices of this era were too strong to be ignored by rulers and ruling entities, yet too weak to resist them. They could not fully protect their families or even themselves from the full militaristic and economic might of an entire state. They were resigned to being no more than unofficial slaves of their respective states. This remained to be the case for almost an entire century, until an incredibly historically significant event one day occurred. The first martial squire was born. Martial squires broke the previously established common sense. One-man armies they were. Although they couldn't literally annihilate a huge army all by themselves effortlessly, their destructive power was fearsome, and rulers could not carelessly earn their ire. Their power was a deterrence. Perhaps in a vacuum, rulers could potentially muster every ounce of militaristic, economic, and political power, and use every dirty trick in the book to defeat the martial squires of their sovereign states. But then what? If they did that, their country would be incredibly weakened due to the Civil War. Civil wars drained massive funds, resources of all kinds, and worst of all, they weakened militaries. The surrounding sovereign states would recognize the opportunity and immediately declare war on the now weakened nation and completely annex and dominate it. This was even worse. It was an unacceptable outcome for most rulers, thus new socio-political systems had to come into existence, and did indeed do so, to account for the growing individual singular power of martial artists. Of course, it wasn't as straightforward as this. The already chaotic warring era had turned into an even greater maelstrom, as each of the countless nations tried all kinds of socio-cultural models and solutions to integrate, dominate, or eradicate martial artists depending on the culture, the temperament of the ruling party, and other circumstances. Some succeeded in dominating martial artists, some failed and instead were usurped by martial artists, yet most sought to aim for cooperation. Countless nations fell and were consumed by the victors of the warring era. This marked the end of the warring era and gave birth to a new era, the age of martial art. This was the story of martial art. It was truly a fascinating tale to Rui. Just from this information alone, he realized how wise the martial union's decision to educate students on the context of the state of affairs was. The best way for history to repeat itself is to have those of the future forget about the past, Rui mused, although he suspected that the relationship between martial artists and the state was likely not pleasant. This made him realize how much he underestimated the issue. Ruling entities probably fear and disdain martial artists because of the tilt in the balance of power that martial artists cause, yet they not only cannot do anything to the martial artists because of foreign pressure, but actively need the power of martial artists to deter external enemies, Rui realized. On the other hand, the martial artists resent sovereign states for their desire to suppress them, but need cooperate for the same reasons the ruling entities do external pressure. Of course, Rui was cognizant that the reality of the matter was likely much more complicated. His understanding was likely an oversimplification of the issue. Furthermore, it was obvious that he had incomplete information. There was no way that the Martial Academy would reveal the true state of affairs and political machinations of the Union and royal family. He would likely learn more about them if he grew stronger and ascended to higher realms. The next few portions and sections of his theoretical curriculum focused more on the Kandrian Empire and Kandrian Martial Union rather than delving deeper into the state of affairs of the Panama continent. The Martial Union was founded almost 400 years ago, although it had a very different shape and form back then. The Kandrian Empire, like many surviving sovereign states of the Warring Era, decided to opt for a state of coexistence and cooperation with the martial artists. The Martial Union and the royal family forged and signed the Kandrian Martial Treaty, a declaration of peace, cooperation, and an alliance. They also signed the Kandrian Martial Covenant, a contract that specified the terms and condition of cooperation. The conditions and stipulations were explored in the textbook. The Covenant contained several clauses that meticulously established premises and context for the terms and conditions before delving into them. This was to ensure there was no legal wiggle room or loopholes that either party could exploit to their advantage at the cost of the other. The actual terms and conditions were remarkably similar. The first clause was about national defense. The royal family paid a huge sum of money as an annual commission to the Martial Union in exchange for assistance with continuous and routine reinforcement, surveillance, and patrolling of borders. Another clause was related to the terms and conditions the Martial Union and the royal family agreed to in the event of a war or an invasion. Although there were actually a lot of conditions and premises, what it essentially boiled down to was that the Martial Union was willing to defend the Kandrian Empire for a vast amount of money and other resources, while still reserving the right to withdraw from the war under certain conditions. If the situation ever escalated to mass ruin, then the Martial Union did not want to be dragged down with the Kandrian Empire. A sovereign state was nothing without a territory, but unions were much more flexible. If the worst were ever to come, moving house was not an impossibility. There were several more clauses that all basically boiled down to the Martial Union aiding the country in matters of national interest, in exchange for money, resources, and other exclusive privileges and benefits. It was a very complex exchange dynamic. This covenant actually provided the Martial Union with a huge portion of its net revenue. The sheer wealth that the royal family was capable of splurging made even the mighty Martial Union look modest and humble. Underneath all this convoluted and complex agreements was a sense of fragility, or at least so Rui thought. Just looking at the contract gave him the feeling that the two parties were unwilling and reluctant to cooperate, but forced to do so due to numerous circumstances. Still, just because they did agree to cooperate doesn't mean there was true peace between them. At the very least, Rui was absolutely certain there was no way that this could be the case. If there ever came a day where either the royal family or the Martial Union grew weak or fell for power, he was sure that both parties would have absolutely no problem exploiting and dominating the other for the maximum utility they possibly could. Considering this, the existence of the martial academies made more sense. The most immediate threat to the Martial Union was all around them. Furthermore, the nature of the martial art was such that the Martial Union would inevitably grow weaker with time gradually. Many martial artists died every year in the field completing missions, meaning, unless the rate of emergence of new martial artists was equal to, or ideally, greater than the rate of death of martial artists and the rate of retirement of martial artists, then the Martial Union would eventually grow weaker and perhaps even be pushed back by the Kandrian Empire. Although martial artists were strong, the biggest disadvantage was that they were difficult to produce. Producing even a martial squire was very difficult. Only those with talent and drive had the potential to become martial squires, and even then, only a small fraction of these candidates would end up becoming martial squires. Furthermore, this would only happen several years after the process had initially begun. The ranks above martial squire must be even more difficult and time-consuming, Rui realized. In comparison to the Kandrian Empire, whose military and technological might was something that could much easily be replenished and strengthened with funds and resources. Facing such an uphill battle when it came to maintaining and sustaining power, it was no wonder the Martial Union went all out on the martial academies. These institutions were a lifeline that allowed the Martial Academy to be able to maintain high militaristic strength. The textbook soon began talking about more practical, down-to-earth matters, specifically, the occupation of being a licensed martial artist. The martial union was basically a liaison between customers who wanted to hire martial artists and the martial artists themselves. However, not every martial artist could complete every mission. Either they were too weak, or their martial art and skill set didn't match with the prerequisites of the mission, etc. Thus, the martial union divided missions by type and difficulty. There were 5 ranks to difficulty, and each corresponded with the first 5 realms of martial art: apprentice, squire, senior, master, sage. Interestingly enough, the martial union didn't have transcendent ranked missions, though the reason for this was not specified. A ranked mission of a particular realm was a mission whose difficulty was such that one or multiple martial artists of that realm could complete the mission. An apprentice ranked mission was a mission that one or more apprentices could complete. This was to ensure that martial artists were assigned mission that was within their ability. It made no sense to assign a martial apprentice a senior ranked mission, while giving a senior an apprentice ranked mission. Makes sense, Rui nodded. Missions were also divided by their type because of this reason. The skill sets needed for different missions all required different skill sets in martial art. Thus, the martial union divided missions into the following 4 classes. Offense: these were missions that usually required launching an attack on a person, group of people, or location with the goal of capturing, incapacitating, or killing their opponents. Defense: these were missions that required the protection of a person, group of people, or location with the from harm. Hunting: a large portion of the Kandrian Empire was uninhabited nature. Furthermore, a large portion of the Panama continent was uninhabited and unexplored. There are large amounts of resources within the fauna, flora, and the land of these uninhabited areas. Most mining and resource enterprises hired commissioned martial artists of the martial union in procuring high-value, high-difficulty resources before processing and reselling them to manufacturers who required said resources. Furthermore, the uninhabited lands of the Panama continent contained powerful beast species that often hunted in human habitats. These were all missions classified within the hunting class. Covert operations: these missions included any missions that were highly clandestine and furtive in nature. Espionage, reconnaissance, infiltration, extraction, assassination, sabotage, etc. were the most common kinds of missions within this class of missions. Miscellaneous: these included somewhat niche missions, or missions with such low difficulty that any martial artist could complete them. Things like tutelage, manual labor, demonstrations, etc. fell into them. Generally, licensed martial artists stuck to usually 1, maybe 2, classes of missions. Martial artists who mainly engaged in offense class missions were called assaulters. Martial artists who mainly engaged in defense class missions were called defenders. Martial artists who mainly completed hunting missions were called hunters, and those who completed covert missions were called shadows. Interesting. Rui pondered about all this information. This classification of missions was quite practical. It allowed for a smoother process of mission assignment choosing for the martial union and martial artists. Being made aware of all of this before discovering his martial path made a lot of sense in hindsight. He could train knowing what he was getting into. For one, the textbook mentioned the system of parties, which altered his image of how missions were completed. The martial union graded difficulty of a mission, even with the established ranks between low grade, mid grade, and high grade difficulty. Many missions had a high difficulty even within the realm they were assigned to, meaning it would be extremely difficult and risk for a single martial artist to complete them. Thus, licensed and registered martial artists could form officially formed groups of usually 3 to 5 martial artists. All one had to is gather the numbers and sign some paperwork before being officially recognized as a martial party. This was quite a popular tendency among martial artists, as the burden and risk on individual was greatly minimized and divided between 5 people, allowing them to complete high-grade missions with safety, as much safety as the martial world would normally have, that is. This meant that hyper-specializing in a certain field of martial art didn't necessarily mean he couldn't apply for different kinds of missions. This was also another piece of information that was useful to explorers like himself. There was room for all kinds of martial art. The martial union wanted explorers to explore martial art, knowing the kind of role that martial art played in the kinds of missions they would choose. Rui suspected that he might be an all-rounder. In fact, he suspected he had already discovered a hint of his martial path during all the sparring sessions of the martial foundation stage, though he needed more time to discover and understand more. Rui closed the textbook. A few hours had passed since he had absorbed himself into all the information he had learnt. His worldview had altered considerably. The new information at hand raised all kinds of new questions. If apprentice-level missions existed, and almost all martial apprentices were within the academy, then how did these missions get completed? Were these missions completed by students? This was something that the textbook did not go into. He intended to ask Kane about it when he saw him the next day. Martial art could be applied to covert operations in this world. In his previous life, covert operations were performed by state and federal agents trained by the intelligence, law enforcement, and security agencies and bureaus of nations. Hand-to-hand combat was a must, but there were many other skill sets that these agents were required to master before they could be dispatched on these missions. Yet it seemed in this world, there existed martial art that were single-handedly suited and capable of performing covert operations. Rui scratched his head in confusion. Was it really possible for a martial artist to be a full-fledged intelligence agent or a covert operative? This was just one of the many things in this world that defied his expectations and sense of normalcy. Yeah, we're scheduled to begin some academy-supervised apprentice-level missions in a few months. Kane confirmed the next day. What kind of missions? Rui asked out curiosity. Kane shrugged. Dunno, so they haven't told you, Rui muttered. Though since it is the kind of missions that an apprentice could complete, the scale of the missions will be low. I doubt you'd be forced to fight against other martial artists. Kane nodded. That stage of our apprentice curriculum won't begin anytime soon, though. Maybe you can join me if you discover your martial path and become an apprentice before that. Rui nodded in return. Completing mission with Kane and the others sounded extremely fun. They bantered a bit before heading down different paths. Rui soon entered the Explorer Library. The Explorer Library contained techniques in all fields and forms of combat that were far more advanced than the Foundation techniques. The Foundation techniques were all techniques that Rui was familiar with. These were no different from the martial arts on Earth, for the most part things like kickboxing, wrestling, Brazilian jiu-jitsu, etc. The Explorer stage contained techniques that were more effective, things like special breathing techniques to increase the energy generated by your cells, special offensive, defensive, and maneuvering techniques that generated far more force and speed than ordinary techniques. The techniques and their details were recorded on scrolls. Each technique was described in a brief manner, initially with more detailed explanations following. There were detailed depictions with various measurements and indications in these diagrams, as well as detailed explanations and diagrams on the training method for these techniques. However, this alone was rather insufficient for mastering these techniques. Thus, explorers like Rui could consult the many apprentice instructors and guiders that existed in the Explorer training facilities for demonstrations and basic instructions, as well as guidance upon mastering these techniques. These apprentice instructors would not enforce or mandate any training, of course. The exploration stage gave a lot of freedom to students. The techniques in the library were broadly divided into 5 categories: offense, defense, supplementary, maneuvering, and miscellaneous. Rui had picked one technique from each section. The offensive technique he had decided to choose, after careful consideration, was called collision optimization I. Sounds like a course in an engineering degree, rather than the name of a martial art technique, Rui murmured. In the movies, anime, novels he'd read, martial art techniques usually had flashy names. When he first initially visited the Explorer Library, he'd expected flashy metaphorical flowery names like Divin eg Odkililler Ficent or Devi Elda Str Ukti on Attack K, but instead he was greeted with very technical names that perfectly encapsulated exactly what the technique was comprised of. On one hand, this was very down to earth and logical. This was a library meant to organize techniques in a convenient manner, thus such names helped Explorer students like himself sift through techniques with great ease. On the other hand, the martial fanboy in him felt a bit unsatisfied that the techniques did not have such flashy names. As much as he would deny it to his colleagues back on Earth, these flashy names were the best part of martial art. He would love to launch a flash attack while shouting its flashy name. Rui shook his head, putting aside such silly thoughts. Collision optimization was a broad, formless technique that taught him how to inflict greater damage with each strike by adjusting the precise location he lands his strikes on. The human body was neither monolithic nor uniform. Some parts of the body were extremely durable and hard, while others were extremely vulnerable and weak. It wasn't as simple as targeting the throat or the testicles. This technique illustrated which precisely portions of the body were most susceptible to pain and damage. This was outside the standard MMA training that prevailed Earth, mostly because fighters were too uneducated and incapable of learning the information needed to use this technique. They were also largely unwilling to engage in such training. It was impractical in many ways, but not in this world. But this world had potions, allowing students to learn what MMA fighters couldn't. This applied even more so to Rui, because of his great tolerance of mental rejuvenation potions. Furthermore, Rui had an extremely high affinity with this technique, which was one of the reasons he picked it. His scientific and academic background was extremely synergetic with this technique. In fact, with his knowledge, he suspected he might even able to improve and optimize the technique to some degree. Another reason he picked this technique was that it was very broad and diverse and could universally improve his striking, but the degree of improvement wasn't high. He glanced at the remaining 3 techniques he'd picked. The defensive technique was damage mitigation eye. It was basically an extremely sophisticated system of rolling and moving with strikes to reduce their impact. It was like baseballers catching baseballs. No sportsman caught a ball in one position. They always moved their hand along with the trajectory of the ball to reduce the impact. This technique relied on the same principle. The maneuvering technique he picked was called balanced direction. It was a technique that allowed him to move faster by almost falling in the direction he wanted to move in. The unbalanced weight directed in the direction of motion rather than towards the ground allowed for greater speed. The supplementary technique was called harmonic respiration, a form of breathing technique that strengthened metabolism in the middle of the fight to increase his output. These were the 4 initial techniques he picked from the Explorer library after browsing through the available techniques with careful consideration. These techniques matched his existing style and also had lower difficulty compared to the other techniques. He picked only 4, one from each field so that he wouldn't overburden himself. There was no point biting off more than he could chew. He'd only end up choking. He intended to get a good measure of how many techniques he could simultaneously study so that he could pace himself appropriately to maximize his productivity. Harmonic respiration was a truly invigorating breathing technique. It flooded Rui's body with energy and eased his fatigue and stress to some degree. Rui had already observed the technique while he performed it, keenly observing its form, mechanics, and its effect on him physiologically. It increases the amount of oxygen being diffused into my blood by timing the respiration intervals with the heart rate at that moment. This allowed for a larger amount of blood to come into contact with the maximum amount of oxygen. Amidst combat, this was quite useful. This was the principle by which supplementary breathing techniques functioned. They aimed to augment metabolism by increasing the net amount of oxygen supplied to all the cells in the body through various means and phenomena. Harmonic breathing was merely one of the foundational techniques. It was also the easiest technique out of the 4 he had picked. He had already mastered it after 2 weeks of practice. Yet it was the weakest in terms of its impact in combat. He hadn't yet mastered the remaining 3 techniques, yet even his partial mastery over them resulted in amazing boosts to his combat prowess. Collision optimization improved the impact of his strikes remarkable, allowing him to inflict much more pain and damage with each attack than he could without applying this technique. This technique had a lot of synergy with his superhuman mind and scientific background, so his rate of mastery over it was the highest among the remaining 3 techniques he had chosen to master. He had even begun experimenting with it and had managed to improve certain aspects of the comprehensive technique, optimizing the angling of the strikes within the technique in certain parts of the body to inflict even more damage and pain. He frequently tested his capabilities in sparring sessions with other explorers or instructors or Kane, leaving each of them bewildered at his rate of growth. I recall telling you that you'd grow faster with potions, but I never expected it to be this quick, Kane exclaimed with a hint of envy. I can't believe you're learning balanced direction this quickly. Rui shrugged, laughing. He had consulted Kane a lot when it came to learning the maneuvering technique. He had picked balanced direction. Kane was the best maneuvering expert who was willing to spend a lot of time with Rui. His rate of mastery had left Kane with mixed feelings. They would regularly spar using primarily balanced direction with no other technique. This had allowed to Rui grow faster than he had expected. It was his next best technique after collision optimization. The hardest technique to learn was damage mitigation. He found it really hard to move with the impacts. It required precise timing that he simply was unable to accomplish on a regular basis when he initially started out. However, as his proficiency with the 3 techniques improved, so did his combat prowess. The explorer techniques weren't as potent as the apprentice-level techniques that Kane had mastered, but they were still much better than barest of basics he had learnt during the martial foundation stage. What astonished him was the sheer variety of techniques. It was far more diverse than what he had known back on Earth. Just the breathing techniques alone were vast. Their purposes were varied too. Not all of them were as straightforward as harmonic breathing was. Their purposes were also varied. He did not know breathing could actually be used as part of offense or defense. There were several systems and principles that extended beyond just the MMA fighting style back on Earth, centered around skin, flesh, joints, nails, and even hair. Furthermore, they encompassed a variety of subcategories within the 4 aspects of combat. Within offense laid different types of fence such as incapacitation, killing, paralysis, destruction, etc. These subcategories were quite different from each other insofar as the goal that the techniques tried to achieve. Rui had to spend time understanding the general skeletal structure of the organization of techniques. Of course, Rui did not have the time to look into each one of them in depth. Each technique was extremely info-dense and heavy. If he let himself get absorbed into reading all of them, he would have no time to train. Dedicating an average of 21 hours a day to training, Rui made visible progress every day. With his work ethic and dedication, it took a little less than 2 months for him to have mastered the techniques. His combat prowess had fundamentally grown enormously. Having picked a technique in each field had made his fighting style quite balanced. Collision optimization, damage mitigation, balance direction, and harmonic respiration each amplified the 4 fundamental aspects of a martial art in combat. However, even after he mastered them, he was still growing stronger. This was because his application of the 4 techniques was still suboptimal. It couldn't be helped. Rui had very little experience in applying these techniques in combat. It helped that these were broad techniques meant to be continuously used, but he still needed a lot of raw experience before his application reached a satisfactory stage. He had already begun picking a new set of techniques that he would dive right into soon. Rui sighed. Shame today's my rest day. Even Rui had to sleep at least once in a while. His tolerance of the potions was not limitless. The techniques made me much stronger, but I don't feel any closer to discovering my martial path. Rui anxiously thought to himself. He knew he was being a bit impatient, but his instincts told him just plainly learning more techniques would not be conducive to his progress towards his martial path. Something about them felt mundane. He was certain he was going to be an all-rounder at this stage, but that wasn't the same as discovering his martial path. The instructors described it as a soul-shaking epiphany, that once you had it, you know for a fact that you had discovered your martial path. They were also concerned that Rui did not feel anything special while exploring. Usually, explorer students were guided by emotions when they chose the techniques they wanted to learn. However, Rui didn't feel stirred at all. He had approached the process in a very rational and logical manner, trying to choose the optimal combination of techniques that would improve his combat prowess the most. He instinctively felt repeating this would not yield him the desired outcome. Just as he wanted to think more, he felt his eyelids growing heavy and his head strained. His body demanded sleep. Fuck it, let's think about this tomorrow. It is unhealthy to spend this much time working, sir. A nurse chided the patient laying on the bed, only to receive a careless nod. She sighed at the sickly man with exasperation. His condition was poor. One need only glance at the various monitoring devices, tubes and needles attached to his body. Yet, despite his dismal condition, he was relentless with his work. He stared at the laptop before him with great intensity, scrolling and typing occasionally. His expression grew more and more macabre and anxious every passing second. Suddenly, his phone beeped with a message, drawing his attention. "John, it's not working," it read. John scowled at that message, closing his phone and ignoring it before receiving another message. "I'm sorry, but we've tried everything, dude." John snorted at his colleague's pessimism. "You do realize I can see that you've read my texts, right? Stop ignoring me. There's only little under the month before the deadline. Our results aren't good enough, and inevitably those funds won't be coming through without results. Listen, man, I'm sure combat sports research will cancel the contract entirely." John's scowl intensified, but he had to admit there was truth to those words. He closed his phone and ignored the beeps, sighing melancholically. Is there nothing that can be done? He glanced at the data that his colleague had sent him that morning. The results were indeed despairing. It wasn't pleasant to see a research project he'd been working on for nearly 10 years to meet its demise. He scrolled down to the report and summary that his colleagues had written almost fearfully, before braving himself to read it. The goal of this study was to verify the viability of the Project Water and the Variable Objective Inverse Deduction Algorithm, VOID algorithm, as an applicable combat system. The prevailing hypothesis was that the VOID algorithm was too data-intensive for a human to be able to learn and apply to achieve higher rates of success within a UFC setting. We set out to confirm or deny this hypothesis by gathering empirical data on the rate of growth of combat prowess as measured by the rate of growth of the mean number of victories, X, of a given normal distribution of 100 matches under UFC rules. We controlled for all metabolic and physical variables and have created a model for the probability of success of the application of the VOID algorithm in a UFC setting. After a 3-year period of data gathering, we concluded the study, compiled and processed the datasets, and have arrived at a conclusion. The data is clear. The VOID algorithm is not a viable combat fighting style. We observed that the rate of growth in combat prowess in training with the VOID algorithm is inferior to the rate of growth in the average registered MMA gym. The existing data in the databank of the Combat Sports Research Co. further verifies our results for all parameters under all settings. We can safely conclude that Project Water and the VOID algorithm are failures. He already knew what it would say before he even read it, but reading was excruciatingly painful. He felt his heart ripped to shreds as his colleagues brutally described why his dreams had failed. He shut the laptop down, unable to bear it any further. The stress and the despair he felt was triggering his asthma. He gasped for air as he looked at the picture of his idol Bruce Lee that he had on the cupboard beside his table. "I'm sorry, I guess. I couldn't be water after all," he murmured softly. Project Water was his dream project of creating a systemized fighting style that embodied Bruce Lee's martial philosophy. He wanted to create a systematic and generalized fighting style that could adapt to any other fighting style. This was Project Water. This was his dream. A few years ago, he had even made huge progress and significant breakthroughs. One of them was the VOID algorithm, Variable Objective Inverse Deduction Algorithm, or VOID algorithm for short. The VOID algorithm was a systemized approach through which a fighter could completely adapt to any fighting style and defeat it every time, in theory. The algorithm had gone through various iterations and stages. The earliest application was simply having fighters learn to analyze balance and range to partially predict his opponent's intentions and moves ahead of time, and then choose a course of action that was best suited to countering said moves. Still, it was not perfect. There were many holes, and competitors eventually came up with tactics that could exploit its shortcomings to counter it. Yet, the sheer success of the initial iteration and its high viability that allowed top MMA and UFC fighters to apply it was what gave John the courage and confidence to dedicate the rest of his life to creating a complete VOID algorithm that could viably be used by fighters. The following iterations of the VOID algorithm became more and more sophisticated, accounting for more and more variables and parameters each time. Mark II accounted for breathing. Mark III accounted for line of sight. Mark IV accounted for and muscle twitches. By Mark V, the algorithm had become extremely complicated and sophisticated. It even accounted for physiological and movement patterns. It employed heavy pattern recognitions that allowed the VOID algorithm to recognize deep and multi-layered patterns to be able to predict the successive course of actions of the opponent. The research was funding intensive, but thankfully his initial success allowed him to sign a funding contract with the Combat Sports Research Co., a world-renowned UFC and research and data analytics firm. There was only one final stage left: viability. The end goal was to allow humans to fight and win with this style, meaning humans would need to learn the VOID algorithm and apply it in a UFC setting. This was what killed the project in the end. The report he'd just read before basically confirmed that his project was doomed. It was not powerful for ordinary humans with their ordinary cognitive capacity to be able to master and apply this algorithm. The human mind was not powerful enough. John never gave up on the project, using every ounce his own personal wealth to sustain the project until he died 2 years later due to his health condition. Rui woke up with a jerk, gasping for air wildly. He looked around confused before remembering where he was. Sigh, to think I'd dreamed that memory. It was his second least favorite dream. After the dream of the day he was diagnosed with asthma. Thinking back to the ambitions of his previous life made his heart ache. He also felt complicated. He was reborn in a world without the powerful information processing technology that existed back on Earth. Furthermore, he didn't have access to the sea of data his team had collected. This meant researching the VOID algorithm the scientific way he did was impossible. Furthermore, he had already developed a new ambition. The sight of the martial squire destroying a tree trunk with a single strike had etched itself deep in his heart. He was willing to sacrifice almost anything to becoming a martial artist and walking down his martial path and forging his martial art. But it didn't feel good living with the memories of the failure of his past life. What can I do, though? He pessimistically muttered, "It's not like I can be both a scientist and a martial artist in this world. It's not like I can somehow focus my life on developing the VOID algorithm and developing my own martial art." His eyes flew wide open in shock as a thundering epiphany struck him. In his mind, he had always separated research and martial art in two far-away separate categories. This was the common sense on Earth. After all, it was impossible for a human on Earth to dedicate his life to combat sports and research at the same time. I cannot do both of those separately, but what if they were one and the same? He murmured with wide-eyed, shocked expression. What if his research and martial art were the same? What if the dream of his past life and the dream of his current life were the same? What if his martial path was Project Water? Rui's heart shook as he began breathing heavy. The answer was so simple, but the strong divide between research and combat sports that his previous life had created prevented him from realizing that they could be one and the same. What was impossible on Earth may not be so on Gaia. Rui glanced at his palms before closing his eyes. It fits, he realized. The sensations of certainty matched those that his instructors had told him about. This is my martial path. Over the next few days, an unheard-of phenomenon occurred. The familiar sight of Rui Quarrier spending almost every ounce of his time training was nowhere to be seen. The instructors and the other Explorer students had all grown used to seeing Rui training somewhere or the other. Thus, when he didn't show up for almost 48 hours, they grew curious. What could possibly cause this training junkie of an explorer to ditch training? It's not that he had never taken breaks, but never 2 days straight. He's just been sitting around with an intense expression, super absorbed into his thoughts, but he seems fine. Kara, his roommate, told them. The instructors sighed in relief. They had grown worried that his insane training schedule in the past 5 months since he joined the academy had finally taken its toll. Of course, this possibility still existed, but at the very least there was no serious affliction. Explorers possessed wide latitude in their schedule, so he could not be officially mandated or reprimanded, but 2 day breaks were not good signs. Usually this was a classic telltale sign that students were losing motivation. Just as the academy instructors were wondering how to intervene, the problem solved itself. Rui walked out one day. He walked straight to the Explorer sparring arena with his sparring attire on. The academy didn't mandate training for explorers, but it did mandate certainly sparring session against fellow explorers. Today was one of those days. The sparring supervisor immediately noticed something off about him when Rui arrived. Previously, Rui was extremely curious by nature. Part of it came from the explorative mindset and the uncertainty about his martial path. Suddenly, almost all of that was gone. The head supervisor sharpened his gaze at the sight. As a martial apprentice himself, he knew a phenomenon that could explain the change in Rui's aura. He wasn't sure, but he suspected Rui had crossed the barrier. Still, the fact that Rui hadn't said anything meant he was either wrong or he wants to understand how much he's grown by sparring against the people he's sparred against for months. Either way, the head supervisor was content not calling Rui out. All right, divide yourselves equally into 2 lines. We'll begin now, he instructed. The sparring sessions had one half of students serve as defenders and the other half as challengers. The challengers would continuously the defenders until they won and replaced them. The head supervisor purposely assigned the group that Rui was part of as defenders so that Rui would get to fight continuously. He watched Rui taking the ring before facing his first challenger. Begin, the referee announced. The two of them shuffled around a bit, feeling each other out, before his opponent aggressively dashed at Rui. Rui waited for him stoically. Bam. 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 His opponent threw short jabs that Rui casually blocked. The boy threw a powerful roundhouse kick, which Rui avoided by stepping out of range. FOOM. The boy quickly dashed towards Rui with the balanced direction. The rush of speed allowed him to land a straight punch with his full weight and momentum behind it. Bam. Rui flew back exaggeratedly, yet he landed on his feet looking relatively unfazed. Damage mitigation. The head supervisor noted. What's up, you're passive as fuck today. His opponent poked. Rui smiled wryly, just getting used to this. The boy tilted his head in confusion. But you're right, I should stop playing around. Those words exerted a faint threat on the boy. It almost reminded him of the apprentice instructors when they got mad. Dash. Rui leapt at him with great speed using balanced direction. The boy hurriedly tried to intercept Rui with a punch, only to cleanly miss as Rui shifted out of the way. The boy stepped back, wanting to open up the distance when suddenly, the world turned upside down. Bam. Rui had cleanly caught his wrist and converted his momentum into torque to smoothly execute a hip toss before throwing a punch just 1 inch away from the boy's face. You're too careless when it comes to counterattacks, you should focus on that, Rui calmly advised. The boy nodded, shocked. He'd fought Rui before, never had he been overwhelmed so easily. The head supervisor was now certain of his suspicion. No one ever became strong enough to casually bully their peers and equals, merely due to a 2-day break. If anything, at their level, such a break would make you a bit rusty and thus weaker. One after another, students challenged him, and one after another Rui casually defeated them. What surprised the head supervisor was that Rui didn't seem to have a set style. His style of combat was fluid, he changed it smoothly. It flowed from form to form, taking on the shape that was better suited to handling particular opponents. This doesn't make sense, the head supervisor murmured. This was usually the opposite of what happened when one discovered their martial path. Usually, students who discovered their martial paths stuck rigidly to a style of fighting. Whether this style of fighting was centered around a particular field or a set of techniques or both, this was always happened. Martial apprentices were those who discovered their martial path, and they stuck to it. Yet Rui here defied that pattern. Another thing that surprised him was how quickly Rui discovered his martial path. It wasn't about his age in particular. Although 14 was undoubtedly impressively young, it was not unheard of. Geniuses like Kane had discovered their martial path at the age of 11. What was rather shocking was that he discovered his martial path in 2 months after beginning the exploration stage. Discovering your martial path was an elaborate, time-consuming journey in and of itself. It usually took students at least a year of exploration and introspection for them to understand their heart's desire. Yet somehow Rui managed to finish it 1/6 the time. How long has this boy been chasing after his martial path? He wondered. This was the product of 2 lifetimes of dedicating his life to martial arts and martial art, unbeknownst to him. When the sparring session a few hours later, Rui went straight to the head supervisor to inform him of his breakthrough, only to realize that the supervisor was already aware of it. How long do you think I've been doing this job, kid? He chuckled. I've seen countless kids discovering their martial path in my career as a sparring supervisor for the Explorer students, although your case is quite peculiar in many ways, admittedly. So what now? Rui asked curiously. Breakthrough to martial apprentice is verified by head instructors and supervisors, and we fill in the paperwork with some signatures from your end. Once the due process is over, you'll receive instructions and a new guidebook, the same ones that the apprentices got during the investiture ceremony, and you'll be moved to the apprentice dormitory, he explained. After that, the martial squire instructors and supervisors of the apprentice students will take over. I see. Rui grew absorbed in his thoughts. One last thing. Rui perked up. Congratulations on becoming a martial artist. If there's anyone who deserves it, it's you, he smiled. You're a martial apprentice already. Kane gaped in shock. Rui laughed at his reaction. That's an exaggerated reaction. No way, you just reached the exploration stage in 2 months. Finding your martial path is tough and tiring. You need to dedicate your everything to martial art for you to have a chance of discovering it. How did you skip all that? Skip? Rui mused inwardly. I did nothing but that for 40 years. Maybe I got lucky, is what Rui actually replied. Kane scoffed. There is no such thing as luck when it comes to discovering your martial path. You either achieve it or you don't. Rui shrugged. He had no intention of revealing the truth. Kane would have to settle with having unanswered questions. Anyways, I'm happy for you, man. I know how much effort and energy you've dedicated and invested in martial art. Kane smiled. Congratulations. You've begun your journey down your martial path. Don't worry about it. Kane waved. Do you want to spar? Actually, I was about to ask you just that. Rui informed. I'm curious about how well I stack up against you. Kane nodded. You free now? Sure. Rui hadn't yet transferred to the apprentice dormitory. He had just finished the paperwork and had proceeded to head straight to Kane. My paperwork is not yet submitted. Rui noted. I wonder if we can still spar in the apprentice sparring center. It shouldn't be too much of an issue. When they inquired the martial squire instructor in the facility, she acquiesced. I've been notified of your breakthrough, Rui Courier. She spoke. Although it isn't official, it's not an issue. You can begin using the apprentice facilities and resources right away. She nodded before walking away. Rui and Kane warmed up a bit before entering the ring. All right, you ready? Kane asked with a smirk. I won't use apprentice-level techniques unless I'm forced to be fair. Rui nodded, taking his stance. Let's begin. As soon as the supervisors began the spar, Rui dashed against Kane with balanced direction, hoping to close the distance as much as possible. He knew exactly how slippery Kane was. He threw several jabs once he reached striking distance of Kane, who cleanly avoided them before throwing a kick of his own. To his greatest surprise, Rui cleanly and confidently avoided the kick almost as Kane had even launched it, closing the distance. He was caught off guard. FOOM. Kane just barely managed to dodge a powerful straight punch from Rui, leaping back a few steps. He glanced at Rui in surprise. How did you do that? Kane asked, surprised. Is this your martial path? Rui smirked. He was merely partially applying the range balance system of prediction and countering moves. This was the manhwaedit algorithm. Yeah, this is my martial path. Rui dashed at Kane again, determined in getting a clean hit. He used both balance direction and harmonic breathing to maximize his speed. Once he reached striking range, he threw a flurry of jabs with collision optimization. Kane dodged all of those with remarkable agility. He had grown wary of how Rui casually avoided his strike and almost managed to land a strike on him. This was a bit of a blow to his pride as an evasive maneuverer. He decided to stop holding back and used multiple exploration-level maneuvering techniques. Each and every single strike Rui threw missed Kane. He's going almost all out asides from the apprentice-level techniques. Rui marveled as he observed Kane. He had even recognized several of those techniques, having run into them as he browsed the apprentice database. In addition to balance direction, Kane was using feint shift and axis oscillation. The former was a maneuvering technique that improved the quality of feints using realistic shifts in center of gravity, while the latter was a technique that allowed the user to avoid strikes without being pushed back by shifting the axis of the center of gravity by as little as could be managed to evade the strike while returning to the original position. These in combination allowed Kane to cleanly avoid every strike while not allowing Rui to push him back and corner him. Bam. Rui grimaced. Kane had managed to exploit an opening in the position and launched a kick to the gut while evading Rui's strikes. The limitations of the manhwaedit algorithm were not small. Experienced evaders like Kane could overwhelm his style of fighting by sheer proficiency and utility of even exploration techniques, let alone apprentice-level techniques. Another important thing was that Rui had only known these techniques for 2 months. He hadn't been using the Markai algorithm for much longer either. He wasn't used to using either sets of techniques, whereas Kane had been using them for years now. The gap in experience could not be overcome easily, not even with his potent martial path. However, the nature of the Void algorithm was to allow the user adapt and evolve. Although Rui was rough and inexperienced, he was still able to improve his timing as he got more and more used to and comfortable against Kane's fighting style. Bam. FOOM. Thwag. WOOSH. A flurry of attacks and maneuvers peppered the ring. Many bystanders grew absorbed by the intense eye-drawing battle. The intensity of the fight had escalated as an hour passed by. Rui's timing, coordination, and response time was improving, while Kane grew more and more serious, using every ounce of his speed and skill. Neither side was willing to lose. Strike. Dodge. Click. Parry. Dodge. For a period of time, it was difficult for onlookers to understand who had the upper hand. Kane's biggest advantages were his superior speed, agility, and maneuvering. Yet, for some strange reason, despite possessing inferior speed and mobility, Rui was somehow vaguely keeping up. The onlookers were unable to put their fingers on it. Even the martial squire, Kyrie, frowned at the sight. The placement and timing of Rui's movements, the accuracy of his decision and tactical approach were somehow so well chosen to suit the situation that they largely alleviated the advantage Kane inherently possessed. Kane's movements are faster, but Rui's movements are better placed and better timed. She focused her eyes on Rui. She could see every time Kane moved. Rui moved almost immediately after Kane moved and moved in manner that correctly dealt with Kane's movements. If Kane began attack, Rui would begin to dodge almost immediately after Kane began his attack. He's not reacting to the attacks as they come. He's partially predicting them before Kane launches them, allowing him to react earlier, she realized. But this level of foresight should be impossible in someone who just reached apprentice level. She didn't understand how Rui was able to execute such high-level decision-making. Furthermore, she could see that his tactical course of actions was changing, not in sharp intervals, but almost smoothly. Every minute he would make slight changes to the manner in which he fought. These changes made his course of actions more suited to handling Kane. She could almost see his fighting style smoothly shaping and flowing to a greater and more suited style of combat to counter Kane. Almost like water, the intensity of the fight had peaked. The tension in the air was so taut, one could almost cut it with a knife. The two boys were intensely focused. Every ounce of their mind was consumed into their fight. Their fight had cast a spell on those who beheld it, enrapturing them. They almost wished it would never end. Yet all good things came to an end in this cosmos. Bam. Kane landed a powerful strike against Rui's diaphragm. He had smoothly ducked right under Rui's punch and launched his most powerful attack on the latter's abdomen. Rui collapsed, gasping for air as his diaphragm froze for a few seconds out of shock before returning to normal. Both of them were sweating and panting, yet the winner was clear. "Let's call it a day," Rui panted. "As expected, you're still ridiculously strong even without apprentice-level techniques." Rui laughed shakily, still gathering his breath. Kane shook his head. "Your rate of growth is ridiculous. Seriously, you're amazing. I'm gonna be honest with you, I didn't think you could push me this far, man." Kane sincerely complimented. "You didn't use any apprentice-level techniques, though." Rui chuckled. "I swear I came damn near close to. I'd know what you did, but you scared the shit out of me at times. Your style of fighting shifted a lot from the start to end. Is this related to your martial path?" Kane asked with great curiosity. Rui nodded. "Help me up. I'll tell you all about it on the way back." Adaptive evolution. Kane tilted his head in confusion. "Yeah, my martial art adapts and evolves to counter my opponent's martial art," Rui explained. "A martial art that adapts to all other martial art. That sounds difficult as hell. Is that even possible?" Kane asked. Rui remained silent at that question. "Possible or not, it is my path. I will traverse it as far as I can." Kane remained silent at those words. He realized how much resolve it must have taken to fully dedicate himself down a path that may end in a dead end. No wonder Rui took 2 days to think about his martial path and his martial art. It was probably the most important decision in his life, and it wasn't something that could be done lightly. Well, good luck. They bantered a bit before splitting ways. Rui headed to the administration room to receive a guidebook and his room number and keys. Rui Courier, 1 minute. A staff member reached to grab a box. "Here you go." She rattled off some instructions and information before he left. It was only after he reached his room and sat down to go through the guidebook that he realized how different things worked for apprentices. "Damn, we get our own rooms, that's lit," he'd remarked prior as he looked around. It was definitely more comfortable than his previous dormitory room. It wasn't just the lodgings that worked differently. Apprentices trained differently. For starters, the biggest surprise he received as he went through the apprentice guidebook was that apprentice-level techniques weren't free. The foundational techniques of the foundation stage were the absolute bare basics of basics. To call them techniques was almost an insult. The exploration stage had more valuable techniques, but they were still not too significant to the Academy or the Martial Union, apparently. However, the apprentice-level techniques were different. They actually held value and utility, such that a majority required one to amass merits. These techniques were true martial art techniques even if they were of the lowest martial realm. The Martial Academy, and the Martial Union by extension, was not willing to give them away for free. The only way an apprentice could earn merits was make contributions or complete apprentice-level missions. There were mandatory missions to give apprentices experience anyway. However, the mandatory missions did not yield merits. Only by voluntary undertaking and completing missions outside of curricular activity would yield merits that could then be exchanged for techniques, meaning students had to go out of their comfort zone if they wanted more techniques. Of course, the Martial Academy wasn't stupid. It realized that brand new apprentices would not be able to complete apprentice-level missions without apprentice-level techniques. Thus, a set of foundational apprentice-level techniques in all fields were given to apprentices free of cost. These must be the same foundational apprentice-level techniques Kane told me about when we first sparred, Rui recalled. According to the guidebook, higher-ranked techniques above the foundations would require students to complete missions. Rui could immediately see the multiple reasons for this system. Aside from apprentice-level techniques being too valuable to give away for free, the Martial Academy could also complete the many apprentice-level missions that it received on a daily basis. Furthermore, the end goal of the Martial Academy was to produce martial artists that were able to competently complete missions. Giving the martial apprentices of the Academy some real experience and a glimpse of what the career of a martial artist was like would ultimately greatly aid in this end goal. It was a policy that killed multiple birds with a single stone. Most of these missions are probably going to be really small-scale matters with low risk, Rui inferred. The Martial Academy would probably not place students in extremely important or risky missions. This would be counterproductive in the long run. He suspected that the missions would likely be insignificant grunt work type missions. Furthermore, these missions would probably be the domestic type as well. They would likely be missions in the mansion region. There were several other interesting things that the guidebook went in depth into as well. The Martial Union had developed a system of categorizing martial art. There are many kinds of martial art. It was easier to divide martial art into categories. This helped in mission assignment, ensuring missions were completed by martial artists who actually possessed the relevant and necessary tools to complete them. A hunting mission would be better suited to be completed by a martial artist with a lot of stealth and sensory techniques. An offense mission would be better suited to be completed by assaulters with an offensive martial art. Although it wasn't impossible for martial artists of other types of martial art to also complete such missions, it wasn't optimal and ultimately reduced the probability of success. Thus, the Martial Union had developed a system of categorization for martial art. Type I martial art, all-rounder martial art fell into this category. Type II martial art, offense-oriented martial art fell into this category. Type III martial art, defense-oriented martial art fell into this category. Type IV martial art, maneuvering-oriented martial art fell into this category. Type V martial art, supplementary techniques-oriented martial art fell into this category. Type VI martial art that were largely centered around a particular physical attribute or parameter like strength, speed, durability, endurance, stamina, etc., fell into this category. Type VII martial art that were centered around one or very few particular techniques or sets of techniques or principles or systems fell into this category. Type VII martial art structured and built for covert operations and missions. Type IX martial art specifically designed for specific environments. Type X martial art, irregular martial art that cannot be grouped into any of the prior groups due to failing to satisfy the conditions to be grouped into them. Interesting, Rui pondered. So my martial art would probably be categorized as Type I. These classifications were decided by the Academy and later the Martial Union. Which made sense to Rui. After all, it was only useful as long as the system was used accurately by set standards. He skimmed a few pages ahead until he reached something unexpected. An inter-academy martial games, Rui read with curiosity. Apparently, the Martial Academy held an annual martial art contest at the apprentice level between all 16 academies in the entire empire. The event held multiple contests for different fields with different structures and systems. What an exciting event! Rui grew more and more absorbed into the guidebook and the many intrigues that it offered. A day had passed since Rui had moved to a different dormitory. The process was smooth since he had very few belongings in the first place. He had quickly tried to familiarize himself with his environment and some of his peers to some degree. It didn't hurt to make some friends who could help him out, like Kane did. He tightened his sparring attire. It was a two-piece attire, consisting of a light jacket-like top and a pant that were bound together by a belt. The attire was knitted out of a very light, yet durable and flexible fabric, allowing martial apprentices to go all out and fully exert themselves without having to worry about tearing apart their sparring attire to shreds. Today would be Rui's first time entering the apprentice library. He intended to get his hands on foundational apprentice-level techniques. One of the things the guidebook explained to him was how techniques were classified and categorized. Techniques were categorized in 3 different ways. The first system of categorization was by field, whether a technique is offensive or defensive, or maneuvering-oriented or supplementary. This system of categorization was for the sake of convenience and clarity. This was categorization by their function. The second system of categorization was by realm prerequisite. A technique of a certain realm meant that it could not be learnt by martial artists below that realm. Apprentice-level techniques were techniques that only martial apprentices and above could use. They could not be mastered by novices. This was because normal human beings did not possess the focused psyche needed to learn apprentice-level techniques, which required a superhuman level of focus and fortitude to learn. Those who had discovered their martial path underwent a subconscious psychological shift. Their minds were hyper-focused on their martial path, allowing them to learn power and difficult apprentice-level techniques. This was categorization by the necessary prerequisite condition to even begin to learn these techniques. The third system of categorization was efficiency. This was related to the actual quality of a technique. Techniques were a set of actions that produced a desired physical result. Generally, each technique required physical energy for the physical movements and mental energy for executing them accurately and precisely. Techniques with greater efficiency produced greater results for the same amount of effort. The efficiency of techniques were indicated by grades. Low-grade techniques had low efficiency, mid-grade techniques had medium efficiency, and high-grade techniques had high efficiency. An apprentice-level offensive high-grade technique was a technique whose utility was offensive in nature, could only be used by martial artists of apprentice realm or higher, and whose efficiency was high. Rui found the categorization to be aptly sophisticated. Back on Earth in his previous life, martial arts techniques did not have such sophistication in their categorization. There are many reasons for this. For starters, martial artists' realms did not exist. This bluntly cut away the second system of categorization. Another reason was that techniques did not have vastly differing levels of efficiency inherently. Their effectivity depended on how they were applied only, as well as a lot of luck. Although techniques on Earth could be divided by field, there were no meaningful named techniques for defense or maneuvering. Those were simply considered skills that needed practice and experience. The concept of supplementary techniques that could supplement, aid, or augment a physical attribute or other techniques did not exist. This was why martial arts techniques were uncategorized. There was simply no point in doing so. Rui already knew what kind of techniques he was looking for even before he entered the library. His first decision was to once again balance the techniques he chose evenly among all the fields. In order to adapt to his opponents properly, he needed a good grasp over not just all fields but also all ranges. He also needed diversity of techniques within each field. This was a tall task, and it would take him a long time before he truly achieved this. Another decision he made due to this was to choose flexible techniques that could be useful in all situations. His martial art was adaptation. It was practically a necessity that at the very least his foundation of techniques needed to be flexible. He was willing to sacrifice efficiency for flexibility. He would rather have a foundation of lower efficiency techniques but with great flexibility and versatility than have a higher efficiency technique but with very low flexibility, something that could only be used in a handful of ways and situations. I guess I have my work cut out for me, Rui thought. He intended to work harder than he ever had in order to build a foundation of apprentice-level techniques. Currently, although he was indeed an apprentice, his combat prowess had yet to touch that level. Apprentice-level techniques were far superior to exploration-level techniques. He remembered the apprentice-level techniques Kane had showed him. They were truly surpassing the bounds of human limits. Kane would have utterly mopped the floor with him had he used apprentice-level techniques in their spar. Until he built a foundation of apprentice-level techniques, he would feel uncomfortable calling himself an apprentice. What kind of an apprentice couldn't hold a candle against any other apprentice? He shook his head, putting aside such thoughts having reached the library. The moment he walked in, he could already see the apprentice library was much vaster than the explorer library. The section dedicated to each field were larger than those of the Explorer Library. Further, each field section had many subsections. As expected of the library dedicated to an actual martial art realm, it's comprehensive and vast. He looked around, taking in the sheer size. Where do I even begin? He sighed. There was just so much. He wasn't sure how to approach all of this in a time-saving manner. Thankfully, a decent proportion of the techniques are marked with a price of merits. Rui sighed. He could avoid these techniques and head straight to the free techniques. He grasped the first technique he ran into. All right, let's begin. Process took Rui longer than he had expected. For one, he couldn't help but browse through a large portion of price techniques. But for another, the simple variety of techniques was far greater than what he had imagined. They were definitely far greater than anything Earth held. On Earth, offensive techniques were limited to striking and grappling. Here there was a wide repository of techniques that inflicted damage outside of these elementary principles. Force permeation to target internal organs. Vitals targeting-based techniques, vibration-based techniques, temperature-based techniques, nerve-striking techniques, even techniques as ridiculous as poison techniques. Rui gaped at the sight. He almost wanted to laugh. Poison? You can poison people through martial art. Ha ha ha, he mirthfully exclaimed. He found the whole notion to be simultaneously absurd and yet so fascinating. Even defensive techniques were far vaster than anything he had conceptualized. Back on Earth, one merely had to practice learning how to guard against strikes and learning how to get hit to minimize the impact. Here, there were whole systems of principles and mechanisms by which techniques amplified defense. Higher levels of the damage mitigation that used even more potent principles such as impact softening, inelastic recoil, and other mechanism beyond just guarding existed. Rui was surprised by how something that used to be relatively straightforward and mundane was immensely various in this world. The same was true for maneuvering and supplementary fields of martial art. After hours of exploring, Rui finally made a decision in regards to all the techniques he would choose to begin mastering. He glanced down at the scrolls he had picked. He had picked 6 of them. The reason he had chosen a total of 6 different techniques was because 4 of them were apprentice-level versions of the techniques he had already learnt prior. Harmonic breathing, damage mitigation, collision optimization, and balance direction each had an apprentice-level version to them, however. He expected to master them quickly after going through the techniques in their training sessions. Thus, he had decided to choose an additional 4 more techniques to begin immediately after. The apprentice-level versions of these techniques are quite impressive, Rui muttered as he went through them. Some even had different names. The apprentice-level versions of damage mitigation and collision optimization are elastic shift and vital pressure. How fitting. Damage mitigation and elastic shift were techniques that aimed to reduce the impact of strikes by moving with the strikes. This caused the collision to be more elastic in nature. A collision where the opponent's attack power was not converted to damage, when the attack struck due to the user moving with the strikes rather than stopping them, was an elastic collision. It was the same as when baseball players caught balls by moving their hands with the ball while catching it to reduce the impact. Elastic shift encapsulated the techniques functioning quite well. Vital pressure and collision optimization were techniques that worked by administering greater damage by striking vitals. Parallel walk. This was the technique Kane had showed him when they sparred together the first time Rui had gone to his home. It was a technique that eliminated the wasteful torque caused by swinging your arms and also rotating your body opposite to the legs, thereby decreasing the energy wasted and increasing maneuvering speed. This allowed his traveling speed to increase dramatically. Acute edge. This was a low-grade defensive technique that focused on mitigating damage by making the angle between the surface of the body that contacts the opponent's strike and the opponent's strike to below an acute, turning into a nick and a slip, rather than a full-on collision. This allowed the user to avoid enduring the brunt of the force by enduring only a portion of the power, by getting hit at an angle. Rui nodded, satisfied with these choices. These were reasonable, balanced, and flexible choices and options, which was conducive to adaptive evolution. He intended to grind harder than he ever had, pushing himself to the limits with potions to master these techniques. He wanted to join the other apprentices in completing missions. He knew Kane, Faye, and the others had already begun doing so, and for good reason. He looked around him in the library. There were so many techniques that required merits he could hardly believe it. How many missions will it take for me to purchase these techniques? He wondered solemnly. The answer couldn't possibly be a small number. On one hand, he was a bit unhappy about the time it would take for him to purchase the techniques. The number of techniques he had now were sorely insufficient for proper adaptive evolution. He needed a vast variety of techniques of all kinds. The more he had, the better he would be able to adapt to all kinds of martial art. On the other hand, he was looking forward to completing missions. This was what it meant to be a martial artist. He looked forward to diving into different kinds of missions and understand what it was like to be a martial artist, as well as what kind of martial artists he wanted to be. He also needed time and techniques to modify, expand the void algorithm to be able to account for the martial art techniques of this world. The void algorithm was designed to handle the MMA of Earth. It could not be straightforwardly applied to the martial art of the Panama continent. The vastness and potency of the techniques were much greater than that of Earth. There were several new parameters and variables that needed to be accounted for by the algorithm, such as the strange principle and mechanisms of these techniques, and also the efficiency of techniques. Only after expanding it to include these factors would it perform as well as it did back on Earth. Furthermore, he still had the final obstacle to overcome, the same obstacle he failed to overcome back on Earth. Bam! Rui flew back, groaning in pain, just bare managing to stay on his feet. Good, your elastic shift was well timed this time, Faye told him. Today was a sparring session between the apprentices. Rui and Faye had taken it upon themselves to spar with each other. It's not easy to nail the timing, Rui muttered. It usually takes a lot of experience to completely learn it, Faye reassured. Actually, it's a bit intimidating you're already at this level of proficiency. Rui shrugged before taking his stance. It's not fast enough as far as I'm concerned. Faye took an open-palmed stance as well. My, what's the hurry? There is a limited amount of time in this world. I don't want to waste an ounce of it, he replied before taking the initiative to dash at her. He launched a powerful front kick, throwing all his body weight and momentum behind it while using vital pressure to inflict more damage. He wouldn't fight like this against Kane. Kane was too agile for something as long-winded and slow as full body kicks. He would effortlessly dodge it and exploit the opening created by the kick and put Rui down. However, Faye was not as agile or mobile as Kane was. Furthermore, her defense was solid. He would need to use every ounce of his power. Bam. Yet she handily guarded with a double arm guard, before pushing aside his leg while launching a powerful palm attack to his abdomen. Rui just barely managed to evade it with a combination of parallel walk and balance direction, yet Faye aggressively dashed after him with equally powerful maneuvering techniques, not allowing him to catch a break. This was yet another difference between Faye and Kane. Kane fought passively and counter-offensively, whereas Faye was aggressively offensive. She quickly caught up to him before launching a barrage of palm attacks that pummeled him across his upper body. Rui held on for dear life behind his guard as only a combination of his two defensive techniques, elastic shift and acute edge, prevented him from losing consciousness, but ultimately they weren't enough. Faye broke past his guard, stopping a palm attack just an inch away from his face. Good fight. She held out an open hand. Yeah, good fight. He grasped her hand, standing up. It's really remarkable how far you've come with these techniques in merely a month and a half or so. Faye shook her head with a rare hint of surprise flashing her facial features. It may be fast compared to others, but my martial art has greater needs. Rui shook his head. Your martial path is strange. Usually, people have somewhat of a defined fighting style that is rigid to some degree. The core never changes, she explained before turning to Rui. Yet I couldn't sense that with your martial art. Your combat style did not have an underlying core like every martial art normally does. It was constantly changing and strangely had no definition to it. A very odd feeling, she noted before continuing. Even all-rounder martial art aren't constantly in flux like yours. Being an all-rounder simply means you use all fields equally in combat, yet even that was constantly changing for you. That is related to the nature of my martial art. Rui hinted he hadn't told her what his martial path was just yet. He didn't feel the confidence and security to reveal to people what it was just yet, not until he developed it more and gained more proof of its viability as a martial art. Faye nodded without pushing any deeper. A martial artist's martial art was extremely personal. It wasn't appropriate to push them to open about it. You've got even stronger. Rui sighed, recalling her fight against the martial squire. She shrugged. Everyone has, we're all working hard to get stronger. Rui nodded. But with how strong you are, you must be close to reaching martial squire. No, I'm not sure, unfortunately. I haven't been told about the condition to become a martial squire by the academy or my family yet. Rui frowned. Kane said something similar too. Both of them were family of martial sages. Their families obviously knew exactly what it took to become a martial artist. So why were they in the academy so adamant on not telling the apprentices about the realms above them? Indeed, it is strange, she remarked, noticing his confusion. But I have a lot of faith in my grandmother. I do not believe she would withhold such information unless it was truly to my interest that I do not learn it right now. It was hard not to trust the judgment of a martial sage, not just one, but two of them, on all martial matters. Especially when he was no more than a meager apprentice fledgling who had just discovered his martial path. Martial sages were among the greatest authorities on martial art, barring martial transcendence. It was an absurd notion they would be wrong about the matters of the lower martial realms. He shrugged. He would find out one day, as long as he grew enough and expanded his martial art enough. As long as he did this, he had no doubt whatsoever that he would become a mighty martial squire. Still, he was quite some ways away from that stage. He had only just discovered his martial path and had begun the expansion stage that all martial apprentices underwent in the martial academy. He clenched his fists when he thought about the sheer number of techniques needed to achieve the versatility that was generally needed for the void algorithm. In order to be able to adapt to any martial art, you had to be able to partially replicate every martial art, because every martial art was countered by some other martial art. Although the truth was a bit more complex and nuanced, the point still remained. The more building tools and ingredients he had access to, the easier and better he would be able to build a martial art that were adapted to counter his opponent's martial art. The apprentice sparring session worked the same way the explorer sparring sessions did, meaning half the apprentices were challengers while the remaining half were defenders. Challengers constantly challenged defenders to spars until they won. Then they would switch roles. The challenger would become a defender and the defender would become a challenger. Rui lost to Faye, so he quickly got off the stage for the next challenger. "You got your ass kicked." Kane chuckled lightly as he entered the ring. "Don't worry, I'll avenge you." "You're going up against her next?" Rui asked, surprised. "Yep, I see. Well, good luck." Rui was quite exhausted. He had initially intended to consume a rejuvenation potion before resuming the challenger process, but a fight between Kane and Faye was worth postponing that. He watched closely as Kane entered the stage. So you're my next challenger." Faye smirked. "I was considering consuming a potion, but if it's just little old you, then there shouldn't be much of a problem," she mocked. "Don't worry, by the time I'm done with you, you'll be needing more than a single measly little rejuvenation to get back on your feet," he retorted. They both exchanged no more words, quickly taking their stances. Kane's stance was low, crouched. This allowed him to dash and reach top speed quicker. His hands were open and sharp, his arms were aligned with his legs. That stance allows him to use parallel walk without any delay, Rui keenly observed. Parallel walk was a maneuvering technique that relied on arms and upper body swinging inline, rather opposite to the legs. Keeping his arms and legs inline meant he would not have to waste any time when the match began and could immediately moving. He intends to close the distance quickly, Rui realized. On the other hand, Faye adopted a rather unusual stance. Her left leg was forward, while her right leg was bit further behind, both slightly crouched. Her left arm was straight, pointing at Kane, with her open palm facing him. Her right palm was upside down, tucked at her waist like a coiled serpent waiting to lash out. Rui could feel the tension escalating as both fighters grew more and more focused on their opponent. "Begin," the supervisor declared, beginning the match. Kane moved blurringly fast. His figure even briefly disappeared, as Rui's eyes could barely keep up with the abrupt acceleration to Kane's superhuman top speed. In an instant, Faye and Kane were face to face. Kane launched a blindingly fast punch, while Faye launched a fearsome palm. Just as the strikes were about to launch, Kane suddenly canceled his attack and avoided Faye's palm, leaping back. This drew some murmurs from onlookers. "Looks like Faye is stronger." Rui shook his head. No, he made the right choice. If Kane had continued the mutual attack, he definitely would have suffered more damage. As far as power per strike went, Faye was almost unmatched in their batch of apprentices. On the other hand, Kane's striking power was not quite as good, meaning if they exchanged blows head-on, Kane would undoubtedly take much more damage. Kane realized this in the last moment and avoided this undesirable outcome. "You're an evasive maneuver, Kane. You need to exploit that to the absolute maximum if you want to win this fight," Rui mused. Kane dashed at Faye, dodging her attacks narrowly before leaping back. He dashed from another angle, dodged her counter, and leapt back. He dashed from yet another angle and dodged her counter, leaping back. He dashed, dodged, and leapt back, again and again and again. He began repeating this course of action over and over. Tusk, he's just buzzing around her like a fly. Is he really the son of the legendary devil? A martial apprentice mocked, disregarding Kane's status. His fighting drew scorn from the onlookers, all except one. Rui eyed those around him before tutting. Tusk, clueless fools. He turned back to the fight with a knowing smile. Although to the casual layman it may have looked like Kane was too scared to engage Faye, but Rui had realized what Kane was going for a long time ago. He nodded. "It's a rough plan, not the best course of action, but it has a solid chance of working." Kane knew that getting into a frontal exchange of blows with Faye would be bad for him. That was where she was at her strongest. Furthermore, unlike when he fought Rui, Kane couldn't simply try to squirm past narrow openings to launch strikes on Faye. Although Kane was much faster than her, it was impossible for him to cross 1 meter, land a strike, and then jump out of range, all before Faye could launch even a single strike. He would need to be exponentially faster than her to achieve such a feat. And Faye was not slow by means. Thus, Kane decided to try something else. He intends to force Faye to launch her formidable palm strikes over and over until her stamina is drained. Although parallel walk, balance direction, and his other maneuvering techniques still consume less energy than Faye's immense explosive power, Rui analyzed. The power of Faye's palm attacks was extremely high. Not only did she regularly use highly power-consuming techniques like outer convergence, which she used against him in the entrance exam, she used several other medium-high-grade techniques that allowed her to exert massive amounts of energy with every strike. The power consumption was extremely high. Faye's martial art was an offensive martial art that was meant to pummel down her opponents quickly. It was not suited in these kinds of extended battles. She would simply fizz out of energy. Which is exactly what is slowly happening. Rui noted the profuse sweat on Faye's face. Her palm strikes were draining her energy, especially because they all missed Kane cleanly. Kane was still extraordinarily fast. She had no hope of tagging him with ordinary attacks. At this rate, you'll win this, Kane, Rui cheered him on.
Was.
Kane avoided a palm attack, back flipping out of the way cleanly. He quickly opened the distance before studying Faye immediately. Huff, huff, she panted, her sparring attire drenched in sweat. Heh, this is actually working. Spending time with that martial nerd has done me good. I don't know if I would have thought of this had I not met him. Kane mirthfully mused. Sparring and spending time with Rui had taught Kane the importance of tactics and strategy. His personal tutors had always hammered the importance of tactics and strategy, but he had always thought no tactic could overcome a skill or power gap. He had always beaten those weaker than him, and had always lost to those stronger than him. He wasn't averse to tactics, but he believed techniques and physical prowess mattered far, far more. It was only after he had met Rui had he learned how wrong he was. Rui's mind was beyond unfathomable to him. Every time he sparred with Rui, it became more and more difficult to beat him. Even though Rui's techniques or body hadn't grown stronger, every time they sparred, Kane realized he needed to spend more and more effort to beat Rui every single time. This was part of that adaptive evolution thing Rui told him about his martial path. Rui said it was essentially choosing the right move at the right time, to choose the correct specific course of actions and tactics that best dealt with his opponent. Mastering powerful techniques was not nearly enough. Tactically using these techniques correctly across the entire battle was just as important. Kane closed the distance instantly, forcing Faye to launch a palm strike, which he cleanly swerved out of the way of, simultaneously launching a spinning kick. Faye was forced yet again to launch a palm attack, which Kane quickly dodged cleanly yet again. She was almost gasping for air at this point. Her stance was slack with fatigue. Close. Kane huffed. This strategy was not easy for him. Although this strategy exhausted Faye, it also exhausted him, just to a lesser degree. Even he could not keep up such a power-consuming tactical approach for too long. It's time. Kane exhaled before taking a new stance. He put both hands on the ground in front of him and stretched out his right leg back, firmly planting it on the ground. He bent his left leg, tucking it under his chest. It was an odd stance that resembled the starting crouch position of 100-meter sprinters back on Earth. This is the final clash, Rui quickly realized. This will decide the outcome of the fight. Faye's defense had grown progressively sloppier and sloppier. Her fatigue had accumulated too much. Not only had Kane drained her stamina almost entirely, she had already spent a decent portion of her stamina even before Kane challenged her. These two are basically at the same level. Even a small gap in stamina will be decisive, Rui noted. Suddenly, the weight of the atmosphere escalated. Phew, Kane exhaled deeply, ridding every single superfluous thought from his mind. He sharpened his focus. Faye realized what was happening. She mustered as much energy as she could, preparing herself for one final clash. Kane's body grew taut with power, vibrating with sheer amount of potential energy he had gathered. For a moment, the entire facility was dead silent. Every apprentice, squire, and staff member were frozen silence, enraptured, spellbound. Suddenly, now, Rui whispered, boom. Kane disappeared. One moment, there he was. The next moment, gone. What was once left in his place was a sonic boom. Kane had moved so abysmally fast that he had surpassed the speed of sound. What happened next surpassed Rui's cognition. His mind was simply not fast enough to keep up. Kane had simply disappeared from Rui's eyes and reappeared behind Faye. Arg! Kane fell down to one knee, clutching his right shoulder in pain. She landed a palm strike on him, in the middle of that blitz. You're a monster, all right, Kane laughed, eyeing Faye behind him. Damn, is Faye gonna win? Rui cursed. Thud. Rui looked up in shock. One moment Faye was standing tall and strong, yet the very next moment, she collapsed. Rui murmured, shocked. Faye had fallen unconscious. Her figure had crumpled to the ground like a puppet whose strings were cut. The entire facility froze at that sight. Rui sharpened his eyes, taking a closer look at her. He landed a knockout blow to her chin. He quickly realized, looking at the deep bruise below her mouth. You're a monster, all right. Kane stood up, smirking. But I won. Winner Kane Orankar, the supervisor declared after breaking out of his enraptured stupor. A paramedic team came along and placed Faye onto a stretcher, carting her away. Rui was still stunned. He glanced at Kane, who smirked at him with a thumbs up. Rui had to admit, he was truly impressed by Kane's fight. He didn't just blindly jump in and rely purely on speed, agility, and maneuvering to attack, dodge, and attack her. He pulled off a clever strategy that allowed him to win in those circumstances. In the past few months, Kane had grown more and more flexible, with his fighting style, fighting smarter and cleverer rather than just banking heavily on his raw speed. Rui approved, of course. He also couldn't help but feel he was responsible for this change. Still, what truly shocked him was the final clash. Kane displayed a level of speed Rui had never seen before. The sheer speed at which moved was incredible. Rui hadn't known it was physically possible for a human to move that fast. He was also quite impressed that Faye had managed to throw in a palm attack in such a brief period. Although she moving slower than Kane, who moved his entire body across the distance between then and the time she launched a palm strike, it was still impressive given her condition as well as the fact that speed wasn't forte. Both of them performed incredibly as far as Rui was concerned. Rui quickly consumed a rejuvenation potion himself. He had wasted enough time watching Kane's match against Faye. He needed to engage in sparring others himself. Watching Kane's sparring match against Faye had inspired him. He felt strongly motivated to reach that level of power himself as soon as possible. Both Faye and Kane are way ahead of me in so far as the expansion and development of their martial art goes, Rui reminded himself. Unlike him, who had only just barely learnt 6 apprentice-level techniques, they had learned enough number of techniques for their martial art to be considered actual martial art. On the other hand, he was still quite far away from this level. He glanced at the nearest ring, looking for a defender to challenge. Miliana, Rui recalled meeting her several times. She was a stamina-oriented martial artist. Fighting her was truly a test of perseverance. Stamina-oriented martial art were a type VI martial art, a martial art centered around a physical attribute or parameter. He immediately chose to challenge her. There were several reasons for his decision. Firstly, stamina-oriented martial art did not possess any overwhelming advantage over other martial art, aside from the longevity it granted the martial artist. Meaning it was quite likely that Miliana did not possess any overwhelming advantage over her, in regards to any physical attribute or parameter like strength, speed, or durability. She likely did not possess any overwhelming advantage insofar as martial art techniques went, be it offensive, defensive, or maneuvering. What this ultimately meant that before Rui tired out, there was a high chance they would be roughly equal. Furthermore, he was aware that Miliana's martial art was also a type I martial art, in addition to being a type VI martial art. She was an all-rounder after she was a stamina-oriented martial art. This was a valuable opportunity to Rui, because Rui rarely had a chance to fight a stamina-oriented martial artist like Miliana. After Rui became a martial artist, he quickly learned that most martial art had strong flavor to them that pushed them away from being well-rounded. Usually most martial apprentices had strong affinity to some field or physical attribute, making a vast majority of them be of type II to type VII martial art. One reason Rui wanted to find an all-rounder was, of course, for the experience, but also because all-rounders were the most challenging to the void algorithm. The reason was simple: all-rounder martial art possessed no obvious weakness. The void algorithm worked by adapting to the opponent's fighting style. Naturally, this was easier if the opponent's fighting style had straightforward and obvious shortcomings. Offense-oriented martial art generally weren't as good at defense. Defense-oriented martial art generally lacked strong offense. Grappling martial art lacked range, and striking-type martial art were not good at full-contact combat or grappling, etc. These usually couldn't be considered a great weakness, but they were, without a doubt, shortcomings and areas of higher vulnerability. The void algorithm loved these openings and shortcomings. It made the adaptive evolutionary process much more straightforward and simpler. However, all-rounders lacked such obvious and straightforward shortcomings. Thus, the adaptive evolutionary process of the void algorithm for such styles was much more complex and long-winded. This was what Rui wanted. He needed to push his martial art to the limit in order to improve it. The void algorithm was a system by which one could develop a style of fighting, statistically, most suited to obtain victory. However, the framework was based on the martial arts of Earth. Martial art in Gia was much more convoluted and far more parameters and variables. It was not equipped to deal with the fantastical and supernatural martial art techniques of Gia. This was one of the 2 biggest hurdles of developing his martial art and traversing his martial path. He could not perform the rigorous empirical research he did in his previous life, so there really was only way to completely expand the void algorithm to completely suit Gia as far as Rui could see. Sheer raw experience. How much experience will it take for me to complete the upgradation of the void algorithm? Rui wondered as he got onto the ring. He looked up at Miliana, who nodded in response. She was a girl of very few words. She let her martial art do the talking. And boy can it talk, take your stance. The supervisor instructed. Miliana balled her fists and brought her arms close to her abdomen in a guarded stance, balancing her weight between both legs equally. A conservative but ultimately flexible fighting stance, Rui noted. He adopted a similar stance but one that was more committed to attacking. Left arm and left leg forward, right arm and right leg back. He kept his weight mostly on his left leg, freeing up his right leg, allowing him to launch kicks with it. In this stance, the left arm was able to launch speed jabs in quick succession, while the right arm was able to launch powerful blows that could knock a person down if well landed. Begin. The supervisor declared the match started. Rui rapidly shuffled over to Miliana, feeling out her movements and responses to his weight shifts. She's always moving with the intent of reducing energy consumption, Rui realized. By constantly maintaining as low an energy consumption possible, she could outlast her opponent. Not on my watch. POW, POW, POW. Rui threw a few quick jabs that she promptly blocked with a stiff guard. She threw a pushing kick that served as a check, opening up the distance. Rui decided to go all out and use vital pressure, launching a flurry of strikes to specific points and angles along her joints. This was one way by which he could apply pressure on her. The continuous damage which eventually weakened her defense. This was the best utility of vital pressure. Suddenly, she abruptly shifted her weight to her left leg. A kick. Rui barely realized before. Bam! Her right foot slammed into his side. Rui mitigated the damage with both elastic shift and acute edge, having foreseen an attack, but just barely. He quickly followed up with a high kick. Whoosh! The powerful attack swept through empty air as Miliana crouched to avoid it. She attempted a takedown from her position, only to narrowly move out of the way of an axe kick from Rui. He had foreseen the possibility and forced her to abandon the attack with a powerful axe kick. He immediately rushed in after her. POW, POW, POW. Launching a flurry of strikes with vital pressure, looking for an opening, but he never could find one. Miliana was incredibly good at maintaining a stalemate. She never tried to make too much progress with her offense, but she never allowed her opponent to make much progress either. Block. Parry. Dodge. Jeff. Jack. These were her mantras. Rui backed away, putting some distance between her. The void algorithm worked best when there were even the tiniest openings or shortcomings to exploit. However, when someone turtled up as much as she did, it was hard to exploit any glaring openings. Those were mostly created by attacks or some offensive maneuver. This can't continue, Rui established. I'll just tire myself out, and she'll only begin her offense after I've burnt my primary stamina reserve. He needed to find a hole in her stalemating fighting style, but nothing came to mind. There has to be some effective approach that can work here. The problem was, he didn't know what that was. Her greatest strength is that her defense pursues minimalistic energy consumption. Not only does it prolong her stamina, but I'm sure it's easy for her to maintain this mentally. She probably doesn't need to think much, since there's usually only one or few ways of movements in any situation to minimize energy consumed. Rui paused eyes wide as an epiphany struck his mind. In any given situation, there was really only a few options that truly minimize energy consumption: the minimum motion needed to block the attack, the minimum motion needed to dodge the attack, the minimum motion needed to parry or redirect the attack. Since she always aims to minimize energy consumption, that restricts her options to a few solutions, and if her options are restricted, Rui directed a measured gaze at her. Then her choices become more predictable, and that is a weakness I can exploit. It had taken him a while to realize this because combat sports on Earth didn't really have the concept of hyper-minimalistic energy consumption. One either fought hard and won, or fought too passively and got knocked out. Those were the only two outcomes. Miliana's fighting style would have fallen in the latter back on Earth. But in Gia, martial art turned what was a losing strategy in his previous world into a formidable fighting style. He hadn't fully transitioned to from the mindset of his previous life. It was hard to, but he had taken another step in the middle of this match. I need to move in a manner that creates predictable minimal energy counters, and then exploit the tiny brief opening when she's performing the counter to launch a swift but powerful attack. Fu, Rui exhaled, adopting a new stance. A new wave of determination saturated his figure. Rui adopted a new stance. He brought his arms up, but positioned them lower than before, with their fists directed at Miliana. The physical difference between this stance and his previous one was subtle, but made all the difference in the world. His new stance was geared towards offense, whereas his old stance was partially defensive. He dashed towards Miliana with parallel walk and balanced direction, crossing the gap between them as quickly as possible. He launched a flying knee kick amped with vital pressure straight into her guard. It was an extremely powerful blow that used the momentum generated by the apprentice-level maneuvering techniques to increase the impact. Miliana managed to mitigate the damage with a few defensive apprentice-level techniques, but only partially. She had retreated reeling from the blow. In truth, she didn't expect Rui to return with such a violently aggressive offensive strategy. She was sure he already realized that he would simply burn his energy with such highly energy-consuming tactics. Rui launched more and more powerful blows, putting his body weight behind each of them uncaring for his defense. If Miliana was a defensive or evasive specialist, she would have been able to deal with the attacks while maintaining her ground, but she was an all-rounder stamina specialist. Her focus on defense wasn't as strong as it would have needed to be to not be forced for her to open up distance between them. She was also very much capable of an offensive approach too, however. She launched several jabs at Rui, but Rui blocked them briefly before continuing his offense unperturbed to her great surprise. Rui, on the other hand, was inwardly ecstatic. Minimalistic energy consumption reduces both your offensive and defensive options. You cannot launch bombastic offensive attacks like Faye because they are quite energy consumptive. He figured, I doubt you can manage such attacks in the first place. He was partially right. The lesser number of offensive options made her attacks easier to predict and thus easier to defend against by timing his defense well, but the process was much more taxing and stressful than he had imagined. Furthermore, his muscles were starting to sore while Miliana appeared to be pristine condition, aside from some bruises that Rui had given her. This was surely the result of stamina supplementary apprentice-level techniques. She can keep this up for a long time while I can't. I need to win quickly. He needed to execute his strategy immediately. He kept blasting her, while she mitigated the damage with minimal motions, however. While doing so, she began reaching the edge of the ring. Is this his plan? A ring out, Miliana pondered, disappointed. If so, he underestimated me. She adopted a tougher and stiffer stance, determined not back down more. She was not new to this strategy. It was one of the many tactics the other apprentice students had attempted to defeat her. 1 foot away from the ring, and Rui changed his stance abruptly. He opened his fists into open palms, placing them beside him at chest height while crouching. A wrestling stance, Miliana mused. His intentions were transparent to her. He intended to shoot a lunging action in wrestling aimed to performing a takedown and push her out of the ring. This was also not a strategy she had not experienced, but a simple strategy such as this had an equally simple counter strategy. She would merely need to step forward and shift all her weight to the pivotal front leg, and using the back leg as a force driver was the way to deal with shoots. Then she would turn the battle into full contact ground grappling by shifting both of them off balance. This was the least stamina-consumptive way of safely mitigating the risk of a ring out. It was hard to push someone out of boundaries when both of your bodies were on the ground in a taut-locked stalemate. It would be possible for a grappling specialist, of course, but she knew Rui was not one. Furthermore, she was certain she had more experience in wrestling than he did. Wrestling was inherently a battle of perseverance. It was a very stamina-intensive battle, where stamina was just as important as technique. Challenging a stamina-oriented specialist in a form of combat where stamina is king, you are more foolish than I expected, Rui Courier. She earnestly evaluated, as Rui dashed at her, executing the shoot just like she had predicted. She calmly waited for the perfect moment to step forward. If she stepped forward too early, she would be forced to stop herself once she reached the desired position. If she stepped forward too late, he would push her out of boundary. She wanted to shift all her weight abruptly onto the pivotal leg, just as he collided with her so that the momentum of her weight shift would cancel his momentum out. The moment came. She raised her left leg and pushed it forward along with her body, intending to firmly plant itself in the ground. Gotcha, Rui whispered, sending a chill down her body. Sweep. Rui swiftly sent a low sweeping kick the very moment she lifted her left foot from the ground. The kick hooked her foot and swept it away before it could reach the ground. Suddenly, all of Miliana's weight that was supposed to be supported by that left foot no longer could be supported. Rui grinned as her body inevitably plummeted to the right. He had never intended an earnest takedown. He knew it probably wouldn't work. She had a bit more weight than he did, by virtue of the age gap, and she also had more experience with wrestling than he did, who had very little. It would be easy for her to convert the battle into full contact ground grappling, where he stood almost no chance of victory in a head-to-head contest. Furthermore, it was such an obvious idea that she would not have remained a challenger for as long as she did if she could not deal with such a simple tactic. It was precisely because this was not a good idea, in combination with her energy minimalistic approach, that he could predict her very first counter. The leg planting and weight shifting was almost guaranteed. Any other tactic in her position would go against her style strongly. As she reflexively braced herself for the ground, Rui immediately whipped his left arm around her neck and pressed her head into the choke hold, a rear choke hold. This was the riskiest part, but he had to take a gamble. If he failed the maneuver, or if she had a technique like outer convergence that could allow her to strike him hard in that position, she could break out. But he simply could not optimize his chances of victory any further, not in the middle of a fight anyway. Back on Earth, there was a popular saying in the combat sports industry: if you get in a rear choke hold, tap out. This was because there was no realistic way to beat the rear choke hold back on Earth. It clamped down on the arteries and esophagus like an anaconda and exerts such high pressure that fighters described it the sensation as I felt my head was going to explode. Rui had to simply pray that this earthly wisdom would hold true in this world. He squeezed down on her neck with his left arm and pushed her neck down with his right arm, yet she never tapped. He squeezed and squeezed, yet she never resigned. What is she trying to do? Match over. The supervisor rushed over. It was only then had Rui realized that she had passed out. The rear choke hold cut off the blood supply to the brain almost entirely. It was not unusual for its targets to pass out. It just hadn't struck Rui in the heat of the moment, because of his paranoia that she would break out of his rear choke hold. It seems she did not have any techniques that allowed to break out of the hold in a short amount of time. Rui immediately released the hold. It would be dangerous to hold her in it any longer. Even as a paramedical team carried her away on a stretcher, Rui couldn't help but feel elated. This was the first time he beat an experienced martial apprentice. All the martial apprentices he had beaten were people like him, people who had recently advanced to the apprentice realm. These apprentices had shaky foundations and hadn't expanded or developed their martial art much and were even more lacking in experience than he was, but his rationality quickly established itself as he looked back on the fight. She wouldn't have lost in a real fight, Rui realized. There were no ring outs in a real fight, which was a crucial part of his tactic. Rui did not think he would be able to beat her without this element. I've obtained enough basic experience with the 6 techniques I've already learned. I can improve faster with developing more techniques and diversifying my martial art further yet. Saw you beating Miliana, good job man, she's strong. Kane complimented. I was tired. Kane complained. I beat her again after I came back having consumed some potions. Rui laughed wholeheartedly. After he left to spar with Miliana, he'd grown absorbed in his own battles. He had wanted to maintain his defender position for as long as possible. He'd heard of and caught glimpses of Kane and Faye sparring with each other for the rest of the sparring session. Faye had come back with a fury after the initial loss, rejuvenated and healed, and beat Kane to pulp. What Rui found amusing was that after Kane came back, also rejuvenated and healed, he repaid the favor, defeating her again. This started a petty cycle of rivalry between them, where they would each come back healed and rejuvenated after a loss and beat the crap out of the fatigued other. He shook his head, laughing. Teenagers. He often forgot that the two of them were no more than kids to him. They were in their immature stage, so he supposed this wasn't unusual. He only found it amusing and interesting. The fact that they were able to exchange wins and losses, one after the other, clearly implied they were truly at the same level in terms of combat prowess. The reason they lost was because one usually was more fatigued than the other. The same could be said for Faye's initial loss. She had already defended her position against several apprentices prior to Kane, Rui included. So who got more wins? Rui asked, curiously. I had one over her by the end of the session. Kane smirked smugly. I'm going to rub this in her annoying face when we run into each other next. Rui laughed, shaking his head. So what are you gonna do now? Kane asked. Any plans? Yeah, I do have some. He nodded. I need to increase and diversify my arsenal. The 6 techniques I have now barely count as a foundation, but it still has gaps. My options in combat are pretty limited. I have only one offensive technique, vital pressure. This largely restricts my means and chances of victory. Furthermore, its vital pressure is not meant to be a finishing move, it's just meant to increase the damage of your strikes. Kan nodded. Vital pressure was one of the foundational offense-oriented striking techniques he had mastered too. His raw physical prowess was subpar. This was due to him training his body for speed, so techniques that increased the damage he inflicted were truly necessary. An all-rounder does need options all round. He concurred. I'm heading to catch some rest. I'm reaching my limit with the rejuvenation potions and we have an academic mission coming up apparently. So catch you later. Sure, get some rest, see ya. Rui nodded before heading to the apprentice library, thinking about what he just told Kane. I truly do lack options. I have 2 maneuvering techniques, 2 defensive techniques, 1 supplementary technique, and 1 offensive technique. Furthermore, his offense was limited to striking, meaning he could not grapple against even a halfway decent apprentice grappler. This was also an undesirable outcome. The Void algorithm's effectivity depended on how versatile the user was and how proficient the user was across the board. Which is why he resolved to strengthen his full contact and grappling combat prowess with the next round of techniques he was going to learn. 1 offensive grappling technique for sure, 1 defensive grappling technique too. What else? He muttered to himself. A finisher move would be nice too. Ideally, it should be flexible as well. I doubt such a thing would be among the free foundational techniques though. The best would be finding a technique whose value highly depends on its utility. There were many variables that determined the impact of a martial art technique in battle. Efficiency was definitely one important parameter, but there were others as well. Compatibility was just as important, if not even more important many a times. Compatibility between the user's body and mindset and the technique could greatly influence the impact the technique had in combat. A technique best meant for a light and agile body like Kane wouldn't be used optimally in the hands of a bulky heavyweight with extremely developed muscles, and conversely, techniques constructed for heavyweights would not do very well in the hands of someone like Kane. Flexibility of a technique was also important. Flexibility usually came at the expense of efficiency. The two were inherently at odds with each other to some degree. Part of what decided how efficient a technique was depended on how well suited the technique was for the circumstances it was meant to be used in. If a technique was, from the very start, constructed to excel in one and only particular situation, then it would most certainly perform extremely well. In that one situation, it would have extremely high efficiency. However, that technique would not be able to be used very well in any other circumstance if it was constructed purely for one particular situation, thus, it had low flexibility. However, if a technique, from the very start, was constructed to be used any number of circumstances, then it would have high flexibility. But since it wasn't constructed to excel in any particular scenario, it won't be extremely effective if used in any one particular situation, and its effect when used in combat was somewhat limited. It was like the difference between a general physician and, say, a cardiologist. For all matters related to the heart, the cardiologist would absolutely perform a better diagnosis and treatment, but for all other medical matters, the general physician would be more equipped to diagnose them, and thus would do a better job, even if not as good as specialists in those fields. This was the difference between efficiency and flexibility. It was, of course, not impossible for techniques to be extremely efficient and flexible. Just like how it was not impossible for a prodigious genius to specialize in many medical fields, but such techniques were rare and valuable. It would certainly be difficult to obtain them. An overwhelming majority of techniques fell in the middle, having a decent balance of efficiency and flexibility, with a decent majority leaning one way or another. The Academy did grade techniques in flexibility, however. They arranged techniques via efficiency. After all, the techniques were not stored digitally, where it would be easy to sort them by multiple parameters. The void algorithm works better with more flexible techniques than more efficient techniques for sure, though, he murmured to himself. The void algorithm was a manifestation to embody Bruce Lee's philosophy of flexibility. It was definitely more compatible with techniques that were inherently flexible than techniques were extremely rigid. Did that mean Rui intended to forget about high efficiency and focus purely on flexibility? Rui shook his head. That would be foolish. There were scenarios where specialized high-efficiency techniques would always accomplish far more than any number of flexible techniques. Ideally, I want a solid foundation of flexible techniques with several high-efficiency specialist techniques in every field, range, and form of combat. This was an extremely tall order. As of right now, Rui had a half-baked foundation that had more holes than it had substance. Reaching his ideal would take a long time, especially since it was impossible to accomplish his goal with the techniques that the Academy offered free of cost, meaning I'll probably have to complete lots of missions before I accomplish my goal. Rui mused. Rui intended to begin applying for missions after the next round of techniques he learned. By then his foundation would be solid enough that nobody but the more experienced and talented apprentices would be able to beat him once he completely got used to those techniques. This was because his rate of learning was far higher than his peers. While his peers would have to take a lot of rest for as many days as they consumed potions, he could spend those days grinding like a madman. Furthermore, his recovery was also much faster than them. The sustained training allowed him to immerse himself in the learning of techniques. The continuous immersion allowed him to learn techniques faster. This was because the human mind was not a machine that could instantly enter into the top gear learning. It was only after expending a solid amount of mental energy would the mind reach its peak as far as learning speed went. People who spent an hour continuously learning learnt faster than those who learnt continuously for in 2 30-minute sessions, who learnt better than those would learn continuously for 6 10-minute sessions. Accumulation mattered. The only reason it wasn't recommended to spend too much time on one task was because of fatigue, but with potions and Rui's great tolerance, this was no longer true. He intended to abuse this advantage. After all, he wasn't confident of fulfilling missions as he was right now. After I round up a bit more, I'll definitely head to complete more missions. Just as he enunciated this thought, he had reached the library. When Rui entered, he immediately headed over to the grappling wing of the defense-oriented section of the library. He intended to first and foremost strengthen his grappling and full-contact combat. There were a vast variety of techniques in there, but unfortunately, most of them were not free of cost. throws and flips of different forms and principles, locks and holds of different kinds, and based on different mechanism. A variety of takedown and rolling techniques as well. Just browsing through them evoked a strong sense of greed within him. It almost clouded his judgment, but thankfully the prohibitive cost prevented him from acting on his greed. I firstly need a flexible technique that allows me to ensure I won't be defeated too easily in full contact grappling, he muttered to himself. This will serve as my defensive foundation insofar as grappling is concerned. If someone ever successfully executes a takedown on me, I won't be helpless. With this in mind, he grasped a particular scroll he had been eyeing for a while. This will do for now, he nodded, shifting silhouette. This was a defensive grappling technique aimed at preventing successful takedowns and throws. It also allowed the user to more effectively disengage and break free from a general full contact tussle, and also to. If used correctly, this could allow Rui to stalemate and eventually break free from full contact grapples, while also significantly reducing the probability of simpler grappling offensive techniques from successfully working. It involved foiling takedown attempts and throwing flipping maneuvers by detecting the change in center of gravity that takedown throws were causing and canceling it by reversing the change in the center of gravity in the opposite trajectory using one's core and legs. Not a flashy technique whatsoever, but it's a decent defense against grappling attacks. Of course, like most foundational techniques, it was overall of a somewhat low-grade to mid-grade technique taking into account both efficiency and flexibility, but it would have to do for now. Once made his decision, he continued skimming through them, looking for something that would suit his purposes before something caught his eye. Binding lash. A counter-offensive technique, A counter-offensive technique was a technique that was both defensive and offensive in nature. Rui began carefully reading through the summary, as well as the more elaborate description. It's a technique that intercepts incoming strikes with a body hold, Rui thought aloud. Interesting. The technique functioned by having the user withstand the blow, by having the user move with the strike in a manner similar to elastic shift before grasping the limb with both arms and legs, and using all four limbs as well as the core to stress the joints and dislocate them. Rui whistled. This was quite a good technique. It was a technique that allowed him to turn a striking contest into a grappling contest where he had a huge initiative advantage. Although this technique was also not invincible, and also extremely difficult to nail completely, it was still quite useful and expanded his approach and options when dealing with an opponent. Even if it failed with the dislocation, it would still give the user an advantage in the grappling battle. After he collected the 2 scrolls from the grappling wing of the defensive section, he quickly scurried over to the offensive section of the library, looking for something that could bolster his lacking offense. I'll take one grappling offense-oriented technique and another striking offense-oriented technique, Rui thought. Vital pressure was not enough. He needed something that could end a fight, a technique that leaned more towards efficiency than flexibility. Rui frowned as he came across an interesting technique, flowing cannon. This was a technique that increased the striking power of the user by having them build up momentum and converting all that built up momentum into striking power once they reached the target, allowing the user to momentarily strike with raw power, far surpassing what he would ordinarily be able to generate. Rui's eyes lit up. This was the kind of technique he was looking for. Vital pressure was extremely flexible and could work in any situation. But it could not allow him to increase his power per strike by much. Flowing cannon, on the other hand, didn't have much flexibility, but if he used it in the right time and place, it could be a game finisher. Alright, that serves as a good offense-oriented striking technique. Rui thought time to look for a grappling offensive technique. This one took him a while. He spent nearly an hour browsing through techniques, looking for one that could benefit him the most, until Mirage Dive. This was an apprentice-level takedown technique. It was a technique that began at range, had the user bull rush towards the target, and once they were close quarters combat range, feint a takedown on the upper body, while actually performing a takedown on the lower body. This technique used a sharp feint to trick the opponent into raising his guard to the upper abdomen, creating a weakness on the lower body that could be exploited for a successful takedown. If executed successfully, it would either knock the opponent out or at the very least give the user a huge advantage in the grappling contest that would ensue. Rui nodded. This fit his purposes. This was another low flexibility technique, but increased his options and means of victory greatly. It could be a killer move if he used it wisely. With this, he was satisfied with the variety he added to his previously lacking and empty offense and defense. Now for just one more technique. Rui thought to himself. He wanted to get a supplementary technique that could increase aspects of his fighting style the others hadn't yet. Maybe I should get a stamina-oriented technique and take a page out of Miliana's book, Rui murmured, pondering the option. This was a feasible course of action. Increasing his stamina would take a weight off his shoulders and fight more cleanly and carefully, taking his time. What to do, he wondered. Rui had already chosen 4 techniques: an offensive, defensive, and a counter-offensive grappling technique, and an offensive striking technique. He had already decided to pick 5 techniques, so that left 1 more. He was considering a stamina-oriented technique. This was definitely synergetic with the void algorithm. After all, the void algorithm could not work instantaneously. It needed time. Having a stamina-oriented technique would give him more leeway to conduct the void algorithm. All right. He nodded. Let's go with that. There were several stamina-oriented techniques in the supplementary techniques section of the apprentice library. A lot of them were based on different principles and mechanisms that either focused on increasing the net amount of energy stored in the body to increase stamina, or focused on reducing unnecessary non-combat related energy consumption during combat. He ended with 2 viable candidates screened after half an hour of browsing: helical breathing. This technique was an advanced apprentice-level version of harmonic breathing. Not only did it boost general metabolic functions, but also reduced the energy consumption significantly below what harmonic breathing could achieve: bone balance. This was a balance-oriented technique that allowed the user to stand up straight purely by positioning their weight under their bones, without help of muscles. The user would be able to avoid consuming energy by standing, increasing his stamina in the long run. This was the kind of technique that made Rui do a double take, reminding him yet again how different from Earth Gia was, for techniques like this to even exist and be viable and practical. Both techniques had an equal level of flexibility and efficiency. This resulted in equal difficulty as well. The greater the sum of efficiency and flexibility, the greater the overall potency of the technique, and thus the higher the difficulty. There were no such things as potent techniques that were also super easy to master, but despite this equality between them, the choice was clear between them. The answer was clear. Helical breathing is an extension of harmonic breathing, Rui muttered. It's the apprentice-level version of the technique. Harmonic breathing was not an apprentice learning. It was an exploration technique he had mastered while he was still in the exploration stage. Helical breathing was an apprentice-level extension of it, meaning he would probably master is quicker than mastering another technique from scratch. All right, that settles the deal then. He took hold of the 5 techniques he decided to master. With this, he will have mastered a total of 10 techniques. Vital pressure, elastic shift, balance direction, acute edge, parallel walk, binding lash, flowing cannon, mirage dive, shifting silhouette, and helical breathing. This formed the bare basics of his foundation. No, not entirely. I still don't have techniques for all ranges of combat. Hand-to-hand combat could be divided into several ranges: even further kicking range combat, jabbing range combat, elbow range combat, and full contact combat or grappling. Each of these ranges, despite being separated by tens of centimeters, were quite different from each other. Still, what I have at least ensures I don't have a weakness anywhere. As far as offense went, vital pressure gave him versatility and flexibility at almost all ranges, but its efficiency was low. Flowing cannon gave him offensive options at most striking ranges, although it needed accumulation of momentum from a distance each time it was to be used. Mirage dive and binding lash gave him offensive and counter-offensive options at full contact range, thus covering the bare basics in most regards. His defense was better. He had elastic shift and acute edge, as well binding lash for defense against striking. He could use one or more of these depending on which was more apt. He also had shifting silhouette for full contact grappling offense. Balance direction and parallel walk improved his mobility and locomotion, but only in regards to travel speed. They didn't enhance his combat speed. This was something he aimed to fix in the future. And helical breathing improved his stamina, allowing him to fight a slower pace and giving him more time to adapt to his opponents. All right, this will have to do for now. He applied for copies of each of the techniques and immediately head to the apprentice respiratory technique facility of the supplementary wing. The helical breathing technique would be the easiest to master. No doubt, the sooner he mastered and improved his stamina, the better the remaining training regimes would work out too. What surprised him was that unlike the harmonic breathing technique, the helical breathing technique had training methodologies that specified involved actual respiratory training equipment. The harmonic breathing technique simply requires you to time inhalation with pulsing of your blood, so that the maximum amount of air can come into contact with your blood, the apprentice supervisors explained to Rui. The helical breathing technique involves not just maximizing the amount of blood coming into contact with your air, but also maximizing the amount of air coming in contact with all that blood. The lungs inhaled air that would be diffused and mixed into blood, maximizing the amount of blood and maximizing the amount of air coming into contact with said blood, allowed each cell in the body to obtain more oxygen, allowing the user to generate the same amount of power with less effort, ultimately prolonging stamina. Since you've already mastered harmonic breathing, we can skip the first stage of the training, since it is harmonic breathing training. I recommend starting with the next stage. The supervisor explained. Understood. Rui nodded, having already planned that. We'll start by increasing your lung capacity and strengthening your respiratory strength. Yes, sir. Lung capacity and respiration strength were important parameters of respiration even on Earth. Lung capacity referred to how open your trachea, your airway, was and how well your lung could expand. Respiratory strength was dependent on the diaphragm, the sole muscle that was actually responsible for breathing expanding to suck in air into the lungs and contracting to expel air from the lungs. Improving these two would significantly improve the harmonic breathing technique in and of themselves. However, that wasn't all there was to it. The helical technique was an apprentice-level technique, meaning only apprentices and above could master it, as far as difficulty went. The later stages involved manners of breathing that further maximized the amount of air that made contact with blood. The end result was a breathing technique that facilitated much greater power and stamina. Such was the prowess of an apprentice-level technique. The exercises involved strengthening the diaphragm in ways that were very similar to exercising the rest of the body. Muscles were generally trained and strengthened by expanding and contracting them against resistance, usually a weight load. One would shift weights by expanding and contracting particular muscle groups across the body, leading to them growing stronger over time. The diaphragm was no different in this regard. Rui spent a lot of time inhaling and exhaling through a breathing contraption that severely hindered breathing. This meant the user had to push his diaphragm to the absolute limit if he or she wanted to breathe normally. As Rui gasped and wheezed during this exercise, for the very first time in his second life, he came to hate a training regime. Up until now, he had taken all the different and various training sessions in stride, even though they were difficult and new to him. He truly enjoyed the feeling of his proficiency of a technique growing better and better. It was an addictive feeling. Yet this training was truly unpleasant. The reason for that was simple. This sensation of strained respiration is identical to that of the asthma attacks I used to suffer back on Earth. He gasped and wheezed. Those moments were the worst of his life, and now he had to experience them continuously for hours. Still, he realized this training would ultimately improve his breathing and stamina, so he swallowed the bitter pill and earnestly dedicated himself to the training. Once he was done, he quickly bade the supervisor farewell and scurried out of the facility as fast as he could. I can't wait till I've mastered this technique so I don't ever have to do that training ever again in my life. Still, that training made normal breathing feel like a luxury, making him appreciate things he had come to take for granted in his second life. He shook his head, putting aside such thoughts, before heading to the next training facility to start learning the next of the 5 new techniques he had procured. He had already decided which technique he wanted to look at next. I'm quite curious about Mirage Dive. This was the offensive grappling technique he had decided to learn. It was a technique in which the user feinted an upper takedown, only to exploit the opening created by the feint to instead go for a lower takedown. It was one of the measures he'd taken to improve his offense and expand his offensive options in combat. What surprised him was how different the facility for this, and other similar techniques, was from other facilities. Then again, this was his first time visiting the training facility for an apprentice-level grappling training facility. He had not learned any apprentice-level technique prior, after all. The training equipment was quite different from what he was used to compared to the other training facilities he had trained in. Mirage Dive, eh? The supervisor mused. All right, no problem. He nodded. Mirage Dive as a technique can be divided into 3 different stages: the feint, the transition, and the actual takedown. The training regime for the technique involved working on each separately and then all together. Rui nodded, listening closely. The feint is the most difficult part of the technique. In order to create a real opportunity and opening for the real takedown, the feint needs to be convincing. A regular faking motion ain't gonna cut it, kid. I did go through the recommended training regime for the feint. It is a bit strange. The supervisor nodded. The training regime for the feint requires being hooked up to a bodysuit that we can manually freeze at any time we want. Its fabric and structure is made from multiple different kinds of esoteric bestial and floral substances, and it operates on strange principles, but that doesn't matter. We'll have you practice the perfect upper takedown until you master the form and trajectory. Then we'll have you wear the suit and perform the upper takedowns, except we'll freeze the suit in the middle of the takedown. We'll do this over and over and over. This helps your body physically understand what the perfect upper takedown feint looks and physically feels like. The perfect upper takedown feint is an incomplete real upper takedown, a real upper takedown cut in half. This way no one can easily tell it's fake. Rui nodded. Doing this would teach his body the timing of the feint and the trajectory of the feint. Mirage Dive was a technique whose feint trajectory and timing is meant to be indistinguishable from the real deal. That's what made it effective. That's what made it an apprentice-level technique. The sheer convincingness would force his targets to subconsciously raise their guard to intercept the upper charge, giving the user a huge opening that could be exploited with a real takedown. But the quality of the feint was made at the technique apprentice level, and what made the technique a finisher. Furthermore, this technique had a flip side to it. If someone was very familiar with this technique and predicted an upper takedown feint and prepared for a lower takedown, then Rui could simply turn the upper takedown feint into an actual real upper takedown. In the Mirage Dive technique, the upper takedown and upper takedown feint were absolutely the same until the halfway point, meaning Rui could choose to feint or actually perform the takedown if he wanted. Because there was no difference between the feint and the actual takedown, Rui could choose to do either depending on how his opponent responded. He could adapt to his opponent's response and reaction. This was part of the reason he chose this technique, although it had only 2 possible scenario applications, because of the fact that he could cater and had the ability to make the choice after analyzing his opponent. It had more flexibility than one would expect of a technique with 2 possibilities. But that's not all. The supervisor grinned toothily. Once you truly and fully master this technique, your feint becomes so good that your opponent sees an illusion. The training regimes for Mirage Dive were new and alien to him. For almost all the training he had engaged in prior, there were elements of it that paralleled the training on Earth, but the training for the feinting maneuvers of the Mirage Dive technique were truly different. He was no different from a normal apprentice learning of the technique for the first time. On Earth, feints were useful and effective, but the training for them was nothing beyond repetition and practice. What truly surprised him was that the supervisor insisted that the feint, when done correctly, could create illusions in the mind of the target. Rui frowned. How can a feint technique create illusions like that? Because of how convincing the feint is, I suppose. The supervisor scratched his head. If you don't believe me, I can show it to you. Rui was intrigued. He knew the supervisors of a facility had mastered all the techniques of the training facility they were charged to supervise, so he wasn't surprised. Sure. He nodded. I'll take you up on that offer. The supervisor nodded, putting some distance between them, taking a standard wrestling stance. Rui in turn mimicked him. The supervisor charged, lunging towards Rui's upper abdomen, and sure enough, whoosh. The lunge faded away as Rui tried to intercept it. The supervisor had not performed an upper takedown, but somehow Rui saw him doing that. See that? The supervisor grinned. Rui had requested him for a few more demonstrations before he finally deciding to begin the training. Illusion techniques were also not a real thing back on Earth, and it was an incredible experience to actually be subjected to one. He also quickly learned how effective the technique was. He had truly fallen for the illusion even though he knew it was a feint. It had created a huge opening which the supervisors could have easily exploited to execute a powerful real takedown. The more Rui learned about this technique, the more he was impressed by it. He could hardly believe that this was a free technique. He immediately started training. The first stage of training involved the feint, and he did put on the black bodysuit that the supervisor told him about. It was remarkably easy to stretch, reminding Rui of the suit the applicants were required to wear in the second round of the martial entrance exam. Ready, get in position. The supervisor instructed as he fiddled with a crystal-looking object. I'll be freezing the suit at the right time so that you can physically feel the right timing. This was the part that confused Rui. How exactly would he exert control over the suit remotely? Did such technology exist? Was it possible to communicate remotely via technology too? Rui glanced at the crystal suspiciously. That crystal was probably esoteric matter with strange exotic effects that allowed for it to transmit signals in some form or the other that triggered some mechanism in the suit that caused it to freeze up. Make sure your center of gravity remains balanced. Otherwise, you'll just fall down unbalanced when I do activate the freeze. The supervisor advised. Will do, Rui affirmed. All right, just execute the normal upper takedown you learnt in your foundation technique. It's based on that technique after all. Rui nodded before glancing at a wrestling dummy in front of him. He charged before lunging at the upper abdomen before suddenly freezing. You feel that particular instance in the trajectory and that particular moment of body weight shifting. That's the moment. You need to memorize this timing with your body, otherwise you'll never nail it. This freezing stage is necessary to only give you a reference point for the right timing and execution of the technique. Once that's done, you'll get better at it with repetition of feint, trying to match the timing I showed you. The supervisor explained. Rui nodded. I still haven't memorized the timing and placement yet, but this training definitely helps. I don't think I would get the hang of it if I had to only watch you and train by myself. That's what the academy is for now. Let's try it one more time. You're going to have to repeat this maneuver many times for you to completely remember the timing and placement of the transition. Rui acquiesced, resuming the training. Each time he performed a legitimate upper takedown, and each time the supervisor stopped him at the moment Rui was supposed to begin the transition to the real lower takedown. The best part about this training was how straightforwardly the supervisor could directly convey to Rui when to stop. Without this strange technology, Rui would have had to spend a far longer time trying to even understand when the optimal timing was. But this training allowed him to bypass extensive, tedious training. No wonder the academy was so vaunted. He had truly come to realize just how much for martial art and martial artists the academy did. The training continued for an hour until the supervisor halted it. There's no point in spending all your time engaging in only this stage, he explained. It's best if you practice the feint after feeling the timing and placement of the transition. You'll certainly fail, no doubt, but we'll get you back on the bodysuit next training session for an hour and then have you try and replicate it again after that hour. We'll do these over and over until you've completely mastered the feint. Rui nodded. This certainly made sense. It was probably better to do side-by-side comparisons with his attempted timing in the transition and the accurate timing as dictated by the supervisor when he wore the bodysuit. This way he could continuously get an understanding of how far he was each time as well as his rate of growth of accuracy over time. These are things that he would otherwise be entirely unable to do. This in combination with his fearsome rate of growth, and he suspected he would master this technique much sooner than expected. Rui spent quite a while training the feint. Unfortunately, he didn't make as much progress as he'd hoped. It's to be expected. Usually this technique takes a long time to fully master, the supervisor reassured. Once Rui's training session ended, he consumed several rejuvenation potions before heading out, gathering his thoughts on the Mirage Dive technique. It's a powerful technique that is most effective when the target isn't aware of it, Rui thought. Still, it can be effective even if it is known about as long as it's used cleverly. In fact, if my opponent is aware and cautious of it, I can use their caution against them to set traps. All in all, Rui was quite satisfied by this technique. It served its purpose as bolstering his offense and grappling options quite well, better than he'd initially expected. Alright, the next thing I should do is head out to check out the training regimes for the remaining techniques I've picked, he estimated. The remaining techniques were shifting silhouette, binding lash, and flowing cannon. The technique he was most interested in next was flowing cannon. This ability would give him more potent striking options, increasing the power of his offense. It also gave him a finisher, something he was sorely lacking with vital pressure alone. I wouldn't have had to deal with Miliana the way I did if I had these techniques. His strategy against Miliana was not easy to find or execute. If he had these techniques against them, he would have been able to pull off a better and less risky strategy. He made his way to the offensive striking technique training facility. This was a more familiar environment to him. Flowing cannon is indeed a good pick. You've come to the right place. The supervisor nodded, turning her gaze to Rui. All right, let's begin if you're ready. Rui nodded in affirmation. Yes, ma'am. I presume you've read up and comprehended the principle and mechanisms behind the flowing cannon technique. I have. All right, explain it to me in your own words. Flowing cannon requires the user to build up momentum and kinetic energy by speeding up. Then once the user approaches the target, the user converts all the built-up momentum and kinetic energy into striking power, delivering a blow much greater than the normal physical limits of the user. The amount of power of the technique depends on how proficient the user is at the technique and how much energy and momentum the user built up prior to the usage of technique. The supervisor nodded in return. Good explanation. Before we begin talking about the training regimes and methodologies, I'll give you a demonstration. Come. She took him over to a large punching bag, one that was greater than any he had ever seen. She nodded, before taking a distance of 3 meters away from the bag. I could go further behind to deliver a stronger impact, but this should be enough for a show of effectivity. She took a wider stance with both hands balled into fists, pointing towards her target. Foo, she exhaled before charging. Bam. Rui's eyes widened at the sight. The strike was truly powerful. The large punching swung beyond 90 degrees and almost did a perfect 180. That's how it looks, she explained, using one arm to stop the swinging punching bag. That was close anymore and I might have broken it, she murmured, glancing at the bag. That's impressive, Rui murmured with honesty. It'll allow you to deliver powerful strikes every time your opponent puts some distance between the two of you, she explained. All right, if there's nothing else, we can begin with the training methodologies. Rui nodded. Please do. The technique is relatively straightforward. Building momentum just requires good old running, so that doesn't require any training. You even use certain apprentice-level maneuvering techniques to generate more momentum and energy so that the flowing cannon strike ends up being more powerful, she explained. What does require training is converting all that momentum and energy into striking. Rui nodded, absorbed into her words. There isn't a discrete, absolute way to learn how to convert traveling momentum into striking power. It's just something you get better at by repeating. That's why you'll have noticed the scroll of the technique doesn't specify any training regimes with any equipment. we haven't devised any training equipment or technology that can aid with this technique. There are certain instructions I can give you, she mentioned before continuing. Firstly, you need to get rid of your instinct of slowing down your traveling speed when you're about to reach someone. This is a normal human instinct. After all, nobody wants to crash into another person and end up hurting themselves and their incidental victim. But in this case, that instinct is detrimental. Slowing down will only kill and get rid of the power you built. Rui nodded. This made sense. There was no point in killing momentum when using a technique that used momentum to function. The first step is to not slow down with your feet when you're about to hit your opponent. The second step is to slow down by striking your opponent. Rui caught on to what she meant. This was a relatively simple matter to someone who had a background in physics. When a person jumped off a wall and landed on their feet, they reduced their momentum to zero by applying force on the ground when they landed. This was essentially the principle behind flowing cannon. You begin moving very fast. Then when you reach your opponent, you apply all the force on them you can and end up slowing down. By doing this, you have converted all your momentum into striking power that your opponent will have to withstand. Just like how jumping from the top of higher walls resulted in more powerful impacts when you hit the ground, moving faster and striking your opponent with all you have to come to a stop also results in more powerful impacts. This is how flowing cannon allowed the user to transcend their limits for a brief period of time. You don't seem confused, the supervisor noted. Generally, I have to explain the matter to those learning the technique. Do students even care to learn about the mechanisms and principles behind techniques? Rui chuckled. Generally, no, she shrugged, but it's necessary. Knowing how your techniques work is vital to knowing how to use them adequately. In many a scenario, using a certain technique might not be the right answer in that scenario due to bad compatibility, but you would never know why unless you understood your techniques intimately. Rui nodded. Techniques were like tools. Their application was just as important as their quality and functioning. Even the greatest tools were worthless in the hands of one who did not know how to use them. All right, now that I've explained the technique more thoroughly, let's begin training. Rui nodded. As I'm sure you already know if you've gone through the scroll, the training for this technique is extremely straightforward. You need to simply keep trying until you get the hang of it. Start by using the technique on the punching bag from 3 meters away. Since you're just starting out, I'd advise not using any apprentice-level techniques for the run-up. Also, use a simple and easy attack to begin with. Once you get the hang of those, you can execute more complicated attacks. Rui nodded. I'll start with a straight punch then. Using momentum to amplify, a straight punch was actually a popular karate technique that was frequently used in MMA. It was known as the blitz punch. However, the flowing cannon wasn't limited to punch. Furthermore, its efficiency far exceeded that of the blitz punch technique used in MMA. This was why it was an apprentice-level technique. Rui spent the next few hours performing the same maneuver over and over again. It's better to land the attack earlier in the maneuver than you normally would, she called out. Normally, you would land a punch when you fully extended your arm, or just a bit before for maximum power, but in this case, landing a bit before that will prolong the impact, allowing you more time and distance to convert all your momentum into striking power. Rui nodded, and immediately, his blitz punch flowing cannon technique was getting more and more powerful. How long will it take me to master? He asked once he decided to end his training session. She shrugged. This is one of those techniques that you just keep getting better and better at. There is no clear line where you can declare you've mastered the technique like there are for certain other techniques. She continued. Still, once you reach a stage where you can smoothly convert most of your traveling momentum to striking power easily, I suppose you need not train any longer. Once his training with flowing cannon ended, he moved on to the remaining techniques that he learned, shifting silhouette and binding lash. These two remaining techniques were grappling-oriented techniques Rui had decided to learn to round of his foundation. Shifting silhouette was the least flashy technique of his most recent set of techniques. It was purely defensive that allowed him to be able to cope and handle grappling attacks and disengage with them. Binding lash was another technique, lower flexibility, but decent efficiency, allowing him to clinch incoming strikes and lock them with his entire body, allowing him to potentially dislocate the joints in question, or at the very least gain a huge initiative in the grappling battle. These two techniques along with Mirage Dive made him quite confident in his grappling solutions. Shifting silhouette for defense, Mirage Dive for offense, and Binding Lash for counter-offense. Furthermore, the training methodologies for the remaining two techniques was much simpler than the prior techniques. For one, they weren't all that different from the grappling training that could be found back on Earth in martial arts like Judo, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, and Sambo. Each of these martial arts were heavily, if not entirely, centered around grappling and wrestling. For shifting silhouette, he simply trained his ability to read the change in the center of gravity and how to shift his weight in exactly the correct manner needed to counter the change in the center of gravity. This technique does have shortcomings. The supervisor warned, it is limited against people in higher weight classes. Furthermore, this technique cannot counter takedown or throwing apprentice-level techniques of higher efficiency by itself. Rui nodded. He had already grounded his expectations for the effectivity of this technique. If it could single-handedly counter all grappling offense, it wouldn't be free in the first place. The more powerful defensive grappling techniques are certainly not free of cost, he was sure. He had already decided to begin completing missions once he mastered the 5 techniques he had picked. He was finally confident of completing missions with 10 apprentice-level techniques. Don't get distracted. His supervisor instructed, binding lash is a technique that requires delicate timing. You ain't gonna nail it if you're staring off into space like that. Yes, Supervisor Fane. Rui put aside his thoughts and began focusing on the technique. He was currently in the first training session of the 5th and final technique. For the past 24 techniques, he had been immersing himself in the training sessions of each technique. He wanted to get a taste of each technique as soon as possible. The reason for this was so that he could plan the most optimal schedule for himself in the next few months. Ready? Supervisor Fane asked. Here I come, dash. He blitzed over to Rui, crossing the distance in an instant, launching a straightforward punch to Rui's face. POW. Rui tried intercepting by wrapping his arms and legs around it, but much to his chagrin, he failed. Ha, his supervisor laughed. Now you got it all wrong. You're supposed to move with the strike, young man, not stand in one place. It's pretty much identical to the elastic shift technique in that regard. It's just now you have to simultaneously cling the attack while executing the elastic shift technique, making it much harder. Rui got up, rubbing his bruise before taking another stance. Once again, please. You must be hyped for today, eh? Kane asked Rui, smirking. Well, Rui smiled wryly. I would be lying if I said wasn't. You better not get your ass whooped. Will do. Rui and Kane bantered as they walked over to the sparring facility. It had been years since both of them had joined the academy. Both of them had hit their growth spurts in that period, growing several inches taller. Their bodies had visibly defined muscle tone, uncharacteristic of normal young adolescents, having long shed a lot of their childish features. Rui's black hair had grown in the time that he had immersed himself in training, a testament to how he focused and invested he was. A lot of the active energy Rui had condensed, as if it had a direction to strive towards. Gone was the Rui that had limitless curious excitement regarding all matters related to martial art, and in its stead was a calm-driven young man with a temperament forged by immense perseverance and hard work. Kane, on the other hand, appeared to have grown more comfortable and at peace. A year of freedom, exploration, and growth alongside friends had done him good. Although he wasn't absolutely free from the formidable influence of his powerful father, it was still enough for the boy to catch up on a lot of what he missed his entire life. Yet underneath the nonchalant temperament was a desire to grow strong enough to protect this freedom. He did not want to lose his freedom the moment he left the academy, especially now that he had truly understood just blissful a life without shackles was like. My, look who we have here. A voice called out, instantly earning a sigh from Kane. Faye, he muttered in resigned peace. In the past year, he had given up on trying to shoo her away. He simply accepted she would be around to pester them and had moved on. Such lethargy. Faye sighed, shrugging. Rui, to think you would join us only 1 year after becoming apprentice. As expected, your growth is fearsome. It took us so long to reach that stage, right, Miliana? Faye turned to the girl accompanying him, earning a quiet nod in return. It took me almost 2 years to reach that point, she murmured softly. It's because he's a potion junkie. Kane grumbled. They bantered some more until they reached the facility. Well, here we are, Kane announced. Oof, she looks ready to go. He gestured at a female figure standing in the center of the biggest training ring. Rui stiffened as he felt faint pressure gazing at her. Marshal Squire Kyrie. Today was a routine sparring session between the combat supervisor Squire Kyrie and the senior apprentices. The academy had mandated sparring sessions, not only between apprentices, but also between more developed apprentices and squires. Martial apprentices who had built the foundation of their martial art like Rui recently were qualified to spar against squires. He had just finished polishing up the 5 techniques he resolved to learn when the next squire sparring session was announced. Martial apprentices who haven't built the foundation of their martial art simply have too little to gain from fighting martial squires. They're better off learning new techniques and developing their foundation like I did rather than getting into fights so above their level they can't consolidate anything from it. Today was his first time fighting a martial squire, that too one of Squire Kyrie's caliber. From what he knew of her, she was a veteran all-rounder who served in the field for more than 20 years. Although quantity had its own quality, there was no way a bunch of kids like them were beating her under normal circumstances. What strategy do you guys normally use? Rui asked. Kane threw an awkward look at Rui. We try basic stuff, dogpiling her, distracting her and stuff, but it never works. If something like that was to work on her, she would have long died in the field. Yeah, but it's better than nothing. Kane shrugged. True, Faye concurred. At our level, any strategy we come up with is guaranteed to fail. This was a fair point. There should be little to no way they should be able to outsmart her. It wasn't a matter of intelligence. The sheer experience she had was not something young martial apprentices like them could outsmart. Still, we should do our best. Rui insisted. You have anything in mind? First, who and all are taking part? Rui wondered, looking around. Before he could even conceive of a strategy, he needed to gather all the necessary information at hand. There's Felix. Kane pointed him out. Ah, Rui remembered him. He was the kid who fought Nell a year ago, and Dalen too. Faye waved at a big burly boy. He was a defense-oriented apprentice, right? Rui asked, having sparred with him once. Yeah, Kane affirmed. He's pretty good too. Rui quickly counted the participating apprentices and listed basic information about them in his head. 11 martial apprentices, 3 speed and maneuvering-oriented apprentices, 4 offense-oriented martial apprentices, 2 defense-oriented apprentices, 1 stamina-oriented martial apprentice, and 1 all-rounder. Rui surmised. Yeah, we don't stand a chance. Kane laughed. But that is the point of fighting a squire, I guess. If we were united, we'd do much better. Rui sighed. Unfortunately, it's unlikely we can rally everybody under a leader and fight in a more united way. Martial apprentices have too much pride and individuality to submit to others. Faye shrugged. Yeah, Rui nodded. Not only that, the coordination needed to execute more sophisticated strategies and tactics is too much. We can't expect strangers to cooperate with each other well. This group is too incapable of working together. It's almost time, Squire Kyrie called out. Gather around, we'll begin soon. He glanced back at Squire. The only advantage we have is that she's lax. She's definitely not in a combative state, nor is she going to go all out. Hey, Kane threw him a puzzled look. Are you really trying to win? You know that's basically impossible, right? Extremely impossible. Rui helped. Still, if you want to make the most of a fight, you better fight with determination to win. He turned back to face the Squire. It's not every day we get an opportunity like this, after all. Rui could feel the other students weren't as driven to win as he was. To them, this was a routine, impossible challenge, one that could not be won, and one that wasn't meant to be won. Rui understood this perspective, but he still wanted to give it his all. How can you improve if you don't push yourself to your limit? He wondered. And what better way to push yourself to the limit by trying to accomplish what seems impossible? In order to have any chance of winning, he needed as much information as he could get. This was one of his bigger problems. He wasn't sure what was necessary to defeat a martial squire. In fact, he didn't know what made martial squires special in the first place, or what separated them from martial apprentices. This was something even people like Faye, Kane, and Miliana were not aware of despite their background. He had observed martial squires in action before. He had seen Squire Kyrie spar against the senior apprentices before, and it just seemed like she was inhuman. Her speed, power, and durability were ridiculous. Martial apprentices like himself had already surpassed conventional human limits by virtue of having discovered their martial paths and having learnt apprentice-level techniques. But that still paled in comparison to Squire Kyrie. Rui remembered the martial squire he had come across when he was a little toddler. This martial artist was powerful enough to entirely destroy a rather large tree trunk with a single attack, a feat Rui found unbelievable to this day. Even with a combination of vital pressure and flowing cannon amplified by balanced direction and parallel walk, I don't think I could possibly replicate that feat. At best, he would be able to inflict cracks, but shattering it to smithereens was out of question. Take your positions, Squire Kyrie calmly ordered. Despite the others taking their stances, she merely stood there unperturbed, tying up her red hair so that it didn't obstruct her while she was sparring. The apprentices gathered around her, each taking their stance, concentrating on her. The air grew more and more tense until finally. Begin, she instructed. In an instant she was lunged at by 3 martial apprentices. Whoosh. All 3 attacks missed her as she gracefully slipped out of their attack trajectories. Her attackers didn't give up, pursuing her. From the other side, Faye approached, preparing a barrage of palm attacks. Squire Kyrie didn't try to evade this time. With nearly 4 people upon her, pure evasion was the less optimal choice. Instead, she clasped an incoming punch from one of the offense-oriented martial apprentice, flipping him over her shoulder and straight into the Faye's palm attack. Crap. Faye tried stopping, but the throw was too swift and well-timed. It was practically impossible to stop a full-powered and sped attack point blank. Bam. The poor boy was blown away by Faye's attack. Kyrie swiftly threw a roundhouse kick that struck the chins of her 2 other attackers, while ducking to avoid Faye's attack. In just a matter of moments, she dismantled 3 senior apprentices with ease. POW. She checked Faye with a straight kick, opening up the distance. Just as she began pursuing Faye, blurry shadow in the corner of her eye caught her attention. Kane had rushed in the moment he spotted an opening. Whoosh. Kane launched a swift jab that Kyrie narrowly, yet cleanly avoided. Kane could normally afford to take bolder risks because he was extremely difficult to hit or catch, but that did not apply when his opponent was a martial squire. Just as Kyrie turned to punish Kane, Faye, Dalen, and Miliana pounced at her, forcing her to pay them attention as Kane managed to evade the half-hearted strike. Soon enough, every apprentice joined the battle, picking up the slack when one of their peers was blown away or slammed to the ground by Squire Kyrie. All apprentices except one. Rui had not moved since the battle began. He hadn't even taken a stance. He merely stared at Squire Kyrie, as though she was the only thing he could see. "Hey, do you want me to give you a written martial invitation to join the battle, or are you going to actually do something?" Kane snapped as he approached Rui, having retreated from a throw. "I'm an all-rounder. Rather than haphazardly jumping in and trying to take her down with my jack-of-all-trades fighting style, I can provide more utility if I observe her more carefully and adapt to her," he calmly explained, not taking his eye off Kyrie. "My martial art works better with more information." Sure thing," Kane sarcastically replied. "How's that working out for you so far? Any insights from your martial majesty?" She's purposely limiting herself, but in very defined manners. "Right, that's very helpful, isn't it? I feel so confident after hearing you utter those words." Kane threw a contemptuous glare at Rui. Rui smiled wryly, meeting Kane's eyes for the first time. When dealing with single opponents, if the attacker engages in striking, she responds with counter-offensive measures 84% of the time. When dealing with more than 3 attackers, she responds with evasive maneuvers 92% of the time. Her counter-offensive measures are almost entirely soft-natured, in that they use her opponent's energy against them, rather than using her own energy. Her response against kicks are counter-offensive, and her response against jabs are defensive 79% and 93% of the time, respectively. Her senses are extremely sharp, effectively functioning as clairvoyance, being able to avoid attacks outside of her vision extremely well. It was simple data science. By simply noting and segregating her many responses in specific circumstances, he could identify certain quirks and tendencies. This principle was the foundation for the later iterations of the Void algorithm. In short, she's relying on her senses, as well as on precision, accuracy, timing, and placement instead of her squire-level power. She's beating us all with apprentice-level material, Rui sighed. The fact that Squire Kyrie could beat them all without using the shocking physical prowess of martial squires showed just how beyond them she was. A lifetime of real-life combat with her life on the line had honed her judgment and decision-making. But does any of this help? Kane wondered, unsure. "I guess we'll find out," Rui replied before dashing towards Squire Kyrie. The closer he came, the more his heart tingled. "I know." He placed his hand over his chest, feeling the excited pounding that reverberated across his entire body. "We've finally reached this stage," he thought as he met eyes with Kyrie. "Done playing scarecrow?" She poked at him. Rui responded by throwing his most powerful attack at her. Bam. Combination of parallel walk, balance direction, amplifying the flowing cannon technique paired with vital pressure. This was what Rui struck her with, but alas, to no effect. She intercepted the attack with her forearm and rotated, pushing the attack away from a clean impact. She redirected the attack as expected, Rui noted before following up with a barrage of vital pressure strikes. Kyrie cleanly deflected all of them before launching an incredibly swift jab at Rui's diaphragm. POW. Rui grimaced, despite mitigating the damage with elastic shift and acute edge. His abdomen still stung, bruising from the blow. Before she could follow up to finish the job, she was attacked by 3 more apprentices, diverting her attention. "Heth, that worked out well indeed," Kane sneered. Rui ignored the remark, turning to Kane. "I have an idea, but I'm gonna need help. You up for a challenge?" "I mean, sure," Kane shrugged. "Good, hear me out." Rui moved closer to him and began whispering his plan. He knew the squire had sharp senses, so he took all the precautions he could to avoid letting her in on the plan. Meanwhile, Faye launched a flurry of powerful palm attacks, each one with incredible force, yet Kyrie managed to parry all of them handily. Whoosh. Felix lunged towards her from the other side, looking for a takedown, but she simply evaded his attack with a somersault, cleanly dodging the shooting maneuver. This resulted in Faye's and Felix's attacks heading towards each other. Not this time. Faye narrowly avoided Felix's charge while diverting her attack away from Felix. "Looks like the same trick won't work too many times, Kyrie noted blankly. Yet 4 apprentices attempted to dogpile her from 4 sides, while 3 more were circling around ready to pounce the moment they failed. All 11 of them couldn't attack her simultaneously. It was almost physically impossible. There was limited space around a person through which they could be attacked. Even if it were physically possible, it could only be achieved through practiced and rehearsed well-timed and well-placed attacks. Such a thing was, of course, impossible in this sparring session, which was why no more than 5 people ever attacked Squire Kyrie. Boom. Kyrie blew away the last of her attackers with Blitz kick, dusting her attire as the apprentices recuperated. Suddenly, a commotion of the other side of the ring grabbed her attention. No, 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 that's a stupid plan, Kane shouted at Rui. That's not gonna work, huh? Rui snarled. You think you can do better. The two of them started bickering loudly, uncaring for their opponent, who simply gazed at them blankly before sighing. These idiots are arguing in the middle of a fight, she facepalmed. They're the type to die young in the field. I'll beat some sense into them. Nuff, she commanded, earning their attention, interrupting their debate. Seems you the two of you have much to learn. I'm going to beat that attitude right out of you. Kane responded by resuming the fight. He dashed at her with multiple apprentice-level techniques, throwing speedy jabs. She responded by throwing a long straight kick into his gut, literally kicking the air out of his lungs. Rushing straightforwardly towards an opponent with greater range and power than you is a foolish move, she told him as he dropped to the floor. She turned her gaze towards Rui, who glanced back at her with a fearful expression, earning her ire. If you're afraid of a sparring session, you're not cut out to be a martial artist. She dashed over to Rui at incredibly high speeds, throwing a barrage of punches and kicks. Rui simply tucked his tail between his legs and ran away from her as fast as he could, nearing the edge of the ring, all while still facing her, using elastic shift and acute edge to mitigate the damage, all while trying to open the distance between them. This irritated her even more. She forbade blatant escapism in her sparring sessions. Her sparring sessions were meant to push the apprentices beyond their limits, to have them get used to fighting losing battles under extreme pressure and exhaustion, yet Rui was merely running away. She chased him with even greater speed, reaching the edge of the ring. End of line, she announced, yet Rui immediately turned around with a grappling stance standing at the very edge of the ring, making his intentions very clear. He wants to use my own momentum to throw me over the ring, she mused. It wasn't an original idea, but at the very least it was better than running away. She intended to beat him up a bit before throwing him back in the center of the ring. She twisted her core, generating torque, launching an uppercut to Rui's solar plexus. Just then, the slightest hint of a grin could be seen on Rui's face. He rushed in for an upper takedown simultaneously. The uppercut reached Rui faster than the takedown reached Squire Kyrie, yet the moment her fist made contact. Whoosh! The upper takedown was an illusion, and her uppercut hit empty air. This was the Mirage Dive technique. Rui grinned like a madman as he rushed in for the lower takedown, yet just as he began the shoot, Kyrie halted her missed uppercut and swung down her elbow, aiming to crush the lower takedown. The timing was impeccable. She launched the elbow almost as if she knew that the upper takedown would be a fake. Every martial squire is well versed with all the foundational apprentice-level techniques, she mused. This was the orthodox way one countered the Mirage Dive technique, to throw counters that could very easily be diverted to handle real takedown. Yet to her surprise, clasp! Rui grabbed onto the incoming elbow hammer with all four limbs, using the binding lash technique. The sudden shifts in center of gravity was dangerous at the edge of the ring, but she was not impressed. A desperate attempt. The force you're using is just barely enough to destabilize my center of gravity temporarily, she sighed mentally. You won't be able to throw me out with just thaw. Her thoughts were interrupted as her senses detected an attack moving towards her incredibly fast. In just an instant, it had crossed almost all of the distance and was about to strike her. Kane was moving so fast that every apprentice, including Rui, could not even see him. This was the same technique that Kane had used in his fight with Faye. It was an incredibly high-efficiency apprentice-level technique with extremely low flexibility. It could only be used in one way. But in that one scenario, when used, it was extremely potent, reaching the very pinnacle of what apprentice-level techniques could offer. In the span of several milliseconds, he had crossed the distance. Yet Kyrie was able to perceive him, such was the prowess of a martial squire. But she had limited herself to peak apprentice-level speed and power. Furthermore, Rui had brought her to the very edge of the ring, and had destabilized her center of gravity with the binding lash technique. Kane had aimed to strike her at that very moment. Under these extenuating circumstances, she could only do so much while holding back almost all of her power and speed. Ordinarily, she would have cleanly redirected him back into the ring, but with her center of gravity destabilized towards the edge of the ring, she was remarkably off balance. It was almost an incredible coincidence that Kane had chose to strike her at the moment, or it was all planned from the very start, she realized with a tinge of shock. Just as Kane was about to strike her, time slowed down from her perspective. She glanced at both the boys, realizing they had coordinated this from the very start. From the very start, the arguments between them, and Kane's defeat at her hands immediately after, were to take her attention away from Kane and focus only on Rui. Then Rui went through an elaborate and convoluted course of actions, all with end goal of hampering her defenses by either locking her body partially, or destabilizing her gravity, also that Kane could use that incredibly potent ability to knock both him and the squire outside the ring. This was the only strategy Rui had been able to think of that wasn't an utter failure. Kane's technique was their very best chance, yet it had too many flaws. It had low flexibility, making it extremely predictable. It required preparatory stances. Its rigid linearity meant that Kyrie would normally be able to easily redirect or knock him out, or use his own momentum against him with delicate finesse. Rui's one and only goal was to mitigate these shortcomings, to give Kane a better chance of landing that technique successfully. He was fully prepared to be knocked out with Kyrie, if that was what was needed to win. He knew Kyrie wouldn't knock him out of the ring, this was one of her policies after all. He also knew she would chase after him aggressively, just as he needed her to, when she saw him blatantly running away. She punished those who blatantly ran away from all confrontation with a painful beating. This was to ensure students didn't do that. All of these were quirks and patterns Rui had observed from her in the initial part of the battle, as well as her own instructions and rules. Allowing to create a plan that wasn't a complete dud, you did well to push me this far. She smiled, closing her eyes. Gentle fury style, whirlwind tempest, whoosh. All three of them disappeared for a moment. A huge gust of wind washed over the bewildered onlookers. They seldom witnessed such raw speed and power. In the very next moment, Kane and Rui landed in the center of the ring, unconscious at Kyrie's feet. The other martial apprentices looked on with awe and shock. These two won't be getting up any time soon, Kyrie announced. Let's put an end to today's session just a little early this time. She turned and walked away, having ended the sparring session, only confusing everybody even more. What just happened? Faye couldn't help but ask. Kyrie halted, turning to meet her eyes. They forced me to use a squire-level technique from my martial art. Interesting tale indeed. Headmaster Aronian stroked his beard as he skimmed through the report before him. As the headmaster, he had received a variety of reports from the various branches, wings, and departments of the academy. This was one such report he had received from a squire instructor. To think two 14-year-old boys would be able to force you, the vaunted berserker of Hagen, to use a squire-level technique. Headmaster Aronian glanced up at the figure standing across the table. Truly a fascinating tale, isn't it, Kyrie? I was quite shocked myself. Those two boys are truly remarkable, Kyrie remarked, concurring. Kane Arankar, son of the legendary devil, is a prodigy who reached apprentice at the age of 11, Headmaster Aronian continued, and Rui Quarrier, who became an apprentice at the age of 14. These two have bright futures ahead of them. He placed Kyrie's report down before looking at their profiles and personal data. Although Kane was quite interesting and promising, Rui was truly fascinating. Explorer in 3 months and then martial apprentice in 2 months, and then he proceeds to learn 10 techniques in the next 7 months and is able to fight well enough to force you to use a squire-level technique, Headmaster surmised. Not even his absurd tolerance for mental and physical rejuvenation potions can explain all of this. Even his extremely high IQ cannot explain how he discovered his martial path this quickly. He set down the documents. Discovering one's martial path was a long, explorative, and introspective journey. It was regarded as the most important and profound of breakthroughs. It wasn't a matter of talent. No one should be able to discover their martial path as quickly as Rui did. The reason for his breakthrough was because of his past life, something that unbeknownst to the headmaster. Ho ho, he chuckled. These two shine too brightly. The martial sects will not let go of them easily, particularly the lightning sect for young Master Kane. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if Kane Arankar will be approached by them soon, or perhaps it has happened already. Squire Kyrie's eyes sharpened at those words. Headmaster, surely the martial sects would not violate the clauses set by Grandmaster, His Honor Sage Damien. Headmaster Aronian chuckled at her naivete. Not openly, no, and not within the academy premises. He continued, but I would imagine they might take covert measures. Squire Kyrie narrowed her eyes at those words. Headmaster Aronian caught her reaction. Do you dislike these matters? I do. She shook her head. The students may be martial apprentices, but they're ultimately children. Entreating them in the politics of the martial union is no different from exploitation. Quite the distaste. Headmaster Aronian chuckled. The sects would not look kindly upon those words. You might be accused of slander if word got out. I merely stated the truth. Well, you're fortunate that I'm the only one who heard it. Headmaster smiled. After all, martial masters cannot have been members of a martial sect or a martial faction within the prior 10 years of their candidacy for headmaster. I've religiously avoided martial sects, which is why I was anointed as the headmaster of the Mansion branch of the Martial Academy by His Honor. Squire Kyrie remained silent. However, Kane Arankar might have a bit of a rough time ahead, Headmaster Aronian mused. As the son of His Honor Sage Arankar, he will feel immense pressure to join the martial sect of his father, the Fire sect, yet as a speed and evasive maneuvering-oriented martial artist, he would most certainly have the most affinity with the Lightning sect. What about Rui Quarrier, Headmaster? Kyrie felt the need to ask. Headmaster Aronian pondered. As an all-rounder, he doesn't have any strong affinity to any particular martial sect. He paused before continuing. Yet with that prodigious mind and learning speed, as well as the peculiar type X nature of his style, I'm sure every martial sect would clamor for him. Considering this, would it not be wise to educate them about these matters immediately so that they can be better prepared? Kyrie inquired, concerned. His honor the Grandmaster has forbidden such measures. Headmaster Aronian shook his head. He is strongly against inculcation of political education within the martial academy. These are no more than stains and impurities to the purpose of the martial academies in his honor's view. The martial academy is an institution whose one and only purpose is to produce martial apprentices and martial squires, nothing more and nothing less. Squire Kyrie sighed inwardly, biting back a retort. It was one thing to express distaste to martial politics. It was another thing to express disrespect to a legendary martial sage. Even Headmaster Aronian alone was a martial artist 2 whole realms above her. Thankfully, his easygoing personality made interactions with him comfortable. Otherwise, he could apply immense pressure on her mind through his concentration alone if he wanted. Well, I've received your report. Good work. Keep an eye on those 2 and continue reporting. You may leave. Headmaster Aronian dismissed her. Yes, Headmaster. She bowed before taking her leave. Headmaster Aronian stroked his beard as the door closed, deep in thought. The fact that 2 martial apprentices could force a squire to use a squire-level technique of their martial art, particularly a martial squire as powerful and experienced as Squire Kyrie, was not a small matter. The martial sects hungered and lusted for fresh blood. Although his honor Grandmaster Sage Damien had forged an accord between the martial academies and the sects that prohibited inculcation and indoctrination of martial students of the martial academy into their martial sects, this was not absolute. Although martial sage Damien was a powerful and influential martial sage, the dominant martial sects were led by equally powerful martial sages. The almost unprecedented incident of 2 14-year-old martial apprentices forcing Kyrie to use a squire-level technique through a combination of powerful techniques and brilliant tactics was sure to reach their ears and direct their attention towards his academy. Well, nothing bad should happen, but still, I hope they don't cross any lines. Rui opened his eyes, groggy and disoriented. As his vision proceeded to unblur itself, a white ceiling came into view, an unfamiliar ceiling. Rui muttered, taking the opportunity to utter a common trope he heard in anime before chuckling. His head throbbed as he got up, struggling to remember what happened. The spar with Squire Kyrie, he realized. The last thing I remember is Kane using that apprentice-level technique. He closed his eyes as he struggled to remember. And then I woke up here, I see. We failed and miserably too. He chuckled self-deprecatingly. Although he knew the chances of success were low, it still wasn't a pleasant outcome. Rui's eyes caught something to his right. He turned only to be surprised. Kane was still unconscious, however he looked perfectly fine physically, lying in a bed not too far away. They must have healed us up and allowed us to rest and wake up. Rui sighed, getting back to bed. He immersed himself in his thoughts peacefully as his headache slowly subsided. I wonder what she did to us. To be able to knock both of them out and hospitalize them in the circumstances she was in was truly amazing. He just didn't know whether it was possible with apprentice-level prowess. Could any apprentice really replicate her feat in those circumstances? Probably not, he felt. Sure, both Rui and Kane were young. But Kane's technique was surely somewhat close to the pinnacle of apprentice level as far as efficiency went. It has a handful of rather severe shortcomings in general, which Rui had done a pretty decent job of mitigating. Yet for them to be crushed despite that, Rui wasn't sure it was possible for an apprentice to replicate that, which means she must have used squire-level battle prowess. Rui concluded. That would explain how they got crushed instantly. She must have used a squire-level technique of some sort, allowing to dispel the threat and knock them out. In a way, Rui felt a bit happy that they were knocked out. If Kyrie knocked them out, then it must have been necessary for her to do that. She never knocked out the students in these sparring sessions, only pushing them to their physical limits. The fact that she knocked them out meant they had managed to push her farther than she had in any previous sparring session. Although a loss was still a loss, knowing this made the loss much more tolerable. He even felt a measure of pride well up. Kane woke up with a disoriented expression. Rui waited a few seconds for him to process himself and his surroundings before calling out to him. Hey, Kane turned towards him with squinted eyes. You look like shit. Rui chuckled. How are you feeling? Where are we? Kane wondered. Medical wing. We were knocked out during the fight with Kyrie, he explained. Do you remember what happened? I recall using flash burst at the timing you told me to. He continued, trying to recall. But after that, I dunno. She must have knocked both of us nice simultaneously then. Rui surmised. Definitely a squire-level technique. That's crazy, right? Rui grinned. Suddenly, a nurse walked into the medical room they were in, taking note of their awakening. Apprentice Rui Quarrier and Apprentice Kane Arankar, you're awake. Both of you were rendered unconscious during a sparring session, she dutifully informed. You have made almost full recoveries physically, however will be performing a few checkups and examinations. how long have been unconscious? Rui asked. He still didn't know how long it had been since the sparring session ended. It's been a little over 6 hours since you were brought to the medical wing, she replied as she prepared some medical instruments and other items. She proceeded to wear a stethoscope-like instrument and placed one end of the instrument on Kane's chest. Breathe deeply, she instructed. A few more checkups and lines of questioning of various sorts followed until she moved on to Rui, performing them on him as well. Both of you are fit to be discharged, she told them. The headaches will persist for anywhere between a few hours or a day. Be sure to take rest for a day until you have recovered fully. If the headache persists beyond a day, then be sure to revisit the medical wing. After a bit of paperwork, Rui and Kane walked together towards the apprentice dormitory. Next time we see Instructor Kyrie, we should ask her about what actually happened, Rui said. It's a shame she isn't always free and available in the sparring center like the apprentice sparring head instructor was. She is a martial squire after all, and a particularly powerful one, Kane replied. Hess, hearing that just makes getting knocked out by her all the more worth it. Rui smirked. That's a weird fetish, you martial pervert. Shut up, Rui retorted lightly. They bantered a bit before Kane remembered something. Oh yeah, I've been meaning to ask. Are you going back home for the winter break? Rui's ears perked when he heard that. It's that time of the year already, he wondered. He'd begun to lose track of time very easily once he had joined the academy, especially since rejuvenation potions made it difficult to keep track of the passage of days. Yeah, it's in 3 days. You going? Absolutely, I haven't seen them in quite a while. Rui had gone back home once after he had become an explorer, although it was a brief visit. He didn't want to miss any chance of seeing his family. I thought you intended to get into missions the moment you formed the basic foundation of your martial art, Kane noted. Yeah, but missions can be done anytime. I can't see my family anytime, he replied. I can just begin missions when I get back. I won't be able to see them during the break if I begin doing missions now. I see. What about you? Rui asked. PSSHHT, hell no, Kane exclaimed. In fact, I'm going to take a longer mission so I have a good excuse for not going back, he declared, earning Rui's laughter. Are you sure you don't want to come with me? Rui asked. I'd love to introduce you to my family. Not this time. Kane shook his head. I'll be approached and summoned if my family finds out I returned from the academy. I see, that's a shame. Rui sighed. Another time then, earning a nod from Kane. It's a shame I have to return to my family too, otherwise I would have accepted the offer in his stead. Faye commented. He didn't invite you. Kane grumbled, sparking a round of bickering between them, earning Rui's laughter at the sight. Miliana, you're headed back to your town as well, right? Rui turned to her. She nodded passively. It's 4 hours away from here, so I intend to leave immediately. The four of them chatted for a bit longer until it was time for those returning to disperse. See you guys when I get back. Rui exchanged farewells with everyone before setting out on foot. He didn't have any money on him, but that wasn't a problem. Even without techniques, with just the physical training from his foundational stage, the journey was no longer something that could strain his stamina. The town of Hajin was a lot less chaotic than he recalled it. One of the reasons for that was the last time he actually traveled around was during the start of the new academic year. What was a bustling, loud, and busy place in his memories had become a much more relaxed environment. Man, it's been such a long time since I stepped outside the academy, Rui said in delight, taking in the atmosphere as he made his way home. The academy had a lot of open space, but it still could not substitute actual society. It was a nostalgic feeling, reminding Rui of when his university days. He'd felt similarly back then, although to a greater degree because the universities of sciences back on Earth were nowhere near as large as the martial academies. The further Rui walked away from the core of the town, the more scarce grew the population and infrastructure. Once he exited the districts on the outskirts of the town, the atmosphere grew serene quiet. Gone were the markets and the commercial hubs and the businesses. Instead, he was greeted with farmlands and small patches of forests, with a handful of small village-like settlements scattered across. Winters were harsh in the Mansion region, especially since this region was among the northernmost regions of the Kandrian Empire, which was a country that was already deep into the northern hemisphere of the planet, making it quite cold in the very first place. The country had sets of crops that could only be grown during winter. Currently, Rui was walking past these farmlands and settlements. He paused when a familiar path entered his sights, smiling as a rush of nostalgia and excitement creeped into his emotions. He picked up the pace, running until a familiar house entered his sights. They've made a few renovations since last time, he noted happily. The Quarrier Orphanage benefited greatly from its adult caretakers, each contributing to the income of the orphanage that allowed it to sustain itself. This must be courtesy of Big Brother Julian, he smiled knowingly. Julian had gotten a well-paying occupation as an apprentice scholar in the Research and Development Department of the Kandrian Institute of Sciences. Knowing him, he must have insisted in using generous portions of his income for maintenance of orphanage. Rui intended to surprise his family, but even before he reached the gate, Rui, He glanced up towards the balcony, recognizing both the voice and the appearance instantly. "Rui, you're back," she squealed with joy. "Alice." He chuckled, waving at her vigorously. She ran from the balcony, enthusiastically running down the stairs, announcing to the entire orphanage at the top of her voice that Rui had returned. Even as he reached the gate, the front door was already open. Rui, she dove at him with such force and energy he felt like he was hit by an apprentice-level technique. "When did you master flowing cannon?" he muttered, gasping for air from her bare hug. "Huh, nothing. Forget it. How have you been, Alice?" "I've missed you so much." He returned her embrace in earnest. "Oh, we've been doing just fine. Come in, everyone's waiting for you." She let go of him, gesturing him inside enthusiastically. He glanced at the door, and several small heads poked through, their eyes sparkling with innocent excitement. "Big brother Rui, you're back," they chirped as they ran towards him with enthuse and excitement, gathering around him for hugs and lifts. Rui smiled at the children, trying to return as much affection as he could, struggling to return 15 arms worth of hugs with his own. All right, he laughed as they swarmed him. "I'll give all of you lifts, so don't worry, Rui." A soft voice called out to him, instantly ringing his attention away towards itself. "Mom," Rui squeezed out, feeling sentimental. She walked over, cupping his face in her hands, ruffling his hair before pulling him in for a hug. "You've grown so much taller." "Yeah." He replied softly. "Welcome back home, my child. We've missed you so much," she said, squeezing him in her embrace. Rui wanted to respond but didn't trust himself to not sob. His throat felt choked with emotion upon seeing his mother after so long. "Come in, lunch will be ready soon," she said, pulling him by his hand. Everyone gathered to the large living room, hugging him and embracing him, remarking about his growth spurt and his long hair. Took a whole 20 minutes for the excitement to die down, finally allowing him to relax with a soothing cup of tea. Man, a hot cup of tea in the dead of winter really hits the spot. He relaxed as the beverage warmed him. "Congratulations on becoming a martial apprentice, Rui." Julian gently congratulated. "You've achieved the first step of your dream. Better than I could have hoped. I have a lot to talk to you about," he replied intriguingly. "Oh, let's hear it then." Julian shook his head. No. "I'm not the first martial artist of the Quarrier Orphanage. If anybody has a story to tell." He smiled. "It's you, isn't it?" Instantly, everybody's eyes turned to Rui, fixating on him like owls. All right. Rui chuckled. "Let's see, where do I begin?" Rui recounted his time at the academy. Describing the various training regimes and sessions he went through in the physical and martial foundation stages that overall constituted the foundational stage. He went on to narrate his times in the exploration stage, and ultimately went on to talk about his martial apprentice breakthrough and his martial path. "To think you discovered your martial path in a dream," Julian commented, once the excitement died down a bit, leaving them alone. "Quite the fairy tale-like story, isn't it?" "It was a magical moment," Rui affirmed. "The discovery of a martial path. I'm not unfamiliar with it," Julian commented. "In fact, some of the research projects I'm involved in are actually about the phenomenon of discovering one's martial path." "Oh," Rui's interest immediately perked. "Are you allowed to tell me that?" The Kandrian Institute of Sciences were royal institutes, meaning the research and development that occurred was property of the Kandrian royal family. He didn't think that such research was available in the public domain. "The projects I'm involved have extremely low confidentiality grades. As long as I don't blatantly sell the actual data collected, I'm not violating my agreement with the institute. It's the kind of project that is purely an intellectual pursuit with no real-world applications, you see. Talking about it in a general sense isn't problematic." "I see." Rui pondered about the information that Julian provided. He certainly wasn't aware that the Research and Development Department of the Kandrian Institute of Sciences graded research and development projects in regards to confidentiality. "What research have you worked on, generally speaking?" "Part of it has to do with the psychological and neurological impacts of the martial apprentice breakthrough on the martial artist," Julian replied. "This was also the area of research of my thesis paper in my final year, you see." "Interesting," Rui commented. "So, what exactly did your research yield insofar as the changes and impacts of the discovery of the martial path?" He discovered that the discovery of one's martial path causes an increase in cognition, reaction speed, kinetic vision and reflexes, as well as body-eye coordination, to put it simply. Julian explained. "Sounds about right." Rui nodded. When he broke through to martial apprentice, having discovered his martial path, he experienced a great overall boost in several mental parameters and attributes. "I did grow much stronger once I became a martial apprentice. It's not as straightforward to that, though." Julian replied. "We made some very odd discoveries about these enhancements, you see. For one, the data reveals that the degree of these enhancements is not static and unchanging, but rather variable. The superhuman boosts you gained are constantly changing." Rui squinted in confusion when he heard that. The mental boosts he gained from becoming a martial apprentice were constantly changing. That sounded like an absurd proposition to Rui at first inspection. "What do you mean?" he asked, waiting for further clarification. We discovered that the superhuman augments provided by the martial path are in flux, they're variables rather than constants. Julian sipped his tea before proceeding. In some situations, martial apprentices demonstrate superhuman mental attributes and parameters, but in others, they're perfectly normal human beings. This made more sense to Rui, though he wasn't sure if he observed this in himself. These were complicated phenomena that were picked up through proper empirical research. It was impossible for him to discover these things by himself through introspection. Let us take 3 scenarios, and this is actually a simplified version of some of the experiments and surveys we conducted. Julian continued. Let us take Scenario A, where a martial apprentice is engaged in combat. Scenario B, where a martial apprentice is engaging in time-pressure manual labor tasks. Scenario C, where a martial apprentice is participating in a time-pressure math exam. Do you think the superhuman reaction and processing time of the martial apprentice will be the same in all 3 scenarios and activities? Rui pondered. Shouldn't it? It seemed intuitively obvious to him that this should be the case. Why would these mental and neurological parameters change? But given what Julian said earlier, he was probably wrong. It does change, that is what our research revealed. Julian answered, meeting Rui's expectations. Interesting, Rui commented. The mental processing speed of the martial apprentice in Scenario A combat was quite superhuman. The mental processing speed in Scenario B time pressure manual labor tasks was also superhuman but less than Scenario A, much lesser in fact. Julian continued. As for Scenario C, the time pressure math exam, we found something quite surprising. The mental processing time of a martial apprentice in Scenario C was not superhuman at all. It was perfectly normal and average, as though these were normal humans and not martial apprentices. Rui understood the implications of the data immediately, having been an empirical researcher himself. So basically, the activity that a martial apprentice is engaging is the influencing factor of how well a martial apprentice performs. Furthermore, it seems that the closer to actual combat that activity is, the more superhuman a martial apprentice is. So the mental performance parameters increase the closer to combat the activity is, forming a sort of spectrum, am I right? Julian smiled. You understood immediately, as expected of my little brother. Rui grew absorbed as he pondered about the implications of the data. It was truly fascinating. Martial apprentices performed best, as far as mental performance parameters went, when they engaged in combat, suboptimally when they engaged in physical tasks, and least optimally when they performed tasks that had nothing to do with combat. Scenario B was a time-pressure physical scenario. Although it was not combat, it was not too far from combat and probably shared some similarities, which is why the martial apprentice showed suboptimal results but not 0 results, Rui murmured. But a math test is too far from combat, hence the martial apprentice performed least optimally. This shows a causation between the closeness of the activity to combat and a martial apprentice's performance parameters, assuming all other feasible variables were controlled for. They were, Julian assured. I'm impressed by your insights into this, even though you have no experience with empirical research, quite remarkable. He threw Rui an odd look. Rui was too absorbed by the prior revelations to try and justify this. The information Julian revealed implied that the neurological phenomenon caused by the discovery of the martial path were dormant when martial apprentices did things that were further away from combat. As for exactly why and how, Rui was able to come up with a few bare-bones hypotheses and theories based on his scientific background. The relationship between the brain and the mind was extraordinarily complicated and largely not understood. Back on Earth, it was clear the mind was housed within the brain, and to some degree, the structure of the mind could be mapped over the structure of the brain. However, it was much more difficult to make more progress than that. Centuries of research in the fields of neurology, psychology, and philosophy of mind had yet to uncover the depths of the human mind. Furthermore, Rui possessed only a shallow understanding of neurology. He was not equipped to fully understand the phenomena associated with the discovery of the martial path. However, even the shallow knowledge he came to possess allowed him to make some conjectures. The brain could be divided into 3 sections: the cerebrum, the cerebellum, and the medulla oblongata. The cerebrum could further be divided into the frontal lobe, temporal lobe, occipital lobe, and parietal lobe. Each of the sections and subsections of the brain were associated with and caused different neurological phenomena. The frontal lobe was responsible analysis and judgment, morality, personality, social regulation, emotional regulation, and motor functions. The temporal lobe was responsible for cognition, language, hearing, speech, and memory. The parietal lobe was responsible for recognizing sensation, body position and objects, sense of time and space, and association between functions of other lobes. The occipital lobe was responsible for vision and the processing of visual information. The cerebellum handled balance and muscular coordination. The medulla oblongata was responsible for the regulation of heartbeat, respiration, body temperature. Out of all these functionalities, the cerebellum, the occipital lobe and parietal lobe were sections of the brain that had the highest relevance to combat. The remaining sections were not involved with the general neurological phenomena associated with combat. Thus, Rui strongly suspected that the permanent superhuman boosts provided by discovering the martial path must have altered these three portions of the brain. A time pressure math test does not the three lobes as much as combat or a time pressure physical activity. Therefore, martial apprentices were no different from normal humans in this particular. In conclusion, Rui strongly suspected that only portions of the human brain and mind, relevant to combat, evolved when one discovered one's martial path. Any activities that did not involve these portions of the human brain ended up being ordinary. Activities relevant to these portions of the human brain ended up being extraordinary performances, depending on how relevant to the three combat-related portions of the brain. This would succinctly explain why the performances of martial apprentices were variable and changing. I think it's possible that the discovery of the martial path enhances only some portions of the brain, those portions that are relevant to combat. Rui conveyed his thoughts to Julian. That's one of our leading theories. Julian nodded with a look of surprise. Unfortunately, it is difficult to estimate which portions of the brain are responsible for which particular mental functions, you see. Rui nodded. The knowledge of brain structure that he inherited from Earth was confirmed after countless CT and MRI scans. This was something Rui suspected the medical researchers of the Kandrian Empire might not be able to replicate, a suspicion that Julian more or less confirmed. Another research project revealed that martial apprentices performing two tasks simultaneously could have drastically differing quality of performances. Julian informed, continuing. We performed the equivalent of having martial apprentices perform Scenario A and Scenario C simultaneously, and we found out that even when they performed the tasks simultaneously, the performances of the two tasks were heaven and earth apart. This suggests that it is not the brain itself that is changing, just the portions of the brain relevant to each task. Rui nodded. This further corroborated his theory. It's a shame he couldn't divulge the information he knew about the human brain. Julius had once jokingly come very close to discovering Rui's secret. He was incredibly intelligent. There was no way Rui would be able to fool him. The research you're working on, is it all centered around martial art? Rui asked, curious. Not all, no, but a large portion of it. Julian commented. Another field I partially specialize in is esoteric technology. Particularly, I'm interested in potions. Potions are fascinating, Rui offered. They are. I cannot divulge any data in regards these projects, but my focus lies on temporary augmentation. Julian explained. Interesting, Rui murmured. The reason I brought it up is because I wanted to warn you. Julian's expression became more solemn. By this time, they had a bit of privacy as their nerdy discussion drove away the bored children and the adults returned to their duties. Julian saw fit to bring up a matter that was clearly touchy, causing the atmosphere to become tense. What do you mean? Rui asked, expressionless. This is something you'll learn eventually, I'm sure, but it's better learnt sooner than later. Julian continued, turning to look Rui straight in the eyes. Rui, potions are not to be underestimated. Rui threw a confused look at Julian. You are aware of the friction between the royal family and Kandrian martial union, I presume. Julian asked, broaching a dangerous topic without hesitation. Somewhat, nothing too specific though. Rui narrows his eyes. Have you ever wondered how the royal family is able to rival the martial union to some degree, despite having nowhere near as many martial artists? Julian asked. Rui remained silent. It was a well-known fact that an overwhelming majority of martial artists of the Kandrian Empire were part of the martial union. If so, how was the royal family not inferior to the martial union as far as military power was concerned? Numbers, technology, other mitigating factors. Rui murmured in response. What technology specifically? He asked. Rui caught on to his implication. You mean temporary augmentation potions? Julian nodded. These potions temporarily amplify physical and mental abilities to the point of allowing normal humans to fight martial apprentices, martial squires, and even seniors from what I am aware of. Rui's expression grew shocked. Julian straightforwardly dropped a bombshell. I suspect that higher-grade augmentation potions can even combat martial masters, or dare I say martial sages. Julian explained. Unfortunately, I lack clearance to have access to these research and development projects, so I cannot confirm this. Rui stared at Julian, speechless. This information is partially confidential, most certainly not public. Once you reach a higher status economically and politically, you'll naturally learn about this. Julian explained, expressionless, but it would take you far too much time to reach that status. Rui realized where Julian was going with this. You wanted me to be aware and wary of these potions. Julian nodded. These potions are one of the ways the royal family is able to stand up shoulder to the martial union. If you choose to join the martial union, you'll inevitably oppose the royal family as far as allegiance goes. He explained, you need to be aware of the tools of your opponents. There's no way you telling me this isn't in some violation of your position as an apprentice scholar. Rui noted, concerned. Julian smiled gently. You're my brother. Rui felt emotions choking his throat. His brother had violated his oath and taken a risk, all for his sake. Julian shook his head. You would have done the same. The two conversed some more about lighter topics as they joined the others for lunch. Julian was particularly interested about the breakthrough. So what exactly does it actually feel like? Julian asked out of curiosity, like the biggest epiphany possible in the human experience. Rui replied, for a moment you no longer care about anything in this world. You experience true happiness and satisfaction, and your mind has absolute clarity. Julian hummed, engrossed in Rui's explanation. Remarkable, really. Hey, pay attention to your food, you haven't even touched it yet. Myra, the head cook of the orphanage, insisted. She had always been quite strict about all matters regarding food and meals. Yes, Rui laughed. You're as strict as ever. Julian sighed with a resigned smile. Rui proceeded to inquire about the orphanage affairs, wanting to catch up on having missed a whole year of their lives. You must have seen the fully fixed roof when you came right. Lashara asked while showing an affectionate smile to Julian. Julian was the one who paid for all of that. It wasn't that big a deal. Julian smiled modestly. Not that big a deal. You're too humble. Rui chuckled. The orphanage was able to fix the infrastructure that needed the most amount of maintenance, while also able to expand its housing capacity a bit, being able to in more children. There have been far more children out on the streets these days. Lashara sighed with resigned melancholy. I've wanted to do something for these children ever since. How did all these children end up this way? Rui wondered. Part of it is because there naturally aren't enough caretakers. Another part of it is, Lashara's voice trailed off. Rui tilted his head. Another part of it is because of a series of child trafficking busts. She sighed as an even more macabre expression creeped onto her face. Rui's eyes widened before sharpening. He recalled when he was almost abducted by a random man who spoke about selling him like he was no more than goods in demand. This was in one of the outer districts of Hajin. Was Hajin home to an underground black market of trafficking? Huff, let's not talk about such matters while eating. Lashara sighed. I'm glad that increased housing capacity has allowed us to take in more children. Rui nodded. The adolescent children from when he was an infant had all become full-fledged adults. Although a lot of them no longer resided in the Quarrier orphanage, several had chosen to stick with the orphanage, supporting in whatever way they could. This meant there were hands on deck, allowing for more children to be taken care of. The number of children that could be cared for by the orphanage was constrained by the number of caretakers present, the housing capacity, and funds at hand. Julian single-handedly increased the latter too with his high-income occupation. By the way, Rui, Nina drew his attention. Will you be staying for the winter festival? It's day after tomorrow, after all. Ah, Rui recalled. I'll be there for the first day. I'll have to return, unfortunately. The Kandrian Winter Festival was a nationwide festival. It was celebrated in some form or the other across the entirety of the nation, lasting 3 days. Are we going to visit the outer districts this time as well? Rui asked. The orphanage took the luxury of taking the adolescents to the outer districts where they could visit the festival fairs and events. We were planning on going on the last day, as usual. Lashara paused. But since you won't be here for the last day, we'll go for the first day. Going with the family to enjoy the festival was a rare occasion, and one that Rui cherished the most. He thought back to his memories of the festival. This was just around the time where the snowfall was at its most pleasant. It was substantial, yet not overwhelming. Just the perfect amount for it to be enjoyed, before the citizens prepared for the incoming harsher snowfall and potentially even blizzards if they misfortunate enough. Do we have all-out supplies for this winter? Rui asked, pondering aloud. The orphanage was too disconnected from the heartland of the town of Hajin. Winters could be absolutely deadly if they were not prepared. Every year for a period of 2 weeks, roughly, the snowfall peaked, reaching to incredible heights and extremely low temperatures. Furthermore, there were years where it extended beyond the norm or devolved into full-blown blizzards. In such circumstances, their supply lines would be completely cut off. It was practically impossible to wade through the snow, the winds, and the freezing temperatures and haul back the heavy supply the orphanage needed. Thus, it had become customary for the orphanage to stock up on all necessities well in advance. 2 weeks' worth of different grains, pulses, and dried meat for food, lots of water, firewood, heavy clothing to endure the freezing cold temperatures, tools and equipment to clear the massive accumulation of snow on and around the orphanage, lest they become trapped within the orphanage. We still haven't acquired all the firewood we need. Lashara sighed. The deforestation in the closest sources of firewood has made it so that we need to travel much further to chop it down. This has also inflated prices of firewood, making it difficult to pay for. I'll handle it, Rui reassured. Lashara glanced at him. No, there's no way we can make you do work that requires 8 adults across a week, merely in the span of a few days. Rui chuckled at her words. They stemmed from simple ignorance of what an actual martial apprentice was capable. She likely found it hard to imagine that despite his youth, he was actually extremely strong. Helical breathing alone would give him net power and stamina rivaling several healthy adults combined. Balanced direction and parallel walking would allow him to make trips many times quicker than normal. Don't worry about it, Mom. I'll handle it. Huff, this should be enough. Rui wiped sweat from his forehead. He glanced at the firewood in front of him, making a few mental calculations. He had spent the previous day and today assisting with the winter firewood stockpile of the orphanage, making several round trips to bring back a large cloth bag of firewood. This should be my last round, Rui estimated. He sat down for a bit, taking some rest. He had been using helical breathing continuously, but the apprentice-level technique was not limitless. Even he had begun to feel exhaustion and fatigue creeping into his muscles and bones. It's a shame I don't have any rejuvenation potions, Rui muttered to himself. Those things were incredibly convenient. Rui had pretty much abused their use since joining the academy. Only after having left the academy had he realized how incredibly useful the rejuvenation potions were. Once I leave the academy, I'm going to have purchased these potions myself. Rui sighed, partially depressed. First, he needed to pay back his debt. Until then, he wouldn't be able to splurge of rejuvenation potions the way he splurged on them in the academy. He wasn't even sure he would be able to buy them until his debt was repaid. He shook his head, putting away such thoughts. That was still quite some time away. No point in thinking about it too deeply. He gathered his firewood and tied it up into his cloth before tying it to himself. All right, time to head back, he said before using parallel walk, balanced direction, and helical breathing. He moved incredibly fast despite his heavy load. Within a short period of time, he had already reached home. You really gathered all the firewood we needed all by yourself, Lashara murmured, dumbfounded as Rui unloaded the firewood. This should be the final pile, Rui informed, wiping away his sweat. Unbelievable, Farian muttered. You're so incredibly strong, so this is what a martial apprentice is capable of. Rui chuckled before heading inside. I'm off to wipe myself down. During winters, warm baths were far too much of a luxury, especially for an orphanage. During winters, the orphanage members would heat a small bucket of water with some fragrant herbs. It was a bit of a scale down from Rui, who enjoyed hot water perpetually at the academy. Be sure to finish quickly, Lashara called out. We have a festival to get in time to. Yes, Mom, I'll be out quickly, he replied. Rui quickly gathered his clothes and towel, heading in and scrubbing himself down. He knew there were many people who were waiting in line, so he ended up finishing quickly. Ooh-oh. Nina chuckled as she playfully poked his chiseled abs when he got out. Someone must be incredibly popular with the girls. Rui snorted, as if everybody has abs in the academy. He said before heading back to his bed to put on a shirt, leaving her dumbfounded. Rui, can you look after the kids for a while? Alice called out to him. Sure thing, he obliged. The entire orphanage was busy in chaotic excitement as everyone prepared for the festival. Too many children were too young to make the trip, and it was impossible to take the entire orphanage to the outer districts in the middle of snowfall. Big brother Rui, can you show us how to fight? Big brother is a martial apprentice. Show us some moves, the boys and girls crowded him, pestering him with questions and requests. All right, Rui laughed mirthfully. One at a time, okay. The children obediently listened to him. Over the next hour, Rui proceeded to show them some flashy martial art moves. Most of them looked incredibly impressive and bombastic, but weren't moves he would use in a real fight. Ooh, WOH. That's so cool, their eyes sparkled as they cooed every time Rui moved. He laughed at their exaggerated reactions, but felt a small sense of pride well up in his chest. Showing off to his family was more validating than he'd expected. Soon enough it was time to leave. The adults had cleaned up and the adolescents were ready as well. Ah, there's the carriage, Micah announced. That idiot Farian is late. We have the whole day to ourselves, Julian chided. No hurry. They boarded the carriage, squeezing in as much as they could within a single carriage. They could afford a horse-drawn carriage, and that too was a luxury that could be afforded only once in a while. Lashara did not allow Julian to fund the orphanage any more than he already did out of guilt. The outer districts of Hajin weren't that far, and within a span of 20 minutes they made it to their location and boarded off quickly. Wah! Alice cooed as she saw the festival fair of the district. They've gone all out this year. This year the temperature has been quite pleasant after all, Julian explained. More opportunity for smaller businesses and shops. There were lightings, lamps, and sparkling ornaments coloring the entire fair. The infrastructure of the entire fair itself was a temporary makeshift that could be put together quickly and could be dismantled pretty quickly as well. What was otherwise a large open field in the heart of the district was now the most populated and energetic part of the district. There were food stalls of various sorts, selling seasonal candy and dishes that were customary to the winter festival. Shops selling festive clothing articles, ornaments, jewelry, toys, and firecrackers were littered around. many challenge game booths and stalls that offered various prizes for successful attempts in whatever events they had. The orphanage group toured the fair, getting drawn into the festive excitement. It was hard not to be infected by the compelling enthusiasm. They indulged in some spending, at Julian's insistence, who leveraged the mood to get his way. Soon enough, all the adolescents were scattered into the fair with greedy eyes as they decided what to spend their allowance on. Here, have some. Rui offered a roasted skewered fish. Seafood was incredibly popular in the Kandrian Empire. Bordering an extremely bountiful and eternally rich portion of the Namgung Ocean made the Kandrian Empire the eye of envy to the surrounding small, and especially the large nations such as the Republic of Gordo, the Sekigahara Confederate, and the Britannian Empire. I'm fine. Julian refused. Have some. Rui insisted. What's the point of coming to a festival if you're not going to indulge yourself? Julian chuckled, accepting that rationale on the face. Being able to facilitate the smiles on those children as well as out older brothers and sisters is good enough for me, he said before noticing something that caught his eye. What's all that you have by your side? Julian quizzed. Oh, this. Rui glanced at the many toys and other items he had in a bag beside him. Just some stuff I won for the kids and adults back home. Julian threw a proud smile at him before pausing. Wait, martial artists are banned from participating. It'll be our secret. Julian burst out into laughter. He really did enjoy talking to Rui. The two of them ate in silence as they watched the boys and girls of the orphanage running around playing cheerfully, without a care in the world. For a moment, the two of them felt they didn't need anything else in life. Part of my motivation to get a high-income job was so I can see this more often. Julian gestured. Do you feel the same way? Big brother Julian, big brother Rui, one of the girls of the orphanage called out. Come play with us, Julian chuckled, getting up. It's been a while since I played with the kids like this, he said before turning to Rui. Come, you wouldn't want to miss it for the world, would you? Rui smiled. Not for this world or any other world out there. Be careful, don't push yourself too hard, okay? Lashara asked with a worried expression. Don't worry, Mom, I'll be fine. Rui insisted, yet she didn't appear convinced. It was a cold morning, as always. Rui was standing at the entrance door of the orphanage, facing Lashara and other members of the orphanage. 3 days had gone by, and now it was time for Rui to return to the academy. The academy allowed for short vacations per season for a reason, so that students didn't lose their disciplined mindset. This was especially true for students at earlier stages, the foundation and exploration stages in particular. 3 days was around the sweet spot where there was just enough time for a break, but not long enough to break the students out of their mindsets. They all knew they were returning to the academy in 3 days, so they psychologically didn't relax too much and adapt to their circumstances, knowing they would be returning soon. Rui wasn't too sad either. He loved his family and truly enjoyed catching up with them. However, 3 days was a lot of time for chit-chat and banter. He had conversed with all of them for hours, and all the standard topics of conversation one would engage in when conversing in family reunions were already over. Rui had satisfied his homesickness, and now his urge to complete missions grew even stronger. He couldn't wait to get a taste of what it was like to be a martial artist. Furthermore, he couldn't wait to earn credits so that he could purchase higher-grade techniques. His martial art yearned for greater development. His martial path yearned for more depth. He felt the itch to begin running towards the academy even in the middle of his farewell, immediately invoking even stronger feelings of guilt, which he pressed down forcefully. All right, Mom, everybody, goodbye, he said. I'll be back sooner than you think, so don't miss me too much, he grinned. He began his journey once he finished exchanging farewells with all those who were there to see him off. This time he focused purely on speed. He didn't care to conserve stamina by getting a rickshaw like he did when he applied for the entrance exam. Back then he had a difficult exam to give. He needed every ounce of his stamina. Thinking about that day made him feel nostalgic. More than a year had passed since that day, and he had gotten vastly stronger since then. The bloodlust test in round 1, the bouncing slimes, the tag-stealing game. In hindsight, those trials were trivial. In his current state, he would comfortably place top 5 or even top 3. He was considerably stronger than the Kane from back then, who had scored twice his score and ranked number 4. The only real problems would be Faye and, of course, Nell. Rui suddenly did a double take as he realized it had been truly a long time since he thought of Nell. He had been so engrossed in his martial path that he had long forgotten about the number 1 freshman of their batch. I don't think he's an apprentice, Rui murmured. He hadn't seen Nell in the apprentice sparring sessions, which he would have had he actually discovered his martial path. Maybe I should look into him when I get back. Rui shrugged, though he was curious why someone so talented was being stalled so long. Nell was so gifted physically, he was able to defeat an apprentice while still being a novice. Relying largely on brute strength, only after Rui became a martial apprentice did he realize how absurd that feat was, even if Felix was much weaker back then, much weaker than Rui was now. Rui wasn't sure why he was taking so long to discover his martial path. Then again, 1 year isn't abnormal. Rui remembered. He was the freak, not the norm. Once he discovers his martial path, he'll be a menace, Rui concluded. The mental evolutions that discovering the martial path provided would complement his innate physical gifts remarkably. Rui was a bit curious how strong he would be as a martial apprentice. Would he able to beat martial squires? What about Squire Kyrie? Rui shook his head. Kyrie would mop the floor with him hard with just a portion of her full combat power, even if he became a martial apprentice. She was just ridiculous. Rui dispelled such superfluous thoughts as he reached the central districts of Hajin. He could even see the large prominent figure of the mansion branch of the Martial Academy standing proudly in the distance. Thankfully, it was still quite early in the morning, since he left well ahead of the already early reporting time, so the traffic and rush were still low. He pushed himself to the limit as he used parallel walk, balanced direction, and helical breathing to their maximum, zipping through the town as fast as a sprinting horse. Ah, we're finally here, Rui sighed in relief. He smoothly grabbed his student ID, verifying his status as a student of the academy to the security before rushing towards the apprentice dorms. Good to be back, Rui grinned as he opened the room to his dorm. Maybe I'll take a rejuvenation potion or two before hitting Kane up and heading out to check out some missions. Just as he knocked on Kane's room after having put his belongings away, he remembered something important. Oh wait, he's out on a long mission. Rui recalled before sighing. He shrugged, looks like he would have to do this by himself. It was a shame Kane wasn't around to show him the ropes. Maybe I'll run into Faye and Miliana, he hoped, though he wasn't sure if they were back yet. He was quite early after all. No. He shook his head. This is my personal endeavor. I can handle it by myself. He headed down to the commission department, drawing attention to a staff member boldly. Excuse me, I would like to apply for an apprentice-level mission, please. Once a staff member heeded Rui's requests and sat him down, he asked, This is your first time undertaking a mission, correct? Yes. Are you aware of all the due process and procedures needed to undertake a mission? She asked. I'm afraid not, ma'am. Rui was aware of some of the processes associated with undertaking commissions. All right, let me begin by explaining some procedures you must complete. First, every martial artist who aims to undertake a mission must be licensed, she explained. However, for martial apprentices who are still students within the academy, you will be provided with a learner's license. This was something Rui happened to be aware of. A license is proof of competence, as well as a declaration of the recognized right to undertake missions. All martial artists who join the martial union obtain one. Along with it come certain exclusive rights and obligations. Rui nodded. He had read this when he went through the mandatory theory lessons during the exploration stage. The martial union obtained several royally authorized exclusive rights and privileges, such as partial impunity from the law and partial tax cuts and access to restricted areas among other benefits here and there, all listed in the Kandrian Martial Convenant, as well as the employment contract of the martial union. The obligations that came with few mandates from the martial union, such as mandated missions issued by the martial union. A learner's license possesses neither of the many privileges and obligations that come with a full-fledged license. They're meant to help students like yourself acclimate to the occupation of martial artists of the martial union. She continued, receiving a nod from Rui. You will have to fill and sign this application form, as well as submit a statement from the academics department of the academy that lists out your martial art type categories, the martial art techniques you have learned, as well as your performances and competence as a martial apprentice. She explained. Once you do those, the application will be briefly processed and accepted as long as you pass the criterias. Rui nodded. Is the statement needed to assign missions that fit my profile? I thought the academy didn't mandate specific missions to students. He wondered. No, she shook her head. The academy does not mandate specific missions to specific students based on their profile. You may choose missions of your choice, however. As an inexperienced martial apprentice, we cannot allow you to fulfill missions that are outside your skill set. She explained. If you do choose certain missions outside your skill set, you will be assigned a mentor who will assist you in completing the mission. This is a limited option and service, and is merely meant to help you gauge different types of missions to help you understand them and make more informed choices on what kinds of missions you would like to apply for in the future. This was quite the student-friendly policy, something Rui appreciated. There are some missions which have bare minimum skill set requirements, and you will not be allowed to partake in them at all, with or without a mentor. She added, please be mindful of that. Understood. Once your applications is accepted and your learner's license is issued, you will initially not be allowed access to the entire pool of commissions. Your grade as a martial apprentice will be objectively evaluated by our department based on the academic statement and records provided by the academics department of the academy, she explained. In short, a learner's license does not permit a martial apprentice student to take on missions above his competence, as evaluated by us. Rui nodded. This made sense and was to be expected. Martial apprentice students like himself had only just built the foundation of their martial art, and had spent most of their time cooped up in training. They lacked the experience, knowledge, and perspective to understand the difficulties of missions based on the provided information, and could not be trusted to make informed choices. Many of the missions were actual private commissions made by customers of the Martial Union. The Martial Academy could not afford to allow clueless apprentice students to foolishly undertake missions above their pay grade and fail the mission. Another matter to discuss is the remuneration. Each mission has a fixed reward of a certain number of Academy credits instead of Kandrian currency, which can be used to purchase techniques, she explained. Rui nodded. He was fine with this arrangement. He didn't particularly need money whilst he was in the Academy, and money would not allow him to purchase techniques. The ultimate goal for undertaking missions was so that he could purchase more techniques with money and develop his martial art. Finally, we need to go over the process of completing missions. There are a variety of missions, I will speak generally. Missions are commissions submitted by customers of the Martial Union in exchange for completing a specified criteria or fulfilling a certain objective, as well as other parameters such as specified timeframe and any prerequisites, etc. She established each mission as provided to martial apprentices will be encoded in a booklet known as a mission bill. Within it will be specified all relevant information needed by the martial artist to complete said mission, including the objective as well as all relevant intel that you have clearance to. She paused before taking out a sample mission bill to show him. All mission bills are kept within the mission library and are all organized by different parameters and categories. The first classification is class. All techniques are initially divided into the 5 different classes of missions: assault missions, defense missions, covert operations, hunting missions, and miscellaneous missions. Then they're further divided by difficulty grade, then further divided into categories by prerequisites and locations. She explained. Rui nodded. It was a convenient setup that allowed martial artists to find what they're looking for with relative ease. A martial artist or a party of martial artists of a certain class could simply walk over to his class of missions, further navigate to the difficulty grade of his capability or comfort, then choose focus on missions in a location of convenience and a preferred timeframe, and finally pick a mission whose prerequisites he satisfied. A relatively simple process. If the Martial Academy and Union did not possess this level of user-friendly organization, then it would simply be one hell of a mess for martial artists to choose missions conforming to their needs and wants.